I know what it is to hunger. And I know what it takes to keep that hunger under control. He's done that so far, despite his condition. I understand your purpose lies here, but I fear if I return to Waterdeep alone, my heart would remain here with you.
That smell! Oh, what is it?
That could mean any number of things.
Odd. Oh dear.
Don't be so hasty meting out violence. These two seem important.
A scrying eye. Better be on our best behavior. Until we're out of sight, that is.
So he's the one who killed all the Dark Justiciars. Alone. Might not want to get on his bad side.
This is going to be a rush.
Now's not the right time for that. I've been known to trip the light fantastic myself. Mine was a popular hand at the annual Blackstaff's ball.
At what?
Those drawn to the Galarian Creed don't merely seek my guidance as the impressive, all-powerful being I've become. Walking freely out of a Githyanki creche. A miracle if ever I've seen one. And trust me, I've seen quite a few. Not yet. We must climb higher still before ascending the stem.
No! Not Jaheira!
You're now in the company of plain old Gale a most brilliant wizard of intentionally limited renown. At your service. The Adamantine Forge. We heard of it from the Dwagar.
But carnage such as this. The shadow within is spreading like poison, corrupting kindness and compassion.
I see. I suppose I am asking you to take a leap of faith even the most loyal of companions might struggle to land gracefully. Not to diminish our efforts, but it was rather simple getting here in the end, wasn't it? A situation I suggest we remedy with the utmost urgency.
Oh, what a tangled weave we web.
Oh, you truly are testing the patience of a man who could level a city if he wished, you know. Well, sounds like you've been keeping yourself very busy indeed, and in good company too. It was never like you to lay about, so I shouldn't be surprised.
Looking magical, as always. Deep breaths, Gale. Hold it together.
I know what nearly happened, and I'm sorry for putting you in that position, but I've stepped back from the precipice now. I've seen what may prove to be another way. A better way.
That's the symbol of the Absolute. Marked in blood.
It hardly matters now. Astarion is dead. Permanently, one can only hope. Don't turn on each other. If whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
You wouldn't say that. Not if you'd suffered a fraction of what was done to me. By Orin's hand.
Faccio voco fere.
They turned everything they did into an art. The art of conversation, the art of taste, time-honored and newly acquired.
Do not mistake the crown itself for the actions of its wearer, or rather, those controlling its wearer at present.
Stupefaccio.
Day 6. The flesh around the mouth splits to make way for tentacles.
Fine.
I'm rather alarmed to say I suddenly feel inexplicably jubilant. How ominously delightful. Poor lad would have been harpy-feed if it wasn't for you. Nasty way to go. Suffocating slowly under a ton of rubble. Not a fate I'd personally relish. As long as we travel together, what's mine is yours. And if we survive our many ordeals, I'll host you a banquet in Waterdeep the likes of which you have never seen. The masons here thought they were building something to last. How wrong they were.
One touch of magic coming up.
I suppose I am. Tara would be delighted, not to mention my mother. But I'd be just as happy without such ceremony. So long as we're together.
Mouthier than an arse, twice as full of shite.
Valid question. If not out of the simple goodness of your heart, then perhaps your own self-interest might be sufficient motivation.
He's tottering! Another drink might knock him out.
Why bother? The dead can't hear my summons.
Resaccio.
She has interfered to the extent she is permitted to. What happens next depends on us, and whether we can destroy the Absolute without using the orb. If you think you know best, go right ahead. And what of Karlak?
Her heart can surely break, though it burns. I consider myself as open-minded as the next wizard, but I have to say, I think we're beginning to lose the magic a little.
Think of all I could achieve. All that I could grant to those whose ambitions are restrained by Mistra's yoke. I could raise a new Netheril, right here in Faerun.
Not at all. Why, some of the finest artists and musicians began their career amidst stale beer and sticky floors. A doppelganger in our camp. A little redundant of me to say, but that could be anyone. Looks like Zaris's missing shipment. The one she was most insistent we return unopened.
Mind you, all I did was call for ale. But one of ours went and stood in front of that crossbow.
Few things in this world leave me speechless. But after what just happened, I'm lost for words. It's quite thrilling to fight off such grim creatures as this region throws at us, especially being at your side. Wow, what's a ginormous elder brain once you've grappled with your own crippling anxieties?
Voco flagella.
Go forth, Lae'zel, to distant realms. I will miss you dearly. When I pictured this moment, I thought I'd feel more in control. Yet, here I am, with palms sweatier than a bugbear's armpit.
I strike with precision. Are they all like this?
The crown of Castus. I've never seen such a concentration of shadow magic. We must forge on, but carefully. It will corrupt any who lack the power to control it. Hand in hand. Then let's set the book aside and be blank slates on blank sheets. Delightfully new. Nothing left but rubble. Thank Mistra I'm not buried under it. It's gone. I felt so strong. Where did that come from?
Dissolve.
For now, at least.
Ah!
My time is yours. What do you need? How do you feel? As for this one, I think we've still got a world to save. Unless there's anything else. Fate seems determined to make a mind flayer of you. It remains your choice, as the crown remains mine.
Yes! Against her will, without rhyme or reason.
This is the worst moment. When the screams of the dying have faded, and the conquering hordes howl and yelp as they come to their vile climax. I'm far beyond ogre ears.
Harpers, stand with me. We defeat this evil together.
Careful where you tread here. A hag's magic is not to be trifled with. Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy. Oh, well, perhaps, but unbecoming of me to flat out state it. I will make it my mission to prove you made the right choice 1,000 times over. Relinquish the stones, and you place your fate in the hands of a creature whose trustworthiness is hardly guaranteed.
Mind you, all I did was call for ale, but you went and stood in front of that crossbow.
To end it? To struggle on? It is a grave choice you're making for us both. But if it must be so, very well. I'll stand down to stand by you.
That's it? She annoyed you? If that was just cause for killing someone, I'd be dead 1,000 times over. Tell me the truth. Corpora sana, carculus mortis.
True soul? Absolute? What were they raving on about? So it is. Our lives depend on it. Now, repeat my instructions back to me, please.
Hells, can't just leave them in there. Someone do something. Diore.
I could no more hate you than I could go without air.
How bothersome.
A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
May it please, Mistra.
There was talk of your hammer, and Minsk's head as the anvil. I agree. And on the plus side, if I get myself into any truly cataclysmic straits during the remainder of our journey, my family name will go untarnished. Orpheus can't help us so long as he's chained.
Scab-licking vagrant. Bene corato.
Take heart, I'm here for you. You remind me of her somewhat. The same sharp tongue. And sharp teeth. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove?
Dimento te.
I'm not entirely certain that would fall under the definition of smart casual. But I'll be sure to indulge you when we get home. Ooh, you are a very cone of cold. I'm afraid that's not going to work on me. Look, I appreciate your curiosity, but don't pursue this path.
And I'm impressed once more by your benevolence.
You mortals do love to live dangerously, don't you? Always a pleasure to meet a fellow academic. And what a subject. This place brims with history.
Veritas, credo, oculus.
Carsus, the child who would become a god. He was the most powerful wizard ever known. And he attempted to unseat the goddess of magic herself.
Up you go then, Gale. Best make this count. The whole world's watching.
A Thean book about necromancy. Not for the faint of heart. All the more for the decayed of heart. Day 3. Hair loss and blood leaking from all orifices.
Looks like a dictionary, perhaps. Though this ancient tongue has long fallen silent. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but whatever that was, it was worse.
If it did, perhaps it would understand the weight of what it's asking of us. And why we might seek an alternative.
I'm ready. Are you? I have a bad feeling that dead elf is Halcyon.
Drink to that.
Surely there's a spell for this sort of thing.
She's left some tiny part of herself to watch over me, I think. A boon to help us reach the heart of the Absolute in one piece. The mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
Just pondering what I lost.
Wine is to wit as meat is to... can't bloody remember it. There I go then, proving your point.
Bad for one's back, this.
Moon Maiden's teachings. The why hidden back here. And what's this symbol?
Mutatis mutandis.
If someone, not me, of course, detected a hint of romantic interest in them from another unnamed individual, what might that someone do about it? Ugh. Hint taken. We'll leave that particular fuse unlit for now. What do you need of me? Are those specks of adamantine in this slag?
And while I will be, quite literally, eternally grateful for your assistance, that's not quite the truth.
The mind absorbs much while we believe ourselves dormant. To lie beside Gale of Waterdeep is positively educational. Curious mask? What's it doing here?
An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it.
Let's not stand around. I can smell spilled blood a mile away.
So we must save the drow first, then sever his head after. Oh, pleasantries like that make me quite homesick. These must be the secret tunnels Lorgan was using. His name is here. Someone was watching him.
You and I have very different definitions of right and wrong. I did, but our situation warrants we explore every opportunity presented to us, however grim.
Won't know what hit him. This is only the beginning.
Oh, my knees are aching terribly. Must have been his simulacrum you bested. He always was a cautious traveller.
Intactilis sum.
Really? Well, I'm glad you've found a new profession, though best not to mention any previous neck-snapping inclinations. I imagine. At least, victory in which we live to tell the tale. They promise things to come. A fair point. However, until recently, I was able to rely on a supply of artifacts stored in my tower in Waterdeep. A supply that has now run dry.
With silver tongue.
During my time locked away in Waterdeep, I prepared a quite comprehensive speech for her on the subject of our former relationship and the manner in which it ended.
Apologies.
I am a babbling brook of romantic verbiage. Consider my mouth sealed.
Until you have use of it, of course.
Aridissimus!
Learned your lesson yet, Astarion? Some people are best left unbitten.
Ferio!
All those campfires. There's a whole army of creatures out there. Better keep my distance. The disc is moving. Shah's trials must continue wherever it leads.
In a manner of speaking, yes. I was lost in prayer, of all things. These designs are unfinished. Rough drafts, no more. Well, the improvements I made to the High Hall alone should protect it from any passing netherbrains for a millennia, at least.
Already I've allowed myself to go untreated for too long. I fear it's already too late. I've no choice but to depart this company of ours and pray I find something for myself.
An apt metaphor, though I hope it won't lose me some kisses. What you did for your parents was a profound act of love. I won't dwell on the matter, but know that you showed immense courage. They will be proud. I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. God damn you. You're right. Few things are more powerful than the will to live.
Ad lapidem!
To the rescue, forthwith. Famously humorless, Illithids, the tyrannical enslavement of all other living creatures hardly lends itself to levity. Should your wit begin to suffer, only then must we worry.
I see. Let me remind you that this is not something that can be ignored forever. Artifacts are of little use if you don't live to enjoy them.
I know those Githyanki weren't your kin per se, but I hope you know it gives me no pleasure that our actions condemn them to such a fate. Without you, not a Tressim in hell's chance. To have one hand on the pulse of divinity.
Aelin will soon knock Loroakan off his perch. Better follow, this could be over quickly.
I made my promise. I will not fail Gith's son on the basis of groundless fears or fickle whims. No matter. What she doesn't know can't hurt her. Not at this distance, anyway. Spot on.
Ferio!
This must be the forge. And what a feat of engineering it is. Thank you for your candor and your company. That night was still very special for me.
Frange!
No other choice, I suppose. There's an air about that sword. Like a soft mist. Powerful weave, to be sure. I'm the one who dredged up the crown, who dared to defy his goddess and claim a place in the heavens. I earned this. Grateful, mostly. For meeting you. For having someone who cares that I'm here, alive, and not reduced to a cloud of netherese vapor. So, Orin's a shapeshifter. That should make things interesting.
Thou necrotic stump!
My word. The lady with the artifact. How very tragic. The weave. I'm a wizard, not a cat burglar.
Tormentum!
I have a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry. Sorry. If I'm to engage in banter, I prefer it to be with the leader of our troop. And that's my mother's sitting room.
Not getting back in that thing. Oh, yes. What can I say? She's Mistra.
No, of course she didn't. Why would I want anyone but you?
This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual. Eating and drinking your fill before sacrificing an innocent to Shah. Oh, I've missed these. Quick thinking. At least there's a silver lining to having yourself horribly scarred for life.
Ha! And you don't? You're wholly without vice or sin or the occasional lapse in judgment?
Did you just bite me, Astarion? I knew it. You're a bloody vampire. That will be covered by the for reasons that cannot be disclosed clause. So let's move on. You're not versed in magic, are you? A mirror that pilfers memories.
Seems like a Sharan ploy for sure.
There has to be a way to stop this thing.
Horribilissimus.
There goes my equilibrium.
Let us confer. Ha! I knew it. I knew you'd try something like that eventually. I wish you'd done it with a bit less enthusiasm.
Good find.
If I'm destined to die, I can think of worse ways. At least if I use the orb, I can ensure the brain dies with me. Inside the pouch, you will find a folded letter and a tiny flute. Unfold the letter and note the markings in the top and bottom corners. These are the notes you need to play. Still, I'm sensing no signs of any divine retribution incoming. Not quite sure what to make of that. Perhaps next time we shouldn't poke the mysterious ox. What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
Hey, you!
No, listen. A myconid. It's warning us. A choice both efficient and pragmatic. Most unlike you. These are territorial markings. And recent ones, too. There are hunters around. Day 5. The host personality has disappeared. Fingers and toes and limbs elongate.
No time to lose.
Where the hells are we?
What?
Surprised this hay hasn't got up in flames yet.
Let's get you on your feet.
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning. Sword and a hat. Wonder whose?
No idea what this says.
Will! Please, stay with me!
I'm surprised you're permitted to choose a partner outside of your own people. Well, that'll teach us never to judge an ox by its cover.
Quantico facce.
Then let me say it more plainly.
Yes, why not? I'll take care of that.
Magic-eating flowers as a light source. Ingenious. I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mistra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains.
UBS.
Bound with the bedrock of the astral plane itself. No ordinary magic will sever such ties.
Comes with the territory. For the best. Death is too good for it. If that is your wish, so be it. But the orb remains an option, and I shall not hesitate if called upon. You can learn a lot about people when you understand the manner of their upbringing. Our time here will shed new light on your little quirks. I'm quite sure.
A heart-to-heart.
Your body's a temple to an idiot god. It hardly has any effect. Oh, Mistra, have mercy on us all. One moment they were embracing each other in intimacy. The next they're embracing only death. Hardly. I'm simply more honest about my involvement. Not to say I don't help more actively when the cause arises.
Fiat lux.
They spoke of the absolute, same as that goblin, Saza. Curious. Together as one.
Vita mortis cario.
Now, as the saying goes, what's left undone should be left unspoken. Is there some lighter subject you wish to discuss? Terrifying, isn't it? And that is only the beginning. Rid of the Emperor's influence at last. What comes next? We decide at once.
Faccio voco fere.
For you, O horn cheek. Still, your caution in this instance is well advised. Let's see whether our dream visitors come good on their promises, or if they too were no more than a passing illusion. I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. Seems I have to defeat myself, as it was written. Magical access into the Underdark. A shortcut to death, one might call that.
My pleasure.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets. Help's on the way.
The drink! It's turned necrotic!
Oh.
Hell's in a handbasket! I need to get down from here.
Vidgit qui patito.
Quiet.
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions. I had hoped to have a word with you about that, in fact. Our little voyage to the stars. I'm sure he'll take it with grace. Or at least pretend to. The bodies are treated as characters, not corpses. What story are they telling?
Hostio manera.
Just so.
He was a dangerous ally, to us and our enemies both.
Plue.
So, it seems the device was activated by the presence of those Githyanki hunters. Rather handy, that.
Perhaps that is what I deserve. But you deserve no such thing. To kill me is to unleash the orb.
Stealing someone's friend and their face. Whew. Boundaries clearly mean little to this lot.
And so I'm back in the swamp. If only I could pick a destination.
Fronti nulla fides.
I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it.
Damn! By the 9 hells, it worked!
That's a scrying eye. Someone's monitoring the place.
Oh, quite well, as a matter of fact. Since it was stabilized, it's been humming along nicely. It's been so long since I've used it. Gale Dicarius cuts a poor figure next to the wizarding prowess of Gale of Waterdeep. Is my spirit draining? Only light drives the shadows away.
If there is a healer here, I hope they don't solve problems with your enthusiasm.
There's an aperture in the metal surface. For a mold, I imagine. Act now, and we take out the brain and every foot soldier in the Absolute's army. All their hatred, their bile, their violence. Erased. It would finally be over.
Ah,
I am, after all, the villain of the tale.
Mortem tuum sum!
Looks like a shrine to Saluna over there. In the meantime, my thanks again. I feel much better now, and eager to continue our journey.
didn't take you for a percussionist?
Then it will be so. With you and I together, there's not a force in existence that can stop us. I'd say I'd learned to interpret it with a degree of flexibility.
In nocte concilium.
Let's explore. Very well. I can only hope that there are few innocents within the Absolute's reach when the time comes. And that you will seek safety. Far away from me. One step in front of the other, Gale.
All that scares me in this world is the unknown. Is it brute force that saves you and I each day in battle? No. It's our greater knowledge.
Strange, though, that she would reward me for such a service now. She's hardly been forthcoming on that front since my banishment.
That's mostly a synonym for yes, by the by.
May the dice roll in my favor. No, that enchanted journal made note of an adamantine forge as well. I must be onto something. Willing and able.
Not really, no.
Clever.
Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar.
Let's hope the locals are friendly. Something's guarding that forge. And it's weak to this hot hammer. A perfect ring of mushrooms. That can hardly be a coincidence.
Whatever it is, I'm afraid I can't help you.
What in the hells? Get back!
The parasite is somehow infused with Netherese magic. More powerful, more sinister than it has any right to be. We must find out how.
There's no time to waste. The corpse's head has been severed. That's one way to stop the dead spilling their secrets. It shall be done.
What's done is done. All we can do now is carry on and maybe be a little more skeptical of those we meet.
I can imagine no finer ceramorph for the job.
Ever since you were kind enough to free me from that stone, I've seen you demonstrate remarkable guile and courage.
Ugh, these Selûnite words do nothing. Poor woman. Nothing we can do for her.
Excellent. Stuck no longer.
Quietly does it. No need to attract unwanted attention.
A hero of legend. Passing the figurative torch onto us. No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead.
Skewered monk. Delicacy to someone, no doubt.
Faccio voco fere!
But it's a journey I'd rather set out on with a good meal and a rest to my name. And a nightcap wouldn't go amiss.
More of those sea devils. Why are they here? Something must have lured them.
Then let me clear your mind of doubts. It absolutely wasn't. She'll cure me of my affliction. And I'll finally be free.
With ease.
Is that a ring? For us? Oh, you shouldn't have. I don't know. It's been so long since I dared to imagine an end to the orb's hunger. Better start thinking about it, hadn't I? I was quite clear about the imperative nature of my request to you, and despite that, I've seen neither hair nor hind of a magic artifact.
My lady, I bow to your boundless kindness.
This key. The dead shapeshifter back in the tunnels bore one just like it.
I don't deserve you, truly. But I will do my utmost to earn the right.
A steel mold, used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
That's a Susa tree. These things drain away one's magic. Shouldn't linger here. Not this again.
Something's wrong. I feel weak, drained. The way you diffuse the tension between Zevlor and Aradin.
Grimishkas? They're no lovers of magic. Better watch where I cast.
As rats go, this one seems to be somewhat of an eccentric. I suppose it's time we dealt with the Hollyphant in the room. You have questions for me, and I promise I have answers. I never credited Baal with a sense of humor. This is some sick joke of his. Let's not be part of it. Sorry. I'm feeling bitter. Though I think I'm entitled to, given I know exactly what you came here to say. Curiosity must be satisfied. Take me with you. You do plenty for me, more than you realize. But this cannot be remedied.
But why? Out with it, Elminster. Please.
Trust me when I say you are better off living unshaded by Shah's influence. Such a goddess would take everything from you and still demand more.
I know we are. And yet, a few moments more, a few different words spoken. Stabilio.
No doubt it will be. Abominably so, as is just about everything we do. But I know we're up to the task. Are you still with me? Your enterprising approach to my problem is most encouraging. But it is a delicate process to keep my condition stable. It shall be done.
Esto perpetua.
There's the magic word.
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
For now, to have a few more days in your company, no. I wouldn't change a thing. Don't worry. With the ambition you hold, you'll never be too far from my sights. My pleasure. I still prefer my odds if I don't turn myself into a crater the size of the lower city.
Voco potentia.
We're not compatible, you and I, neither in thought nor in temper. I'm cautiously optimistic. Though, with the time left to us and the amount still to be done, it's best we don't take anything for granted. A word, if you please? Please. I've better things to do with my time than hoodwink gullible adventurers out of their trinkets. You need something of me?
Giant mushrooms.
I've never seen anything like them. That's an unusual artifact you have there, Shadowheart. A most unlikely protector. Doesn't work.
Wonderful.
Lead on, then. Nice little spot, isn't it? Regardless, you've made your point. I shall put thoughts of the crown aside for the time being.
We should be so lucky.
But being in this place, knowing what lies within poses such a threat. I hope the only heart that's broken here is the Absolute's. I'd never forgive myself for breaking yours.
Seems like it draws power from whoever's in the cradle, which is currently nobody.
Minimus.
How about we go find that chap Halsin, little Miss Poison Ivy mentioned? With a bit of luck, he has the means to offer us a cure rather than a coffin. Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper.
Sol Invictus.
An eye patch.
Well, now you've found me. Perhaps you can share your purpose. Perhaps even wield it. Sinister chanting, bloodstains, and the unmistakable stench of rotted kelp. Gods, I hate Umberly.
That corpse is tainted by the shadows, no doubt. Best avoid it.
I know this design. Shah's faithful wield crossbows like these.
As my mother always says, if you can't find yourself in Waterdeep, you're not looking in the right mirror.
My owlbear friend. Time for some of your fabled ferocity. Can't trust one's eyes in the Underdark. Can't trust these mushrooms either. Aelin made short work of Roland. If it's revenge she wants, I'll have to show her some real wizardry.
Aridissimus.
Then I suppose there is nothing more to be done but find the heart of the Absolute and stop its beating. I wonder this shoddy wall hasn't already collapsed. Afraid not. What I have to show you requires us to be its only witness, and our minds to share in the most exquisite concentration.
Thank you for that most considerate reminder.
Parabellum.
Yeah. She's not coming back. We seem to be missing a person. Where's Astarion? We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon, too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer together?
Not happening. When I get my hands on that crown, I'm going to wield it. Karsus's powers will be mine. How long have you been pacted to Mazora, Will?
Your wish is my regret.
You're a bloody vampire, but you bit off more than you can chew.
You.
All the hallmarks of a miserable death. I'm sure Gortash will be eager to learn of his rival's demise.
Intelligente pauca. Eacto te.
At last, we find a beacon of light amongst the darkness, and not a moment too soon. I'm quite ready for some respite. Not your average chest. Whatever's inside is worth a peek, I'd say.
This is no passing whim. Trust me. If I can obtain that crown, it will affect us all. It's not a decision I'll take lightly.
Traps, eh? I have a feeling I'm not very welcome here. Devilkin. Am I in the hells?
This should give me an edge.
It vexes me to know of you. The way we handled Nettie when she wanted to poison us.
If there's one quality all the denizens of the hells embody, it's ambition. A quality they share with many humans, come to think of it.
I know you love me. Perhaps it was too much to expect you to love my cat as well. I mean, Tressim. A religion, or a cult, all influenced by their absolute.
Morbidus.
She has a good heart. You should recognize the same in your actions here. I'm sure she'd approve of me lending myself to your efforts.
What in the name of... What have you done?
One time, my parents denied me a kitten, so I summoned myself a Tressim. Ah, dear old Tara. Beautiful creature. That's locked for a reason. Let's not disturb it. An ancient prayer. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol?
Esto perpetua.
Of course. Gond is Nebulon to these gnomes. His true name, at least from their perspective.
Ah!
Devils aren't known to aid mortals out of simple kindness. Whatever Raphael wants, we must be the key to getting it, along with our tadpoles.
Ira!
Swords meet sorcery. Who knows how long the real Minthara has been strapped to Orin's altar? We owe it to her to bring her back safely. She would do no less for you or I. Time to get this thing fired up. Astra navigamus. There's a sight. Is there an abductee in every one of those?
Ugh! He's about to belch.
Go, have fun. I promise I'll stay out of trouble for one evening. With silver tongue.
Abono disce omnis.
We know the man, we know the mission. Let's go find him. A spell, clearly. Can't say I'm familiar with it. I assure you it's not.
A Wicklaren face veil, worn by powerful witches in the Erlingwood wilds of Rashomon. The adornment of a skilled spellweaver.
These fellas fought to the last. Between fight or flight, they picked the wrong response.
And did young Will ever catch anything? I can see the truth in that. But you and I aren't most people.
Venenum.
Still nothing. Someone forgot to oil their equipment. Everything here is rusted to hells and back. A wise choice, under the circumstances.
Gods, what are you doing? Take off that mask right bloody now.
My word. This is a place where nightmares come to die. This might unlock those controls next to the pod. So be it. I can't tell you how glad I am not to face such an undertaking alone. We will succeed where Karsus failed, I'm sure of it. Guarded by some malicious aura. Need to dispel it to get past. Damn! Some of these mushrooms are illusions. Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Ever since Elminster told me of Mistra's expectations of me, felt like I've been walking along such a cliff face. The great drop to nothingness never out of my sight.
We did something incredible. And wherever life takes us,
we'll carry the memory of that with us forever. My advice would be care and caution. The way you followed the protocol and brought me back to life.
An earthquake, maybe? I don't remember one ever shaking the city.
In for a surprise, of course. Oh, how bothersome. No matter. After all, a bond like ours hardly needs words to express it. What else is troubling you? A little privacy, please. How tedious. We enjoyed each other's company. Body, mind, and soul. But even so, I desired more. No doubt it will be. Abominably so, as is just about everything we do. But I know we're up to the task. What do you say?
Resurges!
Oh, what did you have in mind? A quiet party? Toasting a return with a few good friends? Interesting. What did I think about an imaginary blow to the stomach? The manner of artifacts I need are not often found, waiting patiently on a shopkeep's shelf. One usually has to lift them delicately from trap-filled tombs or prize them from the hands of violent ne'er-do-wells. I have to say, it's one thing to have a parasite in your head. Quite another not to know it's there. Looks like Nine Fingers has an ambush planned at the counting house, with the Stone Lord as her prey. Never knew goblins can't hold their liquor.
Ita motis scario.
Take heart, I'm here for you. I was raised better than this. We should inform her of his delusions. No doubt she'll have great fun in dispelling them. Perhaps she does. Would you begrudge me the chance to make things right, Elminster? It certainly seems that way.
Halsin, no!
The absolute cannot be resisted.
Aye. Feels like something down here has them excited. Or scared.
Pulcrior.
I don't know what transpired exactly, but the ship broke into pieces and I suddenly found myself in freefall. Study. No time to lose. Blood spilled, the blacksmith vanished. This can't be good. Your devotion is impressive, but be careful it's not fatal. Gods consider mortals like us a cheap token to trade in for their desired outcomes. At least in my experience. Those symbols show where gnolls and goblins were sighted. Plenty of trouble along the way. Quite something. To hold the cosmos in your hands. A fine piece. A dragon and elf surveying the city of Baldur's Gate. What life is left to you now, I wonder? A slow decline. A sudden, painful extinguishing. Baal does not forgive. Let me play the devil's advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
Maledicte es.
He clearly sees something in me that I can't. The wisdom and intelligence required to overcome almost insurmountable odds, perhaps? Or the stupidity required to attempt it. A mason's guild. Nobody's done any stonework here in a while.
I'll perish.
A teasing sound, but to what effect?
Do it! If he will not help, Boo will make him long for the safety of his prison once more. It's that bloody mask. Take it off, now!
Fronti nulla fides.
Interesting mask. Quite like the design. Out of the fire. Guess that makes me the frying pan. No use digging with my bare hands. As am I. What a relief it was to set that particular burden down at last. Be ready. Whoever, or whatever did this, could be close. Let's give this a try. Watch my back while I take a look. I'm glad you sought me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening. Look at that. Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. This chapel must be ancient. All that talk of desperation, it merely illustrates his own. I think it's a mistake to give up so easily, but I cannot force your hand. A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching.
Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade.
Something over there. My apologies, Tara. That would be our tower. What are these bloody stumps that used to be such delicate harpists of the weave? So all it took to get Mistra's attention was to learn how to reforge an artifact that once destroyed her. More's the pity you've already found someone else to make merry with. Just the two of you. That is why I turn to you. I need you to help me find magic items to consume. It is vital. Dare I say it? Critical. What was, Never mind. I love you. I thought you more ambitious than this. I see I was mistaken.
Not me, of course. Gale of Waterdeep might have craved such attention, but Gale Decarius does a heroic deed purely for its own quiet satisfaction. And the occasional hearty thank you.
Bloodstained collars. Guess I know what happened to all those missing pets.
Had you the decades to spare, I think you'd prove quite adept at it, as you did in that first lesson I taught you.
Nothing like the stench of human effluence to make you regret any and all prior life decisions. Cozy, it is not. I'd sooner we set our course together than deprive you of my company sooner than the fates might otherwise have decreed. It's really up to you.
Of course. I was just practicing an incantation. I will keep you safe.
New colours, new destinations, perhaps. I obtained it in Waterdeep. Nothing there comes cheap.
Now, much as I could spend an eternity in your company, we see plenty of each other already.
Not a problem.
Most Netherese artifacts contain only the faintest amount of their former power, the ghost of an echo of a memory. That crown was different.
The real conundrum here is why weren't you honest with me?
It may not be the most savoury kind of magic, but it will taste sweet enough if it brings us to the heart of the Absolute in one piece.
This music. To live for. To die for. Pawn to cleric 4. Willing and able. Lae'zel. I could scarcely believe it at first. But I've seen the glances you share. The way you lean into each other's whispers. There is something between you two.
Your siblings could use a dose of your cynicism. Anyone cruel enough to pursue such a means to power has no intention of sharing it.
M. Kerwin.
Why, that's the name mentioned on a note the dead courier had all that time ago.
Buried riches, I think.
There's an air about it, like a soft mist. Weave, to be sure. Already, I fear I've left my hunger untreated for too long. I need a magic artifact now.
Danse macabre.
Mors incerta, vita catissima.
Mine for the taking.
Frange!
Magic from the fallen empire of Netheril. Ancient, exceedingly dangerous, and quite unrivaled. 2 dead men. These are recent kills.
Those two must have history.
Magical. So, shall we?
This will suffice as a camp. I could sleep standing up just now.
Nothing like giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Eltergard. Further from Baldur's Gate than I'd hoped.
Could be useful.
Grooves beneath those statues. Perhaps they can be moved.
With you, I forget, my goddess. I love you.
This is a conversation that's long overdue on both sides. I owe it to her to hear her out. Come what may afterwards.
I will keep you safe.
But you handled it. You handled it well.
Well, I, for one, can't think of anyone better equipped to survive the endless wrath of an all-powerful deity with an empire of violent and morally dubious astral warriors at her disposal.
You made a good decision refusing that devil's contract. It's one thing to be sculpted, another to become the sculpture. That was a close call.
Si io ti dici pecto.
Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri.
Hey!
Not sure what the other mushrooms are.
Vita mortis cario.
Belong to a Maragon. They dissolve upon death, leaving only their masks behind.
This must be where he was making them. There's no shortage of evidence.
Next, you must unthread the purple seam that seals it in a counterclockwise fashion. Do not touch any other colored strand.
Now I'm merely a humble wizard on the road to redemption. Unless I can find the path to something greater.
From what I can gather from afar, they do seem mighty interesting. Goodness. Was Faerun always so dull?
Glut's ambition comes full circle. From foolish inception to foolish demise. Good riddance.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Not sure a real mind flayer would accept such punishment.
It must be around here somewhere.
Whoa! Easy does it. You really, really don't want to do that. Not a threat. Just an observation. No doubt it's quite something to have the heart of one like Karlach. My passion must have seemed damp as a Swahagin's armpit once you felt the fire within her.
A little pick-me-up.
Is that? Yes! His hallucinations made real.
A rather sticky situation.
Oh, hells, I'm sorry. Barely awake a moment and I've already put my foot in it.
A vampire? I knew it! It was the teeth! Total giveaway.
Let's get you on your feet.
A little caution may be advised. The power may prove valuable, or it might not. We simply don't know.
Sphera mortis.
You stole the words from my mouth. An entire domain ensconced in shadow curse. That's quite the enchantment.
Ve victis. I can't believe she poisoned you. Tried to put you down like a dying dog without so much as a whisper of consent.
I did. But meeting you, traveling the strangest of roads together, I learned to see myself differently. See the weave differently.
At least they've herded their last prisoner.
We're a long way from Waterdeep. It's inert, if that's what you mean. But it still reeks of the shadow weave. And its polluting magic will continue to escape for as long as it lies abandoned here. The noblest scion of the Flim dynasty. I'm sure Gortash displays his parents' image just as proudly. As long as I pay, there will be peace. But should I ever stop, along comes a war.
Si io ti dici pecto.
Of course, I couldn't control it. I was mortal. But once I reforge the crown, the power of a god will be mine to command. The orb will answer to me. An interesting power. One that warrants further investigation. Wonder who was inside.
Seems I need to find the platforms by memory alone if I'm to cross unscathed.
Say, where's Will? Bit early to be out hunting, isn't it? Then this is goodbye, I suppose. It is a tool, ready to be shaped by its wielder. By me. And you know me to be someone of reasonably sound moral judgment, don't you? And I'll be delighted to see you try. From a safe distance. I hope I don't deteriorate further. The reference to a hot hammer is rather puzzling, though. Whoever wrote these papers must have been rather delirious. This forge again. That drow wizard's notes mention some kind of guardian.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
Indubitably.
Ferve.
Better to be stood here than buried beneath 1,000 tons of Trielta limestone. You have a familiar twinkle in your touch. You're a wizard, aren't you? How many are there? If anything, I feel more at peace than I have in months. At least now I know my death will have purpose. It won't be a distant bang in the footnotes of history. We should leave this untouched and get out of here. I could debate you on that.
Of course. Cazador channels his powers through those runes.
Maybe. But if whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
We already know the potential that crown possesses. We read it, written in Carsus's own hand.
No time to lose.
Finally, time to make that ginny saw instead.
Forget you? Never.
At best, an ally whose motivations remain shrouded in deceit.
We should be wary of what such an alliance may cost us. Some strange grooves by the statues. I wonder if they can be moved.
Pus-supping maggot. Frange!
Ha ha ha! Mortals and their jokes. I did think to bless the heavens with my own inimitable wit, but, alas, most gods are rather devoid of humor.
Well, now where'd he go? Is that Roland?
God, his foolishness is enough to give wizards a bad name. There's promise in patience, I assure you. Let the night run its course so that we can run ours as well. No ordinary easel. There's a mechanism attached, if I'm not mistaken. Standing, side by side, even against such intimidating odds. How could we not?
The purple seam indeed. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Continue.
Yet another scrying eye. Someone's keeping a close watch on the place.
Ah!
Next, you must unthread the purple seam that seals it in a counterclockwise fashion.
Do not touch any other coloured strand.
To cure me of the orb? Yes.
But what of the guilt of allowing one of my friends to sacrifice their very soul and become a lithid?
It's hard to imagine anyone who'd willingly inflict such devastation, be they zealots, marauders, invading armies. A sign of far worse to come, I fear. She'd be proud to see me keeping such fine company. The saviour of those poor tieflings, no less. I've given her precious little to be proud of recently.
Eacto te!
No special reason, really. I was just practicing an incantation. You wouldn't say that if you felt what I feel.
Stupefaccio!
Selûnite drivel. Must be connected with that chest. It bears the same symbol. Ugh, a cheap disappearing act. I'm growing rather tired of it. Canopic jars, borne by undead vessels. Someone clearly appreciates their irony. The reason I make a point of saying this is that I've grown confident enough to tell you something I've yet to tell another living soul. Except for my cat.
Begone, putrid boil.
The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you could afford them. A Thayan book about necromancy. Not for the faint of heart. All the more for the decayed of heart. Much magic to be absorbed indeed.
Fulgor!
It will be my pleasure. There's nothing left. Day 1. Fever and memory loss. Unpowered. I wonder what it's lacking. That's usually followed by, in water there is good sense. No ordinary mirror. It does not reflect, but consumes. How many have fallen prey to its darkness? The discarded pixie corpses might still contain enough essence. And with one of the broken lantern casements... there's something above. Moist and organic. Oh! Once I'm in position, I'll ensure you are removed to a safe vantage point to watch the fireworks. You need not die alongside me, nor surrender your soul in becoming an illithid. Passionate, primal, capable of bestowing the most life-affirming comfort, or inflicting the profoundest damage. Sorry, but that book is spoken for. By me. This is a rather high-risk romance we've embarked upon, isn't it? Brings new meaning to the term strange bedfellows.
Thou bandy-legged brindlehole.
He calls to you, doesn't he? Baal. Resist him. To rule in his name will be to lose who you truly are. It's a barbarian act to destroy a book. Part of the Netherbrain stem. A bit higher, and we should be able to climb it. If I cannot spend an eternity with you, I'll settle for an evening.
Oh, I'm sure she had her reasons.
Whatever they are, Shadowheart will pay dearly for them. Shah will make sure of it. My. The tome on Flumps hid truer words behind its imposter ones. What a clever feat of magic. In that case, I'd very much appreciate it if you could arrange an introduction, should we reach the city.
You turn on me? That's another oath broken. Ironic in a way.
Fact 2. A devil offers to take it away. Perhaps these are the tampered toys that letter spoke of? So, we're in Eltergard. That means Baldur's Gate lies west. Rather far west, even. Dangerous secrets are best shared with those who depend on you. I should know. So, we move forwards. And when the occasion arises, we show our enemies exactly how sharp those teeth of yours can be. He doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. I hope.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
Brave. Or stupid. I've proved myself the latter too many times where she's concerned.
Aresque!
A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited.
That is no ordinary fireplace. There's something there, beyond the flames.
Blast! It'd take 100 mage hands or more to set this thing in motion.
Hells!
His brews turned to poison.
Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy. Find me later, and I will show you something truly divine. I will show you what a crown like this could mean for both of us.
Netherese magic. So pure, so complete, that I didn't even recognize it at first.
Oh dear, these barrel stalks are full of poison, ready to be released by the myconids if they feel threatened. Were I to recite that list, I fear we'd be here at dusk tomorrow. Many things, I assure you, but a conversation better saved for another time.
Hells! That spell could strike down a full-grown dragon. Focus on the undead.
Look at that. An unconventional weapon, but it might just be an effective one. I have your back.
All we can give them is a second, final death.
I'd have hoped to introduce you to him in less dire circumstances. But those are hard to come by these days. Useless. Like hewing granite with a spoon.
How dare you?
Ah, but only in the pursuit of other pleasures besides the study of magic. Writing, painting, spot of knitting. Oh, never been so relaxed.
This source she referred to, and the heart of the Absolute, might be one and the same.
An exceedingly close shave. The entire place was nearly destroyed.
Oh well. A minor mystery it must remain.
What is that monstrosity?
I hope you're not here to ask about our recent, activities. Rather, those were consigned to the footnotes of our romance, if it's all the same with you. Home and hearth reduced to ruins. The shadow curse stole more than the light from this place. Lance board happens to be a game with which I have more than a passing familiarity. Might I offer a suggestion?
Begone, pox-faced loon.
No ordinary protection. I swear I felt my heart stop for a moment.
Glad it's not just me. Rather cozy, actually, as pocket planes go. That's because you've yet to find out what you're missing. If I must.
Corellan's star! That is grotesque!
One with the weave. Wait. Why did my collar just vibrate?
That's certainly a word for it.
Truly. It's too late for that, I'm afraid. My condition has shifted somehow. Its hunger for the weave can no longer be satisfied. There's danger underfoot. Best be on my guard. Curious?
Tonitros, obedi me.
Well, that was quite lovely. I'm glad you're as pleased to see me as I am you.
Finally, I can think again.
The astral plane. Mortals such as we are not meant for this place. We must tread carefully.
I can hardly wait.
My word. What a feat of engineering. Most impressive indeed.
Leave it, Astarion. The butcher's bill is too steep, no matter what power it grants you.
So long as our quest leads us to the destruction of the Absolute, I suppose we should continue on together. But I tell you now, I've no interest in serving any god, Baal or otherwise.
A spell a day.
Moonrise Towers lies ahead. We're nearing the heart of the Absolute. I'm certain of it. A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here. Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
Felt like an earthquake. As if I didn't have problems enough already.
Magis amica veritas.
I don't like it. But, if it comes to that, I suppose we have it as an option.
Absolutely not.
A key. Looks to be a perfect fit for that chest.
Looks like this was a hasty burial. Clearly, the threat was not extinguished.
There's got to be another way in.
Oh, I don't feel right. Not even close.
It was a fragment of primal weave locked out of time. Locked away from Mystra herself.
Another mention of this forge. Seems a few drow were searching for it. These aren't statues. These are petrified drow.
No other choice, I suppose.
I think it makes perfect sense.
Hope it doesn't see us. Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here.
Quickly now.
Gods. It's like a draught of cool water soothing a parched throat. Welcome and wonderful.
The way we diffused the tension between Zevlor and Aradin.
Oh, some kind of tank?
Oi! Entirely up to you.
What's on your mind?
To do that, we'll need to find a Diabolist willing to open a back door to the Hells, sneak into Raphael's home and destroy the contract. Simple.
Dribble's foot. His oversized shoes did little to prevent it sweating. That's quite the stench. I spy with my little eye.
What is it? A curse? Compulsion? Enthrallment? Whatever it is, we're going to free you of it.
The lesson is death. To the best of my ability.
Diminuote! In fact, I've actually been considering writing down the story of our adventures. The true tale of our flawed but ultimately endearing troop, and the trials and tribulations we overcame.
It's a coy thing, hindsight. Gives you a glimpse of what could have been and nothing more. But this night could have gone very differently. Remember that. You brought me back to life, and for that I am in your debt. But we're surrounded by danger. It could happen again. As always, I endeavor to be invigorated by your candor, rather than eviscerated by it. True, but it's not too late to reconsider. This would all be over in mere moments if I ascend alone. The mark of the Zentarim. Bound to be more to this place than meets the eye. Mistra has a shrine within the city. Located in the Stormshore Tabernacle, if my memory serves me. I fear I've been rather hasty to judge you, Astarion. A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it. That makes sense. She does have a flair for the dramatic. Only one serving for me, I guess.
Still, at least the company was worth the trip, if not the view.
Tracks of some sort. Looks like they lead downwards. Why am I doing this? No one in the grove will suspect their true enemy walks among them.
Occhio! Resisto!
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
Well, after you.
A pity we can't repeat it now. I'm quite certain you'd pass with flying colours. If nothing else, you'd give it more enthusiasm than some of my current apprentices.
Death Dark doesn't sound very inviting. Can't say I fancy our chances without freeing Nier and getting that moon lantern. That staff looks more than intriguing. Much worth obtaining, I say.
Certainly.
A man to be pitied for all the bile he had in life. His was a lonely end. Made a monster by these shadows.
You did it! You're channeling the weave.
How does it feel? Let's not throw the murderous baby out with the bathwater. It's not all right, but it's what I'm willing to do. For you.
Esprit me.
Yes. It will cure your heart. You will be made perfect, as you deserve to be.
A little discourse.
Thankfully not. Though she's not been averse to demanding the odd human sacrifice in recent days, has she?
I have noticed one adverse side effect. I seem to be losing hair in some unexpected places.
As tempting a proposition as that is, our fortunes remain intertwined so long as we're still infected. We've no choice but to stick together.
Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend. Not sure I'll ever truly recover from the embarrassment of falling for her tricks, but physically, I'm absolutely fine. Rather well rested, as a matter of fact. A taste of goblins to come, I fear. There must be a horde nearby.
Too late. They're already dead.
Whatever lurks in the darkness ahead. I can hardly face it in my present condition. I need my full strength to stand against such shadows.
On it.
Oh, they try their best, of course, when they can manage to stay awake.
Oh, right. Did you hear that, Tara? Stop it.
Shadowheart, aid us!
Moonrise. We're getting close to the lion's den, and plenty of questions I have for the lion, too. Some mistakes can't be resolved with an apology. Some mistakes you have to carry with you forever.
Palidamors! Mizora! It's time these creatures paid a devil their dues. Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy.
A pocket of nature, thriving in the darkness. Just as Halsin predicted.
This isn't giving up. It's securing victory at a price I am willing to pay. And everything we shared can live on. With you.
Ingenious use of magic in the tower's floral core, though not ingenious enough to outsmart Gale of Waterdeep.
Oculus Tempestatis! The mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
Fear not, Karlak. Sun, moon, and stars will still be there, waiting for us.
Tape your bottom mouth shut.
Follow the pigeon entrails, find the postmaster's letters. Gods, from Archmage to this. Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother.
It's not right to feel the cold breath of death on your neck, then move on as if it was nothing but a soothing breeze.
From the dark to the damp. An improvement, either way. This won't be the last of them.
Tempora mutantur.
I feel the weave growing more distant by the moment. We walk Shah's path now. Best we don't spend too long in her shadow.
From the Underdark to a hag's lair. Like jumping from a pot into boiling oil.
That was worse than anything it's done before. Its strength is unimaginable. If I understood their script, who knows what secrets their texts would surrender.
Treme.
If the path we tread were easy, there'd be a queue of fools willing to walk it. Alas, it isn't. And such grim choices must fall to us.
You worship Shah? Blimey. She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends.
No thanks.
Do not forget, there's a card yet to come into play. The orb. If you do not want to surrender the stones, I could still use it to ensure the brain's destruction. Along with my own, of course.
What is this?
I say he doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold.
Hot, hot, hot!
This is the work of redcaps. Vicious by nature. They could already be hunting us. They do seem a bit short-handed.
Well, well. Come for the words, stay for the wine. The owner of this tome must have been quite the jolly fellow.
Treme!
Prisoners? This is what lies at the heart of Shah's church?
Mephisto. Home of the archdevil Mephistopheles. Raphael's brave to sneak around him.
Revenge is a dish best served hot, it seems. At least when Karlak's in charge of the menu. Chewable! Diminuate!
That's not abstract. Seeking another way to fight, to win. Time seems so infinite when you're young. A month is an age. A year is a lifetime. It is a strange feeling to realize how little of it one might have left.
It does, doesn't it? I doubt she's asked many of her followers to blow themselves up. That's a fate she's bequeathed exclusively to me. Sorge!
A real fiend's skull, judging by the size. A gargatula?
Farewell, Elminster. I'm glad she chose you. Shadowheart's biography, as written by Viconia. Her tutelage, her training, reams of the stuff.
That's the rank and file dealt with. Let's hope her commander is more amenable.
Behold! Elminster's ball bag. I could never forget about you, Tara. You wouldn't let me.
A cruel fate for such a wondrous being. Is there so little room for light in you, Shadowheart?
The gnomes should be able to go where they please. They are not the Dwergars to keep. Without delay. Let's give this a try. Amicus animalis.
Nothing.
There's nothing we can't handle. I promise you that.
You worship Shah? Blimey.
She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends. Most pleasant, in fact. Most welcome. If the parasite is truly to blame, we must be more vigilant than ever and hope this affliction spreads no further. I'm keeping my eye on you. The need remains debatable, but I recognize your responsibility.
Insultus pulsar imperio!
Mistra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross, yet every time
I was with her. I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond.
Teocludo oculus!
A mind flayer? Not the savior I've been hoping for.
What Shadowheart did for her parents was a profound act of love. Her courage is... well, it's quite something to behold.
It felt like a quake fit to topple Ramazeth's tower.
Oh, I was surprised. But pleasantly so. Just like I said.
Insultus pulchar imperio!
Quickly now.
They won't be needing this place again. Minthara's still locked in the cells below Moonrise. We should go back for her. Should do the same for us. Probably. I sense that's not the cause of your disquiet. What's on your mind?
Believe it or not, but I know that stuff, Bear. Darkmoor the Wicked.
This is Shadowheart's business. Best leave her to conduct it.
A little more care and attention may stand to help us in future, I think.
My owlbear friend. Time for some of your fabled ferocity.
The collar stirs. Something must be triggering the rune's magic. No, if she's remained silent, then it goes without saying that such silence carries import of its own. After so long being cared for by someone else, it feels good to have repaid the favor. Not directly to Tara, but to these poor tieflings. I'm sure she would approve.
Stupefacio!
Halsin's dead. I need to check his corpse for anything important.
Mistra wanted the brain obliterated because of this crown. She fears a world in which such power is beyond her control, ready to be claimed by Karsus's successor.
Go forth, Lae'zel, to distant realms. I will miss you dearly.
Mine is the advantage.
You aren't here to hear me ramble. What do you need of me?
To choose Minthara over, well, anyone. Certainly a brave decision. One might hazard to say reckless, stupid, fatal. UBS.
Flying hounds? Come now. You're pulling my leg, aren't you?
A casting mold. Could put this to use at the forge.
When it comes down to man versus dragon, the result tends to be predictable. I have worse failings, I fear. Far worse.
Burgeoning bog botherer.
Time to loosen the chains of the Githyanki prince, perhaps.
Go ahead, then. Do your worst.
Oh, she's happy if I'm happy. Morena couldn't care one jot what I call myself. Tara's the real stickler for using it. Has done since I summoned her. Another flowery key. Is this one also from the Flophouse?
That vast burning wreckage behind you somewhat contradicts your story, but here you stand. So who am I to argue?
Scarcely crowned and already issuing orders. Hail glut.
Oh, let's get this over with. I will be but an illusion.
Maybe later.
Abuno disce omnis.
Ever the pragmatist in chief, aren't you?
Someone took offense at what that mirror showed them. Or what it didn't.
Quite something. To have devotees of the Shah herself sworn to our cause.
Ugh, how rude.
Fine, but my reasoning is this.
So you're still lost for words about the whole thing.
No matter. What can I do for you?
We need a way out. Now.
Oh, it's not so terrible. Smells rather invigorating once you're used to it. He is not. But it seems that Mistra is.
Quadico fake!
If you were trying to hide the fact you're a vampire, Astarion, I'm afraid that nibble on my neck was a dead giveaway. Making myself invulnerable, immortal, or in any other fashion unkillable would render it useless. And gods only know what it might do to the orb itself. No use. It's blocked.
Steady.
Why are you so certain we shouldn't? Amid the madness that has befallen us, it seems almost out of place to think of a kiss.
Help's on the way.
I think we'll have plenty of time to do just that.
Hells! I felt almost nothing. The flow of the weave was barely a trickle. There must be another solution.
All's well with the world, one might argue. And yet, there's something unsettling about witnessing an execution, no? Burned alive. What a bleak end. I'll always have you, Karlach.
Resisto frigos!
Free at last.
Ah!
Damn thing could blot out the sun.
I'm going to make the obvious point that you are covered in blood, friend. Point the finger where you will, but you're the one we've caught red-handed.
But if we overcome that obstacle, I will do everything
How tedious.
I wouldn't have her any other way.
Well, actually, I was thinking of poetry.
Pete oculos, boo!
You've barely brain to feed a louse.
What divine calculus plucked each of us from the ether and thrust us together?
No earthly voice. I think the Lady Shah speaks to us.
The toys from the barn. He must have made them here.
Whatever Marcus hid beneath, it isn't budging.
A pretty tune, but that's all this horn is good for now.
Another mask.
Magic has no inherent morality. Its effect is entirely down to the inclinations of the wielder.
Tempora mutantur.
We can only hope he indeed proves to be an ally.
My head.
Poor Shadowheart. The gods are nothing if not vindictive in their vengeance.
They have their freedom. And what of the city? Have we just unleashed a plague onto the streets?
I'm not sure Ketheric Thorm approved the most bounteous of bodies.
Timask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination. Most excellent.
Watch it! The acid's altered his brew.
Yes, not exactly subtle about it, are you? A sanguine companion in every sense of the word.
Avoiding. Theramorphosis. Removing. Tadpole.
I spy with my little eye nothing of note, really.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Susa bark.
If you prefer to rely on beginner's luck than my myriad experiences in studying such magics, who am I to judge?
Ah, a continual flame. Nothing can douse it, near as I can tell.
Venia chuva me.
Well, whatever you're into.
I'm glad to hear it. But you realize we can't just tell him we changed our minds. Rather ruthless of you to just hand her over like that. I know well the pain of seeing your life's hourglass running empty. Grasping at any means of slowing the grains as they slip inexorably through your fingers.
I strike with precision.
Not the time!
Assorio silentium.
Perhaps we'd better leave it at that. My ineloquent tongue isn't worthy of your ear at present.
Easy there. Your mind is your own, as are your limbs. Don't do anything rash. Something gouged that rock like it was meringue.
Woe upon the unsuspecting.
Hostium manera.
This belonged to a Merrigan, one of Hell's foot soldiers. Their corpses dissolve when they die. Something divine lingers here. But I don't recognize this presence.
Get off!
You look remarkably perky. Nothing like a good night's sleep to restore the senses.
Who gives a fig? We stopped it. That's all that counts. Hells, what are those things? As pungent as they are vicious.
Bunge!
Pish-posh. One might as well deny one's mother's womb as the cradle of life. You are everything to me. And yet our relationship is only a nascent fraction of what it will become. You give me hope. And I've not had that in some time. The world is full of oddities, but even so, that was unexpected. They turned everything they did into an art. The art of conversation. The art of taste. Time-honored and newly acquired. Thank goodness that's all dealt with. The odds are stacked high enough against us already. No need to turn on each other. Statues. Strange. That orb. It's a scrying eye. Someone's watching.
Macte virtute. Ad maiorium de gloriam.
Consider yourself lucky you're not. I don't understand. How so on my behalf?
In trouble? Small wonder.
These fungal spores are everywhere. A toll house like this would only be merited in the most prosperous of settlements. This was once a thriving trade route. Please, just one artifact will be enough for now. Can't say that it did. I'm not entirely sure we made the right decision there, if I'm being honest with you.
Yes, of course.
The orb is not a choice that I relish, but it is not one we can afford to ignore. I do, as a matter of fact.
But this doesn't feel quite right. I mean, it never feels right, but it relieves. This doesn't relieve. Oh.
Insertus pulcher imperio!
What do you say? Damn thing. Glad to see the back of it. If it's an audience she desires, an audience let us provide.
Haven't you any ambitions, Tara? I could help you, you know?
Orin. She snatched me up from our camp and brought me down here to her temple, a barless enclave.
I really think we ought to step in here. Whatever his crime, his punishment is surely an overcorrection.
You'll turn a blind eye for me, won't you? That's all I ask.
Ah, a continual flame. There's no doubting fire like this.
And I'm glad you found a love of your own. We both deserve that.
The way we got Korga to release the girl. Perhaps Lae'zel gave you permission to be here. I was foolish trying to court you when what you truly desired was to be conquered.
Most excellent. I see. Strange inscription on this ring. The same ancient glyphs as that book we found earlier.
The mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
This belonged to a Merrigan, one of Hell's foot soldiers. Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below. Wild shape. That was no ordinary bear. That was a druid. Need to see the corpse. It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway. Mum's the word. The quiet before the storm, if you will. The choice is yours. There's really no good decision to be made here. A waste of... You have interesting priorities.
I've never met a devil, but of course I've read a great deal about them.
My. A mimic. I'm the last one you've tried to ambush, you craven thing. According to that letter, the Harper stash should be hidden close by.
You'll have to forgive my eagerness, but if my suspicions prove to hold water, this could be the answer to all our problems.
What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held. My point is this. Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal. Where's Karlach? Not blood. Oil? What would leave such a trail?
Coming-of-age rites for children born into worship of Selûne. A touch drastic, no?
I've studied magic for many years, and in as many ways I am still a more than capable wizard.
Voco Glacius!
Likely not. If I've done damage to your opinion of me, then I'm truly sorry. But if this crown amounts to what I suspect it is, then your faith will soon be restored, and then some.
Never fear. Meaningless. Let's tip the scales.
Sadly not. If I'm being entirely honest, my social circle is rather small. More of a dot. Or a pinhead.
You're hard to please, aren't you? Stars. And the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about? Stop it. That tickles.
Oh, this'll be mean.
The Vero!
As regards to your own morbid little fantasies, I'm sure they're nothing to worry about. So long as they remain fantasies.
No time to lose. Struggling more with every moment.
Precious. Alia. Pharaoh. Stay the course. We can do this as long as the spell is completed. Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Karsus. Not to destroy Mistra, but to prove my love for her.
Perhaps you'll understand me better when you know the truth of my condition.
Invenium viam!
Whatever dangers lie ahead. At least the shadow curse is one blight we were able to cure.
Better to act swiftly than stand around and wonder.
I have to say, I'm quite grateful to just be Gale for the evening. A key? It might open the Toll House vault.
I must say, you're looking very well. I'd hazard a guess that life without a tadpole in your skull is rather suiting you.
More than you could possibly believe.
A method! It's good to perceive this constant fear repressed into a quiet scare. Let's hope it'll last a good long while.
Oculus tempestatis!
No. You start at the bottom right corner. And remember to play them clockwise. After that,
Something feels
off about this tree. I've always been curious to meet a vampire, you know, though preferably not fangs first.
Whatever it is doesn't bode well.
Rope, tools, marks in the rock. Our escaped gnome climbed to freedom here. I can do that. Don't fret, I'm on my way. It seems you've been paying attention to me, though there is always room for improvement. Oh, what is that? Rotting flesh? Your words are those of a dear friend, or a lover even. But this is no time for delusions. Fate threw us together, and mutual survival kept us together. Cantankerousness ahead. Flaming Fist letting Zent run free. Situation must be grim. Have you ever read anything on that subject? I see. Well, at least it was a night to remember for one of us. I'll trouble you no more on the matter. Don't group me with the likes of them. A statue of Shah, but it's been vandalized. What is that symbol? To put my faith in someone else and trust that we will find a better way together. It's a rather new experience for me. One I'm enjoying for the most part. But a new one, nonetheless.
Sol Invictus!
We'll let the night run its course, and when everything is quieting down, safe in the arms of sleep, I'll come by to find safety in yours. I used to believe Mistress Forgiveness was worth dying for. But I was wrong. You showed me just how much I have to live for. Out of the black and into the wetlands. Quite an improvement. I quite like it. I cherish you. I won't keep you to myself for too long. But while I have you, I want to say thank you for encouraging me to attend this evening. Feathers of the common pigeon variety. Formerly attached to one of the postmaster's flock, I'd guess.
Even if those horns are forgeries, they're mightily impressive forgeries.
There's always one.
Impero Mortos!
These were scholars. All that learning. Destroyed.
Video Veritatum!
Whoa, I'm not your enemy. Not quite yet, anyway.
Mine is the advantage.
My message is intended only for the paramour of Gale of Waterdeep. Please stand aside.
In trouble? Small wonder.
Fight once more. That ring must be some form of Sharan defense.
First, the White Queen moves up and right, diagonally. 2 squares. This allows her to threaten Black's king while protected by her White Knight.
All these bone arrangements reek of dark magic afoot. Necromancy, I'll wager.
I've found love. Surely even you wouldn't begrudge me some happiness. Might as well take part in this absolute charade if that buys us both time and our lives. My thoughts exactly. Well, well, what have we here? Don't mind if I do.
That's no cure. It's going to kill you. Get out.
It's time the Zentarim earn their keep. Join me, rower.
Mutatis mutandis. Manos potentis paro. Gustas dulcis.
As I was plummeting to certain death, I spied a glimmer quite near where I estimated my body to impact with less than savory propulsion.
So do I.
Simply follow yonder path, and soon you will find him. Confident, almost to the point of arrogance, I may be, but in this matter I know shall have wisdom to share. As for whether I choose to act upon it, we shall see.
A bunch of gibberish as far as I can tell.
Down, and soon to be out.
I'm smarter than that, and so are you. It's part of what drew me to you.
Yes, yes. Inductilis sum, mors carta.
Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live. Intolerable.
The chance to see life through your eyes as well as my own. It's been everything I hoped it would be.
The Karsite weave could offer more than just power. It could bestow divinity. If I only trust myself to wield it. I'm glad. To know you enjoy my company is... well, it's rather wonderful. Actually, I'd be loath to waste the time of someone who's become rather important to me. So, Gortash knows we're on our way. Kind of him to open the door for us, at least.
Keep up. Still a battle to be won.
To the rescue.
You know me. My gestures can never be grand enough. Looks like the hag made a shortcut. Clever.
A ritual circle. And a complex one at that. I've seen such a construction before in the writings of the Weave Pasha Raven, though his vision was not so tainted.
I take it you're not inclined to study the wonders of the Underdark?
We're short on options, I fear.
Very fine drow weave indeed, if you'll excuse the pun. I could most certainly use it.
Tell me you feel the same way. Tell me you want what I want. Please.
Curious? That stone there's been pried loose.
Part of me thought it was too good to be true. But the greater part decided to trust my old friend. Should have known it wouldn't be so easy.
As such, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause.
More vito excolato. Vincere es vivere.
What's going on? Something's amiss. Oh. My, you startled me. I, was miles away.
Yes.
Fairly certain. Prudence was a contributing factor, at the very least.
Cacote.
The right tools for the wrong trade.
For the best. They may not be the safest types to unleash, but their deaths would have weighed heavy on you. So, it's a weapon they seek. Could they be referring to the artifact?
Neither have I. The closest thing to a deserving canvas on which to place your beauty. But I've also not forgotten why I took you there.
I'm happy to draw a line under the matter and move forward. But from here on, no more hiding things from me. Agreed?
More of those fish folk. And just as unfriendly as before.
As viable a plan as any while staring into the maw of perdition. Shall we?
Manos potentes paro.
You mean you want the same as I do?
Let's remedy that, shall we?
That map had marked this spot.
Eating and drinking your fill before a few wicked deeds to Shah. I've missed these. I said you don't quite appreciate the urgency of the matter. Dawdling may cost us dearly. But even so, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy.
The tighter the security, the juicier the prize.
Well, if you insist.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
I sense magic. This book's not what it appears.
Your desire?
Collar covered with runes. Belong to a wizard's pet, I gather.
I'm sure a summons from Mistra will appear soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory as mortals do best. Eh? With a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts.
I'm not sure what this is, but I am very sure it's not good.
Well, we all have a monster inside us. Of one sort or another. With my condition as volatile as it is, I fear any undue excitement may tip it over the edge, so to speak. Apologies, a slip of the tongue from an overjoyed comrade. Not a drop of malice meant.
A spot of bother.
Certainly looks like a crypt. Now to hunt down Shira Clarwan.
Let's go.
You make me sound like some preening peacock. I'm not that bad. Shadowheart is one of us. Betray her and you betray us all. Must have belonged to a wizard's pet, I gather.
Frange!
I see. Thank you. This is most illuminating.
I had thought I had the measure of your character, but
Clearly there is much I have yet to learn. The end may be close. Time to reap what we have sown. I understand your reluctance, but to ignore my condition is to invite catastrophe.
Tibi do penas!
For now, let's consider that particular matter settled. Was that the only thing on your mind? Much as I enjoy your company, now's hardly the time for chit-chat.
Gobora sana!
With haste. Perhaps not the best use of my time? I can't quite describe it, the need I sometimes feel to see her to draw the filaments of fantasy into existence. Nonetheless, your finer qualities are remarkably plentiful. You really are absolutely heartless, aren't you? It's our future that I'm thinking of. Can't rely on anyone else to do it for us. Still, don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation, it merely illustrates his own.
Resistor accidum!
Well, that was anticlimactic. Surely not. Could I have missed some of the signs? I'll take care of that. Well, so long as you were able to indulge yourself, I suppose nothing and nobody else matters. Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques. I hope you're right, because if you're wrong, there's no words to describe the opportunity you'll have squandered. What's that commotion? Fighting? On it. Carsus.
Stabilio!
I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact, about the night you were kind enough to keep this melancholy wizard company.
A mind flayer? No intention of letting that happen.
Mistra's many things, but she's no censor. Her job is not to judge those who use the weave, but to ensure it is protected. If I can. Ooh, grim thing. It could wrench bone from a socket as easily as you'd pull a wing from a roast fowl. My. I hope it has been made abundantly clear that to kill me is counterproductive. That's capitulation, not a solution. Let's search for less drastic means. A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic. That fellow had a tadpole in his head, and they consider him blessed? Chosen? What madness is this?
Best of luck with the protocol. May my cold, dead hands soon be refilled with the warmth of life so they can shake yours in gratitude.
Looks like there's a little shrine over there. Would you care to join him? What little I could glean from the portion of his mind that is open to me, it is a matter most urgent. How can I help? This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god? I will. But we can't ignore the possibility that I don't make it to the brain. It won't hurt us to have a contingency.
Chewable!
What happened? Where am I? A campsite. Nobody's home, though. That's not my chest. Now?
Well met. I am a magical projection of Gale of Waterdeep, and if you see this manifestation, that means I have prematurely perished.
Wit light fangs, that much I knew he had. Actual ones I did not suspect. But perhaps saving the day will suffice for now. A better world can always follow, so long as we survive. With haste.
So what exactly are we supposed to do about it? We have enough enemies outside of our camp. We hardly need one within it.
Oh, let's get this over with. I thought you might have been won over by Astarion. His gaudy flourishes no doubt have made many swoon.
Just go for the magic missile and fire away. Never fails. If we can seize it and use it, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, you haven't uttered a peep one way or the other about it.
Voco Glacius!
The crown's secrets are within our grasp at last. All we have to do is turn the page. Ugh! Blasted ring. Won't be getting past that easily. Seems a touch underwhelming. Come. We shouldn't linger here. Oh, pragmatism. Thy name is Shadowheart. You're not wrong, though. Best we keep our sojourn here to a minimum.
Make our stand in the right place. His strength could be ours.
I'd have hoped to spend our final moments together somewhere more romantic, but it seems we won't have much of a say in that matter.
Morbidus. Indeed. These creatures are mightier than they look. Use it wisely. No time to lose.
Orin masquerading as Minthara. That certainly explains her vociferous antipathy towards me.
Lol's blood, what is in that?
You can have the crown, Raphael, but you'll need to come and collect it from my realm.
Minthara's something of a closed book, but I suspect a heart of gold lurks beneath that stern countenance. Of course, I need not sell you on the virtues of such spellcasting. It lies well within your field of expertise, as you demonstrated to me.
Whoever did it left quite some claw marks. Maybe the missing druid?
At the Sky's Journal spoke of this adamantine forge as well. Interesting. Yes, I think I'll be able to craft one more lantern, and with a slight modification of the casting gesture, it might be able to wield the shadows instead of repelling them.
Seeking Carsus's power. Failed.
Sylvanus is an ancient and powerful god. I'm sure the magic in that idol is delicious. An overconfident appraisal. I'll show them the flaws in their design. Remember his Cormyrean rhyme? Down came the claw. Perhaps we should start growing our nails. It's a wonderful feeling to care for someone so deeply. Treasure it. Dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zent. As did Mystra's home on Elysium. Her ribbed vaults and buttresses created a magic entirely of their own. Not to mention her pleasure domes. Hardly a remarkable spear. The very one that Shadowheart wishes to claim, no doubt. The very same. You did a good thing back there. I won't dwell on the matter. I know that's not a sentiment you're accustomed to reveling in, but rest assured, your actions have spoken for themselves. The Emperor is silenced here. Oh, peace at last. I wasn't sure I'd ever see you again. Not sure where to begin.
Cantote! The light of life. Look, a bookseller. She can point us to the tome I need.
Magic words? I'm rather good at those. Time to find the archive and see what speaking them reveals.
With ease. Aha, looks like I found a piece of bone. How riveting.
Then again, he's so full of himself, it's a small miracle he hasn't resorted to self-cannibalism yet. Alas, we've more important things to worry about. Whatever brought you to me, for example. So I was. Praying she'd aid me.
Vidkit qui patito.
Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember.
There's nothing like it.
If it does, bring me back again. You must, for the sake of many. Game marks as faded as the memories of the children that played them. I wonder what became of them. It's over. It's truly over. Won't work from here.
A blast of Iron Hand ingenuity will turn this tide. To me!
I think you're onto something.
The air here is rife with fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby.
Yours was an escape narrow enough to defy even the tiniest of measuring sticks. Best to apply a touch more caution when agreeing to ambiguous medical procedures in future.
Quickly now.
Lord Astarion, the armies of the Undying must join this fight.
Less correct than I hoped. Next time's a charm. I suppose we do have a certain singe sophistication to us, though I fear the fact we stink like rotten eggs shatters the illusion somewhat. Both of us have been blessed with a new dawn. You should feel no shame at the nature of yours. And mine. Suffice it to say, I obtained an obscure and ancient book that had locked away inside a much-coveted prize. A goblin patrol, looks like. The beasts. And why, exactly, should Mystra have any say on what I do with the crown?
I've got you.
Which warg-up chucked you? Music's a powerful source of memories. We might be able to bring him around if we find what he used to play.
On it.
This is Lolth's descent into the Underdark. Looks like her Dryada champion's tearing open some mind flayers. Well, let's hope not. If they know we have their weapon, they'll never give up. More's the pity.
I have power enough to share.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
What in the hells? You're a vampire!
And yet, even now, more than I fear losing my own self and soul, I fear losing my command of her art. Your fears are misplaced. The crown will lead to a better world for all. I cannot ignore that.
Ostende secretora duorum.
So their reputation suggests. especially among the good folk of Waterdeep. I'm curious to learn how you fell foul of them.
These deeds attest to a strong and noble character. They attest to prime leadership qualities as well.
Don't get me wrong. I love poetry as much as an ex-wizard, but using it to command an automaton, seems a bit self-indulgent to me.
Ha! I might need you to be more specific there. Just one artifact will suffice.
His loyalty was as fickle as his temper, apparently. Vanished without a word.
Burnt to a cinder. No trace of that jar remains, sometimes. But I imposed it on myself, after all. I set up enough wards to keep an army at bay, never mind the few colleagues who sought to inquire about my welfare. Nothing in these notes but nonsensical run-on sentences.
Dollo!
Come now. Resignation doesn't suit you half as well as optimism. We'll find some other means of fixing up that infernal engine of yours. A match made. Not quite in heaven, but close enough. Yes, I'm getting a distinct whiff of crypt. Undisturbed, too. Until now.
What vile madness is this? If you would make light of this butchery, you are a monster, and I will not suffer you to live.
On my way. There's always one.
What?
I assure you, this is merely the prelude to a far grander vision. Elysium's in for something of a shake-up.
I would think Netherese, but that's impossible. And yet,
One touch of magic coming up?
she wouldn't ask such a thing if it weren't our only means of survival. However much she's annoyed at me.
This treasure is a pile of junk.
One by one.
I don't suppose you've any clue where we are in relation to Waterdeep. Danthalan's dancing axe. The harper's home from home, according to Jaheira.
Of course.
There's nothing escapes a wizard's powers of observation.
Nemesis.
I've the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I just need a forge. It's opened. I wonder what's back there. Look at that. We've already found enough magic to soothe its disquiet. If you'll just give me what I need.
Surprise, surprise.
I take it you have some suggestions? It's been mostly drained. But even now contains a powerful dose of shadow weave.
Quickly now.
We have our orders, from your queen herself, no less. Now might be the time to consider obeying them. No ordinary curio. Such an item would only be found in the collection of a true diabolist. In any case, don't blame yourself. Mistra can be a fickle mistress, as I'm sure you're aware. And by that I mean it's imperative that I find and consume strands of weave at the earliest possible juncture. Poor lad would have been harpy feed if it wasn't for us. It's quite... yes, it's really quite lovely.
Not this again.
Hi there, fella. I think I'll call you Giacomo. If it wasn't for you, we'd be thralls, dead, or who knows. This is your victory. Hey! Could you please redirect your not-so-friendly fire? Willing and able. Oh, I can picture it now. Academies, libraries, laboratories. The assembled knowledge of centuries that may just set us free. Ulma, your Gur hunters will turn this tide. Join me. A third disc. What might this one have to tell us of Orpheus? Isabel. Isn't that the name of the last Light's cleric protector? In a place like the Yawning Portal, the most powerful magic is calling for a round of drinks. I suppose I'll set up a few more magical wards around the camp. This dagger-on-sight praxis isn't the most secure of strategies. No! My needs are modest, but the fruits they could be may prove immense. I can only hope you have a change of heart when the time comes. I don't recognize these claw marks, but they're telling enough in their own right.
What a waste. There's always one.
Powerful artifacts, sat here gathering dust. I'm sure there's no harm in borrowing some.
Ire et dollo!
Something's blocking it from the other side.
Well, down it is, I suppose.
This is no typical gloom. Need to stay alert. I don't dare to picture the crown in my hands. Not when there's the small matter of an enormous city-conquering brain beneath it.
She who thirsts buys the drinks first.
No, but you do understand, don't you?
Come, Voss, I need you!
I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. I feel the faintest pricklings of hunger from the orb already. It will not remain under the sway of his spell forever.
Umbrai!
That said, should the worst transpire and we seem destined to fail, well, the orb remains an option. But I truly hope it does not come to that.
This crossbow was exquisitely designed. No Dwegar crafted this. Its dark grace is most definitely Sharan in origin. Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony. As true as you can.
Stuck. There's no leaving without a fight.
My condition is not overly fussy. So long as there is sufficient power in the item, it will be satisfied.
Thank you. Now repeat my instructions back to me, please.
Stoltissime!
Well, that'll teach me never to judge an ox by its cover.
All right.
I wonder, how did the Illithid Empire fall?
Let me make myself indispensable.
A cut-rate wizard like Loroakan shouldn't have such treasures. Better they sit in the pockets of a superior wizard. You'll have to excuse me a moment. I've got pondering to do. These must be the people Father Lorgan was trying to help.
By the gods themselves, what kind of nightmare is this?
In trouble? Small wonder.
An eerily chilling scene, this. I suspect many were present at this blighted nightfall feast.
Selûnite symbols. They're just like the dwarf's poem described. From the look of it, they can be rotated.
I can't quite describe it. The need I sometimes feel to see her. To draw the filaments of fantasy into existence.
We can't confront the brain without all three stones.
After all, a brief expedition into the bookshelves of Sorcerer's Sundries is a small price to pay to save an entire city. Even if you aren't a fan of reading.
Te fideo!
That doesn't sound terribly promising.
That I can relate to.
Precious ali afero!
The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers?
Whenever modicum of reason lurked in that warped mind of hers, led her to spare me rather than skewering my corpse over her temple door.
A long march through dark, unfriendly lands. I don't envy them.
Possibly the most spectacular one ever conceived. But essentially, yes. I hope that wasn't our last kiss. I'd take 1,000 more if I could.
How tedious.
Strange. I hear voices.
My word.
A red dragon. Majestic. And malignant.
Oh, I do apologize. I meant to ask, are you studied in magic? Namely, are you a wizard? Which you are not.
In fact, your tentacular transformation has inspired me to make a little change of my own.
Hells, they've gone crazed. Because of the lever.
Vivat crescat floreat!
Dame Aelin, your light must shatter this darkness. That infernal contraption of yours has served you well. I think it deserves a good send-off. Don't you?
Let me make myself indispensable.
I'm sorry, but I had to remind you. After all, this is only the beginning.
Inficio!
Cities teem with life. Rats, pigeons, flies. They count no less, for all their more pestilent qualities.
Another of those strange discs. Perhaps Lae'zel can shed some light on their meaning. No more prayers. Only silence and dust.
Not a goddess whose attention I would usually welcome. I had my suspicions, of course. But I'm not entirely pleased to have them confirmed.
I suspect we define the word differently, but nonetheless, this is a place where it's best applied. This magic is dangerous.
Lae'zel! Was that a joke?
A grave error in judgment indeed, which we'll pretend was never spoken.
Might I suggest that was a little too easy? Steal this, and we shall brace ourselves for what comes next. I feel the hells will truly let loose.
I've said my piece. Now let me dull my tongue with wine.
From you, I'd expect nothing less.
That cage won't last.
Fear is a normal response when one feels one's magic slipping away. No need to lash out. Looks like someone's not a fan of Shah. Smeared the absolute symbol all over her. Oh, I have the magic touch. Mistra. I never thought we'd speak again like this. Why am I here? Consider it done. The artifact is protecting us. Oh, not a moment too soon. When I indulge impulsivity, as you know, the results can be quite catastrophic. But any path we walk together is the right one. I'm sure of that. I'll take care of that. My. Second time's the charm. Day 2, hallucinations and greying skin.
By a Garon's lost nose! No!
Mores incerta, vita certissima.
Wizard. Archmage. Companion.
It seems that we've come to an impasse. I stand on the threshold of divine ascension, and you would try to keep me grounded.
So long as none of us are on the pointed end of his hunger pangs, I think he deserves a chance. Glut's ambition comes full circle, from foolish inception to foolish demise. Debatable, but our common goals remain common, so I see no point in depriving each other of an ally. There's mention here of an adamantine forge. Such would be a rare and valuable find indeed. There's nothing more to be said, but a final goodbye. We should drink. Perhaps there's an inn still standing. Every drop will be well deserved. None would relish such a fate, nor return from it. A dark day indeed.
Tara is not any cat. She's a Tressum. And given your confusion, I'm guessing you've never met one. They're brilliant creatures. Fine company for any self-respecting wizard.
Sio dedici pecto.
Your queen then takes the other pawn. One square up and left, always under the protection of her faithful bishop. You are right. And your heart should not be the price of his redemption. He must earn that for himself. There's a task afoot. Not sure what's needed of me, unfortunately. Can't keep anything lit in this curse.
Dimento te.
The owlbear. Man's best friend. Until it goes hungry. You know, I think there's a little something more to Ethel than meets the eye. When all this is over, we'll have time enough to unpick the specifics of your new condition. Psionics alone could take months to thoroughly evaluate, not to mention the matter of your diet. With the crown, our fates will be in our own hands at last. So long as we don't let go of each other with haste. This isn't what I expected. This is much more. The crown of Carsus.
Hardly the right moment for that.
Ah, to hold the world in the palm of one's hand.
Voco areniai.
Collier, Capri, and Nadia. So many worlds still to travel. One day, the dead drow spoke of a forge. Must be the same one.
Don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation merely illustrates his own.
Perure.
Doubt me if you like, but I'd swear I saw that ship docked at Moonrise Towers. Ah! Oh, my finger! Zach von Findu. Nor should we have signed any contracts with him, though that particular ship has already hoisted anchor and set sail with full crew and cargo. Entirely. No ordinary warhammer, carved with the Lyric symbol for the number 3. I wonder why. You're kind to say so, but this is hardly my first time in Mistra's presence. It's more the matter of what I'm going to say to her. Work of the hag. No doubt about it. There's no sharper foe than an ambitious student. Keep eyes on teacher and pupils alike. And I would die in the process just to win the favor of a goddess who scarcely cares for me. We discussed this at length. I thought you and I were of a similar mind.
Next blow's gonna hurt.
These bones speak of some old, long-forgotten tragedy. This adamantine forge, the same the drow's corpse spoke of? I hope we never see Orin's like again. Mind flayers and absolutists I can handle, but she was nothing but cruelty and carnage. Another whose god should go unworshipped. I wouldn't go quite that far.
Living without the threat of imminent ceremorphosis seems infinitely preferable to life on the precipice of such a transformation.
Disturbing, you mean?
No time to lose. No obstacle too great.
Poor beast. They didn't deserve to die in fear. A privilege to witness such a reunion. Shadowheart deserves to have her family restored, when Shah has taken so much from her already. Yes, I think that about sums it up. Gods, I've missed you.
We all missed the clues. And in return, Astarion tried to open our necks like bottles of Thayan Red.
Venia chuva me.
Better to illuminate one's darkest depths early on in any promising relationship. Less chance of drowning in them later on. Thank you for telling me. A few choice cuts and sweet meats. Nothing fatal. Not with my knife work. But perhaps a tad. Diminishing.
On it.
No other choice, I suppose. Gods, I'm alive. Thought that mind flayer would kill me. Cages. Shackles. All prepared to march captives off to their fate because it was the truth. And the truth is a great motivator.
Vis medicatrix.
I hope, though we've only known each other for a short time, I might be able to count you among that number.
You louse. You might.
Best not to touch the chest of offerings other mortals have left to their gods. But I can use the altar to pray. No. That's all yours. I insist.
Horribilissimus.
With haste. Expect anything. He's been cursed to the hells and back. Mistra? What does she want of me? That was unnecessary. Looks like that's going to bruise, if I must. Day 7, a mind flayer is born. Your knight in magic armor.
The tadpoles? The absolute? It was because of you? I think you've said and done more than enough.
Leave me be. Make no mistake. Souls are sold for coins up here as well. All too cheaply in most cases. High Hall's looking worse for wear. It won't be easy to reach the Netherbrain through this. What are you saying? Or rather, what are you not saying? Best not linger here. Marvelous. But why hide such splendor away where none can admire it? I can't even see a lock to pick. Every day we spend inching our way towards our enemies is a day we choose to let countless die in the Absolute's path. He's finally at peace. Doubtful the same can be said for whoever's waiting on the other side.
Hells! We're attracting too much attention.
He had wit as sharp as his fangs. Can't say I'll miss him. But I can't say I won't either.
Consider it done.
She'd put a sailor to shame with that mouth. That slippery little parasite is important. We mustn't lose it. A dead tiefling. Arabella's father, no doubt. The horror of his end I daren't contemplate. There isn't. How flaccid is my foolish foe?
Gigans!
Very well. Enjoy your feast, Tara. It's no use. I'm not sure I'll ever get over my good fortune in that respect. You are the happiness I never dreamed I could deserve. No advantage is unfair. I'm grateful that you did. Most would have abandoned me to my fate, rather than take on a chosen of the god of murder.
They won't see this coming.
That book mentioned Lathander statues that could be moved. So, what did you wish to speak about? Never fear. My students are as open-minded and generous a bunch as you'll find north of the Chionthar. And I'll remind them of their manners. It's a simple question, isn't it? What gives you pause? Wait. This looks familiar. I was mistaken.
Lux in tenebra.
Menzo Baranzan. City of Spiders. Who's caught in Raphael's web there, I wonder?
Most excellent.
She's not breathing. Mayrina is free. But we pay dearly for it. Getting rather tired of how often those I care about seem to reach the same conclusion. Sword-carrying scribes. What was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection?
Ow! Oh, that stung.
These shadows will be the death of me.
She snatched me up from our camp and brought me down here to her temple. barless enclave. It won't budge. There must be some way to open it.
That lava lake boils like a good stew. Lovely.
That was a phase spider. Better watch out, it might come back. This netherese blight, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed.
Indeed. This is all a little too shop-worn for their tastes.
Why, I've shared my heart with you. And I'd truly rather you didn't skewer it.
All the more blood.
Well, this is new.
With a bit of luck, I'd manage to make it to a mind flare colony so that when the orb erupts, one loud, last song of vengeance would reverberate through the dark.
Need to go on? Sounds like we're not the only ones tracking down this Minsk fellow. Let's hope Nine Fingers' bounty doesn't attract too much competition.
Balthazar. Ketheric Thorm's necromancer of choice. He must be close.
These flowers. What is this feeling?
Apologies. I was foolish enough to convince myself that I was enough for you. Would you consider yourself particularly well read? The aid of someone learned would be of great use to me.
Ah, the fruit of scholars. How I long to have a troop of loyal students grace me with apples by the orchardful in exchange for wisdoms imparted.
I do feel like a new man. I was going to speak to you about that, as a matter of fact.
Fine.
I'm not sure I'll be brave enough for such a dream without you by my side, so thank you for believing in me.
Even Mystra herself abstains from passing judgment on those who use the weave. Her job is to ensure magic exists, not to dictate the purposes to which it is applied.
It's taken me long enough to find you. I'll be damned if I'm letting you go.
It's a gnome's life for me. I'll just put my feelings to one side. I think that's best for everyone. Certainly the best thing for me.
What's that ghastly sound? Almost sounds like weeping.
If you insist, let's get you on your feet.
His chests are empty.
But what of Will? He's a born romantic just as I am. To lose you could kill him.
Oh. Well, do let me know if I should send in a search party.
Moonrise Towers, under its original stewardship.
Well then, what more is there to discuss?
There seems to be some kind of document protruding from this gentleman's pantaloons.
Minsk! The very same Jahira seeks.
Quickly now.
Looks like an ambush. A clumsy one.
Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here.
Let me assure you, Karsai Weave has no more inherent evil to it than a child in the womb, or an axe half forged on the blacksmith's anvil.
Vietos escientia.
Always another way, yes. But not necessarily a better way.
Efferve.
This is your quarry, Will. Less devilish than I had anticipated. Anyway, I'm glad we got that boy out of his predicament.
I'm sure.
Inside the pouch you will find a folded letter and a tiny flute. Unfold the letter and note the markings in the top and bottom corners. These are the notes you will need to play.
I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long. And I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands.
My knees are starting to ache.
Voss is headed to Sharess's caress. Something more than the company draws him there. When we reach the city, we should find out what. It's just that I am no longer able to perform those feats even arch-wizards would marvel at. That bridge has long been collapsed. If only we'd arrived a few centuries earlier.
Not sure now is the time for chatter. There's a raging inferno surrounding us.
Selûnite symbols. They're just like the dwarf's poem described. Sharp, deep, and still fresh.
Have you lost your wits? You must not do this.
Ostende secretorem tuorum.
Don't worry. I'll handle matters from here. And God's willing, there'll be plenty of folk left to tell our tale after we've gone. No.
You know what? I think I've clearly had far too much wine. And you've had nowhere near enough. I think this is a conversation best held back on. For now.
It's back.
Yes, of course.
Really? Then I go where you go. Waterdeep wouldn't be home without you anyway.
I've heard rumours about Leroican's teaching, or lack of it. His students are no more than glorified shopkeepers.
Let's be optimistic and assume he's still among the living. The air is ripe with magic.
Say, but I know you, don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the Nautiloid as well.
A cruel fate for such a wondrous being. Is there so little room for light in you, Shadowheart?
Oh, not this again.
I thought perhaps Karlach had won your heart. To say she is a strong woman is an understatement for the ages. Dark Justiciars. No doubt they served General Ketherick in another life.
Quickly! Don't let me down. Let me take away the pain.
The Mihi factor!
These fellas fought to the last. Between fight or flight, they picked the wrong response. Look at that. We're channeling the weave. How does it feel? Without delay. Without delay.
Feculent beast. Strange to say it, but I've never been happier. This unexpected life of mine has turned out to be quite wonderful.
Dollar!
I have been dabbling with the idea of capturing our adventures with humble ink and parchment.
At once.
You think so little of me? At least you didn't compare me to a spotted dick.
Resisto venenum!
Moonrise Towers lies ahead. We must venture on, however bleak the path.
But what stays my hand? Obstinacy? Misplaced morals? Simple fear of dying? You?
I'm sure. But you might have learned from my experience. The gods demand more than vows when calling followers to the altar. You've quite the knack for finding the bright side of things, haven't you?
To know you're not frightened by my ambition, that you would nurture it and meld it with your own. I cannot imagine a better partner on any plane of existence.
Those claws look sharp. Better stay clear. I much prefer to keep my insides on the inside.
Oh, I think that particular feat was your doing. But having a wizard with an aptitude for excellently timed counterspells beside you no doubt helped.
That was uncalled for.
A venerated leader stands out among the Sharan warriors. Must have been a champion of Shar. Perhaps a chosen even.
Worthless. You'd find more value in an adolescent boy's spent handkerchief.
A ritual circle, chalked in the manner of the Hells. What infernal purpose did it serve?
Gladly. That's a bell you can't unring. Perhaps you should reconsider.
And what you felt was but the slightest drop, drawn from the rushing torrent that is the weave. I confess, without my former prowess, even I struggle to stand her presence.
Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
Enjoy the night. It seems to me full of opportunities.
The Karsite weave. I had no idea. Do you realize what this means?
A marked tree. Could be the one Korga mentioned in her correspondence. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
Nocturnus! Boss, I call on your might!
Archduke Gortash. He does have a high opinion of himself. Better head for Worm's Rock. We must trust one another, apprentice. You know as well as I, a powerful sage could help us with our plight. I doubt we'll get much in the way of gratitude. Only one way to find out. Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright. It is a kind of love, after all. At the very least, the most deep-seated passion. These shadows were drawn from another source, created by another goddess. Shar.
No time to lose.
There.
Parure!
I trust you speak of the bonds of love, not the shackles of servitude. A valid point. As survival strategies go, raising your young in a building rigged to self-destruct is a rather poor one. No doubt they'll have found that out for themselves eventually.
Don't stop singing.
I'm not imagining it, am I? These rats' grasp of language seems to be improving. I'd have appreciated your honesty a lot more had it been offered prior to us setting off on this adventure together. Alas, our fledgling acquaintanceship has not yet taken flight. Such intimacy will have to wait. Of course, if I succeed in wielding the crown, she'll have no say on the matter. But first, we must find a way to claim it. Well, our love can hardly be confined to expression in the common tongue,
Not when Githyanki offers so many colourful alternatives.
It's done all that and more at plenty of soiree, I can tell you.
Not working.
Huh.
The weapon stopped glowing. How odd.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
Didn't that paint enough of a picture? Nothing like a secret door to pique one's interest. Have you noticed any attachments of the more romantic variety flourishing in our camp, Will? It is Will, yes? The connection is palpable. No tadpole required. What do you need? Fear not. The orb is quite safe for the time being. I've a window in which to consider my options. The only kind I have? I imagine Will thought he'd have longer to enjoy the perks of his powers.
Ah! Voss to battle! Espredai me.
Peculiar shape. Oddly familiar somehow. Athkatla. Capital of Arm. Not a city overly fond of wizards. Their loss? An all too familiar tale. I refuse to believe we cannot alter the ending. The moment has come. End the Netherbrain. Missing Rascal, Brown Puppy, Jagoda, Black and White Cat, Zola. That is a lot of missing pets. Strange things are happening to us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies. As Karsus aimed his spell at her, she began to unravel, and with her, the entire weave. I rather think I can. Ta-ta for now. A loose stone. Perhaps a secret about to be unhidden. Another one of Auntie's victims.
Ground's coming up, fast! Need to do something.
Perhaps with this offering she'll finally cure me of the affliction of the orb. No rest for the wicked, I see. Shadow druids? This Korga is not to be trusted. Yes, lovely. Something didn't like that. Manos potenti sparo. Ugh. You're smarter than that? It's part of what drew me to you. Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy. This is the seat of the Absolute's power. Whatever the heart is, it's connected to this place somehow. We must find out. Yes. That will probably do it. If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti. Where are my smelling salts?
Vis medicatrix, voco flagella, gigans!
Use it wisely.
My hands are still cold, so that handshake will have to wait, but in the meantime... Thank you.
So much hidden away beneath Moonrise Towers. How deep does this warren go? Gods, it's horrifying! And a touch fascinating. Nothing but dirt. Such an undignified position to find oneself in. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. What's the subject of the day?
Voco avina!
I assure you, I meant exactly what I said to you at the time. Perfect as they are, some things aren't made to last forever. I'm sure you're perfectly delightful, but I can't talk right now. Most foolish. Wanton violence against your dear Gale. After all, the man has a budding apocalypse tucked beside his heart. You would provoke it. No time to spare. A rift. Go inside its mind and destroy it from within.
Morbidus.
So cold. There's something coming. I can feel it in the shadows. Oh yes, the debtor's attire is the only thing preventing a hostile reception. I need to put it back on, but I can't. This is it. I must do as Mistra commands.
Starting from the bottom right, play the notes in correct order, clockwise this time.
I said exactly what I meant. I love you. You should never, never doubt that.
Your knight in magic armor.
The Gith Knight's device is activated. What is it trying to tell us? The heat's going from balmy to sweltering. The forge must be nearby. No sense dwelling on it. We made our choice, and we'll live with the nightmares. Oh no, quite the opposite, actually. She mostly preferred our interactions to be abstract and incorporeal. Most invigorating. Things look different. The Rohirrim's finally gained power worthy of his reputation.
Not that he earned it.
A spell to turn one into many. Could come in handy, especially when I get back to my reading list.
Ad vitam aeternam. It's a perfectly legitimate architectural feature.
No treasure here. Only a simulacrum of it. Could be useful.
A gem? Doesn't strike me as purely decorative. With that crown, Carsus almost toppled the gods themselves. We cannot hand such power over to Raphael.
We must take it for ourselves.
What the devil? That was no killing blow.
This will come in handy.
Tell me, what have you learned?
No lock? No handle? How does it open? The magic's been dispelled from that book on flumps. Let's see what's inside. Not all wizards are made the same, nor do we wield the same powers. Another unique quality of our predicament, perhaps.
Are you inclined to take these visitors at their word?
That's Mistra's power for you. Where there's even a trace of magic, she will be there to bring it to life. Yes, yes. Which way to the nearest library? Yes, of course. A broken moon lantern? They say that's 10 years of bad luck. A small gesture towards your comfort. The whispered weave. Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight.
Vito excolato.
On my way.
A lucky escape, given Leroican's reputation. He'd have little of value to teach you.
The real question is, do you trust me? Fine apparatus. Though not as beautiful as my own.
This one's made of paper. Really?
Who better to warn of the perils of misusing magic than someone who was once only a wayward sneeze away from destroying a mid-sized settlement? That voice! Ambrosia! Sing on! My pleasure. And the waste it might have been. We must discuss this further, but quietly, privately. And I seem to recall a fond allusion to that moment afterwards. A giant nest. Let's see what we can find.
There's a hag pit stench about you.
I really shouldn't have.
And what kind of god would I be?
There's the matter of the gnomes, too. It wouldn't do to stand by and keep them enslaved.
Then let my blood be a warning to you. There's more to me than meets the eye. I am not for eating.
More or less. I was lost in prayer, of all things.
Ad maiorem de gloriam.
Yes. Yes, we do. And perhaps the sooner it's done, the better.
Soon I'll deliver the crown to Mistra and be rid of the orb at long last. I'll be free. That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs.
But at least the child is safe.
Gods! A cloaker! And a mean one by the looks of it.
Once we acquire it, your ambitions will be dwarfed. I'll be able to stand against Mistra and wrest her powers from her for the betterment of all. Not the prettiest of transmutations, is it? What are these for? Dead drow, publicly displayed. The Dwergar are sending a message.
Veritas. Credo. Oculus.
You're an alluring figure, Raphael. I confess, I took a liking to you the moment we met.
You clearly have your secrets. I have mine. On it. Now, given my magical expertise is of limited use to you, was there something else you wanted to ask me about? Oh, and a quick word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful. Keep your distance. I stand at a precipice, but if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. I'll fight. I'll resist as long as I can. Whatever she has to say, I want to hear it. Only then will we know the truth of what lies ahead. Thayan glyphs. I'm a little rusty, but I think they speak of the necromancy of Thay. Gaudy thing. Maybe it can be sold for something more useful.
Precious aliafero.
Most unhelpful. In that case, I shall have to seek my own salvation. Elsewhere. If that is what will make you happy. Well,
I am not the one who would stand in your way.
A Mason's Guild, it seems.
Tara did her best to keep my spirits up, of course, but there's only so much one Tressum can make up for one's entire social circle. She was often gone, seeking items to treat my condition.
Vokospikai!
A key. Wonder what it opens.
To seek some goblin priestess's help would be unconventional, to say the least.
Please. This will be so much easier knowing that my memory lives on with you.
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
No time to lose.
It will give us plenty of time to catch up on your adventures.
Why is it always a method? Yeah.
A fine job you did back there. Not exactly how I would have approached it, but we all have our quirks when it comes to using magic. Some more than others. Well, this seems as good a time as any for me to stop babbling on.
Buried in the Selûnite manor, with great haste, by all appearances.
But they didn't. I always thought it was a miracle that I survived, but I'm starting to wonder if there was more to it. This book. I can almost taste its magic. Yes. Just the thing.
That mad drow was searching for this forge too. Seems he wasn't the only one.
And so, if you're at all amenable to the idea, I thought I could, perhaps, stay. There might even be room for 2 Dacariuses in Baldur's Gate.
A wizard's tower is his sanctum. A private place for research and respite. But as this wizard's not home, I say we take a peek.
Guess it's mine now.
Now, I believe adventure awaits. Or misadventure, perhaps.
Shall we?
The druid's return is imminent. Have to keep foes at bay until then.
That, my friend, must remain a secret for now. Or rather, for as long as you've eyes only for someone else among our troop.
I know what it is to have a closer connection than most with the gods. But with Baal, that's not a bond I'd like to be bound with. You should be careful. Very, very careful.
Indeed. The journey awaits. One foot in front of the other is tried and true, I find.
Alien flora of some kind. From the astral plane, perhaps?
Ugh! I can't.
Have fun, gorging yourself on my neck, Astarion.
Another joins our merry band. We'll need to keep our wits sharp around him, I think.
Look at those boots. I sense magic. In droves.
Mold and metal.
But something's still missing on it. Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror.
Where are we? Oh, we're in trouble. Time to get out of it.
Quite so. The weave is a sensitive conduit.
God, you're distracting, aren't you?
I don't like that I'm so good at this.
Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, City of Splendors. I am a wizard of considerable acclaim and scholar of exceptional accomplishment. Il vocote!
I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. This portrait's warded with some kind of necrotic magic. Rudimentary, but effective.
I know we have other things on our mind, but please, do not neglect my request. It is most urgent.
Your duty, perhaps. Mine was quite the opposite. Every breath I take, however gratefully, is proof of my dereliction.
Not at all. Just some gallows humor for you. I assure you, you were never in any danger. Let me explain.
That key from the shapeshifter. Looks like it fits right here. A perfect score.
Seems you know me better than I know myself.
Look at all those vines spread like vices over the grove. A sour harvest in the making.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
It was a risk that nearly cost you your neck.
Forgive me. These were already trying times before Elminster delivered his missive. Now, for me at least, they are potentially end times. If you seek my input, you've only to ask.
That is not what it seems. I see you, shapeshifter. I'm glad to know you have a softer side, Minthara. I was beginning to think you rather heartless. At once.
Kreskatsientia.
A battleground. There are Dwergar and Myconids among the dead. I hope you don't think less of me. Great ambition should not come at the expense of what you already hold dear. I see that now. I assume you didn't come here to seek my blessing, though. Was there something else you needed? Still, it is magic in its purest, most essential rapture that I'm trying to impart.
Ludus non factum est.
More of the same. I can't fathom how such a wonder survived. Surely everything of its ilk was destroyed along with Netheril itself, but no matter. It exists. I must learn more of it. We should rest these weary bones of ours. The Underdark. Not exactly on the top of my list, but I think I understand why the idea appeals to you.
To the rescue.
Dribble's leg, still bearing scraps of tattered fabric. Once bright and jovial, now bloody and joyless. At least now I'm armed with the truth. And Mistra's expectations.
Must be drawing close.
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
I have enough power to share.
Another gem. Better get hold of it.
I've got acquaintances, certainly. Plenty of colleagues. Friends? Those are precious indeed. Gods, I'd pay a king's ransom for a hot, lavender-scented bath. Minstrels serenading as I close my eyes and let the water's warmth dissolve all woes.
In sotto sporcior imperio.
I hope you're right. I truly do. Godly power, perhaps I can live without, but you? You're everything. Safer to be out here than trapped in there. But if I could remain in there safely... Moon Maiden's magic. Both beautiful and powerful indeed. She needs sleep, and she needs to be closely guarded. Looks like that dragon destroyed the road.
Ludus non factum est.
Let me make myself indispensable, if you insist.
Your new lease of life suits you rather well. What do you and your newborn vitality require of me?
Hail your party leader, would you? I'd like to join, if deemed amenable.
Dollo.
That way, if I must.
This is our chance. Farewell to the Netherbrain.
Do the rescue.
Wonder who abandoned it. And why? That's a relief. I wasn't sure if I'd made too much of an effort. Or perhaps not enough. Worried, if I'm being honest. I have so much to live for. More than I thought I'd have again, after Mistra.
I am the god of ambition, not of the consequences of ambition. Nor am I the arbiter of good or evil, for that matter.
True enough. She'd certainly not want to jeopardize the completion of this little mission she and Elminster have concocted. Excuse me, but I'm not giving up these robes.
Tunnels beneath the open-hand temple and a dead priest's name here. Not suspicious at all.
But here's where we differ. You have lofty goals, and the crown is the key to them. You're desperate to get your claws on it. Let's go.
I doubt they'll have any books on breaking contracts with devils, though. We'll have to figure that one out for ourselves. I don't suppose you can imagine what it's like to have your god as your lover.
Listen up.
You wouldn't be the first, I'd wager. It's been some time since these walkways felt the carpenter's hammer. The dignified thing for me to say is, no, of course not. Forthrightness before all. But honestly, yes. Would have rather you lied. A Waterdavian delicacy, spiced to leave exactly the right amount of heat lingering on the tongue, and served with that most sharp-toothed of Aquarian residents, the quipper fish. There's no illusion without a reason to elude. Now, to find the reason, a cave beneath the tavern.
Wonder how deep it runs.
Whatever comes next, I must consider with a rational mind, not an emotional one. There are more important things out there than you and I. You made that quite clear.
Not a sound.
Snatched beneath my very nose. Astarians bound for Cazador's palace, no doubt.
Inexborgnabilis.
The more I find, the more curious I get. Waterdeep. Gods, I wish I could go home.
I can't imagine what they'd do to someone threatening to cure them. But I'm sure you can do that without my help as well.
Your knight in magic armor.
Only when the occasion suits.
Your wish is my regret.
A rogue might call it luck, a priest might call it fate.
Looks like the Drider's caravan came from here.
He doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold.
Looks like he's not all there. In more ways than one.
To the rescue.
The Blade of Frontiers. Though the orb still seems to offer our best hope of destroying the brain, I retain some hope that another, less costly solution can be found.
Loss holds hands with grief, even among goblins.
A word.
Parchment-pallid villain.
No wonder such violent beginnings lead to violent ends.
My.
Not only is this chair comfortable, it imbues its sitter with power. Whoever built it, they've let it rot for ages.
Tenebra.
I'll see there is indeed more to come. Won't betide anyone who tries to stop me.
I thought you might drown in Shadowheart's dark eyes. Yet you swam to the shores of Gale. Please, do not dredge that up. My unhappiness has only just settled to the bottom. Ambitious wizards and vast power can be a dangerous mix. Careful what you share with him.
Their equipment doesn't seem to be worse for wear, though. Even after all this time.
Oh. Then for your purposes, they are exactly the same. Oh. If the child's desperate enough to seek safety in our company, who are we to turn her away? Excellent. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist the allure of sharing your expertise. And this is no mere journal. It contains Carsus's original plans for the crown's construction. His designs for godhood. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, and yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. Say no more. There's a wizard in Blackstaff's anatomical department who owes me a favor. No questions asked. All diets will be catered for. I can hardly wait.
I'm the foggiest.
But, based on the evidence before us, we can make certain deductions as to why he sought out our merry band. Until we wake, my love.
Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck.
Plenty more were looking for the forge, it seems. The drow had competition. A wise choice. Better to indulge your curiosity than Elminster's appetite.
Dum vide est, spes est.
Is that you, Ravengard? Then he lives. But barely.
Please, think on the matter. I trust that during our travels you'll navigate ample leagues of progressive insight. Home. How I love to share that word with you.
Flagilo.
I can't hold it any longer. Tenacity might be a kinder word for it. I'll pass, thank you. I prefer abjuration over acrobatics.
Very well, then.
I will try my utmost to share in your optimism. Nothing wrong with a little hope, after all. There's worse ways to travel, I guess. Please, there is little more to be said on the subject. The best thing you and I can do is march on towards whatever awaits us. You're dung pretty and scented to wit. Seems it's guarded by a protector of some sort. Something weak to this hot hammer.
With glee.
You had a taste for tentacles? There's no sense dwelling on such a future if it is locked behind the looming shadow of the Netherbrain. First, we must fight. Then we deal with the crown. Oh, look at it. This must be the place where sanity comes to drown.
Diminue.
Do not insult our intelligence. You'd erase her. Make a blank vellum of her mind, her memories, and inscribe it with your poison. That was most of them. Time to press on.
The question is, do you wish to go with me? To become a god at my side?
Mortem tuum sum.
An earthquake down in the Underdark. The stuff of nightmares, with diligence and care.
Oh, or did you wish to use it? I assure you, it's pointless. You'll have nothing more than a sore head and a very dissatisfied wizard to show for it.
Rotten food and dried blood. A wild party, or something more sinister. I have all the required materials, but I need to fire up the forge first. I take it you get the picture?
Well, I for one can't wait. And I say with some confidence, neither can they.
A gentleman's only as dashing as his least-groomed locus. My tadpole's growing restless. Feels like it's excited. Or terrified.
The same wine. The same paralyzing poison. Lae'zel's devotion is impressive, but if she's not careful, it will be fatal. Gods consider mortals like us a cheap token to trade in for their desired outcomes. At least in my experience.
Oh, that stench! Body must have been here a good while. Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that we handled ourselves pretty well. Please. I need a moment. Your present condition is that you're the one I love. And your current form is merely a reflection of the depths of your sacrifice. It only makes me love you more. On the double.
Best not to make promises you can't keep. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but that's all I have to offer.
Give me some cover. Weapon diagrams. Our friendly neighborhood blacksmith has been busy. No way to ignite these. Strange. With haste.
It hardly matters now. Astarion is dead. Permanently. One can only hope.
Look at this place. Such horrors defy description. Who knows what tricks he keeps up his rotten sleeve.
You may rest assured that I do not speak out of self-preservation alone. Many lives depend on my return to the living within the span of 2 days.
For a spell.
Your knight in magic armor.
No boar pursues its prey with such savagery. This was the work of an animal, but of a very different nature.
No! I can't make it out by myself! I'll perish in here!
Merely contemplating. Please. For too long, I've lived in fear of taking a host of innocents with me when I expired. Now at least I can be assured my demise will be saving them instead. I can do that. You've got the wrong man for this. The Karsite weave. Within me this whole time.
Propera minimus.
Gone. Ugh. Leaving only the stench of eggs behind her. Just like my Aunt Gilda. A painting like that would fetch a fortune in Waterdeep. Or Baldur's Gate, for that matter. Is it too much to ask for these blasted torches to stay lit?
Nothing like ridding oneself of a god's unwanted influence to lighten the load on your shoulders.
Risas abundat.
There are already several shrines in my honor scattered across the outer reaches of Thay, and rumors of a very prominent temple under construction in Arm.
Kaido. Flagilo.
Astarion has his many faults, but he's certainly not wasteful. If this was his kill, he'd have cleaned up the mess.
I can barely think straight. This place saps the very thoughts from your mind.
Life is a tempest of events that sometimes we brace against and sometimes embrace.
Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that you handled yourself pretty well.
Oh, as you wish. I'll idle away the hours by a roaring fire, then.
So what comes now? A bath certainly wouldn't go amiss. Best to stay out of its way.
It was known to be quite the tipple. A cask or two still exists.
If you know the right ale keep.
The old man wasn't lying. She's opened the summoning channel. Can't you feel it?
Glacius.
My. If I'm not mistaken, someone seems to have misplaced their femur.
When your sky dims, I will be there, waiting.
Someone apart from my Tressim, that is.
Voco potentia.
Oh,
There is poetry to be found in even the dingiest of holes. Well, well, well. This ring is yielding secrets.
Saira mortis.
Then have me. But have the best possible version of me. Uh-huh. A pity Shadowheart chose to depart our company. I've grown quite fond of that charm wit of hers.
Thou latrine-loving leper.
I wonder where they were going.
I don't want to know what that is.
If things were different, if we were home, I'd have taken time to do things properly, to say it all better. But time is short.
Espradai me.
This Halcyon sounds like a knowledgeable man. He studied illithid tadpoles in great detail.
The army of the Absolute is gone, marching west. Sooner or later, the very walls of Baldur's Gate will tremble.
Must be the tree from the note to Korga. What's that cleft there?
Should Zariel catch wind of my greasing your engine, so to speak, well, I suspect neither of us will relish the consequences.
Hells.
As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough. It's decided. Let's leave it at that. Those beasts still prowl the eternal night. But at least they're afraid of the fire.
Impressive. I'm afraid news of your church's success hasn't yet reached my ears in Waterdeep, but where Shah's concerned, I suppose secrecy is rather the point.
So you made a cow drop out of the sky, which presumably killed it, and yet somehow you found out her name was Stephanie.
Duke Will Ravengard. I'm what one might call a wizard prodigy. Who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a musician or a poet.
Palidamors.
Might as well throw the damn thing at the post house. No honor among sneaks. I don't feel too good. What did that druid scratch me with? Checkmate. Fine blade. Almost a pity to absorb its magic. But I do so have need of it. Excellent armor. Strange place to find it. The remains of a great dragon. Clearly, not an immortal one. The pragmatic in me, however, sees only the silence before the storm.
Commotuis in lingua motua.
Ah. You're still talking to me then? You were in fear of your life at the hands of this unarmed bard. They're not attacking. Must think I'm one of them.
Where are my smelling salts?
Fascinating as our surroundings are, we must press on. If our runaway general is down here, the heart of the Absolute will be too. Why should I?
So long. It hasn't been a pleasure.
Now that we've got something to look forward to, I think it's time we went and saved the world. Don't you? They may not be the safest types to unleash, but their deaths would have weighed heavy on you.
I've got the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all.
I am terrified. I will not claim otherwise. My face could scarcely conceal it, even if my words sought to deny it. I've already defied Mystra. Had I followed her command, there'd be nothing left of me but a smoking crater. A heart and soul of molten fire. That is a lava elemental. Lae'zel was a formidable addition to our party. Our odds without her are diminished. I'm glad to hear it. And I intend to prove myself worthy of the sentiment. Barrel sharp, the wit on you.
Non compos mentis.
Wealth is to be shared, I suppose. Never.
By all means.
The source of the curse, no doubt. Now to find a way to reverse its effects. Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. Amid the madness that has befallen us, it seems almost out of place to think of a romantic walk. Don't tempt me. I think your new form rather suits you. It has a certain cephalopodic charm to it. A tentacular tingle. Further mention of the adamantine forge. The Dwergar were looking for it too.
Fiat Vayuntas Dei.
But where exactly does it lead? Raphael revealed a cruel truth. But believe me when I say, it is one you are more powerful for learning. Odd. I feel better.
Out!
We come now to the crux of my folly. Shall I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale?
I think I see the madness slipping from your eyes. Looks like I won't be joining Alfira just yet.
Let's remedy that, shall we? Spot a bother?
Perhaps he does. Would you begrudge me the chance to make things right, Elminster?
With ease.
Plenty of them. And all complicated.
He just died on the spot.
If only the curse had taken all of the Absolute's followers, we'd claim 2 birds with 1 stone.
Must have been a wizard at work. I know a continual flame spell when I see one.
I know we've been through this before, but our situation has changed since then. And not for the better.
2 left hands, I see.
The scene is this. You and I stand in the room that is the center of my universe.
Elminster!
The lesson is death.
So, a vampire walks among us?
Of course, I had my suspicions. So that's what you're scared of. With the crown of Karsus reforged, I could take control of the Karsite Weave. That's certainly a possibility.
We must reach Ketheric. He will lead us to the heart of the Absolute.
My favorite spot. Many times, evening turned to night and back to daybreak once more while I sat here, lost in words.
Damn these imps! I need to reach the transponder.
Perhaps it's for the best. Freeing them could have unleashed chaos, and the thought of killing them is more than I could stomach.
Cozy fire?
We should check it out, but be careful.
Ha! Sorcerer's Sundries is no mere trading post. It's been serving the arcane community for centuries.
An Asimar for an ally. Oh, I feel the odds shifting in our favor already.
No. I prefer the warmth of my library's hearth these days.
But the feeling of adventure, I confess, that I long for.
My.
A night to remember.
Easy, Will. She's no devil. There's no fight to be had here.
Ugh, I feel rotten. Oh, it's not so bad once you get used to it. And, on the plus side, my tower in Waterdeep has never been so free of clutter. I think you're rather wonderful. And that's not a word I waste on anyone unworthy of it.
Those claws look sharp. Stay clear, unless you wish to trip on your own entrails.
Interesting. This shape corresponds with the pod controls.
This is hardly the time for idle banter. The annals of Karsus are here, waiting to be read.
I can lend you a third left hand if you need one. Indeed.
Not this again.
Te absolvo!
I'm not normally one to rise with the birds myself, but something disturbed my sleep.
My pleasure.
I wonder if this Inquisitor is as fearsome as his reputation suggests. The grand piano plays the Lyrian suites all by itself, and as we look out beyond the arches that lead to the terrace, we see the weary sun take its daily dive into the sea.
Ah, the material plane. I'd almost forgotten what it's like.
A petty kingdom undone, already lost to history.
Is that so? Well, let's hope that continues to be the case. There's no guarantee our cure will be found lurking in the darkness after all.
Kudo!
There's no such thing as an absolute certainty. Not a tadpole to be seen. What have they done with them?
That's good to know. Although I should say I do what I do out of a sense of utility and pragmatism, not a love of the unsavory. My continued presence, though, quite priceless. No matter. Far be it from me to impose the majesty of the celestial canvas on those unwilling to partake of its beauty.
Easy enough.
The elevation device is already in place. All I have to do is hop on.
Hang in there, dearest.
Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up. Farewell. Please, close your eyes a moment.
Very well.
Here goes.
Well, you've certainly piqued the interest of the Absolute, though I can think of at least a dozen gods I'd rather meet.
I hear shouting up ahead.
Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. Dead. By our own kin's hand.
Some room, then, if you please.
Lava's not supposed to explode, I don't think. Something's igniting it. Listen, I need to speak to you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent.
Looks like a hospital. Or the remains of one.
At once.
Then the Queen takes the other pawn 1 square up and left, while moving in the protection of the bishop.
A nautiloid? Could it be? I'm many things, but Koi's not one of them.
Now? Whatever Voss might have known about its occupant is lost to us now. Let's hope he and his alliance are aid we can do without.
The brain. It's inside my head, sapping my thoughts. A scrying eye. Wonder who's looking through it. It's time to stop making excuses. Our very souls do echo.
Looks like she's fit as a fiddle again, which might be somewhat dangerous, mind you.
Here's your tome back. It proved to be even more valuable than I ever could have imagined. For both of us. The crown. It's somewhere in the Chiontha. That's not a Gale-sized hole.
I'd prefer you didn't do this. If I'm not enough for you, I could always conjure us up some kind of non-sentient companion. Take heart. I'm here for you.
This would be the worst time to take a nap.
Even you. After the dreams we've shared. He is the prince of a people who have spent eons nursing a hatred of the very creature nestled in our skulls.
Vitus escientia.
Your hide, your choice. Not quite my cup of tea, though.
Well, I think it's safe to say we made quite an impact on that monastery. Need to get the child out of here, and sharpish.
You're one such event that, one day soon perhaps, I'd like to embrace.
Voscuro.
Not quite the outcome intended, but I must say the technique was excellent.
Video veritatem.
A pleasant dream gives way to an even more pleasant reality.
Onward.
Only that I find you quite irresistible. Even illuminated by such rotten light as this place produces. Doth thy mirror crack? Apparently not. Getting weaker by the moment. No response? Ogres aren't the types to enjoy a quiet night by the fire, I suppose. With pleasure. Apologies. I got rather lost in the metaphor there. Allow me to provide a map.
Curiosity trumps combat, then?
The mind is strong, but the knees... well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
Yes, of course.
So the fabled answer is to be found beneath the flagstones of Worm's Rock Prison. I have a spark or two up my sleeve. Could that be enough to light the way? Make the best decision you can. That's all anyone could ask of you. I will stand by your side regardless. Well now, to see through this mask is to see through different eyes.
Day 4. Excruciating pain as the skeleton and organs reform and reposition.
Don't get too close. Still, each new dawn with you is a blessing I didn't dare to hope for. Selfish, as I'm no doubt being, I'm grateful for that. These cragged hills make for weary souls. I see why most headed inland prefer the smooth sailing of the Chiontha.
Let's go.
The stench, the filth. Gods, what a horror to be imprisoned in such a place. Left out in plain sight? I'd rate the Harpers too smart for that.
Creator. Destroyer.
By all means. Carry out Mistra's wishes, I suppose. Though that would be a very drastic solution, if you can even call it that.
Let's get you on your feet.
What the? Back off! And spit that out if you know what's good for you.
A word.
Clausus.
And next?
Non movere.
Ah. If that's the main criteria, then I shall reset my expectations accordingly. Water it is.
Allow me.
To be so favoured and so blessed.
One feels positively riddled with envy. I hope you're here to discuss that contract you just signed. Agreeing to give away our greatest hope of salvation wasn't the wisest of moves. Thank Mistra for that. Can't say I was enamoured with the thought of spending my final moments buried under 1,000 tons of limestone.
Obedi me. Where are my smelling salts?
Orin was a monster, whatever her form. I suppose growing up somewhere like this would make a monster of anyone.
Resistum mortem. Nothing here. I'll just keep this safe.
Vocomorus.
This will come in handy.
They feed on me instead. I need light. That can't be. It wasn't. It couldn't have been. I only wished to prove myself worthy. I had no idea.
Play on and soothe my soul. Would you like to experience this?
Very funny. But as we all know, nymphs are sticklers when it comes to their bathing routines. You, my friend, haven't been near a fresh spring in a 10-day or more.
Damn nulls are everywhere.
This is a Harper rune. Must be a stockpile nearby.
Surely there's a spell for this sort of thing.
These collars are stained with blood. A gruesome end to the mystery of the missing pets. And deprive them of the pleasure of hearing my nocturnal postulations?
I'd never be so cruel.
Well, that depends on who you ask, I suppose. I may have summoned things rather more exotic than a winged cat. After I was afflicted with my condition, and locked myself in my tower for an entire year. I was inconsolable, wallowing in my self-inflicted tragedy. I'm living on borrowed time, in more ways than one. Perhaps this is how it must be. Oh, a byproduct of their profession. Few can spend a lifetime inhaling fungal spores without turning out a bit muddled between the ears. The mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up. I achieved everything we hoped I would, and still, I'm not good enough for you.
Good move, maybe.
Few mortals ever glimpse what you're about to see. But don't be alarmed. I'm here with you. Now, open your eyes.
That's it! Go on! Keep pulling!
A lesson. And trust me when I say few have experienced the pleasure I offer to teach. Were I a less considerate man, this is where I'd remind you of the importance of reading the fine print. But fear not. I shall bite my tongue. I thought the orb to be the greatest of my sins. But I see now there are darker depths to which I might yet sink. You may be content to sink into that abyss, but I assure you, I am not.
Iretio inspira.
When are we not doing something dangerous? Give me a chance. I think I can help you understand. Bloody mess, this. Something rather unpleasant went down here. These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry? Quite ready for you. To summon those vines. The power's impressive. A fake devil head? How darling. Bested by simple vampire spawn. Our companion snatched like a rattle from a babe. Mistra's forgiveness? If you want me to claim the crown of Carsus, you'll hardly be in a forgiving mood after that. We need not speak of trust. Only using the creature as it no doubt means to use us. I will not let you down. Excellent. I'll have my sturdiest magical boots at the ready. Come, let's cut the kid some slack, shall we? She didn't deserve this madcap spectacle as far as I'm concerned.
Non fit injura.
The thought must have crossed your mind. It has certainly weighed on mine. Her doctrine is more than just a personal opinion. It forms the very essence of wizardry. I'm in no rush to discard it. Strange. The dust on the leftmost door has been wiped clean. Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea. This Inquisitor sounds like a real piece of work. Do you think he'll answer our questions? Ah, my saviour. I'll be in quite a bind if not for your valiant tugging. There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here? Is that Tara? Why, I think it is.
Mortem tuum sum.
Most excellent.
Who cares what the illithid thinks? If we can get Orpheus on our side, we're golden. Please, don't be too hasty about this. It would be a pity to reach that conclusion without a true understanding of what this could mean for us.
Not this again.
Dragon claws. Nothing else could do that, surely. Feisty little darling, isn't she? Ketheric Thorm had a daughter.
I hope she didn't follow in Daddy's footsteps.
Bunch of empty boxes and spider webs. Guess Lolth's cultists haven't been back here in a while. Crates and caravans. Must be where tolls were collected.
I think a quick death is the best one could hope for.
My pleasure.
If there is even the slimmest chance of success once we ascend, I wish to pursue it.
Yet another escapee.
Isabel! Some healing, if you please!
I love you too. Much more than myself. More. Even than Mistra.
Watch out, mean locks!
If I must. I am beyond lucky to have you. Sometimes even the power of the weave seems mundane, compared to how you make me feel.
It shall be done.
Karlach's fate may be ordained, but her actions are not. She will make each breath count. We can be sure of that. I can almost taste its magic. Yes. Just the thing. Still, we must flow with the current we find ourselves in, however tumultuous it may be. If you've need of me, I'm glad to help. Killed by his own nurses. Not a treatment I'd be eager to sign up for. It's time we had a talk with her, don't you think? A second Githyanki disc. Lae'zel will want to see this. The ability to walk in broad daylight, for example. Not a burn in sight. Suppose we have your parasite to thank for that.
Truly? I don't know how you could even contemplate taking to the road after the journey we've been on. Hells. More tremors.
At once.
I'll never forget you. That I promise. And if you ever felt differently, there'll be a place waiting for you in the heavens.
What are you doing? Stand back, now!
I was supposed to sacrifice myself to stop the Absolute. Yet I don't think I could have gone through with it, in truth. And I'm glad that I didn't, given what has come to light. It's no small thing to be a god's chosen. Whatever life you once claimed to lead, it only follows from now on. Where Baal leads, you will be forced to go. The pleasures I experienced in Mistra's embrace go far beyond the thrill of having one's tummy tickled. I remember once, she took the smallest piece of the weave and made it into... Mistra commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold.
I'll keep my doubts to myself.
Whatever the outcome of what's just ahead, it will be the stuff of legends. She can give, and she can take away. I'm afraid I'm still very much on her naughty list.
Oh. Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better at this.
You know, Karlach, there are other ways to express love beyond run-of-the-mill physicality.
Major, fortio!
If you recall nothing else of my time with you, let it be this. You are most special to me. And it will be your face I picture when the end comes.
If I really must.
There was nothing friendly about what you just did to me. But I'll humour you. We'll call that a momentary lapse in good sense, shall we?
Umbrai!
Where are my smelling salts?
Scratch marks on the floor. Ravengard hasn't given up yet. His true self is still in there and could yet be saved. I must not be doing it right. What's that over there?
Humour me. I need to be absolutely certain you understand.
Obedi me!
Protective charms. Prayers. Left by harpers on the eve of battle.
Gela!
She put up a fight, at least. Brave effort.
Well, that's my chances of a beauty sleep thoroughly ruined for the evening.
You're right. And broken hearts mend in time. I'm living proof of that.
Good back support, but a little too tyrannical for my tastes.
Take that as a no, shall I? Ugh, it's worth a try. No. A night like this is unfit to bear witness to such a tale. It's unfit for most things. Now please, permit me some peace amidst this vile revelry. We'll speak, but another time.
Come. These are mere fabled objects of great to enormous value.
So do I. Though I'm not sure that's the purpose I'd apply it to.
Certainly. That I have a great respect for privacy, for instance, especially my own.
Killed without a mark.
Who the hells does she serve?
That's Tara. Loyal, intelligent, brave, and apparently unwilling to follow even the most basic of instructions when her own safety is at stake.
I hear nothing. A hallucination, perhaps? Even so, I was hardly some naive apprentice at the time. I considered myself an archmage, and yet was fool enough to be mistaken for a common conjurer.
That was on purpose. Thrall? No, I think you're mistaken. The name's Gale of Waterdeep. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I confess, when I left Waterdeep, there was a part of me afraid that I might regret my decision. But I never have.
Pronounce the name correctly, and the mephit will breathe on the letter. Stay clear, because the little scamp can melt metal.
I don't recall saying that I'd given up.
Dragons overhead! Stay low!
Apologies. I didn't exactly memorize my cephalopodian banishment spells last night. Wasn't the best prepared for an attack by squid. Lice-ridden cur.
Mistress soothes all pain.
An admirable choice, if not one that will make achieving our purpose any easier. We have our orders, from the Queen of the Githyanki herself, no less. Now might be the time to consider obeying them.
There's always one.
Listen, you're the one who cried out for us. You must have seen something.
Help's on the way.
I'm sure that will be of small comfort to her. Nothing like a good singeing to teach us the perils of dabbling with magic we don't understand, and the wisdom of stepping aside for those who do.
The speckles in this slag. That's adamantine, I'm sure of it. Interesting. You can read?
A dead tiefling. The horror of their end I daren't contemplate. That power isn't worth so many lives. Trust me.
Steady. This thing looks more brittle than Zaztam's bones.
Listen here. We've reached the point of no return.
As for Elminster, he's saved the realms more times than legend can recount. But to take on a god is no easy feat, even for him. My orb is the best chance we have. And only I can wield it.
Ire et dolo.
But you don't need me to tell you this. You'll hear about something else, I'll wager.
Certainly.
We'll prove him wrong.
Did they see me? Such unrelenting power. Is that what we're up against? Yes, of course.
Oh, 6 months is a trifle. You barely read through a single bookcase in Candlekeep in such a time. UBS.
I must tell you, Shadowheart, the bathing waters here leave much to be desired.
The 9 hells. Or at least one of them.
Suffice it to say, I think rather a lot of you. And there aren't many on this plane who I'd give such high praise.
No time to lose.
You two have met before, I take it.
Disinterest is such a disheartening condition. As they say in Waterdeep, in wine there is truth. Poor souls. They can rest now.
It's Astarion, isn't it? I felt the tension between you. I told myself it was casual, not a matter of the heart, but clearly I was wrong. Few have an unblemished history. You must better yourself, not condemn yourself.
That's one way to silence your critics.
I imagine the vista was more idyllic back then, as were its patrons' chances of surviving the walk home.
A scrying eye. Or whatever's left of it.
An invitation from Gortash himself. Looks like finding him won't be so difficult after all. Let's hope our fee isn't worth less than its contents.
Stoltissime.
Netherese. A portentous word. Combine it with mind flayers and it's unspeakable. Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing. Brittle are the foundations upon which the houses of tyrants are built. It seems I judged you to be less brittle than you really are. Smells like burnt flesh in here.
Of course. Gigans.
Might as well.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. If you trust me enough to confess this, in spite of our disagreements, that's no small thing. But as for the rest, well, there can only be one conclusion. You're a vampire.
To trust a hag, even when she's at your mercy, would be beyond folly. I say we end this.
One last gust of weave.
One last Gale to end them all.
What is happening, or rather not happening to us, is entirely undocumented.
Mors in carta vita catissima.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Balduran and his scaly comrade gazing on their creation, Baldur's Gate.
Couldn't agree more.
So very stubborn. A hasty burial is still a burial. A small mercy, but one these fallen would have been grateful for.
I'm indispensable, aren't I?
Sacrificing myself to destroyed wasn't exactly the form of immortality I hoped for. But perhaps the time for hope has passed altogether. Now we need certainty. A simple movement charm wouldn't be too hard to apply to such an object. I could conjure one up for you if you like.
Their collection of rare tomes is unparalleled. Nethery sects are hardly commonplace, but I'm certain they'll have one or two stashed away.
Let's see what those harpies were hoarding. Knolls erupting from corpses. I've not seen the likes of it.
Amicus animalis.
Another brain?
Ellie May passed by her grave earlier.
Parabellum.
Thanks to the tadpole, we should have developed more than invasive symptoms by now. But we haven't.
This isn't coin. It's paper.
My money's on you, Will.
A magic user disguised as a bear. I'd better take a closer look at that corpse.
Pulso.
No one's attacking me, eh? This mask is certainly doing the trick.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it.
The shadows are coming alive. We've got a fight in our hands. We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you.
Necromancy. Looks like the victims are being drained of life and put to work.
Karlak? Are you all right? Actually, on second thought, I can't think of it entailing anything particularly enticing at all.
I admire the vigor with which you uphold your principles, but I would remind you that the evils of the Absolute are far greater than any moral compromise we might make by using our tadpole's full potential. No book or painting could ever do its strange beauty justice. But perhaps our stories might, when we return to the surface.
At once. I think I've already proven I take my secrets to the grave.
Oh, you've asked the right wizard. My oratory skills have left many a wedding guest weeping in their seat.
Gon's true name. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Shah is no doubt pleased, though I'm not sure I care for the pleasures of such a goddess.
Dollar.
Not exactly. It was what he did with it that sealed his fate, and, for a time, that of magic itself. The crown was merely the means.
Here it comes.
How does it feel to kill a woman still flush with the warmth of your body? All par for the course for you, I suppose.
Time is running short. Seize control of the brain now.
Secco.
Another one. How unenlightening.
We shared a romantic moment of the mind while cloaked in the weave, didn't we? What chances I have, I'll take them. I'd rather roll the dice than deliver all this death.
The Blade of Avernus.
Organs in vials. Is it a requirement of evil to enjoy pickling body parts?
I think Elminster's last message was the one carrying the punishment. Having respectfully declined it, I think she's willing to negotiate.
I prefer you not to follow her example, if that's all the same to you.
Gale is more than sufficient. A curious device. Certainly not powered by the weave. I wonder, what's its purpose?
With ease.
Help's on the way.
Barrier's already deactivated. Now there's a stroke of luck.
How opportune.
Originally, Shadowdale. Lately, the fanciest inns of Waterdeep.
As you wish.
Take a moment to soak in the view. I doubt you'll be privy to it again.
Nulla salus.
There's the makings of a fine follower of Mystra within you, give or take a few decades of studying the weave.
It'd take an age to hack through all this.
I suppose few enough can. Not exactly a common affliction.
Tread carefully now. Not even a god would survive sacrificing me. Go on. Excel.
That could have ended very poorly.
It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead. A fine idea, or at least an idea.
Not the message one hopes to receive from a past lover. But her first love was always the weave. At best, I was a close second. Your kin certainly don't see things that way. Their zeal for my doctrine is quite unparalleled.
But this way, we'll know the matter is done, and we'll know exactly what it shall cost. Me. And me alone.
We all have our burdens, one way or the other.
Piss-addled pontificator. Into the fray. The weave.
Be that as it may, my trust is yours. I'll only be gone for a matter of moments. The outer planes experience time quite differently to our own.
But I should have known.
Indulge me, Lae'zel. As someone unfettered by Faerunian beauty standards, how would you appraise my appearance?
Shadow druids. Korga means to turn the circle.
Sol Invictus!
Fine. Drew me in. But how?
By circumstance, but not by purpose, I swear. I never intended you any harm.
Manos potentis paro parabellum.
Goblins aren't known for their cleanliness, but by Mistress Mantle, this place is rotten. The fewer breaths we take here, the better.
Nice view.
I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper. Always getting into trouble.
Aredissimus.
Not a devil in sight. How disappointing.
Yes. Yes, I am. It's just that... Had it been me? Had it been? The way you handled Nettie when she poisoned you. Its horns bear someone else's blood. Must have put up a fight. No use digging here. That was a brain rattler. I'll be nursing his head for a 10-day. Let's hope the fruits of this cruel labor are to her advantage. And ours, of course.
Quite right. You start at the bottom right corner and remember to play them clockwise. After that,
Tread carefully now.
Perhaps we can share the experience by reaching into the weave together.
Up for debate. He is a good man. I will not hesitate to say so. And I had hoped I was a good man also. And a worthy one. So Korga is involved with the Shadow Druids. That certainly explains things.
Extende.
Useless. These ogres are long gone by now. We could try to avoid the worst of the mess. Or plough ahead. And enjoy the fireworks. I see. You're a dishonest vampire, and that's far worse. Looks like just any old weapon will suffice.
Vocol nubes. Ut ventus.
Oh no! Well then, let's hope you've strength to spare.
Quick! Find cover! It's priming for an attack!
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
A mind flayer monarch. Imagine that. Such a thing could shatter worlds.
What do you mean you don't remember? It just happened. I once spent weeks convalescing in the hospice of St. Lorpson after a nasty bout of ruddy pox. For all their kindness, leaving that place behind felt like freedom to me. Traps. One always has to be on the alert. The disc is moving. Better see where it leads. Call me greedy, stubborn, old-fashioned. But I cannot change who I am, or how I love. Oh, it's a relief to be back on beautiful Faerun. The dreariness of the fugue plane oppresses one's soul so very quickly. Fear not, Minsk. You have a wizard at your side who positively encourages such curiosity. You'll fit right in. Tell me, Lae'zel, when you say we might be purified at your creche, what does that mean exactly? We'll need to make the arrangements, of course. The Icarius clan is scattered far and wide, and you'll have invites of your own to send out, I'm sure. Enough campfires for an army. The Absolute's army. That's close enough, I think.
Vincit qui patito.
An unusual place to find a shrine of Selûne. But there it is.
Fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby.
The power to change the world, it may be within our reach. You must have an opinion, surely. That's all I ever need to hear.
I apologize if that sounds thankless. It's just that some secrets simply cannot be revealed.
Dead. Serves you right for abducting me.
I bet we can work out how to open it.
Perhaps we can circle back to that one once the fires have died and the rubble's settled. I do think we deserve a little rest.
It's full. What are you doing? That's the way to treat a book.
It's been so long feeling inferior.
Shut out from my destiny over such a simple act of youthful enthusiasm.
So we're travelling with a vampire, are we?
My pleasure. Nearly had it.
My neck's puncture-free. I've not experienced any overwhelming desire to exsanguinate my nearest and dearest. I can only conclude there's no harm done.
Vivat crescat floriat.
And they are overjoyed to see you. I'm quite certain.
You cyst. You misshapen flesh lump.
Tell me, do you always woo your lovers with such patient attention?
Perfect.
She's taking the long route back to camp. Her time with us is running short. No doubt she's many thoughts to get in order.
We're in this together, theoretically. You should have confided in me sooner.
Looks like he was investigating the House of Healing. In search of what, I wonder? Her death will be temporary, but her anger, that will be permanent.
No time to lose.
What was that?
Fiat voluntas Dei.
Ah, a Thayan artifact. Yes, this is very promising.
Volo non fugia.
I'm certain it was merely prudence steering Jahira's hand and not any mistrust as to our heroic abilities.
Pernicious, putrefying pissant. Thou gobbling goo gobbler.
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile. Quite right. So long as the attempt won't leave us similarly dismantled.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran mistraril cantrak eo.
I'm only standing here now because I failed, to put it in rather blunt terms. Mistra is unlikely to let me try again. Yet, even in spite of that, I'm glad to have more time with you.
That was easy.
Then you're already wiser than me. That's a lesson I've only recently learned.
Resistor accidum.
Thank you for the artifact. A great deal of trouble it was too. A great deal of trouble indeed.
We could try to avoid the worst of the mess. Or plough ahead and enjoy the fireworks.
I applaud your taste.
One doesn't become the most powerful archmage in Waterdeep and lover to the goddess of magic herself by having low standards.
Step 1 is to retrieve from my person a pouch I wear over my heart.
Forthwith, I've got you.
Do you feel as flattered as I do? Fighter to dine with a devil.
That sight works best in darkness. Stay with light, if you can.
Crescitai ondo.
I regret many things in my life. Choosing to be here, intact and unexploded, is not one of them.
Thank you. A passing fancy. One that has lost its luster.
No. Unleashing the power within me will be far more magnificent than some crown. Hello, world.
Cerculus mortis.
To the rescue.
These papers describe an adamantine forge hidden somewhere deep below. Such a forge is a treasure vault where the treasure's for the making.
Well, praying didn't help.
Mors carta.
Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die.
An ode for you. Odeur, mayhaps.
I am ambition incarnate.
As indistinguishable from that most potent sensation as Mistra herself is from the weave.
And word is spreading. Every waking moment. Every dreaming moment, too. But there was no way out.
I venture forth.
Are you certain? There might be danger around the next corner, and a wizard is excellent company to keep. I've never seen anything like it. Let's not stand around. Predators like these can smell spilled blood a mile away.
Let's chat.
Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal.
The ogre must have moved on to new deals.
Not just clever, rather ingenious. Somehow its construction keeps the shadow curse at bay. And gods forbid it should be you who's kept in the dark. I'm sorry. And I assure you, you were never at risk. However, the cause of my condition is complicated.
Doesn't do anything. You abandoned me in my hour of greatest need. I had no obligation to help you in yours.
A Githyanki who might turn on us for being infected, and is not someone I'm eager to pin my hopes on. You are lucky to have left that anger behind. How about you? How did you survive the fall?
Come here. Please.
Best we save any discussions for later, given the circumstances.
Ketheric's army. I suppose I could end them all with a bang. But my target is the Absolute itself. Oh, to cast on bended knee.
I thought we'd be in Waterdeep. You, curled up before a roaring hearth while I prepared us a ridiculously extravagant meal, served with a batch of my homemade Hundur sauce.
Alas, no. The charm Elminster granted me requires my death as the spark that will light the orb's fuse.
Maleus!
Please, I already know. You went to save a friend, our friend. Your actions require neither justification nor apology. Ah, Roland. Not the brightest decision to stride off into such darkness. He'll soon be extinguished. The psionic detector's been set off. In a tavern? What would the Gith want here? Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived. The situation demands more of you than any other, but you would not become an Illithid in vain. Your transformation is the missing piece. It must be you. So, what's on your mind?
We cannot afford to lose focus now, not when the brain is so close. We press on.
Of course, as a sorcerer, these talents come to you quite naturally. I do hope you cherish that gift.
Perhaps later, when I'm not in mortal peril.
Help's on the way.
I thank you all. I understand if you stand against me. I'm humbled if you stand with me. Either way, I will do my best not to let you down.
Agilius!
Am I? Perhaps I am. Or perhaps I need another glass of wine. Then we'll start writing the prequel.
Better sent to Moonrise than left to rot down here. I hope.
Bravo!
That is indeed where my mind wanders to, when times are hard. It won't move. Better let Scratch rest up. The Legend of Ansur. An epic poem from the looks of it. And I along with it. Putting two and two together, I see. I have to admit you're right about that. Don't get me wrong, you did well. The somatic component, the vocal component, even the focus on the inner self that invites Mistra in.
Let's take a gander.
Quite the risk to place your faith in the promise of one outside Vlaakith's control. I knew there was a rebellious streak in you somewhere. A doppelganger? I'm all for believing people can change, but that's ridiculous.
Lily-lunged limpet-luster.
I suppose Scratch has had enough fun and games for now.
That thing is about to blow!
Death becomes you.
Diminuo te!
Baldur's Gate. Raphael's portal. This must be how he goes back and forth to the city.
Time to give that hag everything she deserves.
Fresh water. Must be a settlement nearby.
This place is even more foreboding than the rest of the creche. But it won't come to that. For I have the means to spirit away those I care about to a safe remove. Before the final curtain, I will find the remotest place on the surface of Faerun. Or perhaps far below in the depths of the Underdark.
At once.
I've heard that name before. A young man, yes? Lives in Ramazes Tower in the upper city. I appreciate that. But I can't help how I feel. She really oozes charm, this one. Perhaps we should spare a thought for the wretches she's enslaved.
Luque sutibi placit.
Don't worry. Your patience will be amply rewarded. The spell is cast. What's done is done.
Away, you pox nun. I can end this now. Stop the Absolute and spare the city. The stage is set for my final act. Mistra's bidding and the redemption that lies beyond.
Not scared, not yet. But she's shaken if she feels the need to intervene directly.
As the leg, you'll end in defeat.
Ha!
This is where we part ways.
Viconia! To battle! Mageski!
Some things are better left buried, like this corpse and the apparently grisly fate it suffered.
Arde!
Apples. Not the bloodthirsty fare I expected to see in such a place.
Not bad for a wizard who slept through his Kalashite lessons, eh?
It's true. For a time, I neglected the physical in favor of celestial euphoria. But our relationship was no less real for it. You're certain we shouldn't have, dressed up a bit? Those bonds will soon break. But you were a worthy ally and could have become much more in other circumstances. Let us enjoy the view together. We will leave the world a better place than it is tonight. I hope Hallister takes good care of Tara while I'm away. She was always rather fond of pixies. On the Absolute's behalf? Now there's an alliance I'd have been quite happy without. I won't fail you.
Perry!
No time to lose. Mistress Likeness. It's been some time since I stood before her in a place like this. No, nothing like that. Though if I failed to treat it, then the consequences would not be contained to me alone. And I thought you were wise enough to recognize that I am not the man I once was. I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you.
Smart does her a disservice. She's a fine wizard in her own right, though somewhat held back by her lack of opposable thumbs.
Oh, joy. Leftovers from Moonrise Towers. Certainly. Seems like this mystic carrion offered Oscar his help. Time to find out what exactly that entailed. Listen, I am rapidly coming to the conclusion our joint travels are destined to fail. I could say it's me, not you, but that would be a lie. Come now. Turning on each other will hardly improve our chances of survival. Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it?
My word, you did it! Oh, it's good to be alive.
I don't think I deserve you at times. I told you of my ambitions, the likes of which many would balk at. And yet you remain at my side. What a question. And now you've left me stranded, without compass nor map.
Gale!
Only fair to warn you I've precious few answers to spare. Oh, a drow, a dragonborn, and a cleric of Cyric walk into a bar. Your standard fare. My bedside manner is beyond reproach. Besides, what you saw, you read the opening line of a very big book. No more. But right now, all that matters is the consumption of weave. I think it's best I keep a cool head going into this. Approach it like a particularly high-risk round of 3 dragon ante. Whatever you need, you only have to ask. For now, please, enjoy the celebration. When it is done, I will show you all. I'm glad you still think we have the luxury of being picky. Let's just hope another option presents itself.
Interlego.
A fake, and a bloody poor one at that. I'm hardly pining, but a year or more since Mistra cast me aside.
Ah, I have you. Just a shame I don't want you.
I hope we don't plan to destroy any further historic landmarks. One is quite enough for me. It's a view I would once have shared with my companion, though definitely unaccompanied by such revelry. Nothing. The activation mechanism must be elsewhere. But I only made it this far thanks to you. Who am I to question such sterling guidance now? Nothing's happening, but it doesn't look broken.
A wise suggestion.
His corpse. Dear gods. It's Arabella's father.
The way we got that boy out of a harpy's clutches.
Aw, did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it.
At once.
I think Scratch is up north. Playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course.
Whatever that was, it looks mightily unpleasant. With the crown in my hands, I would be unstoppable.
Get out! Get out of my head!
A brave choice. To kill the child of one god at the behest of another. Shadowheart's loyalty plumbs darker depths than I anticipated. The White Queen moves up and right, diagonally, 2 squares. so that she threatens the Black King and is covered by her White Knight.
Let's put on a show. My need is more urgent than ever. I must consume an item soon. We have exactly what I need in our possession. Please, just give it to me. Mortales.
Now you see me. Yes.
Oh, aren't we precious?
Those undead did not surrender their secrets lightly. Something drove them to resist.
We both know the orb I carry inside me is powerful enough to burn away the Absolute's blight in an instant.
I assure you, when I tell someone they're wonderful, I mean it. And you are wonderful.
A feeling you may have to grow accustomed to while I'm around. My condition is hardly a patient one.
Memory loss isn't usually a symptom of xeromorphosis. If it is, they've forgotten to write it down in any text I've read on the subject.
Empty. Word of warning, if you keep banging on war drums, you might just be drumming up war.
Ah! Villain! But I see you now for what you are.
Are you sure we should be trusting him?
The brew's been chilled.
The rest of this note is pure gibberish as far as I can tell.
Continual flame. An unquenchable light. Oh, costs a queen's crown worth of ruby dust to summon. In nocte concilium.
When we get to Waterdeep, we'll search in my library. It's bound to contain the odd scroll on hellish thermodynamics or a spell that might diffuse the heat in such a way that...
It's decided. Let's go. Come on then, don't leave me in suspense. How are you feeling? No errant tentacles? No sudden cravings for a more cerebral diet?
Farewell. Tormentum.
Wonderful. At last, I can see a path ahead that doesn't end with me needing to turn this city into a desolate wasteland.
Oh, she'll love you. So long as you don't rub her belly. She hates it when anyone does that.
I'd rather stand tall. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent.
Mole's eye patch. But where is Mole?
Only a patriarch's loss can open this door.
I've never had cause to visit a druid's grove before. Magic weighs heavier here, seeking solace in root and soil. Grounding, one might say.
Option 2. Black's king retreats up and right. Your knight can then move 2 squares left and 1 up to mate the king, your rook preventing his escape.
That is a great relief. Oh, a great relief indeed.
Let's get this over with. Where are my smelling salts?
There, beneath the canvas. Looks like someone stashed a note.
I'm sure it'll come around in a millennium or so. And by then, my creed will be something to reckon with.
I like the sound of that.
That Zaithisk you mentioned intrigues me. Care to tell me a bit more?
The Absolute should be a thing of the past, and I with it. Yet, at the risk of angering Mistra further, I'm glad it didn't come to that. Given what has come to light.
Could be interesting.
Oh, nowhere. Just think it's a rather cruel misnomer. Not at all reflective of the glamour wizarding life affords. Whether the source is blood or books, magic is hard to master. Do or die indeed.
I do. Because it's through practice that I seek to perfect, to augment.
Then follow my lead. Bodies upon bodies, long left to rot. Grim sight indeed. Loving them has its side effects as well.
Caveat incantato!
It is! It's Tara! What's she doing all the way out here?
I'm just a man. An imperfect one with needs, wants, and flaws by the bushel. Fragile vessel in which to place potentially world-ending power.
Quickly now.
A Githyanki joining our company. Not a collaboration I'd have anticipated, but a welcome one nonetheless.
Oh, sharp as a pig's testicle.
Haven't seen that game in years.
Of all the things I anticipated our foray into that monastery achieving, bringing the whole thing down around our ears wasn't one of them. Life is just full of surprises.
I'm glad. It would be more than a touch awkward if you tried and I had to turn on you. Better eschew magic with these creatures.
Interesting. Let's find what this fits into.
Must have been pretty young when it was killed, this cave bear. Rather sad, really.
Is someone singing?
So much for the restorative qualities of sleep. I feel positively wretched.
What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it.
One shouldn't be all gentlemen. Well, we certainly wouldn't have done some of the things we did the other night.
Before we met, I fear I was rather stuck in my ways. And stuck inside my tower with a world-shattering orb of magic sealed within my chest, to be fair to myself.
So much for finding a safe haven.
Shadowed in name, but no longer in spirit. It suits her.
Hells! I need to get out of here.
Oh dear.
I've had a pupil or two, but never for very long. Their ineptitudes tend to irk me.
Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder?
They will keep all of this from us. The power, the possibilities. They only want us to serve them, to pray to them, and ultimately to die for them.
There's blood near the bed.
Nevertheless, please don't try that again unless I invite you to.
Drow slaughtered like chickens in a butcher's shop. Somebody's making a statement.
With diligence and care. Waste of my talents. This has to be frowned upon.
Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains. The orb is no stray piece of ordinary magic. It is something entirely different. The nascent form of a new, divine power.
Yes. I was afraid you'd say that.
Vita mortis cario.
Once she gets to know me, I'm sure she'll open up. She's just waiting for someone ready to listen.
Wait. I'm not sure I like the look in your eyes. What's wrong?
As if it wasn't enough to have seen her again. She didn't exactly summon me there for small talk. For me? You shouldn't have.
Torre.
Fascinating structure. Made of living flesh or merely a simulacrum? Not an animal lover. Nobody's perfect, I suppose. Honestly, I think putting trust in anyone but ourselves is foolhardy at this stage. One way or another, I think we amount to the best chance of stopping this.
A magic mouth spell. Sounds pretty important. You licked a dead spider. Dead spider. You licked it. That is something that happened.
Meet Elminster Ormar, a good friend of mine, but rather more significantly, he's the most famed and respected wizard in the realms.
You festering bubo.
I trust you'll treat the matter with the appropriate exigency. The moment we find a suitable item, please, give it to me.
What the hells? There was a creature trapped inside.
A tad harsh, don't you think? Our fire will be no cooler just for sharing it with a child in need.
Someone's moving around in there.
Indeed. Most practical of you. I can only hope you did not find it an unpleasant endeavor. What a difference a day makes. I'm afraid that goes for our relationship as well. I'll make my own way from here, alone, again. What a disappointment.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
The ground's shaking again. What's causing it?
You know what it is to worship her, to respect her, to love her.
Where'd he go?
Aha!
Orin sends us more of her scratchings. What does our epistolary enemy have to say now?
As you wish.
Kaikote.
No! I can't give up. And I don't want this to be how I part from you. Let us at least try.
You saw it too. The fabled adamantine forge is around the bend. We just have a few snags to untangle.
That's because I'm full of delights. There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from.
Catastrophe.
Won't know what hit him.
We've already found something of sufficient potency. Please, give it to me. A wine bottle. A scholar with good taste, perhaps. Not to cast any slight on you, of course. Your form rather suits you.
Waste of my talents.
Yet again, the adamantine forge is mentioned. Surely I'm on the right track. One misplaced spell, and you might find yourself thrown into limbo, fighting off a death slard with a very nasty temper. The Doddering Act is merely an illusion, one he's most adept at maintaining. Elminster is the most formidable wizard in the realms. perhaps in existence.
Help's on the way.
What's on your mind? Quite. And I must say, I'm glad you've taken my plight to heart. I see my trust in you was most excellently placed.
Dissolve.
A stream of pure, undiluted weave. I only have to reach out, and it will carry me to Mistra, wherever she may be. Vast world out there. Curiouser and curiouser.
Tu es nihil.
I don't even want to think what gory applications these tools have. Dame Aylin has little to feel sorry about. The Roacan would have inflicted a far worse fate on her given the chance. That feeling again. My oath. It's broken. You know I can't tell if it's mourning, angry, or just hungry. Moonrise Towers lies ahead. I must keep going, however bleak the path. The mind is strong, but the knees... well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up. Oh, I assure you my students keep me very well informed of your escapades, past and present. You're something of a hero to them. Step by step. You're adorable, even when you're teasing me. But I must decline. Time was I'd have given my right arm for a chance to speak with Mistra again. The left one, too. Maybe a knee. Mizora, one step ahead of you as always. What chaos will we deal with in her wake, I wonder? He's down! Time to hit him with all I've got. Could this be behind the curse? Better find a way to reverse its effects. Seems a watertight vessel to me. Though I'm no shipwright. Don't get too comfortable. We shouldn't overstay our welcome in such a place. The orb buried itself in my chest, primed to unleash destruction. Unless I keep it fed with potent magical artifacts. Notes on the shadow curse. I sincerely hope its effects haven't spread past this region. One wrong move and I'd have been a statue, imprisoned for eternity. So ends Halcyon. Can't blame the man for seeking vengeance. Adventure awaits. Whatever door this key opens, it's a heavy one. One in the counting house's vaults, perhaps. I knew you were a graceful man, Will, but I hear you're quite the dancer, too. Now, let's drop the matter. Before I feel obliged to detonate the orb just to put an end to the bloody business altogether. Oh, it's my own fault. Somehow I never found the right moment. Now it's far too late. I came here to offer you the heavens, but I see now such an offer would be wasted. I suppose it was foolish to expect a mortal to understand.
Inductilis sum.
I wonder how many more newborns are around.
Be that as it may.
Vocomoros.
These killings were deliberately brutal. There's something near that relishes in carnage. I'm just playing fetch with myself, unless I go back for scratch. Well, I didn't want you showing up with an ink-stained professor on your arm. Not in such esteemed company. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West, Baldur's Gate. East, Elturel. Time. Or rather, the absence of it. In the astral plane, everything is eternal. Not if I have any say in the matter. Yes, you have. But I want more than your support. I want your heart. A devil wielding the might of Karsus? It would be the end of everything. I can feel it work. The magic, it's like a lullaby that sings to sleep the demon inside.
Dissera.
You, for example. You're always wiser than me when it mattered most.
Ad vitam aeternam.
It will be my pleasure.
Intellego.
Where to next?
Proof their hopes are not barren wastes, but the loamy soil in which their future achievements will flourish. Proof that with ambition, anything is possible.
We need to escape these shadows while we still have the strength. What have we here? In a word? Yes. I feel my talents could be put to better use elsewhere, but... as you wish. It says there's a cellar here somewhere. Orin. Orin the Red. That door reeks of necrotic magic. Perhaps it's best left closed for now. That day cannot come soon enough. But first, I must retrieve the crown. The way you got that boy out of a harpy's clutches.
In Sancta Spulcher Imperio!
Oh, it's the stairs I'm dreading. I shall close my eyes and pretend I'm climbing my own far superior tower in Waterdeep. Vanished to mist. I never heard of a vampire spawn doing that before.
Devils. Either this ship has an impressive menagerie, or I'm in the hells.
Grand Duke Ravengard.
My knees are a little stiff. Must be a storm coming.
That way.
Please reconsider.
Such a long way down.
Smoke. Something's burning. We should try to get some rest. Hard to save the world if you're stifling yawns.
Minsk! Boo!
I sense the leadership of your troop lies elsewhere. I'd be most grateful for an introduction.
A mighty river. There's bound to be settlements along its shores.
Believe it or not, but I witnessed a similar standoff back at the Yawning Portal. Illusory bricks. Someone's got something juicy to hide. The risk will be well worth the gain. We need only to hold our nerve through these final tribulations, and the crown will be ours. Everything will be ours. In such environs, their efficiency is to be admired. Nothing goes to waste.
Well, this is a novel use for familiars.
Of course. You offer the clearest solution to our problem. All I have to do is find the right place and time, close my eyes, and let go. Oh, to have but a thimbleful of your confidence at my disposal.
You infect mine eyes and nostrils.
How thoroughly invigorating it is to stand by one's friend in the face of danger. Beggars can't be choosers. Such a powerful form should serve us well in the chaos to come.
To the rescue.
Chair, Nautiloid, mind flayers, they're deeply interconnected. You're hearing what they hear.
Shadowheart doesn't seem the type to share her toys. Never mind her lovers. Neither am I. My condition requires a delicate touch. Just one item will suffice to keep it in check.
Te execro!
How bothersome. My. Took quite the workout to get this moving. Must have been ages since someone last used it. How about the perfect night in Waterdeep? Yes? Let's imagine how it would be.
How tedious.
Horribilissimus!
Oh. I see. That's disappointing. Did you need something?
Too bad. One should never be afraid to live life to the fullest.
Mundos volte cipi.
If I must.
Oh, pardon me.
A gift for a loathsome neighbour.
There'll be danger involved. Or great cost.
You served your goddess well. Not as well as I might have, but the end cares not for the means, and the work was done.
Your prowess in battle is remarkable, as is your battle stance itself. An entire domain wrapped in shadow. This feels more like a god's work than man's. I'm not sure I want to step in there. This fairy ring isn't glowing like the rest.
You're not content to fade into the history books just yet. In time, you'll come to see that.
How generous of you, but perhaps you've forgotten we need it ourselves? That thing is keeping us safe. Indeed. More than simple craft. It's a way of life for some of them.
Never fear.
I hope you learned your lesson, young man. This should burn going down. At magic. I can't believe Mistra granted me an audience and I failed to hear her out. The aura of Netheril hangs heavy in this place. The brain is close, as is the crown, as is victory. Dare we begin to hope? Might be onto something there. Though Mistra's intelligent enough not to resort to such overt manipulation.
Enemies popping up like weeds. Halcyon better conclude his search very soon.
Very hard thing to predict. We've already witnessed the myriad forms its corruption has inflicted on this land and its inhabitants.
Extende!
Balthazar's dead. Luckily, he can't use his necromancy on himself.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
Oh, for the love of...
Where are my smelling salts?
Did I say interesting? Oh, I meant terrible, of course. Terrible strategy. Mystic carrion. That miserable pile of bandages gave rotten meat a bad name.
Flagra!
Your caution is warranted, but believe me, I know enough of divination to promise you our future is one worth looking forward to. I'll take that comment with the sincerity and goodwill I assume it was intended. Aha. This must be the book that hides a book within. Let's take a closer look. A token of my appreciation. At once. This is my chance to get back everything that was taken from me. Everything Mistra denied me. And once I have it, I can forge a better world. Be a better god. A hag's magic is nothing to be scoffed at. This staff is exactly the kind of artifact I'm looking for. The king will have no choice but to take the knight, ensnaring himself between his own pawn and bishop. The White Queen can then checkmate by moving one more square up and to the right. You're plotting something, aren't you? Come on then, out with it. I'd rather know before we take on that cerebral monstrosity. I have one endeavour too many to conduct tonight, although catching up would be a fine thing. It has become my sustenance. Without it, well, I hardly need to tell you. Now to make use of that lantern. Then I suggest you look closer. There remains only one matter to be resolved. For me, at least. Then I offer you my word in exchange. I will wait for you. Always. That would be a welcome twist in the tale. The more who fight by your side against Vlaakith, the better. Though you don't need the help, of course. And it would take one wizard to unleash a cataclysm powerful enough to tear apart the brain's very being. We have no choice but to consider using the orb. My. I'd better be careful not to trigger that thing. No. This isn't right. Ready to go, but not quite. Something else is needed. Oh, I have power enough to share. There you are. I was worried you might have second thoughts after my little confrontation with Mistra. Nothing wrong with maintaining a healthy suspicion in such matters. I do not yet need to consume an item, but keep it close by. It will not be too much longer. I'd reconsider. He's not exactly open to attack just now. Mine for the taking. That's it. That's what I need. Willing and able. Gods! It's refreshing to share the company of someone who sees things the same way I do. A prayer sheet. What's this symbol on it?
The Viro!
Or perhaps more than you bargained for, full stop. That's that settled. Oh. I don't see why not. 2 heads are better than 1. Unless you're dealing with an Etin. Look around you. Indulge your curiosity. Sorcerer's Sundries is the finest purveyor of magical miscellany for miles around. An earthquake, perhaps? Strong enough to rouse the dead, too.
Da mihi facta!
No hope of clearing this without a shovel. Look at that. In this light there is shelter from the shadows. Quite a door. Though what's behind it is a touch underwhelming. Divination is a skill few can master. The rest of us must simply muddle along, content to view the past with a clarity the future rarely offers. Looks like I'm not the only live cargo on the loose. Don't worry. I know Minthara insisted on you abandoning me. Or at least I assume I'm the wizard she was referring to.
We've got Auntie on the run.
But I'm sure she still has a few tricks up her sleeve. These shadows will be the death of me. We need light. No time to lose. The king can only withdraw to 1 square after the first move, and after the second, has nowhere to retreat.
She says that will be all.
Oribus tenio lupum.
Perhaps you could not. But Netherill's power is in my blood. And Mistra? I know her in ways that most mortals can only dream of. I think it's safe. Must I? Ah, so you're susceptible to the tragedy of a broken home. Maybe you've more in common with us weaker beings than you thought. A cracked wall. It could be broken through with the right encouragement. You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly. It's huge. Wonderful. All that's missing now is the mold. Wit, like fangs, that much I knew he had. Actual ones I did not suspect. Lae'zel,
Blade like a razor, wit like a razor, tongue like a razor.
Tenebra. Propera.
Intriguing.
Quite a collection of art. A shame to keep them from the public eye.
I sense magic. But where?
The crown of Carsus cannot be handed over to this devil. Agree to nothing.
Just one of the myriad unexpected ways life has delighted me in recent months.
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must find the Diabolist. Only one well-versed in devilry will know the way.
This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
A crackling hearth, 2 cozy armchairs beside it, a bottle of wine to be poured, and your battle-worn boots, discarded at long last by the door.
She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time, she became my muse. And later, even my lover.
Mr. knows I've read Carsus's designs. I'm certain of that. And it clearly has her shaken. Dribble's head. Severed at the neck. No covering that up with face paint. No harm reflecting on one's appearance. If what is happening is what I think is happening, and it's because you licked a dead spider, the time might just have come when you and I should split ways.
Please, continue to believe in me. I want to show you the wizard I am capable of being, rather than the poor excuse for a man who's kept you company thus far.
Better not disturb these webs. Whatever wove them would be much too large for my liking.
It felt like a bloody earthquake. For your reference, bites hurt. Consider that a given.
I can't linger in this darkness. I'm weakening by the moment. Why don't we take a little break? Allow ourselves a few moments of rest? Gives me a chance to talk to you about something, well, rather important.
Help's on the way.
I'd pick those netherstones back up if I were you. I don't fancy our chances without them. Illusory magic has the power to confound the senses, to render the impossible into reality, and to allow expression of that most magical attribute of all. Imagination.
This place wasn't built for the living.
The depth of your commitment to your cause truly knows no bounds. For him to have survived a nether brain only to have ended by your hand, well, it is an end, I suppose.
Fudge-fondling Fustalarian.
What is this place?
Deocludo oculus.
Right away.
You remind me of her somewhat. You share a certain nobility of spirit.
Hag can't have gone far.
Perhaps that's a moment we ought to further explore.
If there was, I'm sure the goddess of magic and the greatest wizard who ever lived would have identified it. But alas, only one solution is offered.
No. I've never been more sure of anything.
How bothersome.
I knew it was powerful, of course, but I could hardly analyze something trapped within my own body.
I've been pondering something, Lae'zel. Why is it the Githyanki have belly buttons? When they hatch from eggs?
She told me she was watching over me, protecting me, and that our tadpoles could prove beneficial if we embrace what powers they have to offer.
That thing could swallow each of us whole. She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. A little discourse.
Without you, I'd likely be long dead. Count me extremely grateful you're still here.
Gone. And where he goes, death is soon to follow. Though Mistress' eyes may be upon me, and she'd forbid me dabbling with such magic. She'd want it destroyed. Wasted, arguably.
Risas abundat.
Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart?
I will erupt.
If you're looking for fun, I can recommend several excellent novels, and very few of them will try and kill you in your sleep.
Kitius.
If it can strike us like that, we're close. Almost close enough to strike back.
Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms, until the day Mistra returned.
Te execro.
Do you? Ha! You're a good sport.
Oh, he terrorized everyone and everything between the woods of Cloak and Sharpteeth. Odd place for him to end up, this. Oh, I think that's another Tressum. Whatever I expected to find lurking in this cursed gloom It certainly wasn't this. Glimmer of hope amidst the darkness.
I cannot keep throwing myself headlong into such danger while I am so unstable. If my condition is not treated soon, I will be compelled to leave.
Even in such fraught times as these, there's peace to be found in the stillness as evening draws in.
A mouse couldn't squeeze through those vines.
I read about myconids and the manifold properties of their spores. That Dwergar is about to rise. Undead. A vampire in our midst this whole time? Of course, I had my suspicions.
I speak of Tara, my Tressym, assistant, my constant companion through all the ills and tribulations my hubris has thrust upon me. Truly, I might as well go mount the gallows.
What have we here? Adamantine forge, mysterious guardian, mention of a hot hammer. Whole adventure in a nutshell. Please, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Whatever you decide, do not delay for too long. Every moment we hesitate, the crown may slip further out of reach.
Voco ereniai, expellor te!
Movement on the roofs. I sense a classic ambush in the making.
Not to cast any slight on you, of course. Your present form is but a sign of your gallantry.
Impero mortos!
But a necessary one. Scrolls of true resurrection don't grow on trees, you know.
You look comfortable? A mite overexposed, given the perils of our adventure, but I suppose it adds a thrilling edge to leave oneself open to danger and other things. That odour's left me feeling decidedly wobbly.
No. Yours truly diffused the situation.
Goodness me.
Well, this is a rather pleasant change of pace, isn't it?
Thank you. I suspect any child of Jaheira's will share her self-destructive sense of justice. But at least her words give them pause for thought. A fine portrait. Seeing one's face committed to canvas is its own kind of magic. It's reacting to something down here. We should prepare to do the same.
To every end you can imagine, and 1,000 more beyond.
Kozakuran, if I'm not mistaken. Just like on Tsar's ring, she deserves more time to enjoy her victory. Still, there's solace to be found in surrendering one's mortality in a blaze of glory. Or so I hear.
He has a certain charm about him, Astarion. Then again, so does a tiger when it purrs.
Morally dubious? Arguably. But fascinating?
Without question. Something to consider. Strange. Do you feel that? It's as though the weave itself is rushing past us. A tainted vintage. Some kind of paralytic poison has been added.
Omnia mutantur!
Arabella's father. Poor man met a ghoulish end.
Living life to the full, even as an illithid. Inspirational stuff.
Confusio!
The art of the body. The exploration and acceptance of the self and the other. The art of the night itself.
A jar touched by death itself. Some necromantic power infuses it. But I had to finally tell you. Silence would have been far worse behavior still. Nevertheless, I am sorry.
Just a trick. Surely. We're being toyed with.
Perhaps I can show you what I mean by reaching into the weave together.
Oh.
Without delay.
Treme!
Precious. Alia. Pharaoh.
That was reckless. In a devil's hands, the crown could be as dangerous as any artifact in existence. We need to nullify the terms of that deal.
Could be useful.
I can't believe you signed that contract. We'll discuss this later.
Nia must be long dead by now. I suppose that makes it slightly more palatable to sever his head from his body. Help's on the way. What interesting tableaus. It's clearly ancient, too. Lolth's violent descent into the Underdark depicted with vivid detail. My, a veritable cabinet of creepy curiosities. If you're mistaken, this could be the end of everything. We'll be failing right at the last hurdle. When the time comes, I will not hesitate to call on you all the belongings you were generous enough to offer. You would sacrifice what you have with Lae'zel for me. She will not be pleased. Another empty pod.
Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
What are you doing? Stop!
Don't fret, I'm on my way. That should be everything. Let's see what this thing can do.
Ugh, some bloody help.
It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but needs must when the devil drives. I have no choice but to speak.
Invisibilis.
A cruel conclusion to the mercy we showed, but hardly an unpredictable one. As long as it lives, so will its appetite.
The best cure for doubt is study and experimentation, and an experiment must be repeated thrice in order to ensure accuracy, of course.
Is there a dead tadpole in that jar?
Druid magic. Better tread carefully.
I don't know how else I can explain the imperative nature of this issue. You can't simply dismiss it.
Certainly. My opinion on such matters will be an uninformed one, I'm afraid. But is there anything within my expertise you wish to discuss?
Oh, I didn't realize we had time to read children's stories. I'm rather a dab hand myself when it comes to a spot of intellectual intrigue. Arabella, I'm my own man. I make my own choices.
Quite the pair of legs you've got on you to make that kind of leap. Fine. If you're so against the idea, I suppose we can forge ahead without input from the goddess of magic.
Think I'll need a drink with the rest of that story. Do excuse me, please. Frightfully busy.
Resisto.
An untouched stack of hay. Mustn't be any horses around. To the rescue.
I only hope, once your heart is as strong as your head, you don't regret that decision.
I confess, I expected Raphael to come knocking with that infernal contract we signed. But, strangely enough, he never showed his face. Intimidated, no doubt.
Ignis!
Yet another scrying eye. They were keeping a close watch on the goblins as well. So this chest contains a field of transformative weave. Delightful. Then follow my lead. We had a moment, you and I. A moment in which we expressed the possibility of becoming more than friends.
From this angle, there's nothing you can't endure.
Perhaps I might come to you then. I recently met the most excellent diabolist who should be able to lend a hand with the travel arrangements. Moon Maiden's grace. It's open.
No need to deny it. The bat's out of the bag, so to speak.
Your knight in magic armor. There's something ominous about such depths. I wonder how deep it goes.
Intactelis sum, gustas dalcis.
Why does it feel like he's not truly gone? Is his spirit still tied to that helm?
I'd actually been thinking about introducing the two of you anyway. Over a sumptuous home-cooked meal, if that sounds at all to your taste.
Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits.
There's no denying a certain perfume of decay hangs over such dark magic, but that isn't to say it can't be put to good use. Or at the very least, neutral use. Splendid. Bit of boldness will serve us well. I've forgotten what it felt like to greet a sunrise without fear of it being my last. Of course, I would hate for you to think me impatient or ungrateful. I shall persevere. For now, a shame. He will be most disappointed, I fear. With the power of the crown, any foe would be rendered impotent. Any obstacle would be dwarfed by our might.
There's no getting past those vines. The ritual was thorough. Quite worthless, as it turns out.
And if he does, he'll not find you alone.
Crescat scientia.
Oh, your breath would kill the dead twice over.
Where am I? Are those dinosaurs? Not a predator I'm keen to study up close.
I do enjoy our conversations. What do you need?
I promise we'll make it work. If you'll have me.
The lava's erupting. Better watch my step.
Impressive specimen. Better off stuffed than stalking me, I dare say. What is this liquid?
About damn time. Well, there was an invitation to leave if I ever heard one. Good luck in your endeavors. You shall certainly need it.
And you're quite sure it wasn't a dream? Cheese partaken at a late hour can wreak havoc on the unconscious. Go on.
Tell me about it.
In excessus.
Unfinished toys, like the ones from the barn. Better stay on guard.
Deal with it how? I hate to pull rank, but I was once Mistress Chosen. Destroying magic like this was my bread and butter. Burn them, I say. Burn them all.
Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone.
Please, now's hardly the time.
Good show.
And he tried. With a spell of his own devising, he endeavored to usurp in one fell swoop the power of the goddess of magic.
Like a ghost.
I've misjudged the situation. I gave my heart over to you too freely, and now it has been wounded. A mistake I shall not repeat.
Long ride down? Is this the Underdark? The day is young, and there are thousands more days ahead of us.
Evanesco.
That disc will lead somewhere, I'll wager.
On my way.
I was afraid to so much as dream of a night like this. To hope that my life might amount to more than lonely, bitter disappointment. And then I found you.
Seems like we tied up a loose end for Raphael. Not sure if he'll be grateful, though.
I owe you an apology. Things became quite heated between us before, after I learned of the crown of Carsus. I allowed myself to get carried away, and failed to properly explain myself.
Willing and able.
Maybe later.
The adamantine forge again. Durn, too, was looking to find it.
Punge!
Persistent, isn't it? Looks like you made a new friend for life.
Unfortunately, this is neither the time nor the place to indulge such feelings, so we must be patient and push all such thoughts aside. For now.
Oh, this again. Yes, lovely.
The chest Zaris sort, if I'm not mistaken. What treasures is it hiding?
No crutch. I can stand tall now, thanks to you. You've renewed my taste for living.
I'll not be a burden to you.
The cage is burning. There isn't much time to save her. Go on, then. State your business with me, from a safe distance, if it's all the same to you. Remember how I told you I was in dire need of magical artifacts to absorb? I wonder why this one isn't working. Flumph mating rituals. It's an odd book for a drow to carry. I am involved. I'm taking notes, making observations.
Mortalis.
Might as well.
They won't see this coming.
According to these notes, there's an adamantine forge down here.
Oh, it will take me some time to get that image out of my head.
Named after wizards. Ramazith, Elminster, Silverhand, and Carsus. What secrets of Netheril might lie behind his door, I wonder?
Looks like a beast came through here. Big one, too. Not keen on fighting its allies. Should have figured.
Whatever that thing was you turned into, I'd rather not see it again. By the gods.
Your intellect will be valuable indeed, so long as it remains uncorrupted.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep. He wishes to extend you an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale.
That was close.
Doubt is a spoil sport. Cast it aside.
I confess, I wasn't entirely sure what to wear. Usually our meetings are a little more, clandestine, shall we say.
How bothersome.
So, all it takes to lift the archive's dome is a few magic words. Excellent. I'm rather good at those.
Quite an oddity to behold. But not without beauty either.
Yes, but there is so much to live for and so few moments in which to house it all.
It doesn't do to keep a wizard waiting, especially one of Elminster's reputation. Not to mention appetite. I'd thank you for bringing me back to life, but your ending it in the first place has me rather in two minds about you.
You might be in for an adventure with Karlach. More than you bargained for. With a bit of luck.
You're a vampire? Stand back. I'll run a stake through your heart if I must.
I can tell you what I don't like. Unwittingly sleeping next to someone with a taste for blood and a tendency to lie about it.
I'm sorry to hear things have been so difficult. You have my sympathy, but not my pity. If anyone can do what needs doing, it's you.
What they sell is far more precious than mere sword or shield. They sell knowledge, ingenuity, the wisdom of mages past.
Ad vitam aeternam, risum teliatis, ingende.
A little discourse.
Sio didici, pecto.
It would be selfish of me to stay, when in doing so I'd be putting you and everyone else within spitting distance in catastrophic peril.
Gems from Thay. Looks like the looters were less than thorough.
Cupio virtus licet.
Shabby workmanship. Strong push and this wall comes down to new horizons.
That being said, I wondered if you might consider accompanying me back to Waterdeep as a new member of the Dakaria's clan.
If I ever want to be me again.
They just keep coming. What powers are protecting it?
A true infernal item, tainted by the hells themselves. Looks like she's a diabolist after all.
I'm sorry, but I had to. After all, this is only the beginning.
I will not let you down.
I can't deny my curiosity. But, as you say, no harm in delaying it, for now at least.
They won't see this coming.
Not even an ogre could move this. The weave is still here. All around us. Inside of us, too. As long as the goddess lives, magic is a tangible thing for those who know how to touch.
Thank you. But even if we do find another way, perhaps this is the right way. The end fate wishes for me.
Time to run. Te ad stringo linguam.
As luck would have it, we'll soon find ourselves near one of the finest book collections this side of Candlekeep, Sorcerous Sundries. I need to go there and learn all I can. My Life, Part 12. The Boring Opponent. Rid of the Emperor's influence, but not the need for an illithid. We must use the tadpole. My word.
Damn. Completely stuck. I wonder when it was used last.
Thou fetid fish. Thou rancid shark.
No doubt she needs a moment alone with her thoughts. Who wouldn't, after all she's been through?
Where the blazes am I?
I thought I made my feelings plain. I do not want to take that step. Not anymore. What will Voss have to show for himself when we catch up with him, I wonder? What's done is done, I suppose. But I'll be loath to cause such destruction again. Not unless the alternative is far, far worse. He won't be able to help us, no. Unless he happens to have a cure on his corpse.
And to think I couldn't imagine this place could get any more foreboding.
It appears my old friend Tara here has found some objects that might interest us. Care to trade?
Blood. I don't like where this is going.
Better get my hands on that gem.
I know our time together is rather snatched, but I assure you, it's also savoured. You remain very precious to me, as does everyone. I cannot die. Please help me.
Et alibi.
Bah! A lamp without a jinny is like a sphinx without a riddle. Always a disappointment.
Efferve.
If it should ever come to that, if I ever know I am no longer able to stop it, I will do anything I can to ensure no one but me pays for my mistakes. Oh,
This corpse. Dear gods, it's Arabella's mother.
so do I. Then I'm glad to have met your standards, and intend to prove your appraisal more than correct.
That drow's seen better days.
Direct that elsewhere.
Ugh. A nightfall ritual. They likely feasted the night away before killing another. All for Shah.
How opportune.
Ah, fleeing from battle. I thought desecrating those graves was a low point.
Dead drow and some skeletons. Wonder what happened.
A pity I did not learn all she had to offer, but the fact that she summoned me to her presence is proof enough that the crown of Karsus is worth pursuing.
The owner of this place, the toy maker. He's packing explosives into children's playthings.
I'll be in the camp then, idling away the hours.
Very well.
Tolitros.
I'm sorry, but surely we're friends, allies, the best of companions, but no more than that. So, a vampire lord walks among us.
A powerful ally to have at our side, and a powerful enemy should our intentions diverge.
I'm sure there's better things you could find to read. I can't imagine anywhere that could turn my heart from you, cursed or otherwise. You'd always be as beautiful and as impressive.
I think that's quite bloody obvious. But why?
The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Fiat Lux! Not entirely sure that was a wise decision. Better the devil you know, I suppose. The one Will knows, at least.
Much later. If ever. Whoever inflicted the shadows on this land was no ordinary spellcaster. And certainly had no fear of Mistress' punishment for doing so.
Venenum!
A cap would keep the parasite nice and cozy, but its comfort is hardly my priority.
I know Astarion has a hold on your heart. No doubt he quickens your pulse far more than I. What's a humble archmage in the face of such rakish charms? That's it. I won't take more of your time this lovely evening. Rest well.
Well, sounds like you've been keeping yourself very busy indeed. It was never like you to lay about, so I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, I shan't hesitate. We cannot allow this thing to prevail. It is magic. From another time and another place. It is something that is beyond me, yet inside me. Don't blame me for detesting them. That most beautiful of fantasies. That, or we've just prolonged its misery. Netherese. These chosen are powerful indeed to have such magic in their command. An Aasimar for an ally. I feel the odds shifting in our favor already. Let's agree on actions first and explanations later. Yes?
I'm in a spot of bother here.
The stars will be our bed. Come here.
Invisibilis. Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy.
I know. This fairy ring looks disappointingly dormant. The timelessness of lovers. However, the sharpest tongues sometimes make the finest points, and your urgency is not unwarranted. Our circumstances have changed.
Mistra hasn't seemed inclined to hand out second chances so far. None should have me survive, anyway.
I don't care if you eat blood or boiled eggs for breakfast. But if we're to survive this parasitic adventure of ours, we have to trust each other.
Then thank goodness I have you to keep me in check. Plenty to look forward to.
As you like. Thank you for spending this time with me. If only there was more.
You and I both. Let's just stay very calm, very serene. The last thing we need is to set this place off.
You see me as I am, and do not find me wanting. With these stars as my witness, I swear, you will always be enough for me. In trouble? Small wonder.
It certainly doesn't seem to have done you any harm. Or rather, you've not yet done me any harm. Still, there are undoubtedly risks to such a transformation.
Upon completion of the tune, a magma method will appear, which will pose the following question. Iskcha Chisnaga.
Let's give them a hand, shall we? Only decent course of action, if you ask me. This should do you some good.
Don't worry.
I'm not asking you to surrender anything else on my account. What's called for here is something altogether different.
Ugh.
Silks from Cormyr, it says. Empty, though. Drow magic radiates from it. And drows are masters at magic.
A humble vegetable depicted amongst such adventurous company? That is a turnip for the books. Hark! A dung golem.
Huh. Where's Lae'zel? Tonight, of course, we celebrate. And I won't keep you any longer. Tomorrow night, though, you're in for quite the bedtime story. I can only hope my tale will live up to your expectations. Just hurry this along.
Fortunately, the Blackstaff himself came to the rescue, hauling me back from the brink and straight into several months of writing lines. Or rather, finessing my autograph.
Those scars. Great pain's been visited upon you. I'm sorry.
Or the king can retreat up and right, and then your knight can move 2 squares left and 1 up to mate the king, while the rook covers all escapes.
damn thing could just slow down a moment.
I thought I might take this opportunity to reinvent myself. Or uninvent myself, to be more accurate. A Cambion. Do the hells themselves answer the Absolute's call? No matter to worry the unlettered over.
Perhaps they deserve to be challenged.
Perhaps you and I deserve better than to live and die as their pawns.
Looks like Halsin's no more. Better see what I can glean from his remains.
Dissera.
You face her already. Something behind those supplies. Looks like an opening.
The Annals of Karsus. The preamble to a civilization's downfall, committed to parchment by the very hand that wrought its destruction.
Ha! Well, I'm not sure Will's family would appreciate their heir apparent being forced to share. Leviatar. Sounds like a violent goddess.
It's the lunar prayer book. We should leave it, unless we need kindling for our campfire.
No advantage is unfair.
Hag's curse, I guess.
Better yet, soft beds, home-cooked meals, and all the other little luxuries this wilderness so brashly denies us. Let's hope the fruits of this cruel labor are to your advantage. And ours, of course.
My apologies. I shouldn't place my own guilt onto your shoulders.
That's not mine to open. Quickly now. Glad to see we all made it through the night intact. A promising sign that we may be able to curb those urges of yours.
Cut down by goblins.
How cruel. That corpse. A tiefling. Not one I recognize. Harper insignia. Druidic markings. They must have fell as allies.
Spare me a moment, if you please. I've something important to discuss with you. I'd advise against it, in your case, at least. No disrespect intended, but this is not your typical magic. Huzzah! Should this prove embarrassing, just imagine the audience in the nude. Far, far, far too small for me.
Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers.
There he goes, into the Shadowfell. Let's hope his mind and body are up to the challenges that await in that fabled place.
Good night.
We should act with extreme caution. Kill the hag, and the child dies with her.
Just another crate. For Mistra to have sent him. The severity of her bidding could not be clearer, or weigh more heavily on me. Still hot to the touch. When it comes down to man versus dragon, the result tends to be predictable.
Ambushers, lurking in the undergrowth. Better not give them the upper hand. If this is what the fates have offered to aid our cause, then who am I to refuse? I'll take your tadpole. Let's see what it has to offer. A stab in the dark it is. Is that truly you? Oh, I thought I might never see you again. Trust me, unleashing the orb is not something I want to do, but if there's no other way. Head hacked clean off and made to watch. Twisted vision.
Sio didicci pecto.
A taste of her own medicine is what she deserves. This must be what remains of the lady who tried to blackmail the brewer. Put her into a barrel rather than over one, it seems.
Can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in.
It may not be the best idea. I've never wanted to kiss you more than I do now. What secrets does this Aasimar promise to reveal, I wonder?
God spare me. Why did I think eating a second one was a good idea?
Now, I think it's time we moved on to lighter subjects, before we too are lost to the darkness. Was there anything else? A grotesque spectacle. What mind would take pleasure from this? But what if we didn't need them? What if we wielded their power instead and helped ourselves in all the ways they refused to? I could make that happen. I could make this illusion a reality. With you by my side.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
Configo!
Out of the flask and from the looks of it, still into the frying pan. There's murder in those eyes.
If you did want to repeat it thrice, I can make myself available.
Occhio!
Hells! That looked unpleasant.
Fear not. I'm treading carefully. If you think mortal politics is bad, I assure you, the machinations of the heavens would leave you reeling.
I'm afraid you can't always have what you want.
No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made.
You need me?
Ha! That'll knock the wind out of it.
Help's on the way. Once we ascend, the Netherbrain stem will be in touching distance of the crown, of reclaiming the powers of Carsus himself. Indubitably.
Detonno!
I've been threatened with the sharp end of a dagger before, but never with such a monster as Orin holding the blade. This place is a snake pit in more ways than one. That poor girl. Such sudden madness.
Excellent. Time to uncover some secrets.
Quite right. Good food, good wine, and excellent company. What more could we ask for?
Even the Harpers are compromised by the evils preying on the city. We should inform Jaheira. She'll not stand for this.
I confess, in my head, I saw that going a lot less amicably.
I hope our newly freed ally proves more reliable than the last. Rite of the Timeless Body. Is this a ritual Jaheira intends to perform?
This is my only opportunity to learn the truth about the crown, the orb, all of it. Why try to keep me from it?
Oh dear.
Hell of a breeze down here.
What in Faerun was that?
Kaido!
First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to us.
What the devil? That was no killing blow. The Absolute did this.
Please, feel free to enjoy yourself elsewhere. No doubt there are others here who offer more welcome company.
Mutatis mutandis!
No, the Black Staff would never allow it. Health and safety, you see. It's all the rage in wizardry these days. Oh, charming. I hope the Shadow Weave was to blame for that little outburst of unwarranted discourtesy.
Blunt, as your summation is, it's correct. I dared to call myself an archmage while acting the apprentice. The hallmarks of a most excellent idiot, unfortunately.
No. All I want now is a meal, a rest, and perhaps a nightcap to round it all off. She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges, but I suppose I could be smooth enough for two.
Keep it up, and she might just take a personal interest in you one of these days. Don't worry about me. I'm quite content to enjoy the party from here. Go. Enjoy yourself.
What interesting tableaus. Clearly ancient, too. Driders, mind flayers. Must depict some ancient battle with diligence and care. For once.
Ah!
Gods! This is pure shadow magic. To be one with the darkness and see.
A decision most excellently made. Shall we?
I would have back everything I lost and 1,000 times more. I would get what I deserved. One might argue.
You're about to say something awful, aren't you?
Oh, yes. No, I was glad you sought me out for an entirely different reason. To toast to victory and to offer you an invitation. First, move your white queen to the upper right corner. Then, move her 4 squares to the left.
A brain. Not so miraculous outside of a skull.
That was a sudden exit from the stage. Can't help but wonder where she's gone.
Oh, you must indulge yourself like that. Please do it quietly.
My, I actually did it.
No ordinary jewels. Such unusual craftsmanship. Of all the places I expected would find this Minsk, crawling from the broken jaws of a mimic wasn't high on my list. What's life without a few surprises, eh?
What's this? This feeling of power.
Not the resounding success we were hoping for. Still, the price of ambition is occasionally catastrophic failure. At least our skulls remain intact.
Let me work my magic.
Please tell me you don't mean to jump down that esophagus. The thought alone makes my own jump the other way.
The architects who built this must have been remarkable. Pity their vision didn't stand the test of time.
Someone pinch me, please.
I'd really love to wake up from this nightmare. That could have been worse.
Bring me back. Cast the spell. Utmost importance.
Someone made short work of these gnolls. Made it look easy, too. That's someone to be reckoned with. Will's a good man. He may actually be a tried and true storybook hero.
Well, this is quite the mess you've gotten us into. Could the effect be reproduced? Perhaps with the right application of weave.
Been apologetic already.
Secreti umbrarum.
Your confidence is encouraging, but a little premature. Let's keep our eyes on the task ahead. Or as the case may be. Enjoy yourself now, Tara. Looks like you've got yourself set up quite nicely here.
Dryder's caravan must have come from here.
Oh, staffs, tomes, cowls. The form doesn't matter, so long as it's brimming with weave.
It's never been that simple before. Don't know why it would be now.
And what of Astarion? I fear you are one of the things that keeps his darkest impulses at bay.
Resistor ignem.
Oh. Well, no matter. Dinner alone can be every bit as enjoyable as with company. I didn't realize you had a fear of wolves, Shadowheart. Understandable, I suppose. No obvious keyhole or mechanism. There must be some other way to unlock this.
On my way. That wasn't a bullet.
Was it?
I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there.
I did say that, and I did mean it. And I do suppose that after all you've done for me, I should be at least a little bit forthcoming. I'm feeling rather unsteady. Thank you. I see my trust in you was not misplaced. She's gone. And Will's been consigned to the hells along with her. Farewell, blade. Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking his territory. We'll need a cover story. The Mind Flayer is gone. That doesn't bode well. It'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
This thing's plummeting fast. Need to write it.
Botanical samples. Why would a Mind Flayer study such things? Not that I don't appreciate your musk. Actually rather like it.
You can't die. Not like this. Obedi me.
That gas bag is 3 sheets to the wind. Can it even feel pain?
You remind me of her somewhat. Something in the way you roll your eyes when I speak.
Pulcrior.
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must speak with Helsik. Only a Diabolist would know the way. I told you how I sought to win the favor of Mystra. I did this by trying to control a form of magic only one wizard ever could. I once wished a most impure demise on a colleague of mine who bought the last remaining copy of Etheril's Enchiridion of Enchanting Easements. It's a first edition, too. Indeed, something's missing. I'll need a mold to get this thing running. Not weak, but subtle. Mystra knows there is a risk to make herself known here, however briefly. Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens.
Sicut gatus.
I should probably fetch Scratch from the post house.
Not sure I care for the way that ox is looking at me. Cheese from the Dalelands. Oh, the rats must have feasted.
What a thrill. To wander the corridors of the Forge of Tyranny itself. Better keep our thoughts to ourselves. Who knows what might be listening to us here? Sicarius is their password. I'll hand it to these Barlists. They're definitely subtle. But why weren't you honest with me?
If I must. Looks like something fits in here, but alas, I have nothing.
This is not the time to drop the tadpole. We need it, however vile it may be. Resist for now. Enjoy the night. And I promise, we'll be together soon enough. Yrgir, I need an Orthon's might in this battle.
A heart-to-heart.
Not giving an inch. There must be some way to unlock it. I feel apologetic already. Look at that. It transformed. I wonder what else it can change. Beyond that,
The choice is yours to make. And I wouldn't dare to impose myself on one faced with making such a sacrifice.
If I salvage the stones, I could retrieve it.
Opening a book, like the Annals of Carsus, was akin to us shooting a firework spelling, "Look at us, Mistra," directly into the skies of Elysium. She knows.
There was a lot of magic in this artifact. I can't quite remember a time I felt so peaceful inside.
Seemed like someone made a little hidden reading nook for themselves. I approve.
Wait. Why did that strange dog collar just vibrate?
I don't think you're quite seeing what I'm seeing.
A sacrifice? There's little to offer here but bones and dust. Let's keep going.
Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot.
Oh, smells like a bugbear's morning breath. Best give this dish a wide berth. Guadico fake. No thanks to you. I wasn't expecting a summons, but then you did always prefer things on your terms.
I'm not trying to try your patience. I simply need to be absolutely certain you understand.
An adamantine forge is very much a treasure, and any good treasure is protected by a guardian. Looks like we can defeat it with a so-called hot hammer. Was there anything else you needed of me? Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the few. You don't happen to be one of them. Go on, excel. We need to find him before it's too late. Suddenly I had a spot of déjà vu.
I wanted to talk to you about our night together.
Animating spores. The myconid means to raise the dead. It feels like my magic is getting drained.
A key. Now to find somewhere to insert it.
The tadpole stirs. It recognizes its master.
Wetter than a 10-tongue tarpon.
The glass feels warm.
Step by step.
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy.
The blood of Saluna. Sounds like a sacrifice. We really ought to go speak to Elminster. If not out of curiosity, then at least to make sure he doesn't eat his way through all of our supplies.
This is the one.
Time for a reunion.
Wicked magic sleeps in this cowl. Think I'd better consume it for my own good. A trap. So much for the art of hospitality. Ex nihilo! Gods! This assault on the nostrils should be labelled a war crime.
Since our conversation, I'd resigned myself to my fate. Each day bore the possibility of being my last, and I accepted it. How can I not?
Really? Sometimes your lack of impetus is quite astonishing.
I know what it is to have an uncontrollable hunger within you. You can hardly be blamed for your desperation in trying to satisfy it.
Oh, I know. Gondian artificers might lack a certain worldly wisdom, but there's no doubting they're masters of their craft. A little help from a friend. I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire.
So you came back.
Nor would I expect you to.
It is too bleak a task to demand of anyone.
I can barely see.
To the rescue.
Hopefully it comes no closer. Left out in plain sight?
I'd rate the Harpers too smart for that.
Oh, I suppose there's no harm continuing to entertain the idea. Quietly.
Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy. Better to be told late than never, I suppose. But in future, I find that honesty is the best policy when it comes to finding allies. And keeping them. Minimus! Now that's a lock that screams, pick me. In excessus. Fortunately, this need no longer be a concern. Not until I meet the heart of the Absolute, whatever that is. I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long, and I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands. Intactilus sum. Nothing. It's not really the time for an ogre rampage, anyhow. The witching hour. But if I may be so bold, it's for a very good cause indeed. Cave curculum. This is no ordinary cave. No ordinary depth in stone. Good gods. This is the Underdark.
A murderer with artistic ambitions. Can't say I appreciate their body of work.
This is not beyond the remit of what the parasite might command.
a word, my dear.
Still, I mustn't frighten them with my newfound powers.
Or go shopping with a purse of sufficient heft.
Crescitai hondo, propera!
Besides, she was always telling me I needed to spread my wings, so to speak. Find mortal friends instead of hanging onto Mistra's coattails. So that's what I'm doing. I hope.
What if this is my chance? I'd be a fool not to take it.
And so long as it doesn't please you to munch on my cerebellum, I'll be right behind you. The Emperor was clear. Nothing but death waits ahead.
No, Mistra wouldn't have issued an order like that if she was content for it to be ignored. She meant it. Perhaps so much so that she's willing to overlook transgressions like this.
No, indeed. But I think she trusts me to. One of Dribble's limbs. I always knew clowns were armless.
Sicut gatus!
There are many heroes' graves that will need to be dug. Many eulogies to be written. Poor Scratch. I'm lucky to have met you.
Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here. Sorry. Sometimes I just can't help being quite insufferable. In seriousness, I'm glad you asked that question.
Let's get you on your feet.
Stars and moons, like that dwarf's poem said. And these plates can be turned.
Don't worry. I've no interest in prizing that artifact from your grip. Your secrets are yours to keep.
Yet another unwelcome opportunity to contemplate this ghastly abattoir.
And there you stand, covered in blood, with no idea how it happened.
Well, that's something. The hand that feeds is the hand that's loved. It'll never leave your side now.
What light is that? A barrier to keep the shadows at bay?
Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
But you know what? I'm learning to enjoy the taste of chaos. Count me in.
It's ready to go. Time to get to work. No press like excellent press. The editor's in for quite a shock tomorrow.
Fine.
We've our problems, granted, but there might be some merit in shutting down a local conflict, no?
I'm glad, though not envious.
It's a waste of my talents.
Fewer than if the absolute goes unchecked. I don't want to kill, and I don't want to die. But inaction will lead to bloodshed all the same.
Gale Decarius likes you too. Very, very much. Though let's keep his existence between ourselves for now.
I'm too long in the tooth to play sacrificial lamb. Sacrificial bearded goat, more like. I will not just give in to the orb. Not when I've made it this far.
What did that do?
Stop that! How dare you? Again.
But I was still your conduit. To perform such a feat alone requires much and arduous study. We have had some fun, haven't we? Not how I would have done it. You're quite spectacular, you know.
Certainly would have been a disappointment. To spend so long resisting the instructions of my own god, only to die as the plaything of someone else's.
Not in front of Tara, please.
The disc shifted when I moved something from the altar. Must be connected.
Obedi me.
I'm sorry. But to know I had less than the whole of your heart, I can't do it. Not when I would give all of myself to you.
Before we go on, though, do first let me apologize. Your father, too, if our fortunes are so kind.
Where are my smelling salts?
By the hells! A lava elemental! No wonder the lake's so volatile.
Oh, pigeon blood. Careful. It's a nightmare to wash out.
In my experience, it's best to pay for the beds before sleeping in them.
Forbidden knowledge, without a doubt. Nothing wrong with a bit of caution, I suppose. Better to sound out friends and enemies alike before revealing that kind of secret.
Your formerly murderous presence might even be enough to lighten the moods of my own students.
Goblins and humans worshipping the same god. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. Look at that idol. Sylvanus is an ancient and powerful god. I'm sure the magic inside it is delicious.
I can hardly leave it to the likes of Volo to give a true account of our adventures. And no one would believe him if he did.
Dum vita est, spes est.
The dark blade. If I'm right, and I usually am, it's the glaive from the druid's notebook. All right, Let's go.
Then again, keeps you on your toes.
Seems this plate is connected to the lights over the door. Some kind of code, perhaps? I've not felt the presence of the shadow weave like this since we left behind that cursed darkness. We must be on our guard. This won't take long, and when I'm done, I'll be free of Mystra's yoke once and for all.
Chewable!
Already dead.
I know you are, and yet, a few moments more, a few different words spoken.
I conjured this illusion often during my confinement in Waterdeep. An escape for the mind, where there was none for the body. Clearly the matter has hardly been a priority of yours, but even so, you can consider it closed. Stubborn little tyke. Even if she can swing a spell or two, she's going to get herself killed out here. A ritual circle. Looks like it was used in the crafting of moon lanterns. I can't see any way to disarm it.
She sent me to die.
If they move freely, they must have some kind of magic that protects them. I'm not averse to claiming that magic indeed.
What then? You intend to die here? Now?
Let's remedy that, shall we?
If you think iron bars will be enough to contain you, I fear you'll be in for a rather nasty shock. It's your mind that is your greatest asset. Always has been. That's the one I'd watch.
They unsettle somehow. As if they harbour a lingering presence. Ah, I see something else preoccupies you. Care to talk about it?
Vita mortis scario.
I needed Mystra's intervention. She offered me a path to redemption at last, and it might yet leave my mind and body intact.
The poison is overtaking me. Bring me back. I must be brought back.
I feel I should warn you that the average goblin foot is host to some 24 toe-curling diseases. I think we need to get you some air, and perhaps have a long talk about unresolved childhood issues.
Yes, now we're talking.
Is this the Underdark? Gods take me. Better be careful around here. I sense the difference in you already. You seem sharper, leaner, hungrier. Oh! Well, in that case, I suppose we'll just move on.
Come now. Our adventures have offered far more than the potential for destruction. I have enough looted literature to fill a dozen libraries. You know for yourself how hard-won such an item was, and it will be no easier when even more are required to assuage my hunger.
Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance. Nothing like a brisk stroll through the forest to invigorate the spirit. Elminster? In any case, know that I harbour no ill will. I would rather see you happy with another than not happy at all. Planting explosives in toys. Is Arthur intent on maiming children? A pretty bauble. Quite. The forge is not working as it should. I must be missing some crucial ingredient.
Arde.
I'll gladly talk to you about such matters when the time comes. But for now, let's speak of other things. I'll say one thing for our troop. We're not short on drama. I'm glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled their differences peacefully. Eventually. An eruption the size of Waterdeep, I think my exact words were. I think it's about time we imposed ourselves on Raphael's hospitality for a change.
This is no fun at all.
I meant to do that.
I would consume some midnight tears and venture as deep into the Underdark as I possibly could, till they cloud my eyes forever. I still lack the necessary Sousa bark. Now you.
A bullet.
Best brace for a vicious battle.
Get back!
The circle will fall into darkness if we don't intervene. There you go, cutting right through the ephemera to the heart of the matter. Your finest quality, I think. Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem. Seems to be stuck. Seek, and I shall find. What? What was that?
Obedi me.
Our lives are certainly a far cry from the one I once pictured.
Even now, with the orb's fires quelled by Mystra at last, I scarcely dare believe it. Looks like these plaques make for a mechanism of sorts. Ooh, I sense a secret. Dame Aelin, your light must shatter this darkness.
To the rescue. No, I was glad you sought me out for an entirely different reason.
Ugh. The scraps of a nightfall feast. Straight and narrow is a boring road to walk, my friend. If only your mind had been so set last night. But alas, that bell cannot be unrung.
Roland! Unleash fire from the heavens!
Indeed. This place makes my skin crawl. No, makes it run full pelt. We'll have to disagree on that score. Competing against a Githyanki warrior would be very poor for my health. Arsehole. Baldur's Gate trembles. City Watch, come to her aid. Don't apologize. You must not deny your heart's desire. I would not want you to.
Oh, and as far as that tadpole trickery goes, I really do trust you'll not be so untoward again.
Willing and able.
Cantote!
Made into a mouthpiece by the Elder Brain itself. The merest taste of its manipulations, I fear.
Right. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Go on.
Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work.
Hook horrors. Classification, monstrosity, social behavior, kills on sight.
Your optimism is inspirational, as always, but I think convincing the general population to place their fates in the hands of a devil, however well-meaning, might prove challenging.
Ah! That's hot!
It's Shadowheart, isn't it? For one who guards her secrets so closely, she's made no attempt at hiding how much she wants you.
Mutatis mutandis.
The hag's doing. It has to be. Strolling these streets together would have been quite magical in other circumstances. This is all a tad apocalyptic for my liking.
Back in the thick of things at last.
Oh, how exciting.
No time for stargazing. More's the pity.
The abandoned plumage of some Baldurian bird or other. Whatever dropped these is long gone. Only one way to find out. Unless we plan to ask the Zentarim for a shipping manifest. Oh, lovely little pick-me-up.
That disc will lead somewhere, I'll wager.
Pulso.
I can keep this condition under control, as indeed I've done for a significant amount of time, but that was under different circumstances altogether. Home, in Waterdeep. I need to navigate this labyrinth unseen, it seems.
We should pay a visit to Sorcerer's Sundries. Their book collection is the envy of the Sword Coast. I'm certain the truth lurks somewhere on their shelves.
I've found many delights in the heavens so far, but I have to say, nothing as rare as your friendship. It's a fine thing indeed.
On the contrary, no one is lonely when they have books. Except perhaps the illiterate.
Is that Darkmoor the Wicked? I don't believe it. This map shows a Temple of Shar. Seems to highlight some great danger within.
I can say this much for now. Mystra is welcome to her dominion. My aims are set a little higher than offering cursory blessings to just any half-decent spellcaster.
Deocludo oculus.
Oh, I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try.
Take heart. I'm here for you. I'm afraid my condition has worsened to the point I cannot, in good conscience, stay in this company of ours. I need to leave and seek an item to consume before it's too late.
Wait for me. Please. The curse that afflicts the land appears to be a manifestation of an incredible amount of dark magic. The sword manifested through the shadow weave.
The crown.
Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled. Can't say I blame you.
Let's keep sharp. At least we can face our enemy armed with the knowledge of its true nature.
Nothing for it but to do it again. Only correctly this time.
Let's see. The White Queen moves all the way across and captures the Black Pawn. The Black King is in check, So he has to retreat a square left.
Inexpugnabilis.
I suppose one might say I'm rather adrift, to be honest.
The goblin may yet prove her worth. Necessity has bred stranger bedfellows.
Yes, yes. And so we have gone through the necessary steps again. Let's hope practice makes perfect in the end.
Let her rot. The Absolute's allies deserve no better. Is that not the very nature of chasing divinity?
Dress thy face, the hags are hiring. Omnia mutantur.
This night song is the source of Kethric's invulnerability.
You will? Oh, thank goodness for that.
I'm quite open-minded. It's one of my finer qualities. And there's some stiff competition in that department. Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just abandon her?
It appears Orin sent us a message. What glad tidings will she have to offer?
I'm surprised you spotted me.
Good. You're still capable of showing that much sense, at least.
Too bad the rest of the note is pure gibberish. You don't know. Not really. But after all you've done for me, I do suppose I should be at least a little bit forthcoming. You just don't understand.
Sounds delightful. What a joy it must be to live so freely in the light at last.
I'd rather not.
Not to my taste, but I'll take a clown over some hack magician pulling peonies from his breeches.
This is sobering news indeed. But there's no use crying over spilt milk. If this is our only option, to Moonrise Towers we go. Not just altered, but magnified. There's powerful magic budding here. Unless there's something more pressing you wish to discuss.
She'd be most impressed by our efforts saving these tieflings. Proud, even. And I've given her little to be proud of recently.
A hidden shrine, dedicated to the Moon Maiden herself. Even amidst this darkness, Selûnites are stubborn enough to cling on. Grateful as I am, the course of our camaraderie is much better served by not taking that particular detour. Not just yet. You can count on me. That's a Gith Yankee blade if ever I saw one.
Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson.
You remembered where to find me then. What do we have here? Let's save such certainty for the moment such a decision is upon us. You may feel differently once we know what we're truly up against. Say no more. I'll find the perfect book for you. I might even lend it to you from my library in Waterdeep. Conspicuous absence of Susabark in these particular diagrams, though.
Mephits! Now it really is a party.
Over there, a shrine to Selûne, by Moon Maiden's grace.
I thought you would be.
Venia chuva me.
Hardly the noblest conflict we've encountered, but criminals will have their squabbles, even in the looming shadow of utter annihilation.
Goblins ahead.
I'm not sure what I was expecting, but whatever that was, it was worse.
My lord, I bow to your boundless kindness.
A chained-up book in a long-abandoned temple. Ooh, temptation, old friend. We meet again. But what does this revelation of yours mean for us going forward?
Gods! That is not a pretty sight.
The origin point of the Dryder's caravan, it seems. Here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
All right, then. Hopefully there's no more interludes before daybreak.
What? What happened?
They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours.
Some sort of magic blocking the way.
The Underdark has a certain menacing beauty to it, though I'd be happier admiring it from a safe distance.
Trust me when I say, the loss of the occasional wizard staff or tome of enchantment is a bargain given the cost of allowing me to deteriorate.
A stirring verse to rouse heroes depleted, but not for us, because we went and cheated.
The red dragon. Gods, it must have followed us from Avernus.
Still, I hoped my students might be a little more open to the playful side of such magic.
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I'm just poorly making a point.
Oh, that's a frightful amount of teeth where there shouldn't be any.
Do you feel that? The hells themselves tremble to face such a scourge as will threatens to be. It's bloated with poison. Better leave it be.
But I cannot. You would not be able to either if you knew what I knew. Please, allow me to show you. Just close your eyes a moment. Orin isn't the only shapeshifter we need to be wary of. How many doppelgangers has she called to Baal's bloody purpose?
Easy now. Stand down, Will. She may add a little extra spice to her language, but she's no devil.
My, what an angry little pixie. He's practically turning the air blue.
Oh dear.
It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up.
Easy and effective.
I don't see one.
First, have the White Queen move all the way across and capture the Black Pawn. This leaves Black's king in check, forcing him to retreat a square left.
And I couldn't be happier for you. A fitting reward for the sacrifices you made in getting here. No time to change clothes, I'm afraid.
Now, much as I enjoy reminiscing about such tomfoolery, I believe we've more pressing matters at hand. Is there anything else?
I thought I'd awaken feeling, well, drained. But I seem to be quite as well as ever.
Precious. Alia. Pharaoh. Elminster? Treating you to the real deal, that's what.
Hells! I have better things to do than seek out unsettling little children.
An illusory wall.
Let's find out what it seeks to hide.
So, the Night Song is the source of Ketheric's invulnerability. Perhaps its powers could be turned against him.
Yikes. Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making.
Oh, yes.
Locked. Let's find another way in.
Dollar.
Platforms covered in rust. Must be older than bone dust.
Goblin tracks. And far too many of them, too.
Or worse. Trusting a mind flayer to wield the stones and giving it the chance to dominate a netherbrain.
Shame. This is a journey I'd like to see through to the end. But I have my own finale to face. It's best I face it alone.
My omnipotent, omniscient ex-lover.
A savvy move recruiting House into our cause.
Tu es nihil.
That's the trouble with being quite clever. You always have to be right. Probe all avenues, consider all possibilities. And yet another. Hardly the warmest of welcomes.
Obedi me.
I will keep you safe.
The bustle here takes some getting used to. A crackling fire and a tressum for company is usually more my speed.
Hope the forge is close by. I'm sweating from the heat. A shame to wizardry, this one. Still, we should exercise caution.
Gotcha. Your secrets are safe with me.
Take me by the hand.
Maybe someone was cheating at cards. Maybe it was some weird lover's quarrel.
Ambition is your bread and bloody butter.
Oh.
Impero tibi.
At least our conversation didn't come to such an abrupt halt. Unless you'd rather it did, of course.
On my way.
Mistra, for indeed it was her image I conjured, commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold.
Ale me.
Another shapeshifter who won't be getting an encore.
Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight.
Very well. We'll do this the old-fashioned way, then.
Swords, spells, and sweat. Adventurers to the end.
Whatever form it may take.
No time to lose.
More of those wretched things.
Macte fortute.
There was that magma mephit once. Kasitrak Ash, in fact. You met him.
Mayo fortio.
Surprise, surprise.
Is it me? Or is the ground here particularly sticky? Almost as if... As I recall, you had a very, active imagination, shall we say.
The shape feels deliberate. Like it might have some sort of purpose.
This grove is like a cauldron about to boil over. I say we check in on the child. Make sure she comes to no harm.
My eyes.
On my way.
That's Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him.
Glue and optimism are holding this thing together.
There's an almost reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness, when you'd almost believe the dawn will never break.
A little discourse.
Scorched ground. Better watch out. The artifact claims a new owner. So much for mourning the last one.
Oh, nothing would give me greater pleasure. Which of our esteemed company am I stepping in for?
Baldur's Gate trembles. City Watch, come to our aid.
Teaching you was hardly an effort at all. Not like my present cohort of apprentices.
These siege engines. It's like walking into a military history book. A century old, I'd say.
Ire et dolo.
The history of the city itself is captured in the archives here. A fascinating resource.
Resaccio.
Her death will be temporary, but her anger, that will be permanent.
The currents of weave around these runes are absolutely fascinating. There's so much to explore.
That scent. This wine is poisoned. They say wealth offers a form of magic. Alas, it's one I've rarely dabbled in. I reckon those warriors holding the bridge can be fought off, if it comes to that.
By the gods, what horror is this? Who would silence the bard so savagely?
Yes,
Veritas credo oculos.
it makes me dangerous. Even in death.
Dub vita est, spes est.
I do trust you, but some things are kept in the dark for good reason.
Perhaps some of its earnings can still be found within.
I've got one.
As you wish.
Signum arcanum.
If I don't get my beauty sleep soon, I may just get a tad malcontent.
Like I said, I'm dangerous even in death. I'm merely trying to protect those around me.
With silver tongue. Oh, hells. Something just woke up.
Let's get out of here.
A real manifestation, perhaps, but not an individual of flesh and blood in the manner you or I would consider to be real.
Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it?
Held firm. Need to find the release.
An interesting power, indeed. But one that warrants further investigation.
Don't give up, Karlak. Please.
A wizard's tower. Familiar territory for you, as it is for me, no doubt. Imposing places, hiding their secrets well.
I didn't mean that as a slight. I cherish our adventures, but even if we prevail, you must know the end is in sight, mustn't you?
Let's get this over with.
I'm not a doctor, but I'd say that's terminal. That much we agree upon. Tonight seems perfectly suited for such endeavors.
Most dire night visitor to be burdened with, sounds like. My sympathies.
Unsurprising, really. Fanatical cultists tend to care more for ambience than aesthetics.
A curious bottle. Made for a fine liquor, no doubt.
Where did the genie find this crap?
Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless.
Well, this doesn't look foreboding at all.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
It's lovely.
Pipe down! I'm sure Mistra will summon me soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory the mortal way, with a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts.
Then we hope our mutual strengths are enough to dominate them. Or we die nobly in the attempt. Let my blood be a warning to you. There's more to me than meets the eye. I am not for eating. I hoped Moonrise would give me answers, but at every twist of its corridors I find only more questions.
I didn't realize you were such a homebody, Tara. None should be forced to make such a choice. If Orpheus is willing to undergo ceramorphosis, then it is his will, and should be respected.
Yes.
Ha!
Oh, I can't go on much longer. I need to feel the weave, a magic item, something.
I'd normally be buoyed by the sight of so many friendly faces. I fear they'd be far less welcoming if they knew of my condition. I used to while away many hours just like these with my companion, though in far comfier surrounds.
Carsus! I believe I mentioned him before. The child who would become a god. He was the most powerful wizard ever known, and he attempted to unseat the goddess of magic herself. She did not. I'm delighted to report.
Even held gag on your bedeviled stench.
Ketherick will come to regret his abuse of her powers. I'll make sure of that.
A faultless, if abridged version of the facts.
So much for the miracle of childbirth.
There's significantly less dust on the leftmost door. Recently opened and closed, I think. Words alone are not enough. Permit me to show you. Please, close your eyes a moment.
Shar, eh? Goddess of blackest night and the most melancholy souls. I suspected there was more to your secrecy than met the eye.
Well, well. Look what the Tressim dragged in.
Elminster came, offered solution, turned, Orin, taken.
The storyteller's gift. The size of that thing looks so much bigger when it's flying above you.
Looks like a spider man
Decapitating a mind flayer. Someone got creative.
There's more to this chest than it appears. A false bottom.
Some necromantic magic still lingers, as does Carrion. His hold on this plane is not yet broken.
Ambition is not a sin. To question the powers that rule us is not treason. We must at least try. Why wallow in the dirt when we can reach for the stars? If I cannot remain stable, well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'd hate to cut our acquaintance short, shall we say.
Oh, hells!
Pleasant as that would undoubtedly be, it was no lover's caress I just felt.
The light of life.
Good find. Ah, I will never forget you. That much I promise. And if one day you feel differently, I will be honored to have you as my chosen.
Non movere.
And here's to your company.
At last! How foul it was to have Hag in the head.
This crossbow was exquisitely designed. No Dwergar crafted it, that much is obvious. Still, you will be taking unnecessary risks by proceeding. This could all be over in mere moments if I ascend alone. Not quite the full clown. One piece missing by my count.
Ira!
The Absolute. That's the mystery god Saza mentioned. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. He tried to outrun the furies of hell. Looks like he hit a dead end, but we shall try.
Indactilis sum.
To the rescue.
I can say no more on the matter. Not now, anyway.
If you insist. Good craftsmanship wasted on Saluna. Maybe it could be repurposed somehow.
I understand that I am asking for a lot, but I can't tell you everything. Not yet, anyway.
I'd advise against satisfying your hunger on me. Who knows what the orb might do if it realizes its host is the one being drained. Make me proud. I have enough power to share. What if they see me?
Try not to think about what lies ahead, if I'm being honest.
This should do you some good.
So many dead. We'll never wash this blood from our hands.
Tara! That can't be you, can it?
Pearls before swine.
Stormy introduction aside, might I suggest a partnership instead? The Blade of Frontiers would make a formidable ally.
Karsus was perhaps the most powerful wizard that ever lived. The child who would be a god, the elves called him.
Feeling more unwell than ever.
Damn it all! Should have known better than to stray so close. A rather sticky situation. White paint and blood on the fingertips. This must be Dribble's hand.
It's not every day a newborn god shows up to the reunion.
Loth-sworn drow passed by here, but it seems they never returned. Finders keepers, I say. The usurper is dead. So much for Circle Glut.
My.
I promise you. The power such an item would give us is worth transcending all 9 hells for. The heavens, too, while we're at it. The mailed fist of a paladin of Torm. No doubt many felt the steely grip of its wearer's righteous justice. All this horn is good for now is to sound a last farewell for those ogres. That might be worth a look. Let's put on a show. Can't anyone just be themselves in this blasted city? These bar lists have more faces than a Tridrone's timepiece.
Kaikote!
What was in that tart? My stomach's doing somersaults.
Ao would prefer to let the cosmic dust settle from my unexpected ascension before considering my right to grant my followers such power.
Bloodshed by day, bloodshed by night. What a jolly bloody life we lead. I'd offer you some of your favourite meat, but I haven't got any. Beholder jerky is surprisingly hard to come by. Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself.
Majesty of manure, sovereign of shit, non movere.
Made it out. How the flames always mesmerize the soul. That thing doesn't look too happy to be free. Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay.
I have a bad feeling that dead elf is Halcyon. He can't help us now. Well, I suppose that explains why we don't often see eye to eye, or tooth to fang, as is apparently the case.
Heavens, what was that?
The point is, I have hope. Each new sunrise may yet be the one to coax our budding bond to blossom. But I think it's fair to say, it won't be today's.
Thou art saucy as gruel.
Elminster's library? People will get their thrills in the strangest of places.
I suppose it was foolish to expect a mortal to understand.
You do have a bit of a glassy look in your eye to be an apprentice.
I think ingenious is the word you're looking for. Now, repeat my instructions back to me, please.
No keyhole. Some other mechanism is keeping this locked.
By Mistress Mantle, what a smell! Something strange is in the air. Diminue.
Right then. I do understand the rule about omelettes and breaking eggs, but when there's more embryo than yolk involved, well... Ooh. As you wish.
Hag is the word they used. If that's what she really is, she's beyond dangerous.
Spare me the gory details. I know you're still in there. Hold fast. When the time comes for the orb to fulfill its purpose, I will think of only one thing. Your face. Nothing else will matter. A question for another time. For now, we'd best focus on finding a way out.
Look, you can't fight her. She's too strong. Turn around. I'm done running. I'll buy you what time I can.
An unforgivable loss. They'd have made a fine ally.
This is a truly disgusting hour to seek a chinwag, you know? I can only imagine what I could do were I to adopt the biology of a mind flayer. The specifics are rather personal, but suffice it to say that it is a malady I've learned to live with, though not without some effort. My. Well, I'll say this for the bone cloaks. They know their mushrooms. And worse.
Knowledge your face and shit it out.
What did I think about seeing my head on a spike? Gods, I love your optimism. Contagious in the most endearing way. The path less travelled. Not sure how much farther I can go. Bells before swine.
Voco spicai.
Grown none the wiser, I see.
A friendly consultation.
It's not your fault. I can hardly expect you to understand. But nor will I relinquish the chance of godhood for a love that would only last a mortal lifetime. I'm sorry. You're right. A heartfelt apology is the surest way to a goddess's heart and her favor. You two have grown closer than I thought possible. But it looks like I'm the last to know.
Yes?
That said, necessity compels me to set aside my reservations. I have no choice but to speak. Ah, so you still remember our little lesson. That, alas, is where my knowledge fails me. So long as none of us are on the pointed end of Astarion's hunger pangs, I think he deserves a chance. The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Gale might be interested.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
Now please, go and enjoy your evening. As
This won't be the first party I've spent moping in self-indulgence with a bottle of wine for company.
We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end.
If this is the end, then we face it together. That at least I can promise you.
Wonderful. Advantages are a more precious commodity than I'd have hoped, given the nature of our predicament.
Always a delight to speak with you. What can I do?
Ugh, Selûnite rubbish.
Venenum.
Ugh, Selûnite drivel. What's this symbol on it?
We'll need time to make the arrangements, of course. The catering alone will need to be quite extraordinary.
You gore-bellied, purulent horse-ass!
Even the venerable harpers are compromised by the Absolute's poison. A grim turn of events, but one we must take in our stride. That remains ahead of us for now. The heart of the Absolute must be discovered before I can stop its beating.
Manos potentis paro.
I can't help but feel like I'm missing something.
I'm forgetting my audience. Etiquette amongst the gods works rather differently. They're a lot more direct, shall we say.
Not all deaths are so laden with import, on this plane or any other. The best we can do is live well and hope the death that comes for us is quick and preferably painless. I think we gave them that, at least.
Just an old prayer.
Cupio vertus laicet.
Who would be proud to join such a warrior in battle?
Let's remedy that, shall we? How the mighty have fallen. Nimble fingers, ill intent.
Blocked. Nothing a quick blast of magic won't clear.
Mephits. As if my hands weren't full already.
An ancient prayer. Wonder if Selûne was listening. Doesn't look defective, but its magic aura is too faint for it to operate.
In a manner of speaking, I suppose. You are a little more transparent than I remember.
Prime spot for an ambush.
Oh, so you were doing her a favor. Well, I'm sure she's very grateful. By Mistress Silken Tresses. All enemies have some chink in their armor, no matter how much they like to believe themselves invulnerable. That's what we must find.
Configo. Volo non fugia.
The torturer worked hard to prise the secrets from this one. Sharans, Githyanki, all desperate for the astral prism's power.
So, assuming you're more willing to take my words to heart from now on, what can I do for you?
I suppose some help is in order.
Casey verum vidiant. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions? I know what I must do. The crown belongs under Mistress' stewardship, not mine. And I will ensure she gets it. Besides, given my propensity towards verbosity, it surely can't be a surprise that I have a practiced tongue. Without delay.
A camp. Looks abandoned.
I suppose if you see it that way, there's little else to be said, is there? Enjoy your evening. Ah, Luskan, the city of sails, wrecked by the spell plague. Now best avoided. Even feigning a mortal form, it was easy to detect the whiff of sulphur about him. To spot the flicker of hellfire in his eyes. Thank you. Any particular reason?
Ethel! To me! It's time you made good on our arrangement.
I assume your choice of apparel isn't the subject of the day? What's on your mind?
Frange!
Is that so? Well, fine. I'm glad you feel the same way. But while I'm eager to enjoy your company on an exclusive basis later this evening, it would be selfish to keep you to myself before then.
Not praying. Not quite. I was just practicing an incantation.
Something about taking on the apostle's form. Just what is Ketheric Thorn planning?
What's next?
Get out of my head.
No opening this with that lock still on it.
Looks like the place the Dark Justicia's letter mentioned. But where's the stash? Perhaps it would be better to not shake such a vessel. Oh, I feel less than well.
Seek and you shall find me.
Yes, light, before we are consumed entirely. Minsk seems quite the, enthusiastic ally.
would all do well to remain on his good side and out of the range of his fists.
Torchstalk? Best watch my step. They like to explode.
If Ceramorphosis takes place, all trace of your former self will be subsumed into the Mind Flayer's hive. So, to still be here, if a mite forgetful, still a win in my book.
This ballet of flames invites reflection. But you're right.
But you could be so much more. Trust me. I am ambition incarnate. And like seeks like. I sense it within you, even if you don't.
I've had a solution in mind for a while now. It just took me some time to set it in motion.
And what might this contraption do? A distillery. Wonder if any tipples survived.
Our Githyanki companion thinks little of killing those who deny her. An admirable quality, so long as her desires align with our own. If I live at all, it will be no thanks to her. She didn't even deign to speak to me herself. Let her burn with fury. I choose to live.
You may well have prevented me from doing something very rash in the near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
All the way from Thay. Jewels and gems, probably. Ooh, one's still in there. Consider it done.
In my name. I'm surprised you abandoned me for Will, of all people. Had I known you'd a taste for dull blades, I'd have gladly conjured a bouquet of cutlery.
Fugamus inferni blandimenta.
Then I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region.
What beautiful music.
It belonged to Amerigan. Infernal soldiers. Come now. I can see there's something on your mind. Though our time together will be exceptionally brief. Farewell, and happy landing. Need I remind you that he tried to open one of our necks like a Therian Red?
I stand corrected.
Our souls. But I suspect that's but his opening offer.
Ambiguity does not come naturally to you, does it, Lae'zel? Your life must be far simpler for it.
I see.
Well, I suppose he does have a certain charm about him, if you're into that sort of thing.
When Mistra quelled the orb at last, she did more than rid me of its threat. She created room for hope, where once I only felt despair. Mors tua vita mea!
Then we'll start writing the prequel.
There's something underneath here.
Oh, not even an ogre can move this. What are you hiding, Marcus?
There'll be no gorging of any sort until breakfast. Understood? Stay with me. In Dactylis sum! An inn in Waterdeep. Oh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck down the well.
Good gods. Oh. That hit the spot.
Unpleasant, certainly. Gut-wrenching, too. Heart-rending, even, if pinched for an adjective.
I think it's a mistake to give up on the brink of success, but I cannot force your hand.
Broken bones. Must have fallen.
You'll soon have far greater things to be glad of. I promise you that. Even my own city feels new to me, now that I share it with you.
But do you not expect something in return for your devotion? Some favor? Some stir of courage? Some response?
Gale's folly, one might call it. History, repetition. It's the way things go.
A lone cub isn't much of a threat.
I have your back.
In Baal's name.
Stoltissime!
Since you still have me, was there anything else on your mind? That wall's barely holding together. The ring must be Ellie Mae's. Better in my hands than those of some grave robber, I say.
I'll take care of that.
The highest ambition I harbour now is to see you smile. Always.
I'd rather tangle with a dragon than get tangled in all those limbs.
In case you were wondering, it's calling the rest of its pack.
Zarel won't be pleased about this. She strikes me as the type to enjoy a little bloodshed.
That orb's about to explode, and I speak from some experience.
Some thoughts are best left unfinished. Now, please tell me there's some other subject you wish to occupy my mind with.
Tanks. But no tanks. A lot of blood. And some pink stains?
Go. Indulge in the frivolities. They're good for the heart. And mine will be all the lighter to see you enjoying yourself. I pray that she'll be in a forgiving mood. If she weren't the one, I'd be praying too. Glad to be alive. But mostly frustrated we came so close to the source of our strife, that brain, and left it intact. Hello. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep to participate in this evening's activities. He would like me to assure you all that I am anatomically accurate. Blink and you'll miss me. The limited time for reading that undergoing ceramorphosis leaves pains me so.
I pity this pool wasn't destroyed. And its occupants with it.
Lord Astarion, the armies of the Undying must join this fight.
My condition's only getting worse. You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
We can't beat them, and I sure as hell don't want to join them. Let's fall back.
Commune with her as you see fit. She's your goddess. And I've no wish to stand between you and any blessing she might deign to offer. Steel mould. Used for weapons and armor, I reckon. Must be a forge somewhere it could be paired with. If I wasn't surrounded on all sides by the darkness of the Shadow-cursed lands, I'd think it was Mystra herself brushing against my skin. Shape is odd. Feels strangely familiar. I can't. Your opinion matters greatly to me. Give me a chance. I think I can help you understand. I know the allure magic artifacts hold. I understand their value and their power. All this to say, I understand the sacrifice I ask of you.
So, it's time for me to return to the heavens.
Not in so many words. No.
I fear my students find me somewhat intimidating due to my, explosive former reputation. I seem to put the fear of the gods into them. I didn't take these refugees for killers. Maybe I've misjudged them.
Toenail-tasting trout hole.
Easy as that, is it? Hope you wouldn't give the rest of us up so easily. I wanted to see how you felt on Terra Prima. Did our dreams survive the waking from it? Oh, you know, filled with the bottomless dread that can only come from your own impending and self-inflicted death. You have to know who I was. You have to know who I really am. Nemesis. I suggest we admire it from afar. Fascinating. I think the Archmage Tasha described a spell with similar effect. Really must look that up.
No, I'm slipping away. I'll perish in here.
The book states that the crown and netherstones were originally one construct, seemingly sundered at the moment of Carsus's downfall.
Done. Easy as anything.
I fear our unwillingness to make difficult decisions is doing more harm than good. Given the rest of the guest list, I'd say you're not the only one. Thankfully, your temptations tonight can be indulged. Good food, good wine, and excellent company. Precisely. What better person to wield Carsus's magic than one who is unafraid to pursue his ambition? Gods and mortals be damned. Of all the outcomes I might have expected from our journey, I confess, finding love wasn't one of them. But it so often lurks in the most unexpected of places. Oh, you know, still alive and kicking, despite being surrounded on all sides by an endless manifestation of darkness and decay. Dead. They're only good for kindling now.
Not a morning person, I take it. I can scratch that from the list of wonderfully ordinary things I've still to learn about you.
Ooh, fancy. These webs are everywhere.
Omnia mutantur.
This crossbow is too well designed to be made by Duergar. It strikes me that for a mind flayer colony, there are remarkably few mind flayers about the place.
Someone else got out.
We need to get out of here, now!
I challenged my goddess, defied her will, and promised her destruction.
An uncanny apparition. Not entirely sure what to make of it.
You make it sound like such a small thing. No, I do not wish to die.
More than words can express. And I hope you feel the same.
That was too close a call for comfort. The sooner I see this place on the horizon, the better.
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
And please, don't try that again unless I invite you to.
A little help from a friend.
Now let's get back into the fight.
Evanesco.
I think our relationship needs a bit of work. Or else I might need a bit of space.
Oh, nothing, friend. Just a little trapped wind. Sure you understand.
The site of no ordinary skirmish. This was once a battlefield. And a bloody one, too, judging by the number of bodies.
Enchanted. Nice. Still, if whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
Quite so. I know Mistra. Intimately. And I carry a fragment of the weave itself within my body. Cass has achieved many things. But he never managed that. I was hoping you'd spare me a moment. There was something rather magical I wished to show you.
Hells. His mind crumpled like a piece of parchment.
I'm delighted to be here amongst friends again. But part of me is reluctant to step away from our new life, even for such a gathering as this.
Let them do their worst. What happened here?
It's hard to make any sense of this mess.
She hardly seems a danger to us. Let the girl stay.
If she's desperate enough to think our troop good company.
Gods, this stench of death is overpowering.
How tragic. Well, lucky for you, your master couldn't predict the observational cunning of our troop's resident Waterdavian wizard. Your silence spoke volumes.
Oh, allow me to live dangerously while I still can.
I hope your business with me isn't so contentious. I much prefer to settle matters with debate, not daggers.
Do not undersell yourself. You may not have the grand lair nor loyal swarm, but a vampire spawn is still part of the vampire family, technically.
Leviatar, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers.
Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy, willing and able.
Shadowheart! Anyone but her!
The same way as you are, I hope. Determined, focused, a tad impatient. Whoa. There are a lot of guts to go around in this place. Are you sure you... Never mind. Too late.
This head's had quite a journey. A devil of the fugue plane, I believe.
Just because we live in the Underdark doesn't mean we can't illuminate our days with the burning glow of knowledge.
She toys with us like a tressym with a pigeon. But to what end?
I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet.
Why would you even bring this up? Come, let's go. I'm not in the mood for chatter.
Extraordinary behavior.
There's more to these rats than meets their beady little eyes.
Precious little love lost between us, isn't there?
To share such a night with you only to tell you of a previous lover the next morning, it wasn't the most gentlemanlike behavior. That means there'll be no permanent place in the heavens for us. But we could still visit.
Damn this fog!
She has no choice. She's sworn to hear all magic users. Even me.
Flagilo!
I promise I will not betray your trust. You kept me by your side despite the menace that I am.
Fascinating architecture. Doesn't match the style of any Underdark civilization that I know of.
Those demonic figures we saw were Githyanki then. Barely recognizable.
Whatever the absolute is, it certainly seems to command a lot of devotion.
A Selûnite amulet.
Perhaps the Lady of Silver has presented me a gift to quell the storm within.
A magic ward. Someone doesn't want this door opened.
While the iron is hot.
And there we go. Never knew prayer could be so practical.
I grow cold. Numb. I need a damned antidote now.
Well, generosity is always a noble virtue, whether it be in the streets, by the charity box, or betwixt the sheets. Oh, you have something more private in mind, no? No, don't tell me.
I'll let my imagination fill in the gaps.
Welcome back to the land of the lucid, where explanations are owed, if you don't mind. I'm glad you can recognize this for the opportunity it is. Nevertheless, not a step to take lightly.
I might enjoy watching you tangled up with the drow, as long as I was 5 paces back.
Vengeful husks. Just shadows of shadows, without Baal's rage to fill them.
Now, divine as my company undoubtedly is, I have an eternity to catch up with you. A luxury few others at this party possess.
Oh, I'll be sucked dry of all life if I linger here.
All we need to do is stay focused on the task at hand, defeating that elder brain. After that, you can leave the rest to me.
A Githyanki blade, no doubt.
Closer. I need to get closer.
Regardless, it's the right thing to do. That's good enough for me.
Let's hope the orb remains stable in the face of such explosive power. It's cold in this grave. The shadows darken. Some horror is at hand.
Of course, in walked the housekeeper, screaming, yelling, panic, and before you know it, fire everywhere.
If you were to return to the Hells, temporarily, it would buy us some time. I could put something together. A means of keeping you stable, at least. Please, let me try.
Gods have ascended through far stranger means. A circle drawn on a globe, a walk in a swamp, the destruction of a magical stone. Why not with a symbol of such innate authority?
Oh, you know me, ever the optimist. I'm trying to focus on the positives.
Hold your horses. I'm just poorly making a point. A word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful. Keep your distance.
No use sugarcoating it, is there?
No day. No night. It's as though time itself has abandoned this place.
You know me too well. I'm second-guessing things as usual.
Do not mistake me, I want to live. But I've been careless enough with my life in the past. I can hardly stand by and watch you sacrifice yours. That, or deadly nightshade.
My, but this sovereign likes to delegate.
We might chance upon a king's collection of magical artifacts around the corner. We might cross paths with a miracle round the bend. Then again, we might not.
Occhio! Perore! I hit him where he's most vulnerable. Pricked his pride and sent him back to the Hells to lick his wounds.
Whatever you're doing is working wonders! Now a quick little pull should do the trick.
Locked. Perhaps by some nearby mechanism. Once I'd step out of the protective aura of the artifact, it wouldn't be long before the Absolute overtakes me. I'd never let that happen, so I'd aim for a swift end.
Yes, yes.
As for myself, I could quite do with a tumbler full of water-deep whiskey.
Not the comfiest of dormitories. The Githyanki must consider sleep quite the luxury. Because you had no right to ask that of me. You cast me out. Remember?
Will would make for a dashing prince in many a romantic tale. And yet, you turn to the Book of Gale.
Ulma, I need the girl's strength. Join me.
Not now, perhaps. Well, we're not getting in this way.
As something of a potential would-be mind flayer myself, couldn't agree more.
Mario!
An astute approach.
I really wish I could cast a hold spell on you.
Willing and able.
Faccio voco fere!
The stone's less warm here.
recently uncovered. Nothing wrong with a bit of friction now and then. You help me keep my mind sharp.
He almost managed, but not quite, and his entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone.
Spot a bother.
Quadico fake.
Can't forge without a fire.
Command it to die, quickly!
I'm placing my bets on a resounding no. An innocent tiefling died by our hands. But you first approached me about the other night. What was it you wanted to tell me?
There's nothing that would give me greater pleasure.
True. Perhaps my notions lean too optimistic. I would not wish Carsus's past to become my future. Not while I have you.
Insultos pulcher imperio.
The brain. It's high above the city now, far away from any innocence.
What's down there? A temple? A palace? What a pity it's so hopelessly out of reach.
Excellent. Now repeat my instructions back to me, please.
This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual. Myconids. Just as I thought. I know there are many things about me that remain shrouded in mystery. You've been very patient with me. I appreciate that. Some pillow talk.
Don't let me deprive them of your company. Or mine, for that matter. Can't say I blame the man for seeking vengeance.
Tempestus.
The orb. I still have the means to unleash its power and put a stop to all of this from one heartbeat to the next. It would not be without cost. The city and all who remain will be lost. So, Carrion has a secret lair in the bowels of the city. What mischief does he pursue there? Still, swashbuckling heroics aside, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy. I've often asked myself the same question, but never really found a satisfactory answer.
Esto perpetua.
Perhaps I'm overthinking things. A blessing's a blessing, and this one should come in most useful.
If I must. By Mistra, what are these accursed flowers? I can feel my magic ebbing away.
It was intoxicating. An experience beyond expression.
It shall be done. I can think of more trustworthy accomplices. More than a few, in fact.
Your vigilance may have saved us, but its consequences are no easier to stomach for that. Gods. What a pity.
On the Nautiloid? No. This is a different nursery. Similar, but not identical. There's likely one in every colony.
As if by magic, the ward is no more. Now to see what it was guarding.
These plates can be rotated. Most likely for a reason.
Locked so tight, I shouldn't even bother to cast knock.
By Mistress Eyelids, stop! Cease, you loon!
It would be quite something. To wake up in the morning without regret. And live each day knowing another will follow. Like as not.
Resigned to it, rather. But that is not to say I am without fear. Far from it.
Voco avina.
Monster. Death is too good for it.
Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy.
You've given me powerful magic to consume when I needed it most.
The more time we spend together, the less I feel I know you.
Sealed shut from the other side. I wonder where it leads.
Nothing left but ash and bone. A fitting end to the chosen of Merkel.
That devil Raphael was telling the truth. There's no doubt. The crown of Carsus is what's controlling the Elder Brain.
A weighty-looking chest. What treasures might that be filled with?
Love limb of a lecherous lich.
Similar to the astral plane in some ways. Wouldn't you say, Lae'zel?
Vita mortis cario.
What if I went with you?
Use it wisely.
I was but a child, only a few months into my studies, but already I knew I was destined for greatness. No one believed me, of course. So I decided to prove it, to cast a spell with the black staff itself. Not much use for this slag. Nice speckles, though. The chest Zaris sought, if I'm not mistaken. She'll pay handsomely to get that back.
Acquidum.
You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon?
Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
I speak, they burn.
I hope you're still in one piece after that little reunion. Take it from me. Your taste in company has much improved, if those spawn were anything to go by. Good riddance to them.
Et alibi.
I found an empty bottle of venom in camp, Minthara. Safe to assume it was yours? You do realize these things grow, do you not? Teeth and talons first.
Pulso.
Let's hope she doesn't seek revenge. I don't fancy facing an Asamar's wrath.
Forget whatever it was you saw. It's all beyond you now, anyway.
That's not even close. It's Kasi Trach Ash.
Ex nihilo.
I'm no paladin like you are. It's different for a wizard.
So, I say for now, we wait. If I'm right, Raphael will seek us out again, and when he does, there's a mighty bargain to be made.
There's always one. I suppose such wicked killers deserve wicked ends.
Ceramorphosis is Karlak's only chance of survival. It must be her.
Ah, the rattle of gold coins. This place must turn a reasonable profit.
Fronti nulla fides.
Let's investigate, shall we?
With ease.
Patched up and pushing on.
Cave carculum.
A valid point. But I think it's safe to assume that were the boot on the other foot, they'd have few regrets. Ruthlessness cuts both ways. And crushes too.
Willing and able.
Locked from the inside. Perhaps it's some artist trying to make a statement?
A prudent reaction, if somewhat lacking in curiosity. Enjoy your open relationship. Ideally, far from my view. I quite agree. But I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy.
I would not burden anyone other than myself with this were the stakes not so high, and the means of obtaining such artifacts challenging for a humble wizard to face alone. I'm interested in the procedure, actually. Please, go ahead.
Tara, did you just hiss at me?
I'll end you.
We should make haste. This place is making me feel stupider by the second. I mean, more stupid. Ugh.
This seems to have run out of food disappointingly quickly.
A pity. He's beyond even the power of the weave to help now.
Go to hell.
This next spell should be interesting. Quite. Though on the subject of our future plans, there was something I wanted to discuss with you.
Most excellent.
Not to be overly pedantic, but they are my powers now.
Most excellent. Then, without further ado, let's be off.
Anyway, we live. For the moment.
Veritas credo oculus.
Serves you right. Next time, ask before you bite.
However, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, it is of vital importance that my death be remedied at your earliest convenience.
Let's hope Shadowheart's actions do not return to haunt her. I know they would haunt me.
Shah speaks. But why to us?
I almost feel sorry for the devils in your path. I mean, I don't. Of course. Sure they deserve it.
Color me curious.
Some tainted magic coats that door. Can't say I'm inclined to open it.
Oh. Where's Shadowheart?
I hope your confidence proves well-founded. God knows we could use all the help we can get.
A tidy slot, but no rune.
The people of Faerun will be well served with Will as their champion. Then again, our case isn't exactly usual. Perhaps whatever's causing our tadpoles to remain in stasis has also affected your mind. I suppose that's a bad thing? No, don't answer that. That does lead me to a more pressing matter. Exactly how large is your library?
Dialino.
Blood, tracks, broken shackles. The story of an escape told in telltale paraphernalia.
A fleet of nautiloids. I dread to think how many true souls that equates to.
Volo non fugia.
I don't think it was.
No, I would not presume that. I know quality when I see it.
Always bringing such candor to our conversations. Some would think twice about mocking Gale of Waterdeep, but You just go straight for the gut.
Should circumstances become that dire, I will not hesitate. I dearly hope that will not be necessary.
Very well, then. Once the city is saved, Karlach's kinetic cleaver will be first on my list.
If there is a way, any way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it. I just cannot fathom what that might be, other than to fail Mistra and condemn the world.
She has a heart made of stone, this one, that only smoke powder can break.
A word.
So it is. But a very fine one. Thank you for letting me read this. At least we can face our enemy armed with the knowledge of its true nature and of the stakes, should we fail to defeat it. A map of the celestial bodies. Beautiful. But not a patch on the real thing. I've always felt flames to be a rather perfect expression of love, Karlach. A sound idea. It shouldn't take long to find him either. A wizard who cannot refrain from imparting his wisdom to the world. Well, you know yourself how easy it is to find one of those. You're being rather philosophical about all this, Karlach. I was expecting a more heated response. Civilization beckons at last. It's no Waterdeep, but Baldur's Gate is a respectable runner-up. Or at least a close third. Very well. Excellent idea. I'll be there bright and early tomorrow. As expected, Leroican falls short of any true academic standard. To believe Dame Aelin dead based on a single subjective account? A rather sticky situation.
Hells! This place is on the verge of collapse.
I think you should. Yes. No harm in trying the diplomatic route. Well, there goes my appetite. We were warned about the curse. Can't say I fancy our chances without a moon lantern. Still warm to the touch, if you can believe it.
Ignore it. Nothing but a vile death rattle.
There's a book that circulates in Ulm, detailing the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. Mistra would consider forgiveness. Two left hands, I see. I shouldn't speculate on such matters. We'll find out in due course, I'm sure. A protector is guarding it, if I'm reading this right. And this hot hammer is key to its downfall. No ogres. Stands to reason the sound of this primitive tool doesn't carry very far.
Pulcrio.
The magic isn't having the effect it should have. It's not like the last time, like a rainstorm that quells a forest fire. I see the art of eloquence is alive and well. I'm awed, impressed, and a little bit scared of you right now. My sympathies for your wearied souls. Care to explain what you're doing?
Gale!
Orin clearly takes comfort in such vile surrounds. Can't say I feel the same. Looks like Father Lorgan's aid couldn't save them. So be it. I will be ready. Whatever you decide. His corpse. It's Arabella's father. The horror of his end I daren't contemplate. They're not mutually exclusive. The weave is served best with a dash of eloquence. Now, cast aside by my goddess, stripped of the greatest of my powers, I'm merely a humbled wizard seeking a road to redemption. Unless I can find the path to something greater.
All in good time, my love. For now, mortality has one more night of enjoyment in store.
Ketheric has the wrath of the heavens upon him now, and no hope of resurrection. A fascinating question. One that boils down to which criteria we choose to apply. Are we speaking about the physiological, theological, etymological? Allow me to apologize on Lae'zel's behalf, sir. A lack of tact is a burden to us all. Wouldn't be a heroic end, but coarsely poetic enough in its justice. Cruelty and cleverness are all too common bedfellows. Let's side with cleverness alone, shall we? See what we can do to save this verse-loving pixie.
My brain is bursting from my temples.
And don't think I've forgotten.
I can hardly wait. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much. Needs a key.
Now's no time to die. You must get up.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Should the worst transpire, and we seem destined to fail, well, the orb remains an option. But I truly hope it does not come to that.
Already gone. What will the amulet make of this?
But it was handled. And it was handled well.
This idol's power is quite phenomenal. Quite perfect for my condition to boot.
I offer them nothing. I inspire them to seize their destinies for themselves.
Good. Let's focus on the girl first. We can settle with the snake later.
So I was. Praying, though perhaps more accurately, pleading.
I thank you for seeking me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening.
I must disagree. It is necessary, and the right thing to do. Every moment I hesitate is costing lives, but Minsk would be dead. You are heard and understood, Ryan. Well, you know me. Always open to trying new things.
When I told you I need powerful magic to keep my condition under control, I didn't tell you why. Well, here's part of the why.
There! In the cage!
I'm almost certain that accomplished something, but what and where? Time to find out.
I have your back.
Halcyon does not deserve to die on such a craven's altar.
I am what I am. I never lied to you. I've merely been economical with the truth.
Careful. You don't know what I'm about to ask.
Omnia mutanto.
Such promises will have to wait, however. My condition is hardly a patient one. The way one of our own stood in front of a crossbow to prevent a murder, those chains don't just bind him, they protect him. He's invulnerable.
Gladdens me to hear you say that. Perhaps I can show you my gratitude another way, by demonstrating exactly what ascension will mean to me. To us.
And so we have gone through the necessary steps again. It is gratifying to see your memory does not fail you.
I admire any who follow their curiosity to novel and unexpected means. This is how the world changes for the better. I pity Shadowheart was the price of it. But the Lady of Loss will take her dues. Our loss is our gain, so to speak. One can never have too many buttresses, after all. With my reflexes, I'd catch you before you so much as stubbed a toe.
Ludus non factum est.
The truth of the crown, I hope. All that stands between us and enlightenment is the turn of a page. I'm afraid it doesn't quite work like that. Though, of course, I'm immensely grateful for any assistance you provide in times of mortal peril. But I must ask more trust of you still. Quack.
You may not wish to enter the heavens, but you do a fine job conjuring them here.
Besides, it would be quite something to study infernal magic in its natural environs. I say natural in the loosest sense, of course.
The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one. I don't fancy their chances.
Astarion's fate depends on us. Given our resounding failure to protect him in the first place, I'm not sure I fancy his chances.
What madness is this? If you would make light of this butchery, you are a monster, and I will not suffer you to live.
Fate seems determined to make a mind flayer of you, as it would make a cataclysm of me. Make your choice. The orb will be there regardless.
Looks like we're in Eltergard, east of the city of Baldur's Gate.
The crown! The one the Elder Brain was wearing. The one I very nearly destroyed.
Forget the book, then. Let's be blank slates on blank sheets. Delightfully new.
Hold on! We need an exit from this chamber as well.
What? No rest for the dashing?
Pish posh.
I'm curious enough to make the attempt. All right. An audience with the mother of magic, it is.
Corpora sana.
But think what I offer. The vastness of eternity to explore, the weave at our fingertips. You would really prefer me as I am?
I hear shouting.
Someone needs help.
I take it as a compliment either way. You don't get to be 13 centuries old without becoming a sound judge of character. And cheese, apparently.
What's happening? Where am I?
Yes, it was.
The famous Near. Subject of the Myconid's ire, no?
This Inquisitor sounds like a daunting chap. But who knows? Perhaps he'll answer our questions.
Hold!
Give diplomacy a chance to do its job.
Must be Arabella's father. Poor man met a ghoulish end.
Hold on! This fellow may deserve it, but I don't think the Dwegar will appreciate you hurting the merchandise.
An animal indeed. To inflict so many cruelties on such an innocent.
Yes, of course. May it please, Mistra.
You'll be perfect. As you deserve to be. Freed from all the petty complaints of mortality, vampirism included.
Resacchio.
Something tore right through these people. Didn't stand a chance.
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
This is nothing but junk.
An essential incantation.
Never knew goblins that can't hold their liquor. These footprints are made of no ordinary muck. They carry the sewer's stink.
Impressive. I don't think even Baldur's Gates is so large.
Expellote!
Why would an ordinary painting have such eldritch defenses? Some strange curse is at work here.
Silentium.
Sounds like someone's in pain. Beneath the windmill, if my ears don't betray me.
Afraid? No.
I am
Terrified.
But fear, or courage, or reason cannot change the charge I've been given.
I won't fail you.
I wish mine would give up so easily. Though without requiring such extreme motivation, of course.
An essential incantation. This ritual rings a bell, but its execution is grander somehow. A great flowering in the making.
Take me by the hand.
Oh, I wouldn't blame you for giving me a wide berth. I thought the orb's ever-present censure had tamed my wilder ambition, but that wasn't the case.
Great as the heights I've reached thus far may be, I've not forgotten my humble origins. In fact, they're central to my doctrine.
That's a relief. It would be a shame to spend my final hours making an ass of myself.
No, Astarion, do not speak those words. The cost is too great. Ugh.
A bar is only as good as its cellars. Which vintages can we expect to find on their racks?
I hope Scratch doesn't miss his ball, wherever he is. Have you ever walked to the very edge of a great precipice and shuddered at how easy it would be to step into the void?
Knock, knock.
Faccio voco fere.
Threadbare chimp lackey.
Ah, the traditional Baldur's Gate welcome. I wonder what time they serve breakfast.
Tools and a climbing rope. This must have been that gnome's escape route. Do you think I had not considered that? I have no intention of repeating his folly. No, ours was not a bond of strength, but of convenience. It's outstayed its welcome. You're one to talk? When exactly were you planning on telling me you were a vampire?
Missing. Zola. Rascal. Why do those names sound familiar? Oh, the bloodstained collars.
Ah, you've a moment for me? I was hoping to speak to you. I confess, my thoughts have been somewhat scattered since my audience with Mistra.
No time to lose.
There's no more radiant sight than that of someone who's learned to love themselves anew. My virtuosic talents once caught the eye of the goddess of magic herself, Mistra, who named me her chosen, and her lover. Look at that crown. It radiates with power unlike anything I've ever seen. To have it. To hold. Oh, if only I could. Broken, fake, broken, fake. This is a sign to nowhere now. Only scorched earth ahead. You are speaking to a mere projection of Gale. His appearance, his voice, and a certain measure of his personality, reconstituted in this case to play as emissary and usher.
Without delay.
Believe me, that was a devil's equivalent of serenades and roses. You won't hear a syllable of disagreement from these lips. Thank you. A favor given is a favor owed. Lady Keene,
Time to repay your debt.
And handing it over to a devil will be a way to prevent it? Come now. You're many things, but never that naive.
And give the Absolute free rein to use us as target practice from the banks?
I think not.
Mors tua vita mea.
If you need advice, I'll do my best. Though I have to say I've not much to draw on in this case. It's rather a unique predicament to have landed yourself with.
Corruptus. I'm telling you, this is a mistake.
The Dark Lady, befouled by the Absolute's mark.
Mutatis mutandis. Another broken trap. Who made these things?
Any forging efforts will be in vain until I add lava into the mix.
It's planting spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
The antidote's working. Gods, that was too close a call. Easy and effective.
It was an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. For I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favour.
Let's honour them, each and all, but preferably with a drink in hand.
Better pick my next target wisely.
Quickly now. I should leave. Oh, I hope there's balls and bones galore wherever you are. I have your back.
Why walk in the sun when you could walk in the heavens themselves?
As do you. But I assume we're not here solely to exchange compliments. So why am I here?
No clotting. I like my blood flowing in my veins. Thank you most kindly.
Something's waiting up ahead.
True soul? Absolute? What did they mean?
What's on your mind? Apart from finding me an artifact to consume, which I assume you're pursuing with the appropriate urgency.
If you're wrong, we'll have squandered the chance for a better world. You understand that, don't you?
But at what cost?
You find yourself in the presence of the renowned wizarding prodigy, Gale of Waterdeep. Please, no need to be intimidated. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It is time. So it was Ethel all along. Where has she gone to now?
As am I. Still, I can hardly blame a vampire for being true to its nature. You are a vampire, are you not?
I was wondering about your queen, Vlakith. What tales of her reach us are terrifying. But I suppose that's not how you would describe her.
It's the same for me. We're sitting ducks among Sousa flowers, you and I.
Risas abundat.
Perhaps that's the best place for it. Away from the meddling of mortals and Mr. alike.
Listen here.
Whatever it was that killed them, if it managed to murder a group of Sharans, we had better watch our step.
Resisto venenum.
I made my promise. I will not fail my queen on the basis of groundless fears or fickle whims.
I'm sorry, but no. I know what comes of love between the gods and mortals. I would never expose you to such risk.
The elf is seabound. The dragon stays with Baldur's Gate.
Ut ventus.
Thank you. But I owe you more than that. I need to help you understand just what this could mean for us.
Brine. That's what they use for those parasites.
Does the astral sea come with an equally irritable goddess?
I'd say the swamp is a breath of fresh air compared to the hag, but not really.
Well, now that we know what it is, I suggest we leave it well alone. I don't think she's the type who hears no very often.
At least Shadowheart is armed with the truth now. May its keen edge draw forth whatever vengeance she desires.
Cupio votos licet.
What was that watchword? Lux Splendor.
Wear this and you'll only ever be a knight in rusted armor.
Thanks to a slight miscalculation on my part, that relationship eventually soured, as did the greatest of my powers.
What kind of contraption is this? The brain will succumb and these halls will echo with our deeds for generations. Greatness awaits. Obedi me.
Imagine being trapped here, faced with eternal torment. I think I'd rather just die.
Tu es nihil.
Yes, of course.
That was close. No doubt there'll be others. Of course, as a paladin, your patron deity endows you with many such powers otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
Voco potentia.
And it looks like we're both starved for answers.
If this priestess is indeed a master of the arts of Booyog,
it's not inconceivable she could be of help to us.
Faccio voco fere.
Without knowing, without feeling, choking on darkness.
Voco nubes.
The figure from my dreams.
Over here! Tyranny offers only two fates for the tyrant: infamy or ignominy. I'm glad we were able to offer Gortash the latter.
Not quite, but this is the easy part. Should we try again?
Death is but a word away. How rude.
Doesn't seem to trouble you a jot.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
Perhaps. But enticements beyond the perimeters of mortality are powerful motivators.
Dollo.
What I wouldn't give for some respite.
Charged with magic. Perhaps that explains the ease with which these goblins submit to true souls.
Ex textura.
Filial betrayal, is it? A tale as old as the gods themselves.
What I want, perhaps not. But what I need,
I believe so.
but it may not be the last turn of the page, even if it seems so.
The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove.
It's a nice horn, but useless now.
Inficio.
It's a kind of love after all.
It hardly matters now. Astarion is gone and we can only hope for good. Still, let's keep a wary eye out, shall we? Quite a host of furry foes. There must be an end to them. Have to keep fighting.
Help's on the way.
Oh, vanished!
Strange. Is that sulphur I smell?
Illithid writing. Meaningless to me.
You hear him too, don't you? Near is not long for this world unless we get him out of there. It's in a devil's nature to conceal the truth. You can't fault yourself for that.
Good! Because even my open mind has limits. You won't like what happens if you cross them.
So this is Marcus's handiwork. That sick bastard.
Speaks volumes as to the owner of the place.
You're right. The orb is the only way. All that's left for me to do is spirit you away to safety. Are you ready?
Must have belonged to Lenore's pet, I gather.
Quite right. And we're delighted every time the cap flap of displacement brings you to us.
To the rescue.
Oh, look at the thing. A few more tastes of its own medicine and it'll burst. That's a myconid. And it's warning us.
Ceramorphosis. What does it make you think of? Can't blame a fellow for trying. If you're contented as we are,
And so am I.
the way you got Korga to release the girl.
Half rust. Whoever owned these weapons has been gone for some time. Hunting one devil, allying yourself with another. Our journey gets more curious by the second.
Some possessions are naught but a burden.
What is the creature doing to those corpses?
Mors tua vita mea.
What's this? Flumph mating rituals. Acquired taste, I'm sure, but not mine. Nor a drowse, I would have thought.
Incommodum.
I speak of what we discovered at the heart of this cursed place.
Not concentrating. My magic. Not focused.
Owlbear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price.
A mind flayer. No intention of letting that happen.
The solution is clear. If repellent, we must assimilate Orpheus. I think it's time we reconsider the orb. Truth is, I was living on borrowed time already. Consuming those items would only have kept the orb sated for so long.
Manos potentes paro.
But that's all to come. I suppose that after all you've done for me, I should be at least a little bit forthcoming.
I have your back.
Ever a dull moment.
I think you might be about to bite off more Dwergar than you can chew. If we're to help Thulla, we'll have to breach that wall with explosives and hope the blast doesn't injure anyone. Or worse. The king can only respond by capturing the knight, but in doing so gets trapped by his own pawn and bishop. So the queen can checkmate by moving one more square up and to the right. And still it gets worse. Of course, as a warlock, Your patron endows you with many such powers, otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
A toll house. Must have collected a tidy sum back in the day.
Hells! This place is a sight to behold.
This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it.
Still, we best not make too much noise. Impenetrable. But why would we even bother? Magical lights. But how to turn them on?
Was there anything else you wish to discuss? Nearly had my eye out. Who or what threw that?
Vokospikai!
Nothing good can come of it unless it is contained. Why?
Ita mortis scario!
Up to old tricks again, are we? That it does. There's something I've been trying to tell you. I have a condition that requires me to consume potent magical artifacts. Rather soon I will feel it stir again, like a distant thunder sending tremors through the soul. That's curious. Keep your distance. We don't want more trouble than we can handle. That stench! Dead owlbear prey, no doubt. Watch it. This should give me an edge. We are none of us monsters. We are merely hatcheries for monstrous things. Have patience a while, and I will return to you, carrying immortality in one hand and offering you ascension with the other. I will be a god, as will you.
Curculus mortis!
Not the defenseless jar it seemed. It bears some form of protection. Such a feat would certainly be within my capabilities, but alas, my hands are tied. Bodily interference with mortals lies well beyond the purview of my particular niche of divinity. Allow me to demonstrate.
A list of names, with some struck through.
Clever. Give a dog a magical food dispensing collar, and I'm sure it will eat. Oh. Weave, save me. I cannot take much more. Oh, it's cruel to tease, you know. A pity to leave this land in the Shadow Curse's blighted grip. But the Absolute's threat dwarfs even this. A word of advice. Wizards' towers can be volatile places. They keep their secrets buried and their dangers close to the surface. Unfortunately, in that respect, some of my apprentices seem to be rather lazy.
Why is this made of paper? Smells like wanton days as a young scholar.
As long as it absorbs weave of its own kind, it remains stable. To an extent. The moment it becomes unstable, however, fine. Well, I never. Lae'zel of Kalir, astral warrior, champion of her people. A diplomat. Nothing wrong with a bit of character growth.
Not a trick, my friend. Magic.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers. Those who draw breath embrace death. A warning these corpses clearly fail to heed. Woe upon the unsuspecting. At once. Those claws look deadly. Best be on my guard.
I'll admit it. I'm at a loss.
This corpse. It's Arabella's mother. The horror of her end I daren't contemplate.
I told you I would. Didn't I?
Another survivor.
A perfect fit. Now to feed the forge with the right materials. I've known a few warlocks in my time. Talented, of course, though sometimes too eager to listen to the devils on their shoulders. Comes with the territory, unfortunately. Do not be lured in by the astral plane's beauty. It is a lethal expanse, one we should be careful in attempting to cross.
Looks like they were trying to hide. To no avail.
Sordid? I lay with the mother of magic herself. What we had was transcendent, euphoric, incandescent. Not sordid. Not the matter, but there is a matter I wanted to speak to you about. These bones speak of some old tragedy. Harper insignia. Druidic markings. They must have fell as allies. Ah! Oh, sharper than Malar's fangs, these thorns. You can't summon a dead ogre, it turns out.
Veritas. Credo. Oculus. Impero te. Incende.
Say, where's Karlag? She didn't abandon us, did she?
Nothing more dangerous than an empty throne. Except, perhaps, being the next to sit in it.
Someone left a mess on the way out. I wonder if it's one of those adventurer fellows that gave the goblins the slip.
What can I say? You're an excellent teacher. How about you make him kiss your feet next? Pungent poetic justice.
I'll take care of that.
Another letter from Orin. How is she getting so close to us? Sorry. I didn't ask why you sought me out. Do you need anything of me?
A mortal, enchanted by the allures of the divine? Is that not a tale as old as time? I merely happen to be one of its protagonists.
What in the hells is that? Another mimic. You'd think I'd get better at spotting the damn things.
A long road lies ahead before the crown comes into our possession. All I ask for now is that you do not dismiss this possibility out of hand. Please. At least think on it. Not necessarily at once.
Empty. Evil is a reductive term. Too often used to dismiss choices the observer lacks the imagination to understand.
Good gods, that's disgusting. Help's on the way.
Total amnesia isn't usually a symptom of seromorphosis. If it is, they've forgotten to write it down in any text I've read on the subject.
Vampiro! Neither of us can know what truly may be if we don't at least try. Potential is nothing in itself. Just a fleeting dream unless we drag it into the waking world. Please, at least think on it.
You remind me of her somewhat. An expression you both share. When she gives in to her more feline qualities. A mouse trapped beneath her paw. Time for us to take a rather literal leap of faith.
Shadow druids at work. And this Korga is their newest recruit. Venustior. A convincing composite, but nothing more.
Now, I believe this is the moment where I should get to my point, so to speak.
A shout for help reverberating through the Underdark? That's going to attract the wrong crowd.
Mors animae.
Immediately. What's that?
My apologies. Don't get your robes in a ruffle.
Food and drink, followed by murder in Shah's name. Barbaric.
So, Astarion, I hear your relationship has taken on a new aspect recently.
Rook to Queen 6.
Magis amica veritas.
It certainly wasn't the reunion I was hoping for. No, if anyone had to deliver such a message, I'm glad it was my old friend. I'll take care of that.
I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. Diminish my feelings if you wish, but do not expect me to take this lying down. That's more your style, from what I can tell. My trust in you is broken.
In the meantime, my thanks again.
Incommodum.
I have power enough to share, if I must.
This may be my last night alive. I wanted it to be under a canopy of beauty and wonder.
This is no ordinary storage room. This depth, this feeling of incomprehensible abyss, the Underdark.
I say that with great sincerity. Mere days have passed since our first acquaintance, but you've gained the respect of years.
Hells! I think I woke something up.
How lovely.
A shortcut into the hag's palace of perversion and pain. Step by step.
Many a wise man and woman indeed. Waterdeep is the home of myriad scholars.
I want you to help me. Regardless, my offer stands. Should you change your mind, I will not let you down. Once, perhaps. But those passions have soured. Not this again.
When she resurrects, she'll have no interest in helping us.
I, thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but no matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be? Me or her?
I was rather more curious to know what benefits the tadpole might have bestowed, but no doubt the benefits of your change in diet will become apparent soon enough.
I'm quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Plue. Secreti umbrarum.
Oh, I don't know what I slept on, but my neck's killing me. All corpse, no brain.
What use has the steel watch of a mindless cadaver? So that's what the mirror is for. So, do you agree?
Ex textura.
Professor Gale Decarius of Blackstaff Academy, educator of the esteemed School of Illusion. A pleasure to remake your acquaintance.
Stop licking the damn thing!
Charming. Hell is truly where we make it.
Blast! I can't lift this. The ablutions offered at the Temple of Beauty and Waterdeep are far superior. And they have the most excellent soaps.
Let him chase his prize if he wishes. We know of an even greater one that he is blind to. The crown. After all, this cursed place is not hers, but Shah's. Mistra came here with a purpose. Good sense. We'll have to wait till the morrow. Go on. Excel. I hope my spell doesn't wear off before the toasts begin.
Ah, damn nuts.
Thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but no matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be? Me or him? And which part of me is supposed to fit in there exactly? Of course. Such distractions are hardly the most important thing to discuss at present. Freshly spilled blood. A recent decapitation if I ever saw one.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious. The time has come to paint you the true picture.
Ex nihilo.
Won't budge.
Everything, really. Not to put too fine a point on it.
No obstacle too great.
How opportune.
I understand. As expected, Mistra was unwilling to hand over the reins of the weave, so I've claimed dominion over another area which I've passing familiarity. Ambition.
This must be where Shadowheart sought respite from her training. If you meet any elder wizards, let me know. There is a matter I'd like to seek advice on from a master. Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy.
To new horizons.
And she will be grateful for it, I'm sure. Your friendship is a blessing for anyone. Though I'm glad our bond is becoming something more. Admittedly, it's an area in which I have a modicum of expertise, and based on the evidence before us, it's hard to imagine any other motivation. You and I both know the aid a powerful sage could bring us.
Nautiloid, steer clear of its missiles.
Given the magnitude of what we're up against, I see no harm in considering the benefit this offer might afford us. Could be the only way to reach this source in one piece.
Dimento te, ve victis.
Perhaps you're overestimating my affection towards you a tad? You'd better seek a partner in embarrassment elsewhere. He's patriarch of the Tsar family. Nasty fellow, if the histories are accurate. Approach with extreme caution. An injured mind flayer is still a dangerous one. Oh, thank goodness that's over. It's heavier than I thought. Must have been strong creatures that wore them.
Ambition is about beginnings. It's not just about the heights, but the lows that preceded them.
Oh, well, that's a start. But we need the whole clown before we return to the ringmaster.
Yes, lovely.
You know of my condition. And you know about my unfortunate efforts to win Mistra's favor. But those are but the broad strokes. What the... Ugh. This stuff is everywhere. Forgive me. I seem to be of two minds and two moods. We'll blame the wine and leave it at that.
It's just shoddy scholarship.
May she correct him with all the contempt of 1,000 tenured professors. Deadly serious. This is the burden we must carry. To condemn the few to save the many, or Baldur's Gate will only be the first city to fall. That sign above. This must be a brewery. Or distillery. You bit me once, you won't fool me twice. This is where we part ways. They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they mean that odd artifact.
Behold, Elminster's ball bag.
I thought Lae'zel was sure to lay claim to you. Hazardous, perhaps, to deny her. No apology required. Take all the time you need. I made a promise to my goddess. One I will do my best to keep. For the sake of this city, I can only hope that my best will be enough. You like so many things about me I'd have sooner discarded. Your generosity is quite wonderful.
Limp-witted slick licker.
With haste. I'm afraid to say I have been holding back. Every single day. I've been known to shuffle a few nights around in my day. Might I offer a suggestion?
I think it might be time for you to find a shadier spot, my friend.
If I'm not mistaken, you're beginning to burn. I think he wants something from us. Badly. And in that knowledge lies our opportunity. Armed scribes. But no sign of a struggle. The cradle of eternity.
Without delay.
A sorry creature. Just enough wits to be able to serve the absolute. I perform better on my feet. Go ahead. I'm listening. Quite a bit less than divine for a god, wasn't he? With powers as fleeting as his followers' lives. You always find a smile where others would soak in their sorrows. And I promise, you'll have reason to smile soon enough. I'm surprised to hear you so squeamish, given your, dietary predilections. I assume that's why you eat with your eyes closed. Another mention of the adamantine forge. All that remains is to reach it. She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges, but I suppose I can be smooth enough for two. Whoa, not so fast. Let's get the lay of the land before we settle on the scorched earth routine. Not a problem. The Black Bishop can take the White Rook, in which case your queen is free to move 3 squares to the right and checkmate the king under cover of your knight.
Sorge!
You remind me of her somewhat. There's a steeliness in you, an unwavering tenacity, even in the face of, to be frank, quite dire odds.
Vita mortis cario.
Oh, come on, let us stay. We have room to spare.
At least they won't drag any more poor souls along in chains.
Then my sore arms thank you. I can finally stop pinching myself.
Ketheric Thorm
Won't go down so easily. Best we ready ourselves. We're about to have quite the fight on our hands.
Ah, there you are.
I trust I've made myself clear.
Snatch beneath our very noses. Astarians bound for Cazador's palace, no doubt. Right. Understood. You shall hear no more on the subject from me. What can I say? Mother always taught me to be a gracious host.
Can't say I grasp what I need to do here.
It's one thing for us to actually pursue the crown. I'm not entirely sure I want to threaten Mistra with the prospect on her own turf, so to speak. A vampire spawn? I'd hazard that's an attribute you're well justified in keeping to yourself. I'm glad you felt you could trust me with it. A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide. No time to lose. Checkmate. But I'm ready, if that's the word you need to hear. If you call on me, I will not let you down. Good gods! What on earth makes you picture that? A rather sticky situation. I'd need a ream of parchment longer than an elderbrain's stem to capture the tumult I feel at that particular prospect. Ah! A screech to shred the strongest eardrum. It's calling for help. I say we take a page from their book. Hardly. I'm more than glad to leave that place behind. What's done is done. No sense delaying further. I can't explain now, but it's very important we get hold of that book. Very, very important. It would, on my honor, in my name. I don't discredit my reasoning. Alas, that my execution was rather less sound. Teleported right into the Underdark. Lovely. It's still bereft of power. Whew. I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same. Tormentum. Luque tibi placit. At once. So Isabel is Isabel Thorm. Such a thing should not be possible. Anything you ask, I'll answer as honestly as I can. I'm an open book, requiring only your gentle hands to turn my pages. Quite the feat of magical engineering. Sorcerer's Sundries likes to keep its secrets well hidden. A box that simply refuses to be toyed with. Happens to the best of us. Is it the same for you? Then we ought to make time. This could be the answer to everything.
Resisto ignum.
At least the cub has a fighting chance now.
Note this trunk of lies.
On my way. Yes, you are. Trust me, I would know. Let's do it your way, then. So long as it's with you. It's obvious when you stop to think about it.
Yes, it's a good thing we were here.
Cave curriculum.
Ready and willing.
Of course, I haven't clarified with my students that the orb is no longer a threat. The legend of my explosive capabilities is an excellent means of controlling a classroom. Too good, if anything.
The bark is in place. Now for a great sword, dagger, or sickle.
We stand no chance against such a foe. We should get out of sight.
Tunnels beneath the open-hand temple. Why is Father Lorgan scribbled on top?
I have your back.
Te ad stringo linguam.
A word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful.
Corruptus.
Methinks I spotted something. Now with added bite.
Nasty case of brain freeze. That dagger's frozen solid.
At what cost? Are our lives truly worth so many others?
You have my attention.
I'm many things to many people, but I'm never a man to throw the L word around lightly.
Malaios.
Time is a precious gift. With time, we may even reach Baldur's Gate, a city rife with magic, wizards, scholars, and perhaps solutions.
Kozakuran, if I'm not mistaken. The same language inscribed on the ballroom door.
That said, this newfound calm I'm experiencing gives me reason to accept without prejudice a certain degree of optimism.
You'll have to do more to earn the people's trust than to be your father's son. But I know you to be a duke worthy of the title. They will see it too. In time.
You read too much into it. I was merely indulging in my passion.
There. A mind flayer. And it's hurt.
Oh, Perry.
And he will be grateful for it, I'm sure. Your friendship is a blessing for anyone. Though I'm glad our bond is becoming something more.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Where Ketherick leads, we've no choice but to follow.
The day I shave this beard, Tara, is the day I shave you. For both our sakes, I hope it never comes.
A pressure plate. But unarmed. Why is that?
Quite the welcome. So, Lae'zel, have you ever been tempted to use psionics in your, romantic endeavors?
Drow magic radiates from that cowl. And Drow are masters at magic.
Is that why you keep your head shaved? I assumed it was a custom of some sort.
Was there another matter you wish to discuss?
Word in Waterdeep has it he's a bit of a cad. But you say he's an accomplished wizard.
Stabilio.
Beneath her forbidding countenance, I sense this cleric will prove quite the companion. A wise decision to let her join us.
Oh.
Impulsive wreck?
God, you made me sound like something a drunk fisherman scuppered on the banks of the Chiontha. Then, my overly incautious friend, I urge you to find some other means of restoring my vitality. Our very lives depend on it.
I hesitate to say it, but I think it's satisfied.
No time to lose.
I don't think this is strictly legal. I won't fail you.
Long before my time, thank goodness. That's not an image I care to dwell on.
Whatever for? Look at him. Never too much of a good thing, I say.
Certainly.
Cuckold courting curmudgeon.
Someone cut these men to pieces. I doubt they had time to scream.
Dollo.
Even now, I struggle to put the feelings into words. It was like exhaling for the first time after holding my breath for so very long. No one will mourn this goblin, I suppose. Let's leave it at that. Oh, but I've just come to realize you're not the leader of this little troop. My joining your ranks is not your call to make, I'm afraid.
As for whether it's truly the Crown Caster's Forge, well, I think it's safe to assume we shouldn't take anything Raphael utters at face value.
Forgive me. I was lost in my thoughts, as usual.
The past is the past, Elminster. And the future is, well, still to be decided. By me. Not by Mistra.
The stones have failed us. What in nature's realm could possibly best a netherbrain? Filled to the brim.
Ignis.
With pleasure.
It's not often one has the chance to threaten a goddess and make good on it.
But it's more than that to me. It's my domain. And I think in your case, I'll bend the rules and make things a little more interesting for both of us.
When we met, Shadowheart, your gaze seemed to linger in the distance on some unseen goal, some insubstantial purpose.
I see. Well, I've no desire to stand in the way of the future you've chosen.
You say all the right words, but I'm not so sure you mean the right things. Still, I will respect the decision that was made.
Vis medicatrix.
That pin. She was a harper. Strange place for her to be, even if a drow.
At best, those concerned with the consequences of their actions might consult with Savrus, god of divination. Though these days, I doubt he'd see them coming.
Diore.
This is all a bit much for me. Back home in Waterdeep, I prefer to have Tara leave the room before I undress. What's that? Forthwith.
The crowd cheered. The tension drained into 6 tankards, and soon all was well again.
You're here on a different matter, I suspect. No other choice, I suppose. I'd love to know the full story. It would have been quite something in its heyday. But even now, it has much to teach us.
Soluna's personal blessing infuses this amulet.
Let it bless me, I say.
I'd happily accept. But you're not the leader of your little troop, are you?
Not your call to make, I'm afraid.
I suppose there are worse surprises to be found inside some books. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next... Powerful as he was, Carstens lacked some advantages I can lay claim to.
Venie chuva me.
A kinder fate than to live as one's sworn enemy. Though no less a pity for it. At least in legend, the Prince of the Comet will live forever. No doubt in the context of eons of torture, it seems a small ask. But, of course, he does not realize what else we might have to offer. I had no doubt I could rely on you. I could listen to this forever. No matter. All you see is what I want you to see.
We have our first victory, but we'll need more before this day is through. The momentum is with us. We must keep moving.
But let me play the devil's advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
She who declines gets the worst of the wines.
Not the kind of excitement I usually enjoy being woken up for. Still, better than not waking up at all. Or waking up as something else entirely. Less rules, more doctrine. Hard to disobey such a stern mandate.
What right had I to go about declaring myself an archmage when I was as foolish as a common apprentice in setting such an entity loose?
To know you love me for the man I am and not the magic I command. None have loved me so purely before. That I still looked as handsome as ever, that's what.
In trouble? Small wonder. A rather sticky situation.
It's hard to predict the effect any given artifact has. But my condition is hardly a patient one.
Huh. Go on.
Well done. I doubt anyone will mourn this wicked mouthpiece of the Absolute.
I sought to cross her boundaries.
Crates and caravans. The town toll house, surely.
Intellect of ours. A thinking man's worst nightmare. What are these? Costumes? Disguises?
A hag's magic is nothing to be scoffed at.
Yes, this will suit perfectly. I'll be rather enjoying this journey. Were I not racked with pain.
A wizard sealed this chest. Wasn't an amateur either. Wait, are you saying...
I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. I swore my ambition was only to serve her better. But she only smiled and told me to be contented.
I'll wake you bright and early.
We'll need to find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
A spell a day?
Oh, there it goes. How easily things slip away from us, no matter how hard they were in the obtaining.
Quickly now.
Sage and timely counsel, as always. And I intend to heed it. Time we spoke with Elminster, I think. If we're lucky, we might catch him between courses.
Perhaps I got carried away with the thought this crown could give me back what Mistra took. Cure me, even. Of course. Kind of you to stop by. Feel a presence here. A power. The patron god of this place.
Our backs are very much prone to stabbing in this environment, so by all means, let's.
This blasted hammer has no effect, but it has to. Somehow.
Tenebra. Renounce your own god? I'm flattered.
That was not what I expected to see today. Huh, at least you were never in want of pajamas.
Listen to your friend. It's Kasi Trach Ash.
I knew I should have attended the Blackstaff's lectures on Githyanki Tirsu.
Pizzled rancor.
What's that?
I promise you, whatever outcomes we're hoping for in this world-ending endeavor of ours, letting that devil get hold of the crown must not be one of them. There's clearly some magic in you if you were able to sense her presence. But I think I felt something stronger.
Mistra Rill.
You like to make an entrance, don't you? Quite right. We all have our hungers to sate. Some just happen to hunger for blood.
Help's on the way.
Looks like someone escaped from this place. Rather messily, I might add. Could have returned to the grove, if it was one of the adventurers.
Tentorno omnia mutantur.
No. No, you need to leave. You put as much distance as you can between yourself and that monster. Unusual bottle. And an even more unusual scent. People pay to drink this.
Their worst nightmare.
Aggression?
Are those brains? That faulty ticker of yours can be fixed, I'm quite certain. But the outcome lies in your hands, not mine. Throw a prayer or two my way, though, and I'll gladly provide some encouragement.
There's no end to them. This is futile. We need to move.
I hope Shadowheart's parents are a welcome balm for her wounds. There will be pain in defying such a malicious goddess, but perhaps no more than in obeying her.
Yes, yes.
I have a very disciplined mind. Those tricks won't work on me. Yes. Be that as it may, you said you came all this way on my behalf, did you not? For what purpose? Your father owes you his gratitude. I hope for your sake he is gracious enough to offer it, given what it cost.
I'm going to bed. Perhaps this was all a mistake.
But I could be so much more to you.
The bark's in place. Now to add a great sword, sickle, or dagger.
My apologies. Not quite myself just yet. I had the strangest dream last night. A visitor came to me. A vision of unparalleled beauty and power.
Hearing it said out loud. Yes, I fear it is true. Fate seems determined to make a sacrifice of me. An astral projection. Seems she's taking no chances with us.
Shah may punish you, but she does not have a claim on you any longer. Resisting her is a triumph in itself, however much it hurts.
If we could restore its former glory, it would no longer be a mere leash and collar used to subjugate friend or foe. It would be something greater. Something divine.
No time to lose.
We've tried our very best, but it seems victory is beyond our grasp. I'm sad to say. By all means, carry on. I'll come running if you need me.
Udventus
Might be other survivors.
intactilis sum.
Unleash me.
Non compos mentis.
Let me make myself indispensable.
Now, without wishing to cause undue alarm, might I suggest we find some shade? I think the sun is reneging on that truce of yours.
Something ripped off flaming fist armor like you might peel an orange.
A word, my dear.
Healed. But she doesn't look much happier.
When the true danger posed by my condition became apparent, I had no choice but to sequester myself away from civilized society. A reclusive wizard. Who'd have thought?
Still missing the Susa bark.
I've heard of paintings bringing things to life, but this is ridiculous.
Yes, of course.
Standing here, now, I no longer see the people we were. Frightened, desperate, alone. We changed. We survived. And we did it together.
A wizard doesn't reach Elminster's age without enjoying their home comforts. Those who seek danger over cheese don't tend to live as long.
Certainly. Mistress Elbow. We truly are doomed.
Blasted fog is everywhere.
A natural impulse to try and shield one's loved ones from danger, especially when you feel a moral compunction to run headfirst towards it.
You'd be dying in vain. I don't need company to sacrifice myself.
A bile spawn. Gosh.
To be rid of the orb. Perhaps claim back what it took. To be me again. If you're feeling faint after your bout with Cazador, Astarion, I don't mind donating some blood. Immediately.
These little markings look like goblins and gnolls, right in our path.
Viam sapientiae.
Hot to the touch. The dragon's breath still lingers on this shield.
So unless an honest effort is made on your part, I don't think we'll be traveling together much longer. How could I not crave this? But I don't want it for myself alone. I want you at my side, willing and wholehearted.
An excellent choice.
So I've settled for teaching the art of illusion. Magic to confound the senses, to render the impossible into reality, and to allow expression of that most magical attribute of all. Imagination. Ahead of us, I hope. I've a feeling we've many more adventures to come. More of the Mind Flayer's pets. Glad to have met you, though. At least I'm going out on a high. Shame it's so dank and decayed down here. I suspect there's a wealth of history to be uncovered. If any could hold their breath long enough to find it.
Pearls before swine?
Warg-rutting wrong, Wrinkler.
Selûnite shrine over there. Left to rot by the looks of it. Good. We've been on the road together for a while now, haven't we? Survived some perils, overcame some obstacles. Alas, recent events have rendered the majority of it moot, so I'm going to have to improvise. Unless you have any words of wisdom to impart before I go.
We must find a suitable artifact urgently. Help's on the way. Oh, bother.
Allow me to apologize on Shadowheart's behalf, sir. Her lack of tact is a burden to us all.
Aqua pura.
What, like a child? I'm not sure I consider myself father material. Plus, our current lifestyle isn't exactly what I'd call settled. If so, they might have returned to the Grove. Tara remains as willful as ever. But I'm glad you finally made her acquaintance. Am I to understand that you are in love now, Karlach? Oh, I wouldn't say that. Just a man who's been living with the consequences of his actions for a tad too long.
Da mihi facta.
Indulging in a spot of vanity. Handsome devil, aren't I?
Selûnite piece. Not magical, but charming enough.
I see. Well, perhaps this is for the best. Should my time be short, you will not be wounded too deeply by my absence.
I failed to control it. Instead, it infested me. Very well. You're clearly in no mood to be receptive to my request at present. Some of us need to do rather more than oil our tentacles before a public outing, my dear. Ah, yes. The good old days. Now, to see what this portrait's gaze is truly focused on. I'm surprised you would risk making contact here, however briefly. Just think of it. The power of the gods in mortal hands at last would be free of doctrine and dogma, confined only by the limits of our imaginations. Oh, ignore him. Astarion envies the depth of our bond because he's of a shallower inclination. That flower isn't agreeing with you, is it? Doesn't sit well with me either.
Ad maiorium de gloriam. De bestus.
Always a pity when opportunities slip us by. Odd necklace.
Might sell for a few coppers.
No need for such a grim assumption. Halcyon helped many to escape these shadows before the town was consumed.
Intellego.
I wanted to thank you. I was sinking into a dark place. But you reminded me there is still light in the world, if I should care to look for it.
To the rescue.
That is most gratifying to hear. May I?
So, Astarion, when exactly are you planning to tell us you're a vampire?
You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Needless to say, I've work ahead of me before I feel myself truly redeemed of the damage I caused. But I intend to try.
On the double.
Long days. Yes.
Just your average traveler stuck between realms. Pull me out, and we'll get properly introduced.
I thought we shared something special. I truly did. Clearly, I'm nothing but a smitten fool. I assure you, it remains stable as ever in spite of our encounter with the Netherbrain. Looks like an ambush.
Protected by a magic ward. In here, I'd expect nothing less.
Brine. But for tadpoles, not for pickling.
Hag-shouldered scum vestige.
My tadpole's growing restless. Does anyone else feel that?
In that case, this will be an easy exercise. Step 1.
Get me up, would you? Spurious prune tart.
My ring lit up.
Must have been linked to that button.
My liege, I bow to your boundless kindness.
Timusks, known to cause confusion. Best not get too close.
Oh, not sure I've got the energy for any vigorous adventuring after all that excitement. I'll be back at camp, counting my blessings.
To the rescue. There's still life left in this old thing.
My turn. No time to lose. Fear not. My heart has survived far crueler partings and lived to tell the tale.
Such packs always collect their dues in the end. His suffering has only just begun.
They're dead. Zarel will want to hear of this. No, don't feel disheartened. Very few are capable of attuning themselves to what I just experienced. A state of affairs Mistra prefers, in all honesty. An essential incantation.
Dialino.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
To the rescue.
The goddess of magic is all magic. By dying, the entire weave was lost, and the spell that challenged a god failed.
Dollo. If I must, something here is disturbing the weave. Magic might be unreliable.
His necromancy is shattered at last. He'll not trouble this plane again.
It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses. It will be my pleasure. I do hope you know what you're doing.
Your domain will come to you as you settle into divinity. I can't wait to see what you'll become.
The only way a priest could help them now is with burial rites. The magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. Given the length of my time away, I feared she might have given up on me. Oh, I should have known better. She'd never do such a thing. I venture forth. Pretty, but it doesn't do much. This is our chance. Close your eyes. You'll be wherever you want to be in but a moment. Still, what harms Ketheric helps us. And to deny him the source of his invulnerability would be a very efficient way of harming him indeed. No obstacle too great.
Whatever advantage I can gain for us, I will. And I refuse to feel guilty for it. No matter how much Mistra's chidings might echo in my skull.
Damn! Nearly had it. I always wondered what a vampire's lair would look like. Can't say I pictured it being quite this theatrical.
Palitamos.
Easy enough. You owe me neither apology nor explanation. Your people are suffering. How could you ever resist such a call to arms at once?
Obedi me.
That didn't work out the way you imagined, I reckon. What have we here? Cover me. This place runs rife with gnolls.
Ale me.
And of course you look resplendent in it. Positively glowing. Though that may be your infernal engine making itself known.
Barrels of tadpoles. I suspect there's a lot more of their vintage already in the city.
Ah. Well, there's no faulting that logic. At least you didn't tell me to be myself.
Invoco te!
I must admit, the crown of Carsus has occupied my every thought since I learned of it. If I can seize it and use it, the possibilities for us are infinite.
Thaniel, that's the very lad, or spirit, that Alcin needs to find.
Blast scars. Spell and sword alike were used to ravage this battlefield.
Tara! Never knew you to be cruel?
How unseemly.
As existential evils go, the Absolute certainly seems an adversary worth holding in its tracks.
10 years of bad luck if you kill a wizard. Why take the risk?
Oh, nigh on 13 centuries old and he still thinks with his stomach. We'd best follow and see if he's more disposed to speak plainly once it's stopped its grumbling.
Yeah!
But before you go,
Perhaps facing down an army wasn't my wisest choice.
might as well.
Who knew Vlakith and Mistra would have so much in common? Both set on flinging their followers towards destruction without so much as deigning to justify it.
Mistress soothes all pain.
The gloves are off, I see.
Time!
I'm not sure I ever considered the Emperor an ally exactly, but even so, it's strange to know we're on our own at last.
I stood up and yelled, "Shadow Dark Ale for everyone!"
That is why I asked you to seek me out, to offer you a taste of such wonders. Would you like me to show you?
Of course, he was quite a character. Can't say I'll miss him. But I can't say I won't either.
What a charming place. Not at all grim and perturbing.
Where has she gone, I wonder? This is a Harper emblem. What was she doing here?
Cantote!
Gratitude can wait. You're not out of the woods yet. Stay focused.
Mistress soothes all pain.
She gave us the secret of the orb's power.
I call that extremely useful knowledge to have.
Oribus teneo lupum.
No. What we should be pursuing is knowledge. We need to learn more about that crown.
Have fun gorging yourself on my neck, Astarion.
Do Ravengard?
Need to get him out of there.
Of course. I've had ample time to think on it. We may yet prevail by other means, but the option remains. And I shall not hesitate if called upon.
Well done. The world's better off without it.
Yes, of course.
At a loss, really. People have always commented on my confidence, sometimes my overconfidence. And in one particularly cutthroat assessment at university, my abject and incorrigible self-delusion.
Anything I can do for you, consider it most enthusiastically done. One source of lethal explosive power in our party is quite enough. It seems ill-advised to one another.
And just like that, it's gone.
If the errors of youth deserve an early grave, none of us would live to see a dozen summers. There is no justification for this tragedy.
I need to get to that transponder.
What I proposed to you was something bolder than most mortals ever have to contend with. And yet, your resolve was firm. If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
Look at those uniforms. They must have belonged to some kind of sect. Salutations.
Much obliged. Besides, I suspect the real villain here is one we have in common.
Invenium viam.
Such crushing pressure. Feels like my skull's about to cave in.
You're right. I am a strong, capable wizard. And this is no more than a casual reunion with an ex-lover.
Another Githyanki disc. Another tale of the Githyanki's lost prince?
A stolen glance. That sudden heartbeat. Sometimes the little things are worth more than kingdoms. More where this came from. You do seem to be a precocious talent, though. I can always tell when I meet a keen mind, receptive to Mistra.
The tower's defenses are powerless now. Quite literally.
Well now, this torch seems to be in strict opposition to being doused. Refusing to compromise my morals would be a rather selfish thing, given how many lives are at stake.
On cat's paws.
He'll be back. The question is, will he find us side by side?
Without your words, your touch, I fear I would have sought purpose and solace in that void. It reminded me what living can feel like.
No boar pursues its prey with such unrelenting cruelty. This was the work of an animal, but of a very different nature.
Keep your guard up. When the stench of death hangs in the air, a killer is near.
Not at all.
As it stands, I see no option free of sacrifice in one form or another. So the question becomes, what are you willing to give up?
Easy and effective.
Yes, they offer you an apple, but they're the worm that lurks within.
A lucky gamble.
It brims with weave.
It is quite remarkable.
Weapon blueprints that use Sousa bark.
Rare find.
The crown lies ahead. Now's our chance to dominate it. Cast the spell!
And long, lonesome nights.
Anything you'd like to pass on to a strapping, love-struck wizard such as myself?
Please. Time is of the essence.
Such oppressive silence. Must be lonesome to be a forgotten god. It seems you found your heart's desire. But with someone else. And who would I be to stand in the way of such a union?
Lux in tenebra.
I haven't the foggiest, unfortunately.
Veria chuva me.
Perhaps my reaction was a tad volatile, the irony of which is not lost on me, though it needs remain so on you for the time being.
That's it? You'd leave him, filleted and afraid to fend for himself?
So cold. So cruel.
Say yes.
But if words fail you, I'll accept a kiss. It's called The Art of the Night, and it details the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. It's all right, Elminster. If ever gallows humour were appropriate, this is its grim, smiling hour. Disappointing?
Sure. In silence.
Far be it from me to judge others for their choice of goddess. Though I hope there's some light for you amongst all that darkness. Those who give Shah too much purchase can find themselves snuffed out completely. Heartening words. If only they came from the lips of another. This is no time for delusion. We are not close, you and I. Well, I doubt it's an apology for asking me to die on her behalf. All gone. Just like that. I hope it was worth it. Grand Duke Ravengard. Seems Moonrise Towers has acquired a high-value asset. Githyanki armor. Not much left of the warrior inside. Don't worry too much. A handful of powerful spells goes a long way. Only one way to find out. Time to indulge our curiosity.
Won't know what hit him.
I'll be delighted to introduce you to them when you return. That is, if you wish to return to Faerun. Or to me. So we're in Eltergard. That means Baldur's Gate lies west. Rather far west, even. Just because we do not like the alternative does not mean we are not free to choose our course.
Kudo!
Looks like the ritual worked. The whole grove is walled in. Shah's domain is a far cry from Mistra's. The weave's light is truly extinguished by such darkness. I no longer require assistance, neither yours nor that of artifacts.
Sorry. I wasn't expecting... But it is a pleasant image, to be sure.
With haste, the mad monk's passed on at last. At least he went with a smile on his face. This one here is called The Art of the Night. It details the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. I can't believe this is real. Never thought we'd gather like this again. Honestly, I didn't know you had it in you. A dark destroyer in our midst.
Vivat crescat floriat!
That's what was in there. Those little privy rags were tormenting it. Always laid a fine trap for you, Mole. It looks to me like his Cyric could be dethroned. Some healing for a wizard in need. Still, I should take the compliment with the same generosity it was given, so... Thank you. No use. The adamantine forge.
The memory shard already revealed its location.
Beautiful night, don't you think? Nothing like a brush with destruction to make one appreciate the majesty of the celestial canvas.
There's always one.
Secure, at the heart of my domain, protected by all the powers at my disposal.
I can't use this at the moment.
No, thank you. Sounds as appealing as milking cottage cheese directly from a geriatric cow.
We may cling to hope a while longer if you wish, but should that fail us,
I'll be ready to act.
I urge you to reconsider. There could be consequences beyond our ken.
A dragon and elf, apparently befriended. One day I'll share a bond with a dragon of my own.
The perils we've faced are but trifles compared to those inflicted by the shoppers of Waterdeep when there's a bargain to be had.
Powerful-looking piece of armament. Used on those Githyanki, perhaps?
These corpses are arranged with some artistic flair.
If you're a madman, that is.
May it please, Mistra.
Replete with ribaldry as always. Well, you could provide no better proof that you are not, in fact, about to turn into a mind flayer.
Te fideo.
Make a stand in the right place. His strength could be mine.
I'm sorry. It's not easy living for more than just yourself. And for so long, just staying alive was accomplishment enough. Impressive-looking gem, but surely a fake.
Hells! What gruesome creatures are assailing me now?
Willing and able. No sense eavesdropping further. We should go. And keep our heads down.
Invoco-te!
There aren't many I'd trust to stand beside me on such a journey. Fewer still who would do so because they believed I deserved such a chance.
Well, well. A symbolic triumph of the Absolute over the darkness of Shah.
Petty vandalism, in my opinion. I can't work without a blueprint.
A devil and devil hunter standing shoulder to shoulder against a common enemy. It's rather poetic, I think.
Sorcerer's Sundries is no mere trading post. It's been serving the arcane community for centuries.
Still keeping those teeth sharp, I'll wager.
Colour me curious. It's fair to say her intimacy is not easily won. Nevertheless, I did.
It won't. I swear to you. It's merely a tool, a means to an end.
An essential incantation, mine for the taking.
As I told you long ago, it is to be avoided. The true name of Gond? Ah, that would be Nebelin, if you'll pardon my gnomish.
I'm afraid it remains mine. But there is still time yet. Just remember what I ask. It's a small price for what I hope I bring to our company.
Remember to play them clockwise. And after that?
I knew any artifact that could command an Elder Brain must be close to omnipotent. But for it to be the very crown Carcer's forged, it verges on unbelievable.
I can feel the intestines delicately parting from my prying fingers. The supple kidneys greeting my inquisitive claws. I think this is my work for months past. Notice the tadpole too? In that jar over there. I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to make merry. Just the two of us.
And once I have, I'll return it to Mistra.
One can't always be a gentleman.
What in the name of Azuth is that? A monster in a flask?
Those are footprints. Let's see where they lead. Mistra will consider forgiveness. A poor illusion. An apprentice could do better. A token of my appreciation. At once.
Ha! Beating thee would soil my hands.
Oh, with glee.
Lead on, then. I shall stay my hand as long as I can. But if the tide of battle turns against us, remember I have the means to bring a swift end to this. Psst. Shoo, Tara.
Allow me.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Do you? That is, would you consider returning to Waterdeep with me?
To the rescue. Your knight in magic armor.
Damn! The curse has snuffed my light.
Do you feel that? A darkness, pulling at the strands of the weave.
The road to Baldur's Gate is a long one. Who knows how long it'll take these folks to get there on foot? Not satisfied with this, I tried to impress her further, accidentally freeing the orb, a volatile fragment of weave corrupted by Netherese magic.
At once, I'd lapid them.
I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. I hate it.
Over far too soon.
I was rather enjoying that.
I'll be there soon, my lady.
Curious. A wealthy person's loss? The loss of valuables, surely. All right. Might fit that chest.
Most excellent. A parasite shared is a parasite halved. Or something to that effect.
I suppose you're right. Our adventures had their time and place. But it's good that we've moved forward. Carved out a life for ourselves every bit as rich and rewarding as the journey that brought us together.
The ring's inscription is familiar. That ancient door bore similar glyphs. If only I understood it.
Uthander, I do believe. God of the dawning sun. If that's true, it's thanks to you and the trust you show in me at every turn of this strange adventure of ours. The truth, Elminster. How Carsus's crown could yet be reforged or destroyed, as the case may be.
That song.
So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along. I assure you, were you to meet Tara, you would see the comparison for the flattery it is. But perhaps that's not a point worth labouring further.
Well, I suppose it would do no good to back out now. Let us begin this little anthropological study, if we must.
I suspect many a Sharan was present at this blighted nightfall feast. An evening of merriment before the real prize. Murder.
At once.
When the time comes, Astarion will have his revenge, I'm sure. And it will be richly deserved. But not yet. So, what can I do for you?
Detonno!
If it was up to her, I'd be a pile of ash along with the rest of the shadow-cursed lands by now. Can't imagine what she has to say to me. Sorry, perhaps?
To seek the heart of a Githyanki warrior takes a good deal of courage. I can only think what you share must be quite serious to brave such a task.
I would have thought the Gith to be too proud to squat in someone else's ruins.
All of this. It must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways.
The orb? Why ever would we need to talk about that?
Another lick of the cane, and those Rothes are going on a rampage. These melodies, an exquisite blade. Although its magic is a little darker than I'd like.
Blackius! I will now explain the protocol.
Now, let's have a look at the loot. Isn't for your pockets only. If that charlatan Leroican thinks he can best Dame Aelin, he's even more clueless than I believed. So you didn't fancy sharpening up the old moniker? I'd have thought the Blade of Frontiers might be feeling a bit dull after all you've been through.
It's hopeless. Sylvanus' will holds these vines in place.
Eacto te!
You feign indifference, but I can see it in your eye. You're as delighted to be amongst this company as I am. The hammer we claimed is of incredible arcane craftsmanship. No wonder it was so fiercely protected. In the wrong hands, who knows what it might shatter? Behold! The consequences of your actions.
Ah!
As you like. Won't stray far from my books. This Orphic hammer sounds like quite the artifact. One I'll have no desire to consume, if that's your concern.
Impero te!
Tell me, Lae'zel, what is it like on the astral plane? Your home realm intrigues me.
Commotuis in lingua motua.
Spot on.
Hells. I wouldn't want to get hit by that.
Resisto mortem.
If only I knew where to find some. A waste of my talents.
That dragon won't stop until the ship's destroyed. Me with it if I don't hurry up. The mind is strong, but the knees... well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
Good show. Something's borrowed in there. Something big.
The living may not be prevented from crossing a vampire's threshold, but that doesn't make us any more welcome. Tread carefully. All that glitters is most definitely not gold. Here's hoping we come across a powerful healer and a powerful wizard both. Do you feel that? The heralds themselves tremble to face such a scourge as you threaten to be.
Might fetch a copper or two.
In any case,
Out came the crossbow, and a hush fell over the entire room. Stay with me, will you? I don't want to think of it anymore, but I don't want to be alone either. Then I will hold my peace. But if the time comes when even her sacrifice is not enough, call on me, and I will be ready. Booyarg, the goblin word for magic. Primitive to a fault, but not entirely without merit.
By the weave, you're practically rabid. This is not good, if I may state the obvious.
Stay out of my head. Blessings of the moon, maiden. Praise her.
Cinemetu.
A little discourse.
Lock tight.
Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot. There's a pressure plate in the chair. But I'm missing something.
Confusio.
Shadowed in name, but no longer in spirit. It suits you.
This must be the spot they held Halcyon captive. Clearly, he didn't quite appreciate the accommodations.
You've seen it for yourself?
Let's get you on your feet.
Blast!
Oh, even worse the second time around.
Your parents will soon be well again, and you will have much to catch up on. Something to look forward to once the world is safe again.
Didst thou mother sex a plague rat?
Quickly now.
Get thee gone, custardous discharge.
I can't help feeling Will got off lightly. The wrath of the hells is second only to the wrath of the heavens.
This mirror once drew its power from the shadow weave. Even shattered, its dark power lingers. You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one. The hag's lair again. Better be careful while Auntie Evil is still around. Who knows what shape these final moments of ours might assume? Not I. Not Mistra. Not even you. But whatever my fate might be, I'll be glad to greet it in such fine company. I'll spare you the finer details, but it begins with a simple biological deterioration, muscle spasms, disorientation, a slight ringing in the ears, and, if left for too long...
Correct. But pay attention to the trach part. Ch is back of the throat.
Named after wizards. There's Ramazith, Elminster, Silverhand, and Carsus. The annals must be behind his door.
Where am I? I don't like this dream. Your head's empty as a debtor's purse.
And without so much as a stirring from our tadpoles.
I've missed them. I've missed this.
There we go. Sight from sore eyes.
If I had any choice as to where to die, I'd rather it not be in the bowels of a ruined monastery.
I've always been curious to meet one, though preferably not fangs first.
Baldur sets sail and leaves the dragon guarding the city.
A casting mould. Made for the forge, no doubt.
Resisto ignum.
Sculptures, the paintings, the walls, enlivened by the spines of 1,000 books.
Up to tricks, are we? We need to get out of here, before it's our turn.
Mors animae.
It's beautiful. On it. Something's off. Pure shadow. Around me. Inside me.
Tunnels beneath the open-hand temple, and a name. Father Lorgan. Works here, perhaps?
On it. It's clear crown and brain are intrinsically connected. And given the pressing urgency of us smiting the latter, understanding the former could make all the difference. Quite the choice you're faced with. Surrender the Netherstones to a mind flare, or surrender your soul and become one. Thank you, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We've a Netherbrain to defeat. Then we get to the fun stuff.
Veritas credo oculus.
Wherever we are is falling apart. Talking right. I'm good at that. Ah, glad you've a moment for me. Not a problem.
Meanlocks.
As much as I enjoy your company, I'm not willing to kill you just to wring out a few last moments.
God knows we suffered for our salvation. But it was worth it, wasn't it?
No time to lose. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Precious alia ferro.
The forge at the blacksmith's house should do. Huh. I'd rather get them from my florist in Waterdeep. It's all the same to you.
Likely I should not drink this.
Fair enough.
But even so, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy.
My life for yours.
Compose 1,000 stanzas ode titled A Gale of Thanks and Adulation? Back on the ship, you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region. Were you not?
Easiest thing in the world. Though I'd do it the other way around.
Words will now appear on the letter's surface, effectively turning the letter into a scroll of true resurrection. Use it to bring me back to life.
What are those?
A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance. A blooded ring. Safe to say the killer isn't motivated by riches. Merkel's holy symbol. He must have had a follower come to this place. I doubt anything's been chiseled here in a long time. Until we wake, my friend. I never thought this journey of ours would see us knocking on a devil's door. Can't say I'm relishing the experience, but needs must. If I recall correctly, the Waterdavian Dictionary of the Common Tongue of Faerun defines it as an adverb that conveys the meaning of it may be that, or possibly. This Halcyon sounds like a knowledgeable man. He may just be able to cure us. I feel my bedroll calling. Time for some well-earned sleep. Dreamless, preferably. Nothing at all, friend. I was merely admiring your ambition. Vigere est vivere. What have we here? A fair assessment. I wish we had more time to practice together. I do believe I saw a key with the very same markings. A pity. I thought I sensed rapport, the promise of adventure, flutter of excitement right here in my breadbasket. Perhaps it was merely indigestion. Or the fear of Mistra, to be more specific. So much blood. I wonder will I ever get the stink out of it from my nostrils. The people of Faerun will be well served with you as their champion. Ah. Quite. A misadventure from my days as an apprentice at Blackstaff Academy. In that case, I'd highly recommend taking the time to expand your social horizons. You can do better than a worm for company, I promise you.
Makeske!
Oh, I don't know. I can think of worse death than toasting to you all with a wyvern sour. Let's not. But a word of warning. Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die. True enough. There's a reason such unwitting heroes have been the backbone of lyric and legend for as long as both have existed. I have no desire to end your life, you know that.
Tibidopanas!
Shadowheart? Gold for your thoughts? On my way. And look at that statue. A strange vista through that window. Unreachable from here, I'd surmise. But there must be another way down. Another night, perhaps. If they move freely, they must have a moon lantern. Let's have a little war with that convoy and claim the spoils. A powerful asset. Just what are their intentions, I wonder? Safety's within reach. Just a little further. It's stuck. Nothing for it but to stand my ground in battle. If you'd had your way, our number will be one fewer by now. We're fortunate you were caught red-fanged. Tempting. But I think we might already have the maximum number of theatrical titles.
What in the hell are you doing?
Long story short, then. So you admit you found love? Oh, how delightful. I'm happy for you both. As you wish. No, I'm sorry. But it looks like magic's not on the cards tonight. Perhaps I'm not quite the teacher I fancy myself to be. I'm far too big to get through there.
Rank, malodorous pustule.
Into the fray. Not for me to interfere in someone else's quarrel. Words fail me. I'll be there tomorrow. As will you, I hope. I'd rather not face this alone. Mistress soothes all pain. How tedious. She does. She's Mistra. An elder brain. That was the heart of the Absolute?
God, that smell! Abattoir crossed with privy.
Let them do their worst. Intriguing. What manner of device could this be? Tight fit. Won't be getting back in that way. Try to keep up.
A hand?
Anyone?
A mind flayer? The blazes is going on here? I can smell the alcohol on their breath from here. Drunk and flammable. What a combination.
That blood rings a bell. Still to be found somewhere, perhaps. Incredible.
Water deep. My life for yours.
We'll have no more deep water adventures on that thing. Broken beyond repair. I'm sure she has nothing pertinent to share whatsoever.
I promise you, the gods will never grant us such a blessing, no matter how much we worship and adore them.
That did the trick all right. And down it goes.
Quite.
Looks like these people were trying to hide. By figuring out his true intentions.
Need I remind you you're addressing a wizard?
I know what's going on. It's happening to me as well.
You can count on me.
Tibidopanas!
I have power enough to share, if I must.
Mistra has dictated the terms of my potential for long enough. The crown would grant me control of my own destiny at last.
This must be where the gnolls attacked.
Mithril added, but something is still missing.
So, Shadow Heart. Such a name implies yours is a difficult heart to find.
Whatever it is. If it's important enough to send to Elminster, we can be damn sure she's serious. Feathers of the common pigeon variety. Alas, nothing left of the common pigeon they were attached to. Not everyone approaches the raising of their young with such militaristic vigor.
Looks like we're in Eltergard. Some distance from the city of Baldur's Gate.
On my way.
Quite the opposite. Some monastic orders celebrated their pungency as proof of their devotion. To think is to stink, was the motto of one ill-fated brotherhood near Arm.
The Absolute. That's the mystery god Saza mentioned. Eerie common ground, if you ask me.
An astute approach. I'm glad we're of one mind.
Day. At least there's no shortage of enemies out there for you to kill. A veritable feast for the violent at heart.
Your interventions are more timely than those of the gods themselves. I owe you my thanks. And my life. Someone I miss and lost, I suppose. No use for the god of ambition? A Saluna idol? Really? You in need of a paperweight? Then the slate will be clean. Wrongs will be righted. The absolute will be gone. There's a tension between us, no doubt, but it's not the chemistry I took it for. I just don't like you very much. So, if you'll excuse me, I've better places to be.
The shadows. Feels like they're gnawing at my very being.
I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure. The orb, the Karsite weave.
With haste.
For your sake, I hope they are secrets worth their price. I wouldn't care to have Shah's wrath at my back. I can hardly hold you responsible for what you do while unconscious. But still, I'll sleep with one eye open. Better safe than, well, dead. He was quite a character. Can't say I'll miss him. But I can't say I won't either. With its power, I could put an end to this whole thing. Crown, Netherbrain, Absolute. Everything.
So, speaking about divine intervention, you don't happen to be a cleric, by any chance, do you? Doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
Vocul nubes! You'd have to be a fool to pick a fight with that lot. Best to keep away for now.
Don't let me drag you away. Enjoy yourself. You've earned a night of revelry.
Oh, she's agreed. Just about.
Disarmed. A little less of a cheek clencher once you've done it already.
Iretio inspira.
Look at that. There's a chest hidden in the hay. Let me make myself indispensable. Help's on the way to the rescue.
Astarion tempestus!
By all means.
The shield is still warm to the touch. A dragon is not to be trifled with. I hope I can count on you.
Intactilis sum!
Your head must be spinning to learn such a truth. Dame Aylin's revelations can't have been easier to stomach, but know that you will not be alone when the time comes to act upon them. And yet, now more than ever, It's important to recall what makes us human.
You obviously prefer Shadowheart's company to mine. Perhaps I should have taken a leaf from her book and remained an enigma, instead of letting you read me, cover to cover. An unholy assassin. Is that better or worse than a holy one?
In my mind, you are quite blind. There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark. Another mystery.
Insultus pulcher imperio!
Let's chat.
Barely awake a moment, and the Prince of the Githyanki demands you surrender your soul. A replica devil skull. A little large for most parlours, I think. I'd rather be alone than spend another moment in the presence of someone inclined to such unjustified invasions of privacy.
One moment with you could sate me for a lifetime and prize the fear from my heart. I'm so very glad you came to share this with me.
By the hells! Is that a lava elemental? I promise I've not been moping around waiting for your return. Though of course I longed for it.
Look, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot here. Betrayed by a drow commander of the Absolute. How unexpected a turn of events. A spell of sorts is masking the book's true meaning, but I'm sure there's a way around that.
I like that about you. It's one of your rarer qualities. Though I fear my ego can take no more of it tonight. No harm in keeping yourself busy. You've a reputation to maintain, after all. The Absolute was involved. I'm certain of it. Such a force of destruction deserves to rust in a watery grave, and I've no intention of diving down to salvage it.
Prayers, charms, battle cries. The harper's work. They were primed for combat. Wonder what these grooves are. Territorial markings, maybe? I can't say for certain. A place like this must hide all manner of secrets. All the world's my stage, and you're just a player in it. Another clue about the adamantine forge? Unnecessary, now that the memory shard revealed its location.
Ah, transfusion.
An interesting strategy. Hard to get hold of a god's blood, of course. But if one could.
As keen as I am to survive, the option remains. We have vanishingly few others. I dare say none.
You may be proven incorrect. Time is not on my side, I fear. Controlling an elder brain. Such power. That chair leg could make for a fine weapon.
You'll have to forgive me, but I'm struggling to understand why you'd agree to just hand over the crown. Especially for a bloody hammer.
Chests unlocked. My prayers are answered. Too late did he realize what he had unleashed. It would have been the end of everything had not Mistral sacrificed herself.
Keeping me in suspense, are you? Come on, tell me. Do we have an agreement or not? I know my charm is intoxicating, but let's not be poor company. We have room at the campfire yet. Let the girl stay. I wouldn't want it said that I am any less than a perfect gentleman.
Moonrise. We're getting close to the lion's den, and plenty of questions I have for the lion too.
I'm sure it would never come to that. Clip round the ear, perhaps, but nothing you can't handle. I feel emptied. Like I've lost something important.
Woe upon the unsuspecting.
Sincerely, though, I understand I ask a lot from you with few answers in return. But in time, all will be told.
What more is there to be said?
Mistress Dimples! What's that?
With glee.
Halcyon, you must have accumulated considerable wisdom on matters of the heart in your long life.
A valid and most astutely observed point.
I won't deny. Our living arrangements have taken some getting used to, though you remain a ray of metaphorical sunshine amidst the darkness as ever.
For a moment there, I swear I caught the stench of Auntie Ethel on the air. I have to say, I don't know if agreeing to this hunt was such a wise idea. That statue.
Seems they worship some kind of scholar?
Huh.
That book mentioned Lathander statues that moved. Free. For now. A fortunate find indeed. Allow me to take it off your hands.
Oribus Tuniolupum.
That's not for you to decide.
Until then, best we speak of other matters. Was there something you wish to ask?
Quite a potent-looking weapon.
The effects on the mortal body of such unfettered magical exposure cannot be overestimated. She held back in order to protect us, to make sure I heard her.
Luque tibi placit.
Courtesy is quite wasted on this fellow, I see. Mind flayer anatomy, rendered in quite disturbing detail. The Gith clearly know their enemy inside out.
I understand. I harbour you no ill will. In fact, I enjoyed your company, even throughout this harrowing journey of ours.
In for a surprise?
His tomb lies open and empty. Did anyone say undead?
This is Elminster Ormar, the most famed and respected wizard in the realms.
Ah. Then I expect he's told you at least some of my story. Allow me to give you my own side for a moment.
Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now to get it to work.
A map of the Sword Coast. Whatever these Githyanki are planning, Baldur's Gate lies at the heart.
Let us confer.
Broken. Must have been here a while.
Kill me, and I'll destroy the city anyway.
So, Astarion, when exactly were you planning to tell me you're a vampire?
Resorges!
You've certainly exposed me to sides of Waterdeep I'd never had the pleasure of experiencing until now. If pleasure is the word for such places.
I don't know myself anymore. All this, it's not who I am. Around you, I'm not who I want to be.
The horns of a war devil. How does one even acquire such an item?
My, the local fauna sounds appropriately terrifying. I've had a goddess, but you don't hear me complaining. Not much to be seen.
A spot of bother. Sembian wine, Cormyrian ball, Waterdavian conversation. It's the little things you miss while on the road.
You never felt the call of the divine, Astarion?
Let's have a peek inside.
Vocovidei!
I see. Then you truly aren't coming back. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry, perhaps we're not as well matched as I thought. I'm not giving up yet, but I have to warn you. I know when to walk away. This is surmountable, I'm sure. I'll protect you until you prevail. I can't tell if this is a temple or a library. Of course, you'll be most welcome to stay with me in my tower.
A tale for the ages. With haste.
A rune? But for what?
Yet another brain? I may never look at a pickle jar the same way again.
We stand no chance against such a foe. We should get out of sight.
No obstacle too great.
And yet, it's that statue that commands all attention. You'd think I'd be used to dressing up, with all the pageantry life at your side has thrust upon me.
Inficio!
What choice do I have? More than just a goddess counseled my courage. Whole worlds hang in the balance.
Whatever your decision, I will accept it. But you must choose. You cannot have us both. The art of the body. The exploration and acceptance of the self and the other. The art of the night itself.
Block from the other side.
I understand. You are right to heed such doubts, however much sadness it brings me to leave you behind. An event that came to be known as Karsus's folly. I see few other options open to me. If I ever want to reclaim those parts of myself the orb snatched away. Don't worry, Minthara. Gale won't let you down. Hear him out if you wish, but please, don't act in haste. I'm sure you could have found your way around that with a bit of imagination. I'll toast to that.
Sine metu.
Oh, fine.
You still have me as an ally. But anything beyond that was just a fleeting dream. One from which I have now awoken. All this time, we were protected by a mind flayer. That is a turn up for the books. Always a pleasure to share a moment with you, if not in the way I once envisioned. What do you need of me?
Bloody necromancers. Can't leave any tome uncursed.
Nothing interesting buried here. I do trust you. More than myself right now. Perhaps even more than Mistra.
Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards.
This grave has been disturbed. Must have been an animal, or whatever lurks in this darkness.
That is for you to decide, my love. Ambition made me what I am. What drives you, we have yet to discover.
Tolitros!
That's how I feel with you. Content. It's a rather unfamiliar feeling, I must say. Not something Gale of Waterdeep ever craved.
I worshipped Mistra loyally for years, and in that time she granted me the barest sliver of the power I was ready to wield.
Ha!
Shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune.
Te curo.
Another brain. These jars are nothing if not consistent.
Jurgir, I need an Orthon's might in this battle.
It is an altogether different form of magic, drawn from the negative spaces left in the weave's wake. It is Shah's domain, not Mistress. Blessings from the Moon Maiden, and bearing the same symbol as that chest. Or perhaps a certain parasite that's clamped its jaws into me. Regardless, you're right. Better to stay focused on the real world's problems and the fantasy of an easy solution.
You dare call this beautiful? Your Vialar dies with you, then.
Scratches that size. Something powerful made these. No time to lose. There's always one. I suppose teleportation is beyond Scratch. Besides, growing quite fond of this merry band of ours. But I'd quite like to see what happens to it. No wonder this lava lake is churning. It is one with the elemental inside. Don't be. She has a good heart. Poor phrasing. She has a terrible heart. But she's surprisingly caring, considering it. This place was rife with Meragons. And they never travel without a commander. Time has rid these weapons of their bite. Must have taken decades. Something's amiss. Shadowheart, what happened? Why did you vanish like that? Whatever this place is, I think I'll take my leave of it. Right now.
I'm talking.
Well, that's very kind of you. If the roles were reversed, I don't know if I'd have your patience. Let's have a peek inside. Whatever you want with this idol, I prefer we make it quick. Not sure I'm comfortable catching Mistra's eye, even if it is made of stone. Incinerated. There's magic here. But it's of a rancid, impure form. Nothing like the true weave at all. Why confine ourselves to the pleasures of mortal flesh? There's but one stitch in a vast tapestry. Let me show you more. As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however.
Harder! Come on, put your back into it!
Should I be in need of medical treatment, please don't bring me here. Don't mind if I do. But that's not why you're here. What can I do for you?
Voco Avina!
Something just clicked up above. I wonder what. Most would think me foolish, deluded, even, for daring to pursue dreams of wielding Carsus's crown. I do not take your faith lightly. Something escaped from this place, and its jailers didn't live to tell the tale. Take heart, I'm here for you. You'll have to speak slowly. I'm finding it quite difficult to concentrate with my condition gnawing at my insides like a teething displacer kitten. They're going to call for help. Stop them. Odd. Forthwith. Allow me to make the following proposition. A magic mouth spell. So that voice must be from someone long deceased.
Close your eyes.
I will need to consume another artifact before the lightning strikes. There's no choice but to find more. All those lives. Was it truly worth it? As for whether I should wield it, that would rather depend on the circumstances and how closely I felt Mistra was watching. Locked to keep the evil in or the prying eyes out. Let's see. Suit yourself? Like I said, I no longer require your assistance.
We'll speak more on this later, but suffice it to say, for now, that crown is vital to our purpose here. I know what I need. And I've spent too long trusting others to find it for me. It's time I shouldered my own burden and let you shoulder yours. May we both get what we deserve. Looks like the goblins found her. There go our best supplies. And I'm lucky to have met you, my friend. I'm sorry I had to come to this, Arabella. You were brave and fierce beyond your years.
And renounce Mistra? I didn't think you had it in you.
The blood of Saluna? But what about the Night Song? Your confidence in our existing capabilities is quite rousing, though. Perhaps that spirited enthusiasm will be strength enough to subdue the cult when the time comes. For now, our plan must remain the same. We go to Sorcerer's Sundries and learn about that crown, and pray the devil doesn't get there first. Rest in peace, proud druid. What a pity his death means the Sharan curse will remain alive and well.
Let us confer. Ill-gotten gains are still gains.
Invisibilis. Speaking of which, I think it's high time you bless someone other than myself with your inimitable presence.
There's got to be another way in.
I imagine you're wondering how all this came to be. The finer points of divine ascension are beyond mortal comprehension, I'm afraid, but I can provide a rudimentary sequence of events.
With haste.
My, predicament has become rather urgent. I need a magical artifact to consume. Right now. Curious? Ghouls aren't exactly known for their religious fervor. Why does this one care for the absolute? Very curious. In all my readings on the effects of illithid parasites, I've never come across any accounts of correlating dreams between infected parties.
But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial.
Always.
It shall be done.
If the fight should turn against us and we have no other option, then rest assured I shall unleash the orb. But I believe there is a much grander destiny in store for us. Hey!
You're right, of course. But, well, I'll miss you, friend. Your companionship has been quite the education.
No. You're not the first. Though you are the first since my relationship with Mistra came to its ignominious end. Roland, unleash fire from the heavens.
Of course.
The principle holds, but the practice should be handled carefully. Help! Get me out of this thing before the whole place collapses! Kundo! There will be some practicalities to iron out, the guest list, the venue, and we will need to find a very open-minded cleric.
At once.
Book shopping? But yes, I was being quite sincere, I assure you. Of course it's still in there. A constant reminder of my former hubris. And a surprisingly effective means of keeping my more disobedient students in line. Perhaps a tad too effective. What a vicious-looking creature. Swear its eyes are following me. Nature might have provided for it. Too late now. On a more serious note, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause.
Fulgor! Shrouded in no ordinary shadows. What evil lurks within such darkness?
It was quite something to share such a moment with you, though it vanished all too quickly. The forge is ready. Now but to forge.
Death can't have me. Not yet.
Voss's psionic device is active. The Gith Queen's forces must be nearby.
Veritas credo oculus.
Another scrying eye, same as the goblins had. Someone's watching. The great and powerful Eroican offering our humble group an audience. We are honored. A vampire? I knew it! It was the teeth! Total giveaway. I'm sorry to hear things have been so difficult. You have my sympathy, but not my pity. If anyone can do what needs doing, it's you and your paramour.
Someone was exceedingly protective of what was kept in here.
From one perspective, I succeeded. I opened a portal. However, Instead of pointing it at the first-year dormitory, I found myself pulled into limbo, facing a very irritated death's lad. It could be. Or perhaps the orb's hunger was fueled by my own, and my contentment influences it in much the same way.
Tightly guarded treasure. Looks powerful, too.
This is not the kind of decision to make based solely on your own wisdom. You must discuss it privately.
Dance macabre.
In Baal's name.
Something could fit here, and it might restore power.
Te fideo!
But nothing to worry about. Right?
Gale. Dicarius.
You've certainly made quite the impression on my friends down at the yawning portal. The last I heard, they were thinking of naming a drink after you. It's not easy to turn away from one you once loved, but now that I see our relationship with all the illumination hindsight has to offer, I mostly feel only regret. She even offered me greater powers. The result of some manipulation of the tadpole's psionic abilities.
Surprise, surprise.
I could simply tell you what you want to hear, then ascend by myself and take on the brain alone, you know?
Missing. Zola. Rascal. The word missing seems somewhat optimistic, given those blood-stained collars I came across earlier.
I can hardly wait. That smell. Something died in here. Mistra is all magic. As far as I'm concerned, she is all creation.
Closest. Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy. I confess, sometimes while marking a student's 5th attempt at explaining the principles of illusory materialization, the thought occurs to me.
Faccio voco fere!
Oh. Enough of this! Release yourself! I know this may not be the course you would choose for me, but before you protest, you should at least know what it is you would be advising against.
Mind Flayer's dead. The imps killed it.
Behold! A most noisy cuck. I totally understand. Perhaps our exploits might be a little on the mature side for my students. Come to think of it.
Cupio virtus laicet!
Well, that was quite the load of gobbledygook, wasn't it?
I think we've done rather a good thing here. A welcome change to give this land a sliver of hope amongst so much despair.
Ooh, that feels good.
I'm very curious to know what you've been up to these past months. But I suspect the telling of that tale would keep you tied to me all evening.
Wonderful. I was just thinking I was far too clean.
Resisto acidum!
On it.
It is. Courtesy of my mother, the inimitable, dare I say it, sometimes unavoidable Morena Dicarius. Uncharted territory. The silence before the storm. Ah, revenge is a dish best served hot, it seems. At least when you're in charge of the menu. Merely Merrigans. However, their commander might still be at large.
That was a rather unimpressive display of pettiness, if you ask me.
That's the spirit. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
Tight fit. I barely got through.
Not yet. We must climb higher still before ascending the stem. The sooner we're back on solid ground, the better. There! A miserable pile of secretion. And so we descend into more madness, presumably.
Yes. Myconids are more powerful than you realize.
Oh, Mistra's delicate feet are ill-suited for the hardships of the road. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. For now, I'm just a regular wizard holding the blueprint for greatness. Ha! Nothing like putting in the right things in the right order.
I regret straying from Mistra's instruction. All the suffering around us. It is our fault. I am reconsidering taking a more drastic approach.
No. Let me do this on my terms.
Besides, I need someone left to sing my praises after I'm gone.
And pay attention to the trach part. Yeah, back of the throat.
And yet, if we indulge in the hypothetical for a moment.
Good call. Looks like that's gonna bruise. There's something unspeakable about Shadowheart. But I mean that in a good way. She seems to me like a bud on the cusp of bursting into a rose. The hag's handiwork. A depraved competition in viciousness.
Seems the brain's more reluctant to let go of the crown than we anticipated. That voice. Do you hear it too? A prayer sheet with the same symbol as the one on the chest. No ordinary lock. Something else seals it. First, threaten the Black King. Move your rook 1 square to the right. That leaves Black only 2 choices. Oh, not everyone is comfortable being alone with their thoughts. Though I never felt alone with a book in my hand. Or with her for company. An opening in the metal. That mould should fit perfectly. The coward's root.
Fiat voluntas Dei.
Barrel stalks, full of poison. And under Myconid control, no doubt, on occasion.
The loss of a mind is a terrible thing. But this time, I think I'll make an exception.
So falls the dragon Ansor.
Intactilis sum.
More owlbear eggs, already hatched. No point in taking these. Tell me, Lae'zel, is it common for Githyanki to fall in love?
Come now. Of all people, I'd think you'd see through his bluster.
Isabel's final resting place. Well, not that final, once Ketheric came back for her. What was that? A nasty surprise. Caution is warranted here.
The weapon stopped glowing. Curious.
Easy, Will. She's no devil. There's no fight to be had here. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think I've just lost all respect for you. I think it's best Shadowheart does the talking. Voss spoke truly, both about the device and Vlaakith's intentions. She is coming for us.
Maleos!
Ah, yes. Carsus.
Without delay. Let me make myself indispensable. Oh, but you meant beasts of the life-threatening variety. Yes, I'm sure it's teeming with those. An audience with Elminster is never less than memorable. Looks like all those moon plates can be turned.
Thou pyrite-loving tit.
No one's coming. The deal is done. Help's on the way. I think we've found 2 Duergar who are going to get spit in their drinks.
I hope you and Minthara are very happy together. Or miserable. Whatever she prefers.
Barely woken from his slumber, and already the Prince of the Githyanki demands one of us surrender our souls in service of him. One by one. Whoever lives here has dangerous hobbies. These toys can't ever reach children's hands.
No sense dawdling. Karlach has precious little time left to her. We'd do better than to waste it.
Could be interesting. Oh! Well, I hope I didn't make too much of an ass of myself just now. With haste. I'll wager this is what was used to kill Father Lorgan. There must be some way to turn this on. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside. I can't say that so far I've volunteered the entire truth. Hardly the worst atrocity the Absolute's committed. A Githyanki text. Reading material ahead of the Sharan's hunt for the astral prism, no doubt. Its powers could prove useful, especially if turned against Ketheric himself. I would have been compelled to offer a prayer to Shar here once, but no longer. I've had a little stone caught in my boot the last while. Clearly, that makes for a better travelling companion than you do. She deserved better than that. Save him? And who's to say he wouldn't run us through at the first opportunity?
As you know, the orb within me was the half-formed Karsite Weaver. Magic left incomplete by Karsus's self-destruction.
We'll need to find a way to unlock the book first.
There, in the debris. Something else. Another who didn't survive. Seems as though the Absolute's attracting followers from all kinds of places. Couldn't agree more. The girl wasn't innocent, but that doesn't mean she was guilty.
Zariel won't be pleased, of course, but let her try and stop us. And your revenge on her when you finally take it will be divine. All you have to do is come with me.
I bow to your boundless kindness. A little help from a friend.
Are you quite sure that's wise? We should leave this untouched and get out of here.
Quickly now.
Mundus volti cipi.
Let's remedy that, shall we? Only the most excellent and complimentary things. With some encouragement from us, of course.
A toll house. All passing trade would have paid their way. Once.
Quadico face.
What if it chose me?
We absolutely should.
After all, I need to undo the misconception you've had better. If there's one thing I've taken from this adventure of ours, it's that some things are best left well alone. That crown being one of them. I was not the first wizard to fall under her spell, nor will I be the last. I was an amusement to her. Mortal to be trifled with, amused and eventually discarded.
I have power enough to share.
Will's father owes him gratitude. I hope for his sake Ravengard is gracious enough to offer it, given how much it cost. I thought you might say that.
Did you feel that? A word.
As luck would have it, Faerun is full of them, though I do feel obliged to point out that items of power tend to be in the hands of the powerful.
Resisto frigos!
Your knight in magic armor.
Well, so much for my previous sentiment.
Quickly now.
Not entirely sure I'm a fan of being trapped at the bottom of the Tiontha. Better get ourselves out of here. Quickly.
That hyena will be back, and it won't be alone.
These burrow holes must have been dug by some creature. Most likely not a creature I'd like to meet. As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need. You threaten the Black King with your rook by moving it one square right. That gives Black two choices.
Ah! Extende!
It was easier to stare at the celestial abyss than recognize the emptiness within myself. Easier to pretend my destiny lay among such stars than work to salvage a life on solid ground. You changed all that. I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body alone.
I've got to hand it to me. I managed that rather well.
Stay with me a while, will you? Day will come all too soon, even in this place.
All vellum, no venom. This tome's magic is exhausted.
Onwards. To redemption, then. And whatever lies beyond. Whoever controls the crown could reshape the world, if they can control it. Well, there'd be risk in such an endeavor, but only proportionate to the reward. Really am exhausted. Mentally and physically. Was there anything else you needed of me? Well, could go either way. But we came this far. Should at least try. That's every piece of him. Time to take this sorry jigsaw to the ringmaster. I find that a healthy amount of theatrics, a voice from the beyond, a magic flute, a friendly, if highly combustible magma method, tends to make for a more compelling case. It's curious. After all the wonders and monstrosities we've witnessed, waking beside you seems more unreal than any of it.
The token of my appreciation.
But what does it mean? This button must have had a use once. But was it worth reaching so far down for? I feel trickles of weave. But where's their source? We've already done the finding. In fact, you have one in your possession. Keep the stones, and you relinquish the very essence of your being, your soul, your emotions, your purpose. You would lose everything, and might live with such a loss for eternity. Githyanki armor. Not much left of the occupant. One of the original raiding party, I'd guess. You put the stars to shame. Let's sit here another while. I want to drink you in. I smell a trap.
Lost in thought.
No kind the world will suffer for the absence of. And, I hope, there are plenty on mortal soil who would regret my absence.
The shadow curse is gathering its forces. Got to protect the portal.
The toys from the barn. This must be where they were crafted.
I did offer, as a matter of fact. This contraption is powered by magic, but its magic seems to be gone. Or dormant. You'd make a fine three-dragon anti-player, you know? Very well. Stand back, if you please. Were I a more superstitious man, I confess I'd be inclined to see a certain divine destiny in the greatest of Carsus's creations re-emerging at the same time as one another in the same city. I'm sure such an outcome is possible, but why risk it? If we ascend there and try to fight the good fight, well,
There are no guarantees, even shaped by shadow as it is. Shah architecture has a kind of beauty to it. Some gods may delude themselves into believing they care about their worshippers, but when it comes down to it, we're all expendable. Children to be appeased, not respected.
Regardless, ethical quandaries are more the remit of my mortal devotees. They do love to talk, and Faerun is starting to listen.
No sculpture or painting could ever do her justice, only the fabric that she herself is and embodies.
The hag's lair again. Sans hag, that is.
Amicus animalis. Rhizum teniatis.
Each figure, alike in its pose, unique in its horrors.
Time.
Time and again, Will's plight reinforces my decision not to pursue the path of a warlock.
Come now. This is a night for celebration, not suspicion.
Dead. Good. Green blouse. Brown hair. Must be Benrin's wife, Miri.
Not from scratch. Unless you happen to have several pounds of the purest Netherese metals in that pack of yours.
I suppose I invited that caution I hear in your voice. And I'll do my best to ease any lingering misgivings.
What are you doing? Stop! The way you stood in front of a crossbow to prevent a murder.
Lae'zel's one of us now. It doesn't feel right to abandon her. An essential incantation.
Have a ponder on what your prize shall be, then. I'm still a touch winded from it all.
Oh. I had no idea you were so insensitive.
No doubt you yourself have sought Mistress Wisdom from time to time. But to not only receive her blessings, but her love.
No comment on a visit for the finest wizard in the realms. The famed Elminster of legend and lore? You are hard to impress.
You look well. A little singed around the edges. But well.
Good show. Essorio.
A chest of transformation.
Tempora mutantor.
We did this. Such depravity cannot be erased.
That's Merkel's symbol.
Go to sleep. If another knife awaits in the night, so be it.
The orb's power is undiminished. If we do not succeed, I will not hesitate when the time comes.
Il voco te.
Even Seluna's faithful are driven to the darkness in such a place.
I thought you understood that.
But it seems I was mistaken.
A broken trinket. Beyond repair from the looks of it.
We can't afford to let that happen.
I've heard mind flayers feast on the brains of their victims. Apparently, they like them pickled, too.
Allow me to apologize on Astarian's behalf, sir. His lack of tact is a burden to us all.
Almost. It's the purple seam. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Continue.
All this time, I've been traveling with you despite the tadpole in your head.
Nocturnus.
I know this is all unreal, but I created it for you. You must know that you're very special to me.
Yes, of course. Fine. I fear mine is a dream for another life. But a fine one nonetheless.
A word, please? It's very, very important.
Their worst nightmare. But what then? What would I do with it once I have it?
Why can't you fetch, puppy? Death is no excuse.
You're slightly ahead of me there. As yet, my condition is stable. I've no need to consume anything.
Are you sure? I could conjure up any sight that you could dream of, and a few you could not. I could use the weave to make us feel sensations beyond reckoning. I could do more than woo you. I could wow you. You know this for yourself, of course. So, was there some other matter you needed to discuss? Even being in the presence of that amulet makes my skin crawl. It's like feeling the eyes of Baal himself settling upon us.
Vita Mortiscario.
There used to be a monastery in this region known for producing a wonderful ale.
Kitius.
The forge is ready. Let the games begin. If our love ends here, it was no less perfect for its brevity. I will remember it. And you. Always. Still, there's no real harm done. So long as you can keep that craving of yours in check, I'm
happy that our paths remain aligned. Perhaps I should have done more. Be more charming, more flattering, harder to reach. But I was only myself. And sometimes that isn't enough. Some rather diminutive footprints heading towards that cavern.
Listen, you. I surrendered the crown of Carsus to her, as I told you I would. And in return, she cured me of the orb at last.
Ah, ha ha ha. Ah, what an interesting question.
Checkmate. Wish you were here for me to make a formal introduction. But I would never ask her to undertake such a journey. She's safer at home. This is the abridged version, of course.
Further mention of the adamantine forge. Someone was dead set on finding it. Now, I believe we've a date with an elderbrain to get to. Shall we?
Mercy is not your strong suit, is it?
Loroakan keeps his treasures well warded. Cut off the power to the wards, and these trinkets would be there for the taking.
Let's hope there's smoke powder inside.
This is Ignan for What is my name? The answer is Kasi Trak Ash.
They say madness and genius are separated by but a hair's breadth. Perhaps the same is true of madness and stupidity.
Handing that crown to this devil will be like feeding gunpowder to a lava worm. Agree to nothing.
Right. Bound to be more urchins to save around here. Crying shame to see such a curious piece of Githyanki engineering reduced to junk parts. Still, at least it wasn't you who ended up on the scrap heap.
Am I? Ketheric is dead, but the shadow curse lives. It will be unwise to succumb to it now.
Thick as a glob of unguent.
I think it's about time you and I had a little chat. An honest one.
Sod this for a game of soldiers.
A military fortress, perhaps? An odd sight in these dim caverns.
Te chiuro.
Manos patente sparo.
Oh, feels like being siphoned, and painfully too. Ugh, no. Having seen what we've seen of those who chase godhood, I'm quite content with my mortality.
Abono disque omnis.
Perhaps if there were considerably less of me.
Oh, him. Huh. I've been thinking a lot about that. Gale of Waterdeep. Sounds a bit pompous, don't you think? Please don't try that again unless I invite you to.
Torre.
A magic mouth spell. Must be important. How many such innocents will die before the Absolute are wiped from this plane? I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. I would be a god. Keep up, there's still a battle to be won. More excited than I've been in months. I can't tell you how curious I am to learn more about the crown controlling that elderbrain. This depicts Ketheric Thorm grieving over his daughter. But did he shed tears too for all who fell beneath his sword? The light of life. I am a fool. A fool to have trusted you. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death, danger, and vast amounts of treasure. Hard to resist. The scent of Netheril hangs heavy in this place. The brain is close, as is the crown. I'm glad we faced such a monster together. That's one scourge eliminated. A vampire with that much power would be a death sentence for this city. Pity Astarion didn't understand that. Or rather, didn't care. Not literally, of course. My books are not for burning, even though some of them are inclined to combust spontaneously. Two shadows are darkening my soul. The shadow within and the shadow without. Thank you. A list of names. Father Lorgan's on here, crossed off. A kill list, perhaps. Baldur's Gate lies ahead. A one-way journey for now. Better tie up our loose ends before we depart. Ask me again when the Illithid Scourge has been wiped from this city and I'll have an answer for you. Until then, it's best not to count on anything. Exactly what I was about to suggest. Not sure I like the sound of mostly. Better find a way out.
I haven't come this far just to wind up in a cell.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
I'm many things, but Coy's not one of them.
I exist not to bestow favors on my followers, but to inspire them to seize their destinies for themselves, exactly as I did. I'm their proof.
Unseen and unsightly. Oh, I was raised better than this.
My, a pixie. Away, eye-watering stench.
Dissolve.
A trap. This place is more dangerous than I thought. This certainly casts the butchery of Althera in a new light, but we'll find a solution for this. You and I. Must be the moon lantern, though it's dark as a moonless night within. Gods! Even Dribble's pelvis was severed. His jokes can't have been that bad.
Is that you, Mistra? It is you. Sing. Sing on.
Right away.
Look here.
No time to lose.
Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage.
With haste.
If there's heroism to be found in politics, I'm sure you'll find it. Somewhere.
If there's heroism to be found in politics, I'm sure Will'll find it. Somewhere.
Are you quite sure you wish to place all your trust there? This would all be over in mere moments if I ascend alone.
Non fit injure.
Having a devil in our camp will certainly make things interesting. Never a dull day, is there? Not entirely sure that was a wise decision. Better the devil you know, I suppose. It's done! It's dead!
Good gods, never again. Saluna prayer book. Well, she didn't answer any prayers from this place.
Cages, shackles, whips. All prepared to mete out misery on captives. I myself am a much more powerful artifact in your arsenal. Rest assured of that.
Your knight in magic armor.
One respects life by fighting for it, and one respects death by fearing it.
I appreciate it greatly, but I can no longer keep you in the dark. Weapon diagrams. Some blacksmith's passion project from the looks of it.
Brave choice. To kill the child of one god at the behest of another. Your loyalty plumbs darker depths than I anticipated.
You have? Oh. Then I might suggest we pool our knowledge. I've no sense in letting valuable first-hand experience go to waste. After all.
That thing looks set to kill her!
As you wish. You told me once to choose you. The one who loved me. That's what this is all about. Do you doubt me?
It's just a choice between two deaths. Quick and meaningful, or
Torturous and pointless.
whatever these dark powers of yours may be, they serve no purpose if you cannot control them. Or yourself.
What a terrible waste.
Right. Well, far be it from me to stand in the way of true love. Or anything else Minthara wants, for that matter.
A brain in a jar.
Poisonous, necrotic appendage.
High Hall's looking worse for wear. Won't be easy to reach the Netherbrain through this.
I can do that. Most excellent.
They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat.
There's that confidence I like.
Tecuro.
I can feel the collar stirring in my pack. Something must be triggering the rune's magic.
Think about it. The crown of Karsus, the Netherstones, the Karsite weave. No more than a tadpole's breadth from being reunited.
Weapon blueprints. Looks like this Susabark might come in handy.
I thought you liked playing games.
I won't fail you. First druid and now last druid. Thanks to me. Odd. Someone's cut a notch in the tree there. Never seen a coin like this before. Most peculiar. How tedious.
Time.
Ah. Well, that's a rather long and complicated story. Back in the hag's lair. Good thing she's dead. Quickly now. Doesn't budge. Maybe the mechanism's broken.
A spell, but not one I'm familiar with.
This is gibberish.
Yet somehow I understand it? Odd. Decidedly odd. You sound like a man with the 9 hells at his heels.
It is a valuable commodity to be favoured so by the gods. The ring changed colour. I wonder why.
Quadico fake.
No gloom, all doom. I have power enough to share if I must.
Just trust me when I say it's all of vital importance.
With haste, spot of bother.
Sio di dici pecto.
That's quite an egg.
Yes. Yes, I suppose we do. Few things are more powerful than the will to live.
Oh, yes. Long ruined, I'm afraid. No chance of a frothing pitcher awaiting us there, but still. At least your thirst for knowledge is quenched. My tale is at an end, but yours is not. Beat that damn parasite in your head. Win the day and celebrate the nights.
Te absolvo.
Did your idiot mother beclothe you?
To the rescue.
Naturally. Irenicus, or the Exile, sought to extract divinity from Baal-spawn blood. Needless to say, he failed in quite catastrophic fashion. Hence the cautionary part of the tale. I suppose a lake of blood counts as rustic in this illithid hell. I love you. More than I've ever loved anyone, mortal or immortal. And you've proven your love for me in more ways than even the greatest mathematicians would dare to count. Devil's magic bristles within this pillar. A power not meant for mortal casters.
Brought low.
She isn't my Tresim. She's my friend. And from the looks of things, it appears she's eating pigeons. Who needs to crack codes when you have enough ingenuity?
I hoped I'd see you here.
I had no idea this was their mating season. I wonder what that did. Nethery's power like nothing anyone's seen in ages. They say magic led to the destruction of Netheril itself. Of course, as a cleric, your patron deity endows you with many such powers, otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
Brace yourself.
I thought I meant more to you than a sacrificial lamb. Clearly I was mistaken. I will not cast everything away, not when I know what's out there, almost within my grasp. Why smell thou of placenta musk? Was thou father a flounder? Not quite child-ready, are you?
God, it's like trying to sleep with a mosquito in the room. Take heart, I'm here for you.
Crescat scientia.
Unless your word is an artifact infused with an unusually high concentration of weave, it's useless to me. Merely planning ahead. Besides, never hurts to befriend a wizard.
I can see the answer in your eyes. And that's why I'm leaving.
Option 1. The Black Bishop can take your rook. This leaves your queen free to move 3 squares to the right and checkmate Black's king, your knight pinning him down. So long as I have her mission ahead of me, I suspect she'll not want to distract me with any undue moralizing.
To the rescue. Let's explore.
For the seldom purpose of prayer. I don't quite see how that's relevant.
Hand in hand. Together as one.
I see you won't be claiming the domain of patience in the heavens.
I won't lie. I'll miss our group. Hells, I'll even miss sleeping rough in the wilderness, to an extent.
Intelligente pauca.
At once.
Seemed Thorm's wife loved him deeply. Perhaps he was even a good man once. Of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlandish entertainments. I take it there's a more pressing issue you wish to discuss?
Let's light them up.
My love, I hope you enjoyed our voyage through the cosmos. I was hoping you might have a moment to talk about it.
I want it to be perfect.
To bond with you in the way the gods do, intertwining our spirits in visions of the weave.
Let me take away the pain.
It's strange. But somehow I woke up this morning and realized the orb feels different. No clamor, no desperation, no hunger. There is nothing more to be done here. High time we left. That's putting it mildly. That tome proved to be even more valuable than I ever could have imagined, for both of us.
More.
Someone sought to deface Shah, it seems. Though not with a symbol I recognize, like I missed a golden opportunity. And now I'm going to pay a far higher price for the same prize. Speculation will get us nowhere. Let's go find him. The chosen of Baal? I can think of a few gods I'd rather serve, to be honest. As you're not willing to engage in a frank conversation on the matter, I think we'll leave it there.
deadlier than ever. Wealth is to be shared, I suppose.
Resisto mortem.
As such, I'm feeling magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. A healer is what we need. Shall we?
Resurges. Makeske.
Into the fray.
If we can collect the crown setting and the 3 netherstones, and with the correct invocation of certain spells and gestures detailed in these notes, I think I could reforge it. Karlak, a hypothetical question for you.
Let's take a gander.
Huh?
Oi! If I wanted a flaming mace flung at my head, I'd have bloody well asked for it.
He's always struck me as the trustworthy type.
Ending. The absolute. With a bang.
New city, same ox. Why does it haunt our every step?
My bedside manner is beyond reproach. Give 'em 9 hells.
Fine. But next time you're after a midnight snack, consider me off the menu.
Silentium.
Still, though, I won't leave. There's a good person in there somewhere. It shall be done. Use it wisely.
Stop that! How dare you? Still, I see no harm in learning what we can about this night song. And if we manage to find it, the harm will be all Ketheric's. So, well worth indulging our curiosity.
Your knight in magic armor.
And since when have we sought to avoid trouble, eh? Come now, the knowledge lurking between those pages could help us greatly. Don't be a hindrance after being such a great help. Smiling may no longer come easy to you, but I've seen how your tentacles twitch at my jokes. Even the ones I'm not entirely certain I was trying to make.
The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
Thou quivering plague rat! Behold, the fool of fools!
The future's unfolding for us would be infinite. Impossible for me to describe, but possible for me to show you.
Incommodum.
But it will not matter soon enough. Let us just enjoy the view, in silence. We will leave the world a better place than it is tonight. We have all the time in the world for that. But first, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Talking statues are never a good sign.
We should judge him by his actions, not his teeth. Unless his teeth are the source of the action, of course.
Do you need anything else of me? So, you decided to bind yourself to your goddess, Shadowheart.
Thou roach-mocked jester!
A new kind of being walks among us. One with teeth.
The blade of Avernus!
Each corpse placed with such precision. Much ill-spent care was taken to create this abomination. Now, even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Let us venture forth. That did the trick.
Agilius. Voco morus.
It was at that moment, the weave connecting us, that I realized how much your friendship had come to mean to me. As it still does.
Bring me back before too late. Must cast the spell.
If I really must.
I can't see a thing.
Consider this budding romance thoroughly nipped. Though I hope our friendship need not come to such an abrupt end. That pin's design looks familiar, but I can't seem to place it. Swiftly now. Perhaps I am overthinking things a little. I do rather like what I'm wearing. I think they're dragon marks. Better keep an eye out. I don't know. Ao does not look kindly on gods meddling in mortal affairs. She may have no choice but to stand by and let events unfold. Caught on to that, did you? Might be the wine talking.
We'd make better strangers.
What's that symbol I spy?
Oh, spare me the modesty. They should erect statues to you, though they may frighten children.
I'm afraid my condition has escalated to the point we may be in some considerable danger. I must ask you to give me a suitable item immediately. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. As an expert,
On the subject, my dear lady, I'd like to point out that blowing oneself up is never the solution. I have power enough to share. My robes will get dirty.
Impero tibi.
Quite the view, isn't it? The outer planes are a place of profound, sometimes overwhelming possibility.
Lae'zel did well to break free of Vlaakith's manipulations, though I doubt Vlaakith will let such insubordination go unpunished.
It is the very antithesis of all the weave stands for. A magic of confusion and corruption, drawn forth only by those desperate or damned enough to accept its degradations. That door is like a cork. Pop it and we'll be served a firestorm.
Any opportunities for us to indulge our tadpole's capabilities are hardly on the same scale. Trifles, when one considers the bigger picture.
Vocoglacius.
Yes, yes.
I can't believe she wanted to poison us, that she tried to put us down like dying dogs without as much as a whisper of consent.
You have more faith in her than even I did. Understandable, though, when you have not loved her as deeply or known the depths of her affections.
Only she used the last of her power to block him from the weave. His magic faltered. The great flying cities of Netheril plunged from the sky. Karsus's folly. Their worst nightmare.
Seems like nature's provided a shortcut.
Ore and mould. But they still need the lava to bind them.
And I'm quite certain they're as delighted to see you as you are to see them.
Oh, I suppose that will do for now.
But none that pose the threat of imminent death or destruction. For me, or yourself, or anyone else for that matter.
I wouldn't go quite that far. You made sacrifice enough to end it when you did. I dread to think what else might have come had it gone on for longer.
Aha, the magic veil has been drawn back from the Drow's book on flumphs. Let me peruse. I feel lighter than a Tressim's feather. Like I could fly away. I am as honoured as I am enamoured.
I'm not the only one who longs for you. Yeah, you chose me.
In trouble. Small wonder.
Now go on, before I change my mind.
There's endless wonder out there. Infinite possibilities. Perhaps fate will bring us back together before the universe dims.
Steady. You can rein this in. Nobody's getting hurt.
You're a vampire. A flaming fist. A face beaten beyond recognition. Ooh, there was some sick individual at work here. My.
For all our sakes, help me up.
True enough. But an elithid pod? That would probably do the trick. I see you've taken Shah's love of secrecy to heart. Yes, my love?
Impero te.
Mistra won't be pleased. But perhaps trying to please the gods is a fool's errand. This should do you some good.
And yet you ask.
Together as one.
This forge is very old, but it still looks functional enough.
Nor should you. Far better to feel a cool breeze on your skin than whatever foul expirations blow through these halls. Orbs of dragon kind. Could it be? I thought only 3 were left. I can promise it will feel like less than half an hour.
A disturbed and disturbing night for all of us, but worth it. With due diligence, your impulses will soon be mastered, or at least prevented from causing further harm.
Undead trampled to dust. Their dusk is as eternal as Lathander's dawn.
I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours.
For a wizard, to have the love of the goddess of magic herself.
Ow!
Protective magic. Should have known.
Akidum!
Good night. Condoning the slaughter of the weak. Not the most charitable perspective to take.
Willing and able. Say, where's Shadowheart? She didn't abandon us, did she?
I don't think this is strictly legal. Things are getting more interesting by the moment.
Prick thy face, villainous prick.
No other choice, I suppose.
Too late for that.
In her likeness, I used to read 1,000 stories. She was beauty, wisdom, elegance, power. She contained universes. But now, it's hard to see any redeeming qualities in a lover who condemned you to death. You aren't.
That's disappointing.
Ah, I can feel the storm abating. Yes, this will keep my condition in check. For a precious while. I've said enough. Let silence do the talking.
Besides, you know yourself how hot Zariel's bloodlust burns. She'd see the heavens themselves scorched to ash were I to put a spanner in her machinations.
Maledicte es!
Yes, why not?
Oh, ignore me. I'm merely overwhelmed to feel Faerunian soil beneath my boots once more. Oh, to breathe air unsullied by the noxious breath of a pursuing cambion.
Protective charms and prayers written by harpers before attacking their enemies.
Yankee disc. Covered in writing, perhaps? Zell might be able to decode it.
No amount of contracts will save Raphael from the fate we forced upon him. A devil well slain, if I say so myself.
I've read about these creatures. They tend to be benign unless provoked.
Hells! Not a lick of damage. What am I missing?
Faccio voco fere!
Were our bond a little stronger, I might even have shared a moment of magic with you.
Given that's something we have in common, I'll be delighted to put in a good word for you at the Academy.
The Netherbrain can only be dominated by an illithid. Time to use that tadpole the Emperor gave us.
Such creatures are not to be trusted as a general rule, though this one does appear to have had a significant hand in our survival up to this point.
Thoroughly magical. Let's have at it.
Looks like Orin took her time with this one. So many agonies inflicted on one body. It's almost personal.
Oof. My, this must be the proverbial lion's den. Or lion's abattoir, rather.
The Netherstones might prove more effective if we use them now.
Amor sanguinem.
I have upon my deceased person a magical item that can accomplish my return. But such is the value and rarity that it is protected by a multi-layered security protocol.
Drow. And worse. What were they doing here?
Keeping your greatest weapon in reserve, eh? An excellent strategy.
Can't be opened directly. Time to investigate.
I'd much rather gaze into your eyes than hers. Yours are capable of tenderness and feeling. No god could ever compare.
Whatever it is, the Absolute has a powerful hold over them.
Hostio manera!
This place looks like a battlefield. No time to lose.
There's always one.
Forged with Seluna's blessing. Yes, I can most certainly use this.
Essurio!
Most excellent.
Oh, Tara. It hurts to be so misunderstood by my oldest friend.
Zevlor, war summons you once again. Show me how you answer.
The slavers are gone. Near must be dead by now. Just need to grab his head. She took a few goblins with her, at least. A brave effort.
I finished it. Using the Crown of Karsus, I turned it into a new form of magic, fused with my being, driven by my purpose. And then I put it to work.
Signum arcanum.
Why exactly would I choose that course now when I have so much to live for?
On my honor.
A spell a day.
It needn't. So long as you understand, my neck is very much off the menu.
Svaera mortis.
They fought well. Their peace is well deserved.
Astarion! Cured of one affliction only to be reclaimed by another. The sun is no longer a friend to him, but we must be. He'll need more solace than shadows can provide.
So quick to turn on your friends. A sure sign of an unsound mind and a villainous heart. I've never heard something so beautiful.
Sio didici pecto.
You listening?
Quickly now.
Tara, you must practice acceptance. My new powers are to be utilized, not feared.
A hospital. Doubt anyone's been healed around here in a long time.
Believe me when I say how important this could be for me, for both of us. Potentially life-saving, so long as we can learn how it could be taken and used. Call me selfish or old-fashioned, but I cannot agree to that. Either we dedicate ourselves to one another, or this ends here.
Not your wisest move, was it?
And, so long as I continue my studies on the finer points of infernal engineering, who knows? We might make a home in Waterdeep yet.
What's this place? It's been spared the shadow curse.
Though I confess, the prospect of trying to outwit a brain the size of Mount Waterdeep is a challenge. Even for me. The Elder Brain was already a formidable foe, but the Nether Brain is on the cusp of achieving a godhood of its own. Must be in one of those chests. When you wake, it will be back at our camp. Back in our small, dirty, bloody patch of existence. But stay with me now. There are endless worlds out there. Countless ways to declare love. Infinite ways to express it. Too much for one night.
I imagine this must be quite a shock. Whatever you're feeling, do not be afraid. Still me, just an improved version.
Oi, ugly!
Most excellent. Hells. Seems that book on flumps was not all it appeared to be. Brains?
Non fit injura.
There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it. On my own terms.
The Gur are certainly efficient. Astarian's fate will not be an easy one. Nor painless.
Well, that was memorable, wasn't it?
Olmud.
How long has it been? A 10-day? Longer? I can't even tell. She did things to me. Such awful things. Even I don't have the words. She took things from me.
The road to Baldur's Gate lies west of Rythwin. Our quickest route. If we can stay ahead of the Absolute's forces.
Something of the sheen of Elysium missing, isn't there?
Morio.
Gotcha? Private? Nothing to do with me.
Indeed. I'll guard my resolve like a lit flame in a gale.
God, you're obstinate.
A spot of bother.
Yes, as raw and ancient as the veins of Bahamut. At least it won't suffer anymore. Use it wisely.
Just one chosen remains. Let's endeavour to make that none, shall we?
What is it?
Ow! We'll just consider that an accident then, shall we?
Areske. Dissera.
I don't wish to nag, but have you put any thought towards what I asked of you? I must consume the magic from a suitable vessel soon.
Resisto frigos.
So we're travelling with a vampire, are we? Of course we are. Heavier than it looks. Wouldn't be very comfortable. What an odd emblem. Don't think I've seen it before.
Vincere es vivere.
What do you mean? I've been waiting for an opportunity like this since long before our paths crossed.
Rope, tools, marks in the rock. Someone made quite the daring ascent.
Let us confer.
Another day, another god trying to make us her playthings. We'll have the whole pantheon interfering with us if we're not careful.
Lae'zel was left behind. It doesn't feel right to abandon her.
Your wish is my regret.
But you led me away from the edge. I won't leave. Not unless you want me to, or until fate forces my hand. If your friendship is all we have, then I will be happy to have it. Eventually. Karlak, yes? You burn for each other in more ways than one. Clustered fires and tents. An army has gathered. Let's keep my distance.
Whatever comes of this, we cannot allow the crown to be reforged in Raphael's image.
Pearls before swine.
Once I bring the crown of Karsus to her, I can put everything right. The orb, too. I'll be myself again. For all that's worth. A strange inscription on this ring. Some ancient language, no doubt. Though not one I can read.
Piloted by a headless zombie. Then how are the Watchers watching? Something unnatural is causing this lake to simmer and boil.
Benefits of a wizard's education, you see.
Of course, my considerable talent didn't hurt either.
Your fate may be ordained, but your actions are not. Make each breath count, and what time you have with us will never be wasted.
Ah! This thing won't yield its contents easily.
Rarer still among immortals, I'm afraid.
You led me down this path. Not much magic left, though. Sun's too bright. To the rescue.
Then you leave me no choice but to answer your folly with fury.
Well said. This dream figure is no friend to us. May your future adventures be as splendid as the ones we shared. And we'll treasure them. Always.
Of course it's dangerous. That's hardly a unique quality when it comes to the purposes we pursued together.
So they kept the blood of Lathander here? Easy pickings?
Shah is no doubt pleased, though I'm not sure I care for the pleasures of such a goddess.
You see, I'm not a big believer in fate, but I do believe in serendipity.
That's a rather jaunty hat lying in the mud there. And a sword, too. Someone must have been in quite the hurry to get out of this swamp.
A gaudy display. This killer has a flair for the dramatic. I doubt this is their only masterpiece.
Mind Flayer script. I shouldn't be able to understand it, and yet I do. Kudos to the tadpole, I suppose. Avernus, in all its bloody glory. Best viewed from the safety of this balcony, I think. Relative safety, anyway.
I certainly thought so. Sometimes there is great strength to be found in symbolism.
This is a bad idea. That's certainly another strategy. A losing one, but a strategy nonetheless. Careful now. You sound more a despot than a duke. If this is truly the authority you seek, you must wield it justly.
Te execro,
Point well made. I see.
tormentum.
Won't fight its allies. It's just what I needed. A golem with principles. I suppose if I were to open a contained portal in a particularly safe region of Avernus,
Might still be stuck inside if you hadn't been attacked. I'm not certain what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. I need to retrace my steps to a glade of calm and think.
address him. Call her a cat again, and I assure you, you'll fare no better in her estimations than she apparently fares in yours.
A common enough interpretation. Sickness has a nasty habit of making you feel trapped, if only within the confines of your own body.
Druids will always follow nature's purpose over any mortal threat. Halcyon goes where he is needed, as must we.
Even the splendor of Neverwinter must be tainted by Raphael's influence. Perhaps it's just the thrill of our near-undead experience talking. Standing at your side through such darkness and disrepair, it only makes me want you more.
Mistra, have mercy. What happened here? I could drown in that song.
If I could promise you one thing in return for your faith in me, it's this. I will use everything in my power to ensure we defeat this evil.
I'm just glad you're happy there. When we met, our lives were rather different, and being here this evening, well, reminds me how much has changed.
That's the one saving grace. It seems the orb is now stable, at least until I get to where I need to be. You're all too quick to abandon the one you promised yourself to. That is not a quality I admire. Well met, stranger. Entrails on display. This circus doesn't think much of its customers, does it?
Victory is mine. The Guardian's fallen.
Such necrotic power. I swear it made my heart stop for a moment.
All we've done is delay the inevitable. A delay that puts thousands more lives at risk. But those lives can be saved.
Veritas credo oculus.
Precisely. Though that isn't to say I'm averse to the odd bit of direct encouragement.
Quickly now.
In striking distance.
Are you all right? If you need me, just say the word. Ketheric Thorm has a lot to answer for.
Look at that. Rock gouged like it was nothing.
Sicut catus.
There was that magma method once. Nice fellow, we kept in touch.
That contraption is going to explode before I do. Away from here.
On the double.
Still, at the very least, you must come visit me. I have a pantry full of Waterdavian delicacies and a delightful bottle of Elverquist with your name on them.
If nothing else, I'm sure I piqued your curiosity.
Commune with her as you see fit. I've no wish to stand between you and any inspiration she might deign to offer.
That you do. I've not had so much fun in Waterdeep since my own days as a Blackstaff apprentice.
If nothing else, I hope it was a mercifully short one.
Turns out rather a lot of my clothes are a bit bloodstained. Can't think why.
These flowers. They're creating anti-magic fields.
Excellent. This couldn't have gone better.
Ah.
The High Hall was once a beacon of promise, of wisdom, of celebration. Now, well, it's just a beacon, and for all manner of horrors. And pity.
Knock, knock. All my pleasure.
Sorry, but I'm spoken for.
Looks like we're in for some bad press. As if my reputation wasn't tarnished enough.
We have something in common after all. Ambition.
There's an aperture in the metal surface. Perfect fit for that mold, if I'm not mistaken.
There's room for adventure, but no room for me, it seems. You have your fair share of followers already.
No boar pursues its prey with such savagery. This was the work of an animal, but of a very different nature.
Back to the anus that spat you out.
Oh, not this again.
As for myself, I'm a pragmatic. I see the silence before the storm.
As you wish. Steady.
Mors animae.
They say we take a page from their book.
Well now, a little spectacle never hurts.
A short-lived alliance, apparently. Time to get to the transponder. Diore.
Believe it or not, I can relate. I have the miserable feeling of being prey. Something's on the hunt. Looks like any regular weapons I have work here too.
My bedside manner is beyond reproach.
Are you quite sure that's wise?
Nothing more to be done here. Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash. These shadows made her something worse than her vices. What would it make of us if we stay here too long? These bones speak of some old, long-forgotten tragedy. Their equipment doesn't seem to be worse for wear, though.
Our guide suffered a harder landing than we did.
I suppose you're right. No sense adding the all-powerful goddess of magic to our list of enemies. We've enough of those already.
No. I'll have to try again later.
Inexpugnabilis.
I think you're right. Not one to let emotions get in the way, I'd say.
Well, quite the scamp yourself, aren't you? Luckily, they're more fins than fangs at that age.
Let's have a look at the loot. It isn't for your pockets only.
Risum teniatis?
These things reek of poisonous rot. Best keep a wary distance. If you desire conversation, please do find someone else. Well, we all have secrets in one form or another. So long as his don't come back to bite us, I'm not one to judge.
Acquitum!
Another reference to the adamantine forge. No mention of a guardian this time.
No time to spare. A rift. Go inside its mind and destroy it from within.
Quiet is not always peace. That much I can vouch for. But in your case, I think you deserve a moment's rest.
Out! Foul deformity!
You mean the orb. You mean I sacrificed myself.
No, not like that. I don't want to join them, I want to better them. A god's powers paired with a mortal conscience, a mortal heart.
If the crown atop the Elder Brain was truly forged by Carsus himself, this book will confirm it. All we have to do is turn the page. This whole place reeks of necromancy.
Wonderful. The more the merrier.
Clown's bloody torso. No more belly laughs for dribbles. I wanted to see you. While I still could.
Nice to be on the right end of some divine intervention for once. Makes you grateful to be alive.
I thank you for seeking me out. Amid all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening.
A well-equipped laboratory. This is a place for rigorous study. Though I hesitate to ask what.
What do you say? Mistra.
Fog! It was the end of Mistral.
The end of Carsus and the end of an entire civilization.
No, Boo, it was not something I ate.
A moment's peace, if you will. I need time to process.
Steel Watch! Subdue these creatures! I command it!
At once.
We should consider Orin's terms carefully, however distasteful we may find them. No ordinary jewels. From the elven court of Soldanessalar, I believe. Curious to find them here.
This will come in handy.
Sigils of some kind. I'm not sure of their purpose. I can't remember when I last wore something other than my teaching robes. Feels a little odd to find myself in something so unsinged.
The Dark Lady's presence. She is here.
Don't get me wrong. You did well. The somatic component, the verbal component, even the focus on the inner self that invites Mistra in.
Quite a view.
Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. It's somewhat relieved the discomfort, but I fear my hunger hasn't quite... That was immensely satisfying. I need to go and prepare for him to come knocking at my door. The Hag's Lair. I think I preferred the swamp.
A quick peek will have to do.
My tower in Waterdeep boasts an excellent kitchen and a wine cellar to rival Ondor himself. Not to mention a larder stocked with my homemade Hundor sauce. Not only would this be a vile deal, it would be folly to trust a hag's gifts. Looks empty. Machine made them hostile.
Diem sapientiae.
What joy to have found the nadir of common decency. Let's conclude our business here quickly and never speak of it again. Minthara. To sleep with her is to dream of death. Plenty of that to go around.
Stop it!
That boar shows no signs it was killed by wolves or hunters. And yet there's terror etched into its dead eyes. No mere temple. This was a monastery, devoted as much to study as to worship.
As you wish.
So there's a hook horror down here. This is truly the pit that keeps on giving. How about we both try a little harder, yes? That, or part ways?
Myconids. That explains the voices.
Unlikely. Had I stayed there much longer, the orb would have reduced it to rubble. Besides, think of all the fun I'd have missed out on.
Allow me.
She's a pregnant lady in distress. We can't just stand by and pretend she's not here. If that's the only way of putting an end to this God's forsaken mess, I will not fail you. On it. With the crown in my hands, I would be unstoppable. The Karsite weave would be mine to command. Teaching at Blackstaff Academy has proven such an unexpected pleasure. Sometimes I find it hard to tear myself away. What a fine blade this is. Almost a pity to absorb its magic, but I do so have need of it.
Rather sticky situation.
I suppose that's the last time any of us will see him. And the last time I'll ever see the sun. Strange. They're leaving us be. Do they think we're one of them?
Expelote!
Then the fault lies with me and my inadequate words, please. Allow me to show you instead. Just close your eyes a moment.
Stay here and we'll be swarmed. We must keep going. Find a way through.
A waste of my talents. The lance board is set.
I would be everything. No mere archmage, but the embodiment of a new form of magic. Raw potential dancing from my fingertips. I haven't the foggiest. No doubt through some nefarious means, the crown's existence had been consigned to legends centuries ago.
Ha!
Outflank. Outsmart. Let me recite their demise.
A waste of my talents. And yet, now more than ever, it's important to recall what makes us human. Well, you know what I mean. It needn't. So long as you understand, my neck is very much off the menu.
Sio didici pecto.
I'm a large man, and that's a very small hole. And how are you this morning, my bloodthirsty friend? You might find some use for that thing if it's melted down for arrowheads, but that's all. Oh, that hardly matters. There's not much further I could fall in Mistra's estimation. But I'd like to at least leave her with something to think about.
Veritas credo oculus.
Orin toys with us where she could destroy us. Whatever her motivations, I hope she reveals them quickly.
She was dangerous, but I respected her passion and ambition. Her kin have done themselves a disservice.
Enjoy yourself, my love. I'll be right here if you need me. Or else somewhere near the buffet. Ugh, what a mess. Someone else should clean this up.
Where did he go? And what did he put in my pocket?
Maybe if I squint? After all he'd been through. Zevlor did not deserve such a death. It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel.
If Mistra were here, I don't think she'd be best pleased with me for doing that.
A little discourse.
Crescitaiondo.
I didn't expect to meet your kin patrolling these wilds so openly. Whatever they're seeking, they clearly feel no need to hide their efforts or their urgency. To stand on the shores of this sea of gore, it's enough to drive one mercifully insane. Wouldn't I?
Fine. My life for yours. Certainly. Nimble fingers. Ill intent.
Charming. Seems like you can't even take flight to evade this shadow curse.
What are you... You're using the tadpole against me?
No advantage is unfair.
A dragon is clearly not to be trifled with.
I'll see that there is. Woe betide anyone who tries to stop me. Help's on the way.
Separating the crown from that monstrosity will be harder than we imagined. It might be time to reconsider our strategy. Followers of Mistra, those who call on the true weave, are expressly forbidden to indulge it. Back on mortal soil once more. I can't believe I saw her. After all this time. An ally fresh from the hells themselves. Our company grows stranger by the minute, and all the better for it. In spite of my admittedly fierce curiosity, I'll have to decline. My humanity, however frail, is rather important to me for now. I'd rather keep it intact, if it's all the same to you. Blood and feathers, leading towards the open-hand temple. No sign of tentacles so far.
Better get out of here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I can hardly wait.
There's no knowledge in a glimpse of darkness. My secrets are still my own. Please, at least consider my offer. Whatever for? I rather like this new you.
A silent spell.
I think not. She's furious I refused her, of course, but she wouldn't deprive the realms of my abilities at such a critical juncture.
Macte fortute. Impero tibi.
A real Githyanki creche. Few outsiders learn the secrets of such places. Fewer still live to share their observations. A keen eye and a quiet tongue may serve us well here. Protective as ever, but fear not. My ambition now stretches only as far as getting my marking done in time for us to share a glass of Tsar in the yawning portal. You must know, our relationship is the brightest spot in our otherwise bleak endeavor. An adamantine forge. Think of the masterworks that could be made there. Oh, it was quite easy, really. I took note of certain abilities you possess, certain aspects of your behavior, depending on our environment. And those teeth of yours. Quite the pair of canines. You did well to break free of Vlakith's manipulations, though I doubt Vlakith will let such insubordination go unpunished.
Lovely day, this. For now.
No, not you! A ritual circle. And for what purpose? I haven't the foggiest. I notice now your gaze settles on something, or someone, much closer. This map. Shapeshifter's locations, Father Lorgan's name. The killer was here. The forge is not budging quite yet. I must be overlooking something. For now, we've learned all we can.
Invoco te.
What a twist. To have spent so long thwarting the ambitions of the Illithid Empire only for me to assist you, a rogue mind flayer, in pursuing yours.
Glad to see I'm not the only one on the wrong side of an omnipotent authority figure. You're right. There aren't many wizards who'd care to be mentioned in the same breath as him, or his folly. In my name, the Outer Planes. This is where gods dwell. They observe us from afar, where they make playthings of us.
Lae'zel had the makings of a formidable ally, if one prone to acts of impulsive violence.
And with both Tara and I hard at work studying the finer points of devilish engineering, who knows? We might make a home in Waterdeep yet.
Not this again.
Perhaps, but that's certainly a fight I won't soon forget. Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Ex textura!
I'll gladly carry a pair of rancid breeches on a stick right now, if they kept aflame.
As do you. But I assume we're not here solely to exchange compliments. So why am I here?
Ask for my blessing in pursuing this ambition, though, and I'll gladly offer what encouragement I can.
You'd give up her location just like that? You're not actually considering betraying her, are you?
Failed to get the crown after all that. And if the embarrassment doesn't finish me off, Mistra might.
That was underwhelming.
It's broken, which means we've nothing to protect ourselves from the curse up above.
A dead drow. Took quite a pounding, too.
Speaking of which, I assume you came with some other subject on your mind.
Oh, not this again. No other choice, I suppose.
A clown's severed head? I'm no expert on circuses, but I can't imagine them getting a lot of laughs out of that.
My best is yours.
Against all odds, we cured ourselves. Free from the parasite, free from the prospect of ceramorphosis. I can hardly believe it. I will not become an accursed illithid.
In Santa Sporciore Imperio!
Oh, refreshing.
Missing. Rascal, brown puppy, Jagoda, black and white cat, Zola, the list goes on.
Bad place to be a pet, this.
You were an excellent friend, Scratch. And that's coming from a cat lover.
Tempting as it is to keep you all to myself, would be terrible company if we didn't mingle for at least part of the evening.
To be a god among men.
That may well be, but we can't just invite danger into our hearth like that. We must be more careful.
Arcane lights. Of course.
Overly optimistic to hope there were never any tadpoles here? Thought as much.
You have my thanks. Though unless we find a treatment soon, you won't have my full strength.
If worst comes to worst, I will be long gone before the curtain falls. Who's to say who's the real villain in this tale of devils and masquerades?
Besides, such a sacrifice won't be necessary if I claim the crown of Carsus. What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables.
You're greasier than a warg roast.
Don't mind if I do.
Damn! The bruise acquired a spark. Mutatis mutandis.
You remind me of her somewhat. You share her pragmatic streak.
No, she's no one, really. I was just practicing an incantation.
Ad lapidem.
Shouldn't be too much trouble. There'll be plenty of bark, but little bite left with their leadership gone. A summoning ritual by the looks of it. I dread to think what manner of creature she called out to.
Jaheira made her choice, however unwise it may be, to divide our efforts at this juncture. Shame. We'll forge ahead without her.
I should certainly hope so.
With haste. Quickly now.
Saluna prayer book. As if I need this weighing me down.
Freedom is freedom, no matter the form. I hope he finds peace with his newfound nature. It's the least he deserves.
Conjecture? Yes. That much I concede.
Better to wait for Shadowheart. She'll want to hear this.
And I can pass water without thinking, but that hardly makes it magic. I must admit I am surprised, not to mention flattered, elated, and a little frightened. Such stiff competition. And yet you chose me.
That old woman was certainly memorable.
I could simply tell you what you want to hear, then ascend by myself and seize the crown anyway. You know? The sylvan pinions of an Avarial. No easy task to capture their hollow delicacy in stone. The weave is a highly sensitive, magical network threaded through all life on this plane. Any shift in magical energy, no matter how small, is akin to a beacon, alerting Mistra to its cause. This was one of those memorable encounters I'd love to forget. An elf seafarer alongside a dragon. Quite a pair.
An impression I'm delighted the city has managed to redeem. As have I hope.
Right now, I need nothing more than a kiss. Then we'll face what is to come, together. And claim the crown when the time comes.
Manos potente sparo.
While the iron is hot. Good find.
Aqua pura.
But it will save my life. Even if only temporarily.
Please know, I've no desire to pry into anyone else's past, especially one that's left its scars.
In nocte consilium.
Indubitably.
The injuries on this drow are consistent with a fall. A very deep fall.
Very well. But it does not serve us to tarry when a summons from the heavens is waiting.
Punge!
You may not wish to enter the heavens, but you do a fine job conjuring them here.
Bene corato.
These tadpoles come from an ancient colony down below the tower. Whatever we do with them, we must deny their use to the Absolute. Adorable. Perhaps Tara would like one.
Fear not. I shall do nothing to embarrass you amongst your peers. Where you lead, I follow with good humour and the hope we might yet lead with both dignity and spleens unpunctured.
Ooh, ouch.
Nothing can harm Ketherick as long as Nightsong is caged.
And a more deserving one this time around.
The Society of Brilliance has quite the reputation. Even Waterdavian academics refer to their works from time to time.
Nothing a bit of magic can't solve.
Resisto venenum.
Glad to hear it. I'd rather leave that creature's memory firmly behind us. What do you need? Gods, don't tempt me. I'm finding it hard enough to resist you as it is.
Might as well be gibberish.
Hand in hand.
You've brought me back from the grey shores of death.
My turn.
I didn't want to die. And when I saw the crown, I thought I might not have to, if I only understood its power.
You spherical git.
I think it's best we close off this little chapter of ours and focus on writing the rest of the book. Though if it's all the same to you, I'll be skipping the romance.
Non compos mentis.
You dare call this beautiful? Your vile art dies with you, then.
Ale me.
Let's get you on your feet. Far better to encourage such glimmers of light amongst the darkness. Who knows where they may lead?
Ah!
What's done is done, and what remains to be done allows no great periods of introspection on such matters. Unless there's something else to discuss, we should press on.
Spores that can raise the dead. These myconids certainly are fascinating creatures. The answer was to try. And the outcome was to fail. Out of the black and into the bog. Hardly an improvement.
You've tales enough to fill a few good volumes. And when the truth runs out, who knows? My quill might take us on further adventures yet.
Corpses. These creatures did battle with Dwergar.
Looks powerful. Perhaps they were wise to take extreme measures.
No sculpture or painting could ever do her justice. Only the fabric that she herself is and embodies.
Mistress soothes all pain. Don't make me go all Edwin Adessaron on you.
I was given powerful magic to consume when I needed it most.
What's the alternative? I allow the Absolute to have its way, die in vain along with all its victims, or flee and live on in shame?
I'm indispensable, aren't I?
Huh. Where's Will?
One touch and this will fall apart.
Signum arcanum.
Oh, don't compare yourself to Kelban. He wastes far too much of his time dying.
No doubt she came to the same conclusion. We're healthier than we should be.
A wise man learns from his mistakes and strives not to repeat them. I shall bring the crown to Mistra.
Titius.
If you prefer me to follow my own course from here, I understand. I've no desire to put you or what's left of this city at risk.
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
A distillery.
A little premature for us to start celebrating, I suppose?
Not too soon, I hope. I've a craving for a soft bed, a hot bath, and a large glass of Arabellan Dry. None of which I've ever found hidden under a log. I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here? These burrow holes of all the markings are being dug by bullets. There's trouble afoot.
A poetic image indeed. The fabled Ansor, slumbering beneath a city he once protected, though obscured by the sands of time. Such a legend may yet carry a grain of truth.
I'd no idea you held such aspirations. Can't say I share them.
Understandable. And you won't be. Not if I can help it.
There are some markings on the ground here. Not that they tell me much.
He's scarpered. And I suppose it's up to us to find him.
Interesting. These grounds look like they've been trampled by an entire horde of beasts. An army passed through here. Please, some light. Dispel the darkness.
I believed in you for so much of our journey. It's a pity you won't do me the same courtesy.
In any case, don't blame yourself. Mistra can be a fickle mistress. Coy to a T.
Et alibi!
Remain steadfast. There is nothing to fear from what awaits me. In fact, allow me to show you. Words alone are not enough.
I might just be about to remedy that. Just a bit of late-night humour for you. Your input would be most welcome.
I see. Then perhaps we see each other in the same light after all. A resplendent one, flush with warmth and anticipation. But one which I must shy away from, for now.
A doppelganger? What devious trick was it trying to pull?
Looks like Zarus' missing shipment. It must be hiding quite the treasure.
You possess great strength of will to resist the lure of such powers as Cazador sought to wield.
But perhaps fate can yet be defied.
Oh dear.
Githyanki patrolling these wilds is an unexpected surprise. Whatever they seek, they'll not hesitate to kill us if we stand in their way.
The circus has packed up. The show must not go on, apparently. I promise you, my offer is a perfectly sober one. So, what do you say?
The Githyanki are departing in peace. Curious sight in a day already full of them.
Yeah!
Good. We'll put that little outburst down to the shock of the circumstances and move swiftly on.
Of course.
I find them to be almost the same quality as my own.
Share? You're not a loaf of bread to be divvied up at supper time. I thought what we had meant something to you.
Ow! Perhaps I should have clarified? A helping hand? Anyone?
That flowery motif. It's the same as on that strange key we found. Whatever it unlocks must be inside.
Lae'zel! You can't die like this!
Mr. and Shah have a rather tense relationship at the best of times. It's best for everyone when they stay out of each other's domains.
A lot of spilled blood. Perhaps this is where Father Lorgan met his demise. Dance macabre.
The instructions were easy enough, weren't they? If slightly elaborate.
Can't you feel it? We're almost there.
Now here's a strange little tadpole. It's like it's calling to me.
I can't imagine Mother Gith would approve. Doesn't she prefer us lesser species enslaved? Or eviscerated?
Be with you in a moment.
This depicts a man grieving over a lost one. Wife or daughter, most likely. I don't want to imagine such pain.
I need to get off this roof, and I better not dawdle either.
And that's just the beginning. I have so much more to show you.
Well, it wasn't in his published archives. It was merely a sketch. He invoked Mistra's guidance on how to complete it.
Moonlight, guidance, tides. Oh, how fascinating.
Consider me converted, Sir Luna.
As you say. Perhaps others could turn the other cheek, but I'm not that sort. It's for the best. To spare further heartache. To the rescue.
And I'm flattered, I'm sure. But it seems you're traveling with a substantial amount of companions already. Maybe later, yes?
Let's not get into another scrape, shall we? Still catching my breath after the last one. Elminster's not around, so might as well. A rune sign, but not one I recognize. Its meaning eludes me. Buried in the Selûnite manor, though hastily. Defeated by Shah's chosen, no doubt.
We didn't just make love. We bonded, body and soul. I got lost in you.
I suppose you're right. We still see only a part of the picture, however much our visitor claims to show the full vista of options at our disposal.
Even with the fate of the world at stake, she had little more to offer me than the means of blowing myself up at a more convenient time. She's done nothing to help us. First, we have to find it, and I suspect he keeps it very, very well hidden.
I am dangerous. Not because I want to be, but because of an error I made in the past.
That's certainly one way to make them behave.
A hand?
Strange marking. What's it mean?
I assure you, the hammer Raphael offered is mere scrap metal in comparison, whatever use he claims for it.
Damn, that burns!
Oh, this does not belong to me.
How many more of us must we find dead at your feet? You've tainted this camp long enough.
Umbrae.
Morscarta!
Unleash.
And you're a bad liar. I lived the life of a hermit for some time before I met you. Safer for all, but not conducive to pleasures of the flesh.
No time to lose. Shadow druids. There's more to Korga than meets the eye.
Intelligente pauca.
I hope the end is much farther away than I had suspected. I hope that night meant as much to you as it did to me. And I hope we all have more time together. Together. Alone.
One by one.
I knew you had some dark secret to hide, but a vampire spawn. It wouldn't have been my first guess, I'll put it that way. When you've loved a goddess, as I have, people often think you less experienced in the ways of romance.
Resisto!
My pleasure. Let's put on a show. Mine is the advantage. I could have struck a blow instead. How tedious.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Can you use it?
Stay ready.
Something isn't right.
Forthwith.
And yet, there's too much a few answers could undo. I see that glint in your eyes. You've a strategy in mind, the same one as me, I'd wager.
Deep grooves in the mud around that rock. And you're so sure you wouldn't have fallen for her tricks. She might have been a raving lunatic, but she knew exactly how to lower your defenses.
Is something on your mind? You could always unburden yourself with me.
Silks from Cormyr. Alas, pilfered.
If you don't find solace at the bottom of a bottle, try a barrel, I suppose. I always imagined what it would be like when you finally got to meet her. This wasn't quite what I pictured.
Means nothing to me.
He would seek the power of gods for the pettiest of reasons. His own gratification. At least I seek them for the better of all.
By the hells! What is that?
Want, need, deserve. Choose whatever word you prefer. But it is what I'm going to do. Wild shaping must sprinkle some spice on your love life, Halcyon.
Looks like this marks the base of Moonrise Towers. How bothersome. At once.
Ugh. Fouler than a hag's bathwater. Think I'll avoid a dip in that particular pool.
It doesn't do to keep a wizard waiting, especially one of Elminster's reputation. Not to mention appetite. We should join him in camp at the first opportunity.
Hate's too easy for my liking. Let's take the high road on this.
Let's give this a try.
Thank you for trusting me. I assure you, your secret is safe with me. Sometimes I wish I were a more selfish man. Life would be so much easier. But, alas.
Voco videai! With pleasure. Lead on.
Not a sentiment I can entirely relate to, but a fresh start is always good for the spirit. When one door closes, another opens. All I need to do is find it. Gods, we truly are hopeless.
Fiat lux!
Oh, aren't we precious?
The day will come when I lose control of the power within me anyway. There's nothing you or I can do to stop that. A hidden laboratory full of abandoned experiments. Colour me in my element.
So, this is the seat of the Absolute's power?
Every bit as vile as the cultists who flock here by the looks of it.
Flaming brew! This battle's taken a heated turn. The tadpoles, the orb, these threats to our existence. The gods could aid us
if they wished, but instead they cower behind Io. So let us act ourselves.
My best is yours.
We all have those from time to time. Of course, you'll be most welcome to stay with me in my tower.
Nothing too taxing. Now, let's see what was so worth such protection.
I'm not opposed to a bowl of something mysterious and rib-sticking, but I certainly don't identify as one.
I can feel it. Ever since we set foot in this strange, corrupted land. The closer we get, the heavier my own heart becomes.
Give them 9 hells.
Yes, but that doesn't quite explain little old me now, does it?
You can count on me.
Get to the brain! Act now, or we're all doomed!
All I can say is whatever choice you make, if it leads us to taking the crown, it will be worth it. And I will ensure you are well taken care of.
Not the roaring success I was hoping for. The sigils are written in a curious mix of tongues. Ancient Calishite, Netherese, something else I can't quite make out. If I'm reading it correctly, it was used in the creation of moon lanterns. I'm going to say something I'm confident we're all thinking. What's this you're doing? Ah, Wyvern whiskey. Nimbrel's finest nectar. Haven't seen a bottle of this since I was last in Waterdeep.
My need is more urgent than ever. I must consume an item soon. Cannot stay in the company of good people otherwise. Too risky.
Marvellous party, isn't it?
To the rescue.
Have it your way. I can only hope your memory stretches further than your patience.
Mundus volte cipi.
Lose the Netherstones, we lose everything. So pick them up, please.
Can't see a thing from down here.
Mistral was reborn as Mistra. Upon her return, the weave returned with her.
Then I think it's about time we ascended. Don't you?
My best is yours.
I feel sick. What in the hells did that druid do to me?
So, in the spirit of selflessness, I encourage you to mix and mingle for now, with time enough to come.
Let's take a breath. The odds are stacked against us if we try to pick a fight now. Close us.
Curiosity is a trait we all share.
In Baal's name. An invisibility spell works too, you know. My turn.
Forget it. Milk's already spilt.
Configo!
Find me at a more private moment, and I will provide a glimpse into what the crown could mean for both of us.
Cupio vertus laicet.
Hells! I need a magic item now. Anything that the weave flows through.
Very well. Whether I condemn this world or not, I choose you.
Yes, yes.
After so long with Mistra, I have to say the pleasures of mortal love are much sweeter than I remember. Though perhaps that's simply because it's with you.
I'd be delighted, though someone else will need to watch the cookpot, of course.
Either way, these corpses prove one thing. This is the city house it mentioned.
That was revolting.
Inductilis sum.
Without delay.
My word. It's Shadowheart. How very tragic. Best be on our guard.
Cupio vertus laicet.
That is the life we have waiting for us. Believe in it, and it will come.
Secretium brarum. Fulgor.
It merely drizzles. The embers still sizzle. The fire remains undefeated.
You'd think a magical apparition with an urgent message would be deserving of some attention.
Lovely. Brings out the colour in your eyes.
Oh, I don't know. There's a certain charm to the place, if you squint hard enough. And try not to breathe in.
A hag's lair, I'd wager. A rotten presence thickens the very air down here.
Voco areniae.
Infernal alloy. I may just be able to put this to good use one day. Good night indeed. The fairest I can imagine. Lost in the shadows all this time. He must have left some part of himself behind. Something we can use. I, once read a book that explained in some detail the effect a brush with danger has on one's desire for, other forms of stimulation. I will consume the magic inside. What was a powerful artifact will be rendered no more than a trinket.
Hang in there, dearest.
A whisper in the ear of a struggling artisan. A breeze to flutter the pages of a tome before a frustrated mage. A magical weapon stumbled upon by a desperate would-be hero.
Fair enough. Though in the end we're still playing the same composition.
Where are my smelling salts?
Their efforts weren't enough, though. And they paid a harsh price.
A grim sight to behold when you're as bone-weary as we are.
The Merrigan's leader might still be around here. I don't know where to begin in telling people what we've been up to. I suspect they won't believe me. So long as he sates his appetite elsewhere, I'm happy to give him the benefit of the doubt. Something to sleep on. We should get some rest. I've had my suspicions about you for some time now. And there you go, confirming them with truly audacious gusto. These tadpoles are no ordinary ailment. It might be wiser to keep the specifics to ourselves. An iron flask teeming with magic. A fortunate find indeed. No getting through. More's the pity. This stuff's ancient. Abandoned to the elements for a long time, I'd say.
Well, somebody had to. You weren't exactly forthcoming with any offers of help.
An evocative name. More suited to poetry than the Absolute's perversions.
Let me take away the pain.
Rambling nonsense. Why someone would be drawn to this is beyond me. These are no ordinary lights. Yet there must be a way to turn them on. She expects those who seek to use the weave to do so honestly, and with respect for its potential to destroy, as well as its potential to save. Plenty left to see.
This architecture. This can only be the work of Shah worshippers.
Are there no flowers in Tunarath? These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. Exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for.
Crusty rogue. The Karside weave is primed for godhood. As soon as we have the crown within our grasp. Your cheeks are flush. There's a twinkle in your eye. But I think I am no longer the cause.
Twit, twat, twerp.
Oh, well, that was invigorating.
His intelligence may yet prove the key to unlocking the artifact's secrets. We should ensure we follow up when we reach Baldur's Gate.
I'll enjoy myself well enough from back here. You go on and do the rutting, or what have you.
On it.
In that case, let there be light. Mistra's domain is the weave and the magic that courses through it.
The Blade of Frontiers!
Of course.
Your kin count amongst my most ardent worshippers. Should they feel I see their condition as something to be fixed, well, I imagine they'd make quite a mess of my temples.
The Absolute's forces have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers.
You're quite certain I look acceptable? Yes? What is it? I merely lacked the correct motivation. But even the City of Splendors itself fails to dazzle when set against your beauty.
I suppose some help is in order.
What just happened?
Gone with the weave.
There it goes. I suppose a blow to the stomach upsets the weave as much as it would me.
Plue!
Tell you what, I will answer one question that you may have. Present company excluded, of course, but the point remains. We cannot afford to trust your kin will react well to us. That was truly remarkable. We woke something. Most likely not from a beauty sleep. Perhaps.
Oh, make me proud.
Far be it from me, of course, to question your tastes.
Omnia mutanto.
Oh, something you're undoubtedly familiar with. I see. Fast as in right now, I assume, rather than first light after some sleep fast. You better tell me all. I had been hoping you'd say that. To be an object of pity. I couldn't live with that. God's damned if I'm going to let it be for nothing. If Mistra gave me one purpose, it was this. To destroy Baldur's Gate and the Absolute with it. I'm sure we won't have to look very far to find what I need. Faerun overflows with magic-infused treasure. I'm afraid this is where we part ways. My conditions deteriorated beyond even my capacity to salvage.
I see you waste no time pursuing your quarry, Astarion. You are quite the travelling companion, my friend. I know our paths diverge from here, but should you ever desire a wizard to walk at your side, you know where to find me.
Oh,
You will. But not until then. Now, please, I prefer to be alone with my regrets. Enjoy these vile revelries if that's your inclination. Certainly isn't mine.
Glacius, benecorato.
I recognize this. American wore it. But they won't fight without a commander. Prayer book won't be much help to us in this place. We should leave it behind.
what's this? The skull is vibrating.
Think of it as tribute. The kind a king might pay to a more powerful neighbour to avoid invasion.
Imagine being able to picture one's life ending in something other than a cataclysmic explosion. What a treat. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself, the Lady of Mysteries, the goddess Mystra. And what of Shadowheart? It took a lot for her to open her heart to you. She'll not exactly be pleased if you decide to break it for her.
A little keepsake.
What in the hells are those?
My head's pounding like a war drum.
On my honour, I'm not sure yet I can say the same. That's one worry I can leave behind me at least.
If we plan to open the doors for these poor souls, we must do so quietly, or risk joining them.
Certainly.
Cupiovatus licet.
Very well. The necromancy of Thay. Sounds ominous.
Useless.
Unless I find a way to activate it.
Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
I felt a hubris once before and landed myself with this orb. I think I'd rather not make the same mistake again. Gods above. What happened? The adamantine forge. The wizard Durn was set on finding it. I've got you. They won't be back here anytime soon. Thanks to us. That feeling of jubilance. It's gone. Oh, what a relief it is to return to a state of appropriate dread. No more prayers. Only silence. Must be lonesome to be a forgotten god. Time to die.
Nocturnus.
The reality of the matter is that a lone wizard with a chronic impairment such as my own is not in the most ideal of situations with regards to self-defense.
Is that so?
I assumed there to be little time for frivolity amongst all the fighting. Here dwelt a man blessed with impeccable taste in literature. As for your current predicament, doesn't matter to me who holds the Netherstone, so long as they're mine to claim once the brain is dispatched. Tell me, what can I do for you? I wasn't sure if we'd lose you to that darkness entirely. I'm glad to know you found your way back to us. No more prayers. Only dust and silence.
What fools these mortals be.
Another tank. Not for brewing, I presume.
Vito excolato.
Seems like they put up a struggle. In vain.
I'm in love with you.
True enough. And somehow I doubt that's an order Mystra will be willing to rescind, no matter how many times I impress her. The stakes are simply too high.
Even the Githyanki's finest must have succumbed to the curse.
Nice to return to familiar environs. Any expert will agree this is abnormal.
This should give me an edge. Direct me.
I see? Sweet that you care enough to murder me. Mind if you don't? I believe you. You never looked so beautiful as at the end of a stirring battle. Your cheeks flushed, gaze bright, muscles glistening. The brothers. Guess they didn't find their sister.
Caveat incantato.
I hope that the glimpse you caught of my condition convinced you of the urgency in treating it. Can I count on you to give me the artifacts I need? This icon bears Shah's likeness. No doubt Shadowheart will be interested in it. Wait. What I have to say? Well, there may not be another chance. Please. You have my thanks. And fear not. Your implicit trust is well placed and will be rewarded with any and all means at my disposal.
Yeah!
Amnesia? A side effect of a lithid infection, perhaps? Though I've never seen it recorded as a symptom. Spectators don't normally possess the ability to petrify. Something's not adding up. Nothing.
What you saw was merely mental disorientation brought about by your intrusion.
Amos sanguinem.
That goddess of magic was reborn as Mistra. She ruled on while Netherese magic was reduced to mere fragments of what Karsus once wielded. Artifacts, the most powerful of which appears to be his crown.
Interlocking circles with moons and stars. This must be the seal mentioned in that journal. I didn't think.
There is nothing better than leaving in a blaze of glory.
Another illusion. Is anything real down here? Very well. Gods! A living nightmare is this. This must be the god they worshipped here. Can't say I recognize him.
He sacrificed his soul to save your people, Lae'zel. Surrendered his very being to prevent the grand design. I'd say it's a tad ungrateful to murder him for it. I'm sure whatever's on your mind poses no such risk, but caution is to be advised. Now, what can I do for you?
Step to it.
Not treading carefully, then. Out with a bang it is.
If you'd rather put such power in the hands of a devil than in me, your trusted companion, well, that companionship might prove a rather fleeting one.
Careful! She's about to lash out.
Mortalis.
And with company to match.
The Dark Lady, defaced by some foul mark.
Perhaps later she'll be too late. I would urge you to reconsider, lest the opportunity prove to be a fleeting one. I'm glad to see you're so well stocked on suitable relics, but I only need one.
Knight to King 5.
I've decided to drop this whole Gale of Waterdeep business. It's a bit pompous, don't you think? Bloody, red, ghostly, and enraging the others. When the abomination falls, so will the rest.
Aresque.
Lux in tenebra. While the iron is hot with ease.
Thank you, but I'm more wizard than warrior. Not sure my scalp would stand up to such a platter.
My pleasure. The Mind Flayer won't like that. If we take that road, we'd better be very, very sure it's the right one.
Pitying, not insolent. You chase one power without knowing an even greater one lies within my reach. The crown of Karsus.
Easy enough.
Perhaps we'll be afforded the chance to avenge them.
The long-awaited question. Now, if you please, Elminster, for the too long-awaited answer.
Aqua Pura.
Locked in. That's rarely good news. I feel quite certain that the bond of friendship between us will have far more longevity. I don't know what to make of this. 3 artifacts is a positive glut of magic. Yet my hunger only grows. It's I who should be saying such things. Do not think I leave you without a heart as heavy as your own. But I owe it to myself to follow where destiny leads. You've actually caught me at an inopportune time. Blasted dust in my eye. Excuse me. I don't dare to imagine making such a decision when there's the small matter of the enormous brain beneath the crown still to overcome.
Curious. I feel like a new man. The summoning channel Mistra has provided is one only I can enter. No matter how much I prefer not to face her alone.
Timask. The spores confuse the senses. The ball play can wait, I suppose. Perhaps it was indeed wise to dissuade me from the crown of Karsus. A jumped-up wizard drunk on promises of power is not an enviable company. There's a darkness coursing through those vines, yet confused by one, blown up by the other.
Intactilis sum.
I need a shovel to dig this up. We've a city to save. I think it's about time we got started. After you. That said, despite my return to the land of the living, my predicament remains. And so, of course, does yours. Relieved. Drained. Proud of myself for summoning the courage to go to her in the first place. And, if I'm being totally honest, a bit lightheaded. All's an illusion. Hiding what, I wonder?
Sorry, my love. That was a little insensitive of me. May I say, your tentacles are looking wonderfully moist this evening. No finer illithid ever walked the face of Faerun.
As always, I am grateful for your enthusiasm. And yes, it will require some amount of brutality on our part. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It's only a matter of time before my craving returns.
Strange. It looks healthy, but it's stone dead.
Ingende!
I deserve the chance to live my life with the raging inferno I love. If that means relocating to the hells, so be it. I've heard of Ernest. It's quite lovely this time of year. Go, enjoy your evening. Nothing better for the heart than a good night's rest. And mine is gladdened to know I'll have the pleasure of your company again come morning.
Oh, poor Pooch is worn out.
That's it then. I can't jump any further.
I'd give a lot to be able to kiss you right now. But your presence itself is more than enough. A night stargazing with you is the greatest gift I could ask for.
You look comfortable? I'd no idea you were inclined to such contraptions. Whatever oils your leather, I suppose?
The lesson is death. A perfect fit. I just need the raw materials.
If it takes the death of a god to stop you, I'd say your ambition has gotten somewhat out of hand.
What was that place?
If you think it's best. But I hope you're confident in your powers of persuasion. The last thing we need is another enemy to contend with. Babe or crone, coward or hero, death is assured. Mistra's forgiveness is not. If you knew the end was near, would you not want to ensure it had meaning?
The crown lies ahead. We must dominate it. We must cast the spell again.
Damn. Back to the beginning.
The end is nigh one way or another, and our options are dwindling in both quantity and quality.
Surely you should be reserving your foot for more deserving foes. That poor creature was harmless.
He must have returned to the grove.
Still, such conflicts will not serve our party well in resolving this little parasite problem of ours. Best we cast from the same spellbook from now on.
Could mean anything.
To the rescue.
Perhaps it would have been better to keep that particular opportunity between ourselves.
It has. And a pleasure. A privilege. A tale for the ages. And if I'm being honest, the very best time I've had in my entire life.
Wyvern poison. It's lethal stuff. Let's hope we won't have to sample its delights. I'm glad to hear that. And I promise when that day comes, our home will be ready for you.
Sinemetu.
I see. Then we should rest the topic for now, then. Perhaps the dream will yet prove true. Or I'll have to wake and face reality.
I see you understand.
It's been days since I last consumed an artifact. Before we were abducted. It is time.
Victory is assured. So gentle. You think saving him will stop the bloodshed? It won't.
I won't let you down again. When the Absolute is vanquished, I will surrender Karsus's powers to you. You have my word.
Massacre. A spectacle of slaughter. And I participated. Gods, who knew such a vile abscess lurked in the bedrock of the city? The very stone reeks of misery and despair.
Magis amica veritas.
Down in the pits, no less. Sounds ominous among creatures that love blood sports. Better step to it.
I will be. Soon. I am perhaps just one hard day away from being without any troubles at all.
Make me proud.
Remarkably well preserved. A little glimpse into the past.
Just empty shells. Best to just keep the unhatched one.
Viatus escientia.
Indeed.
No more than what I had to. And that's all I'll say on the matter.
I've heard that in Baldur's Gate, wizard is also a term used for one who ensues their more carnal desires. Is that true, Will? A petrification ray. Someone addled that spectator.
Video veritatem.
You urged me to this point, and now you falter? What would you have me do? Sacrifice myself and hope that Mistra eulogizes my ashes?
We'd best deal with them, or their healer will be kept very busy indeed.
It's certainly one of the more unsightly shape-shiftings I've seen, but we can't all be blessed with the elegance of an Aasimar transforming in the heavens, can we?
Saw Lae'zel giving you a look over. Great minds think alike.
My magic is infinite.
I'm afraid time works quite differently in Elysium. I didn't realize how long I'd been gone until I received Wither's summons.
This magic is the very antithesis of all that Weave stands for. The magic of confusion and corruption, drawn forth only by those desperate or damned enough to accept its degradations.
And what might this be?
I know that what I ask may seem unreasonable, but I promise I only make such a request because it is so incredibly important. It's a summoning channel. The kind Mistra once used to call me to her side. I only have to reach for it, and it will take me to her side. This prayer bears the same symbol as the chest. I think it might just be the key.
Hardly the intelligent way to solve your problems. I suggest we seek out their healer, then move swiftly onwards.
Regard this spontaneous flatulator.
As long as we're possessed of our own free will, I venture to say there's hope for us yet. Good night. Yes, good night.
Wizard, Archmage, wielder of the Weave.
Gladly. A spell like that couldn't keep a twig blight at bay. The power of Karsus would be in my hands.
Mistra would certainly exercise caution were she to make her presence felt in these cursed lands. But if she wanted to do so, even Shah couldn't stop her.
A metaphorical demon, I haste to point out, but no less dangerous. And no less bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature of all monsters.
Iretio Inspira, Evanesco.
Oh, The right tools for the wrong trade. The weave here won't budge. Must be a powerful spell that keeps it in place. I wonder who or what those chains are for. Give a light spell a try. That should get us into that chest.
Time and again, your plight reinforces my decision not to pursue the path of a warlock.
You truly are a soul that steals my own. From all my new rallied heart, I thank you. A dead tiefling. Arabella's mother, no doubt. The horror of her end I daren't contemplate.
Tiring business, isn't it? All this traveling and adventuring.
Interlocking circles with moons and stars. That Salunite's journal made mention of such a seal.
Ostende secretorum tuorum, corruptus, invenium vium.
Hang in there, dearest.
Impero mortos.
Quite. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess?
Oh, the puzzle is coming together. I could just picture it.
A thing like that could swallow each of us whole, raw or incinerated. A flaming fist. Someone beat her to a pulp at once.
Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? And I suspect that suits her rather well for the time being.
Merely to share a glass of wine, I suppose. To toast to victory, and to offer you an invitation at once.
If Gortash is to be believed, then even our camp isn't safe from Orin's influence. We might want to confirm the veracity of his claim, or at least clean up the mess.
This is hardly the time.
Yours is a heart I would never let break. But it is not time yet.
Use it wisely. I'll have to disagree with you there. Having not one but two parasitic entities within your body does very little for one's faith in one's personality. When she resurrects, she'll have no interest in helping me.
Zevlor! War summons you once again. Show me how you answer.
A wizard's quite worthless with a tired mind. Sleep beckons, and I would follow. Live by the sword, die by the spell. That's what I always say. Blooded tracks. Quite small, too. A gnome found some trouble here. We're short a tiefling. Where is Karlak? So, the devil himself is pursuing the crown. Of course. But that doesn't make the shadows less dangerous. I'm seeing exactly what's before my eyes. If you prefer to keep yours closed, that's up to you. Indeed. Exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for. It's Lae'zel. Or what's left of her. Now the shadows have done their work.
Sorge.
A puzzle for the mind I'd solve quite comfortably. Unfortunately, this is a struggle for the heart. A great deity needs a great name. Looks like you're off to a good start. Should it come to that, I will not hesitate. But I think a different destiny awaits us. Hells! Something just woke up down here.
Sahuagin? They wouldn't normally wade ashore in search of a fight.
Damn! No. You don't strike me as quite that boring.
Amid all this grandeur sunk into squalor, I wonder what dismal corner we'll find Halcyon in.
Ah, that's better.
We need to learn more about what we saw. An artifact as powerful as that crown must have been documented somewhere.
Perry!
Strangely, no. Once, a mere glimpse of her face would have been enough to turn my insides over. But not this time.
Quite cruelly, too. We are all sensual vessels. Illusory magic lets us sail farther and feel more deeply.
I will await that death. Alone.
Having a wizard like me around is quite the boon when facing the perils that stalk these lands. It'd be far harder for me to assist you if I could barely stand upright.
Couldn't agree more. But if you use that knife, I will incinerate you.
An easy proposition for the Emperor to make, become a mind flayer. It has no soul to sacrifice. Let's remedy that, shall we?
Hells! Are those tremors? Peculiar shape. Must be some other purpose to this.
True enough. The gods can be loath to tread on one another's toes, claws, wings, and so forth. But they think little of controlling mortals. I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
More! Ve victis!
There is no need for me to bark. My actions will speak for themselves. In time.
Ever a dull moment.
The very plates of the earth have been shattered by the magic of the shadow curse. Utterly fascinating. Unless you happen to be standing on it, of course.
Amor sanguinem.
Upon completion of the tune, a magma mephit will appear, which will pose the following question. Ist cha tist naga. Orin happened.
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must speak with Corilla. If anyone knows the way, it will be her. I've been dreaming of our enigmatic visitor again. She told me our purpose was to take on this cult of the Absolute, to infiltrate its ranks and bring it down from the inside. It is time we part ways before our enmity spills over into violence. Must be what that kid was talking about.
The Mind Flayer's dead. Good riddance.
One touch of magic coming up.
Draws power from a host. About what you expect from illithid technology.
You made me hide. Don't make me come seek you.
Agilius!
I'm indispensable, aren't I?
He's the god he deserves to be. Looks like that's going to bruise.
Venustior!
Where am I smelling salts?
She sought me out. Not long after, we went our separate ways, and assured me neither she nor the orb should pose me any threat in the future.
I won't fail you.
Tormentum!
That said, I assume you have some questions for me.
Brimming with parasites. I dread to think how many these could infect.
I've told my students plenty of tales about our escapades. You're something of a hero to them, you know?
Locked in. That doesn't bode well.
Curiosity must be satisfied.
They can hear the tadpoles speak to them, and they think it's a new god.
There were claws at work here. Magic, too. Hallmarks of a druid. Our friend Halcyon must have been rather keen to return to his grove.
It's one thing to make such a sacrifice in the pursuit of such a pack, but to do so in order to escape one. Truly, it leaves you with nothing.
Not budging. There must be something here to unlock it.
First, I retrieved the crown of Karsus and reforged it using a series of precise and highly complex Netherese incantations. Then, I used it.
I can't risk destabilizing the orb. It can't be me. Nimble fingers, ill intent, willing and able. These tracks. Goblins? The weave is constant, but its users, anything but. We must be on our guard.
Hopefully not during the party.
Not without its mother by its side. What now? Or some other fortune altogether.
Take me by the hand.
Flagra!
That was no ordinary bear. Better investigate the corpse.
Aha! There you are, my mortal friend.
So if I stand, the power's gone. Sedentary magic, I suppose that's called.
The battle of wits.
Nulla salus.
There's always one.
Well, that makes this evening all the more special. A fond farewell for someone I am most fond of.
Nemesis.
At first, I wasn't sure. Some of your behavior doesn't exactly match what my traveler's tones describe of one of your disposition.
Never fear.
Arcane lights. How delightful.
Now, unless you've any other deep, dark secrets to own up to, shall we continue on?
I know that look. It's your heart, isn't it? Not to worry. You have one of the finest wizards in the realms at your fingertips.
Damn you. Damn you for giving me so much to care about. Our friends, our adventures. This would have been so much easier if it was just me. But it isn't.
There's a mark on that tree. How intriguing. What in the hells was that?
However, it's something best experienced in more intimate surrounds. Once the revelry is ended, and the stillness of the night has been restored.
Venustio.
Oh, of course. Oh, sometimes I forget who I'm traveling with. It takes some getting used to, walking amongst peers again.
I've read it's one of the nastiest poisons in Faerun. Starts burning in the small intestine and works its way through the blood from there.
We're up against the greatest threat Faerun has ever faced. I don't mind getting my hands dirty if it gives us a better chance of surviving. The bark is in place. Now what?
Having a vampire in our midst will only end in betrayal. I merely took the initiative. No joy. Should I be using something else?
Pursue your dreams and keep me in your prayers, and who knows? They might just get answered.
One heartbreak was quite enough for me. But to experience it as many times as you have must change a person.
You signed an infernal contract, not some half-baked deal on the back of a napkin. If this scheme of yours fails, the crown of Carsus is Raphael's, whether you intended it or not.
Imprisoned for want of a key. How apt. You had no right. None at all. I've a good mind to turn around and depart this little company of ours immediately.
Very well. Let's not speak of this again. Given my condition, I'm not sure it's wise for me to invite undue stress upon myself.
Jealousy is in the eye of the beholder, or something along those lines. The wine might be befuddling me a smidge.
I'll need to keep a careful study of it. Make sure it's not suddenly destabilized by proximity to a rogue pair of neathery sandals or what have you. But I think it's dormant.
Can't see a thing.
A key? For what?
What I want is a life I could share with you, but alas, knowing you're still out there will suffice for now.
Shadow druids have taken root in these parts, and whoever Korga is, she's their agent.
To the rescue.
Manos potentes sparo.
I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself.
If this adventure has taught me anything, it's that there are things in this world far more valuable than power.
No devils here. That's a myconid. And it seems to be warning us.
Mistra's willing to speak to me again? Was this your doing, Elminster? So please, go. Enjoy the festivities. Anticipation will only make our reunion the sweeter.
I trust you to know the course we must take, but my offer stands. If none wish to shoulder the Illithid's burden, the orb would achieve the same ends. As I said, I'm willing to move past the whole exsanguination issue, so long as you can promise to keep that hunger of yours in check.
Confusio.
Perhaps she needs a moment.
Chin up. We'll best this. Well, whatever it is.
That may be.
But has it put a stop to the absolute? Or cured us of our tadpoles?
I've found myself in something of a quandary. Yours is an opinion I'd gladly hear on the matter.
That name doesn't ring a bell. I think it's a mistake to hold that conviction, but I cannot force your hand.
Hold on. It's not too late to settle this without bloodshed.
Slim to none, I hope. Mistra has no right to prevent another ascending to the Pantheon. Only Ao can decide that.
He hid from the Hell's forces, but they still got to him.
Secco.
No, Karlak, stay with me, please. We've shared too much to part like this.
Out of my head, hag!
Finally, the heavens are on my side. Or at least, one very irritated Asamar.
Much as I enjoy our conversations, I think it's Elminster we should be catching up with.
Exploration merits companionship, though. Shall we?
It's not your fault. I can hardly expect you to understand. But nor will I relinquish this chance because you're unwilling to imagine a world where I succeed.
Dollo. An eerily chilling scene, this. I suspect many a spectre was present at this blighted feast. Kill or be killed. So it goes down in the Underdark.
There is, of course, one more course to consider.
The orb. None need shoulder the Elithid's burden, if that is what you decide.
You just let me know which hill of burning sulphur to aim for, and I'll have popped through a portal before you can say Zariel.
Talking statues often herald trouble, in my experience.
We all have our hungers to sate. Some just happen to hunger for blood.
Not for me, thanks. I've seen more appetizing fare strewn across the floor of a goblin abattoir. It tried to control only a fraction of the magic that was unleashed that fateful day. I merely sought to return one tiny diamond to an imperfect crown. Scorch marks. Hints of weave, too. There might just be trouble afoot.
Ah! Lae'zel, don't!
Look at this place. The evidence is clear enough. I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body alone. On my honor. Pigeons, gulls, sparrows. These streets make a fine hunting ground for a Tressim like Tara. Spot on again. A little relief, but not much. The weave seems fainter somehow. Is something amiss?
Admittedly, that's not saying much given our ongoing predicament. Nonetheless, I'm glad I woke up when I did.
Let's get you on your feet. I don't like the look of that mushroom. I should stay clear. Its purpose is served. Nothing left to transform.
Arthur's got some curious hobbies. Better see if he donated any toys lately.
The mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
She appeared to me as Elminster. Came to our camp while you were gone, telling me of a Netherese artifact he'd found. One he thought could turn the tide in our favor.
A rough tempest I will raise.
So be it. Lead on, since your resolve falters, so allow me to provide some encouragement. We are not going to lose, and I am going to get that crown. Please, trust me. Your help could be the difference between life and death.
No need.
Maledicti es.
Was this once a man? The shadows have corrupted him beyond comprehension.
Behold, the fool of fools.
There he is. General Ketheric Thorm, leading an army of Sharan warriors. A fallen paladin if ever there was one. I need light. The darkness is consuming me. More than just lip service.
True. You wouldn't have had the grit. I suggest we steer clear of the trades war during Joaquin Tide in that case.
Viam sapientiae, vos curo.
At last, we stand on the cusp of victory.
A narrower precipice than I hoped, but it's our destiny to traverse it nonetheless.
You wish for my opinion on some other matter, though. What is it?
This really isn't my forte. What was that thing inside her? Can't read this script.
Mistra won't be the one issuing the orders for much longer. She'll know exactly who's coming for her.
The inevitable has been delayed far too long already.
No more, I say. It's time to make a stand.
I was nothing. A drifting dust mote of a wizard, abandoned by my goddess, my powers lost, my reputation destroyed. And look at me now. I'm their proof.
You look, Well, the main thing is you're alive. Plenty to be grateful for. Horns or no horns.
I love this time of night. It's not a demand he wanted to make of me. As mistress chosen, he had no choice but to deliver her message, however much it pained him to do so.
You remind me of her somewhat. You share her fierceness and her passion. Now come. Best keep moving. We have many more shadows to face before we reach the heart of the Absolute.
I wasn't gazing, merely observing. Though that can hardly be said for a certain someone else.
Let's get you on your feet.
Fact one, there's something very strange and very powerful about our tadpoles.
Impressive webbing. Though I should probably worry about its creators. God, this is bloody uncomfortable.
Too trusting for our own good. Dame Aylin's Lorroacans for the taking now.
Did you expect I wouldn't hear about you sharing your affections with somebody else? If you had doubts about us, you should have talked to me. A withered creature, consumed by the shadow curse. A fate I hope we don't share. A dismal place for an Aasimar to spend her existence. Especially with that necrotic toad for company.
It is unsettling to know we have such eyes as Orins upon our party. Ah, Lanceboard! Why, this might just be the highlight of our misadventures to date.
In short, I've grown to trust you. Quickly now.
That Githyanki officer didn't come here merely to fill our ears with idle gossip. Who resides within the artifact, I wonder?
The brothers-in-arms have perished. Never did find their sister, I suppose.
I know how much power rests within me. Enough to turn Baldur's Gate to ashes. Its memory to no more than a children's fable.
Thank you for spending this time with me. I think I want to be alone now.
You could send an elf to sleep.
I had hoped my eyes were deceiving me. But no. You were with her, weren't you? At once. However, my sentiments are all I can offer at present. With my condition as volatile as it is, I wouldn't want to indulge in any undue, excitement, so to speak. The old ways, then. If that is what you wish, so be it. Oh, a little respite does wonders. Trickles of weave radiate from that chest.
Nulla salus, voco flagella. When our adventure began, our troop had no more in common than the worm in our brains. We'd best not disappoint her. The thought of a scolding from Jahira's ghost is not one I particularly relish.
A shrine. Looks forlorn. Adventure awaits. I strike with precision. Take whatever time you need to consider. I hope, when the reality of my condition sets in, you may yet be convinced to change your mind. Head's missing. Safe to assume foul play? Hang in there, dearest.
The summoning channel Mistra has provided is for me alone. No one else is permitted to enter it, no matter how talented a user of the weave they are.
But what is happening, or rather not happening to us, is entirely undocumented.
Oh, looks like a necromantic ritual of some kind. One long abandoned, judging by the smell. And what of you? What are you making of this newfound lease of life we earned? Indeed. Under other circumstances, I might have been subdued or ashamed. But after what we saw, I must admit, I'm excited.
This mirror dates from the times of Gorothir, a Netherese Sharan of foul repute. A portal onto the Shadowfell itself.
I regret the way I hurt her, of course I do. But she would have seen me destroy myself to earn her forgiveness.
There's no love lost between us. None at all. If my suspicions are correct, the crown currently perched atop the elder brain may be one of Karsus's design. And now we hold the very tome that could confirm it. Whatever ancient purpose is imbued in these halls, it may not welcome our presence here. We should be wary of whatever lurks beneath the dust.
Ancient dead, rife with shadows. This must be the stronghold Halcyon spoke of. I see tracks there. Or footprints. That's worth a look.
I've given up on myself. But Tara never did. It was her encouragement, her research that led me to my treatment. Once we knew that magically infused items were the key, she went out to find them for me. She saved my life. Infernal gems, straight from Anauros. Rare, to say the least.
A little help?
Karlak, please! I'm not ready to go on without you.
Flesh met horn, and flesh lost.
Yes, of course.
Queen to H8. That's the upper right corner. Then to D8, 4 squares left. It gives me some courage to think that you see greatness in me. Hope I live up to your expectations. Doppelgangers abroad in the city, as if we didn't have problems enough.
West Baldur's Gate, east Elturel. Without delay.
Curious to find an Orthon here. Perhaps there was an untold tale behind that.
That makes me dangerous. Even in death.
When? I'm glad you have such confidence in our endeavour. I confess, my own's not constructed from such immutable materials. The Blade of Frontiers. A fitting title for one so steeled with purpose.
But no matter. What's one more kill but a fitting coda to a day of carnage?
No obstacle too great. That's odd. Flame won't go out. A portrait of Gortash. Can't say I'd want him watching me eat my supper, but each to their own. Excellent source of arcana. Its magic should come in quite handy. Well, that was interesting. Good move. I'll let Mistress show her flight, and then I can see how strong a chance we stand of winning the gambit. A word. No time to lose.
Like a summer's day, thou art sweaty.
A great ask indeed. You've given me much to think on, as you always did.
Though not, I think, my methods.
Oh, bother.
Sio di dici pecto.
Rather worse, actually. A little boat voyage, that's all. Indulge me. Recognizing this glimmer to be magical in nature, I reached out to it with a weaving of words and found myself on the other side, as it were. Still, it might be wiser to keep an open mind on the matter. Our visitor's promises of aid might yet bear valuable fruit. A Shah and crossbow, as magnificent as the Dark Lady herself.
Kaido! What in the hells is that?
Say, where's Lae'zel? She didn't abandon us, did she?
No, fear not. I have no burning desire to return to this plane. Strange as it is to say, I'm feeling rather at home in Avernus.
Right? She had no right.
Without delay, to threaten the life of a child. Truly. Orin will stop at nothing. At the ready.
Clag-bottom coward.
For her to risk coming here, however tentatively, means she came with good reason. Because of what she asked of me. It's mask after mask in here. There are speckles of something or other in this slag. Could be anything.
Ignis!
That crown sits on a gargantuan elder brain bent on destroying us and everything we hold dear. Understanding its true nature might unlock the means of our victory. You have to remember that the weave is a living thing, both the embodiment and the extension of Mystra herself. The other part of that shattered ring from before reminds me of an epic tale I once heard. Best fit this back together. Onward. Oh, would that I could. But your entourage is full. You'll need to make room for me first. A harper rune. Signals a hidden cache nearby, if I'm not mistaken. I've never seen a tree like that. The bark must be a rarity. More importantly, why are you soaked in her blood? It's clearly not your own. Worse, it could be the best thing that ever happened to me. To us. Almost there. I just need to insert the mold.
That is a lie, and you know it.
And what comes next? Clearly you can't be trusted. It's not exactly the outcome Elminster hoped I would achieve, but it's the best I could do with the time his charm bought for me. You've brought me right where I need to be. I have no right to ask more of you. It's time I spirited you to safety. For this is a fate I must face alone.
Dialino, oculos tempestatis.
An unlikely place for such a fortunate find.
Hang in there, dearest.
I've no wish to cast any aspersions on our existing skill set, of course, but given the perilous direction in which our journey is headed, the tadpole's powers might be a welcome addition to our arsenal.
Keep up. There's still a battle to be won. Help's on the way. The lesser foes are a distraction. Dominating the brain is what matters.
As we've established, few enough can. It's not exactly a common affliction.
Let's make the most of this. Hells. Beautiful merfolk these are not.
Well, we all have secrets in one form or another. So long as his don't come back to bite us, I'm not here to judge. Oh, no, that can't be comfortable. Especially for the corpses.
I think we taught that Inquisitor a very valuable lesson. You won't be ambushing anyone else in a hurry, or doing anything else, for that matter.
That was rather inhospitable. She could well die out there. We should go after her. Not for me to stand in your way, then. You two will make a fine couple. I can picture it already. This place reeks of death. I'm happy to stay as your friend for as long as you'll have me. And I'll keep a safe distance from your new lover. That's all the same to you. Now, did you seek me out for a reason? I make it to my mother's recipe. Packs quite a wallop. As does she.
As the child who would be a god was turned to stone, his empire came crashing down around him. The floating cities of Netheril were no more.
Proof that all that glitters is not, in fact, gold.
Please. I'll get little rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try. It's a process known as ceramorphosis, and let me assure you, it is to be avoided. Perhaps I'm not conveying the urgency of the situation. It's incredibly, world-shatteringly important you give me a suitable artifact. Please.
I'm almost certain I've seen that ox someplace before.
Not an eventuality I'm entirely unfamiliar with.
I'd wish you a bright future, but since you cannot escape your own company, that would be a futile gesture. Careful. I may just take you up on that.
Pay attention.
Wildflowers in bloom. A welcome sight, but a strange one. You're okay. Thank the heavens and hells and everything in between. I thought the brain would take you from me.
There's danger underfoot. Let's be on our guard.
Oh, come now. You're hardly in a position to cast judgment on that score, are you?
My skull, my mind, feels like it's being carved open.
It appears the parasite has bestowed on us the ability to influence others.
Please. This has gone on long enough. Interesting spear. Deadly looking. But interesting.
Gods, what's happening? The Emperor will no doubt seek to pour honey in our ears, talk us round to its way of thinking. It would be remiss of me not to remind all that there is another way.
Get to the crown and cast the spell. I'll buy you what time I can.
Butchered. They didn't stand a chance.
A bold decision to treat a divine being with such cold indifference.
Seco.
I hope the city doesn't seem too small and quaint to you. Now you've caught a glimpse of what lies above and beyond.
It's broken, but not too badly. I should really have that amulet with me. The mad monk will want to see this.
Do not dismiss the truth of dreams out of hand. They can be portentous to quite alarming degrees. An animal indeed to inflict so many cruelties on such an innocent.
Something hidden, but not from me.
The blade of Avernus, forged by a cambion, whetted on a dragon's hide. Those devils won't know what's coming for them.
Frange!
Quite the rug pull, eh? A mind flayer manipulating us this whole time.
Curious artifact, isn't it? Ancient, beguiling, cryptic. The ABCs of mystery.
Against all odds, we cured ourselves. Free from the parasite. Free from the prospect of ceremorphosis. I can hardly believe it. We will not become accursed Illithids.
Not until this moment. But I can't help beginning to see such a destiny unfold before me.
Whatever business Will has with Mazora, it will cost him dearly. Or worse still, it will cost us. I hope we can afford it.
What an ugly doll. I'd only give this to a child I didn't like.
Flagra! Where's our dream guardian?
How tedious. Well, fine is fine. Nobody weeps because the weather is fine. No monarchs were overthrown because their ruling was fine. No artworks were burned because they were not masterpieces, but merely fine.
I must admit, the crown of Karsus has occupied my every thought since we learned of it.
You're the first person I've spent any significant time with in a year or more. Spending time in your company, I realize that I may have left behind the greater part of my wit and sensitivity in my tower.
Not again!
Ugh, forget it. It's blocked from behind.
All right. Let that anger out however you see fit. Perhaps they do. Would you begrudge me the chance to make things right, Elminster? Oh, ignore me. I'm perfectly content. Besides, the chance to step out for a night on your arm is hardly one I'm going to pass up.
The strangest dream. A relief to wake from it.
No obstacle too great.
Thank you for the offer, but the treatment for my condition is very specific.
If you'd be so kind. Far be it from me to second-guess your decisions, but I'm not entirely convinced setting that scamp of a goblin free was the wisest of ideas.
Right. Let's keep moving.
Voschioro!
A prayer or two would suffice. Is that so bad?
Oh, much better. The weave makes me feel like a new man. Cum motuis in lingua motua. Influence, yes, but for better or worse. Until we know, I recommend a cautious approach. Your quite significant loss. Farewell, then. And good luck. Wouldn't take the stuff no matter what. If I'm going to go, let it be in a blaze of glory. A wise decision. Though, if it's all the same to you, I'd suggest making sure your devotions are of the silent variety. No ordinary collector would have such jewels. This is a Diabolist treasure. Netherese magic. So pure, so complete, and I doubted what I was feeling at first. Our adventures rarely lend themselves to luxury, or cleanliness, for that matter. It's been some time since I've made such an effort.
We should find him. Maybe he can help.
Thine eyes, pools of tepid piss. I stand here, on the precipice of divinity. Of course, you encouraged me to pursue, I might add. And now you come to tell me to blow myself up?
A little pick-me-up.
The elder brain. But more importantly, the crown that it wore. Even without seeing it for myself, I could sense it.
Don't. We'd face very poor odds if you start a fight now. As do our packs, as a matter of fact. We've such an item already in our possession. Primed for the moment the need arises. I tried once before. But it seems Baal has too tight a grasp on you. That reeks. Curious. What are those marks there?
I can't imagine how Astarion must be feeling. The terms of your own condemnation carved into your skin. A monster's actions. And monsters do not deserve such power as that ritual promised.
These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize a Night Singer's blades anywhere. I knew the orb was no ordinary ball of magic before it to be Karsus's malignant creation. Gods! How did I not see that?
What strange surrounds are these? No, it's nothing like that. Magic isn't a narcotic to me. It's quite literally a lifesaver.
I can do that. I'm no cleric like you are. It's different for a wizard.
Maio, fortio.
Indeed. The curse is still present, of course.
Just veiled and at arm's length for now. Not a trick I can repeat often, but tonight is different.
I'll be delighted to introduce you to my current cohort as a guest lecturer, perhaps. I'm sure they'd have plenty of questions for you.
You see? Now you're realizing your true potential. You and many more by the day.
You've not taken this power for yourself, so I can only wonder why offer it to me.
Consider our nascent spark of romance thoroughly extinguished. The wizard is out of the picture. Pessimism like that is hardly going to improve our chances. But I will begrudgingly admit that circumstances have somewhat changed.
From the Underdark to the swamp.
Lovely. It's far from the fate you deserve for the scale of your sacrifice. But I understand why you feel the need to do it.
Should be concentrating on the enemy.
Quite the fortifications for a wandering band of goblins to try and breach. What drove them to it, I wonder?
Exactly. The bark's like iron. This is a waste of time.
The path less traveled.
My words, my actions, my award-winning smile.
Ferio!
Trust me, it will take a lot more than a few gold pieces and some fervent thoughts to convince Mistra to break her silence. On my account, at least.
The crown! The one the Elder Brain was wearing.
A defiant little fellow. Seems oddly purposeful. I'll make my way to your camp and embark upon a succulent slow cook to be consumed upon your return.
Wait, that's Arabella, is it not? Looks like she's got some new weave up her sleeve.
Truly horrendous.
It's no use. This army of the dead is an endless one.
This pillar. There's something unsettling about it. And it's not Raphael's poor taste in architecture.
Torre!
While two devils fight over a bone, well, we should just run away and let them sort it out amongst themselves.
Research notes on the nature of the shadow curse. A most fortuitous find.
Mistril, she was called then. Imagine what it must have felt like. To be a god. To know yourself, to be untouchable.
To be mistaken.
Now, you protest, but I'm certain I saw you lingering over a first edition of the plane-shifting pit fiend. Pity it was so flammable.
If I must.
Floric's fate may not yet be sealed. If we care to intervene, I commend you on your willingness to take such a risk. Now, let's hope your new illithid fuel prowess tipped the balance suitably in our favor.
Quickly now.
An elf seafarer alongside a bronze dragon. Quite a pair.
Te adstringo linguam!
Very well. A little longer won't hurt. Actually, it might, but I shall try all the same.
Let's never speak of this again.
Yes?
However, the Black Staff insisted I couldn't teach every subject, nor could the simulacra of myself I offered to create for that purpose.
Tormentum.
Oh, yes, of course. I can see how the hammer we didn't know existed until Raphael generously enlightened us would take precedence.
You were, of course, indulging me in submitting to such a lesson. Teaching you was hardly an effort at all. Not like my present cohort of apprentices.
With that said, I'm more than happy to continue onwards, but no more hiding things from me. Agreed? She won't extend that invitation twice. We'll have to figure things out ourselves from here.
No further treasure to be found, I'm afraid.
Of course this place is rigged. Now to find out the manner of our imminent demise.
2 left hands, I see.
No. It cannot be cured. And I assure you I've left no page unturned in reaching that conclusion. Until then, I'll leave you to your own devices. Infernal or otherwise.
Poxy pissered pervert.
A Sharan artifact, and remarkably blood-free. A rare thing indeed. I'd be lying if I said it wouldn't take some getting used to. But what could a few extra tentacles do to a bond as strong as ours, eh?
I've no doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs. Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. While I'm adept at most forms of weave manipulation, druidic magic is not my area of expertise. He will make for a most useful option to have in reserve. She preferred it when we were alone. Curled up before a crackling hearth with some ancient, esoteric tome between us. Ink glinting in the firelight. Another of those gems. Yet their purpose still eludes me.
How dare she snuff out life with as much thought as snuffing out a bloody candle?
Ah, that will make getting word to my mother rather tricky.
Looks like quite a place.
Thou inglorious hog!
Looks like that box has taken a shine to you. So unconditional, isn't it? The affection of inanimate objects. I finally have the tome I needed. Such knowledge, such power contained in such a small object. Very well. I'll drop the matter. For now, something's off about that mushroom. Best keep my distance. Once again, I find myself grateful our acquaintance is a more recent one. And less visceral. A fragment of it was caught and sealed away in a book. No ordinary book, mind you. A tome of gateways that contain within it a bubble of astral plane. As a Githyanki, it's no news to you that this parasite will soon turn us into mind flayers, an outcome I'd rather like to avoid. Tara, I don't suppose you're responsible for the missing messenger pigeons. That expression must sound curious to a Githyanki ear, given the way they're birthed. Entirely unnecessary. Though, if they are so inclined, I might be convinced to share a stanza or two of my own for inspiration. Annihilate? If it managed to murder a group of Sharans, we had better watch our step. Let's let cooler heads prevail. I'm not sure I like our odds if we pick a fight here.
Diminue!
Would be wise to fear the trees themselves. It feels like the forest itself longs for our destruction. Ugh. Please, I do not need to hear of your joint aches and privy sorties again. A vampire and a fugitive. You've got everything going for you, haven't you? It's now or never. Necklace has a harper sigil. Why were they here?
There'll be nothing left of this ship soon. No time to slow down.
An ogre and a bugbear. Ah, torrid tryst indeed. I promise. You'll have your fill of divinity at my hands, and I at yours, I hope, but only in the metaphorical sense. Oh, I'm fading. I need a pick-me-up. Something with the essence of the weave. You're finding it hard to stay away from me. Perfectly understandable. Divine essence has a rather magnetic quality where mortals are concerned. Aren't we precious? You've a visage fit for letter writing. That Orthon shows some artistry in his corpse arrangements. I suppose he had time to kill. I was hoping to see you here.
Veni chuva me.
Let the hunt begin. It's good to see you again. We must claim the crown of Carsus for ourselves, before anyone else does. A pixie? What a darling little ruffian. I swear to you I wasn't. But I've no choice but to admit I am now. Perhaps it would be best if I leave and put as much distance between us as I can before the orb erupts. Quickly now. The mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up without delay. There's no getting through.
You used that thing against me, and you saw after I told you?
Yes. Is that Volo? A guardian of faith spell. Strong is its faith indeed to linger still in these ancient halls. And once I have, I'll take it to Mistra. Oh, a common misconception. Even the simplest of flavors are elevated by the choice to appreciate them. Don't deny yourself such pleasures. Gods, I hate spiders. Sounds like the door to redemption is open at last. All I have to do is walk through it, carrying the crown of Carsus. Just the sort of chap to have a chat with, I reckon. Technically, of course I could dabble in such practices. I've yet to find a form of magic I'm not a born natural in wielding.
I'm sure she at least stuffs her fingers in her ears to muffle my invocations.
Te absolvo.
Thank you, magic.
Rascal. Jagoda. Pet names. These must be their collars, which does not bode well for them. Almost worth the subterfuge. How much longer will this take?
Speaking of Githyanki, what about you, Lae'zel? Will you be joining them?
She let me run. She likes the sport of it, and told me I could earn back what she cut off. My trophy, she said, if I could outpace her.
My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon. We're down one vampire. Did the hunter take him?
What the hells could do that?
A shame. But can't be helped. I am trying. Believe me, I am. The path is set, and I will not stray from it, even as my heart quakes.
Ira! It's quite something, isn't it? To be in the presence of the divine.
In excessus. I suppose some help is in order.
We've been traveling together for a while now, and I think it's safe to say we don't always see eye to eye.
Congratulations. That was hard fought and well deserved. You're free.
Oh, you think you killed her? You will need to do a lot better than that.
That's quite a fascinating design, though the version created here is a strange corruption of the Weave Pasha's original intent.
Up for debate?
Worry not. I carry my regrets wherever I go, and am used to their weight. One more will not break my back.
Fear not. That tingling sensation is merely your body's way of alerting you to my presence. It's perfectly harmless. In small doses.
You know of my condition and its challenges, but those are but the broad strokes.
Seems the Githyanki came to blows with the cultists. Let's hope they keep each other busy.
Not much use anymore.
Bad form, isn't it? Grave robbing.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
Yet it is life's most worthy pursuit, in my impartial, if not humble opinion.
Gustas dulcis.
Lapis root? Sapphire? Rare to see these so far north. Charitable bunch, these Myconids. And he's more so than Korga and her pet snake.
That's them seen to. Onwards.
Oh, but I see you're travelling with plenty of company already. Perhaps I can join you later instead.
Councillor Floric, Baldur's Gate requires your protection once more.
If so, we have far more to learn about the powers at play here. Our ignorance as to the exact nature and intent of our saviors is hardly cause for celebration.
Pretty.
Why do I get the feeling the punishment will be far, far worse than the crime? Think of it as vampirism. You need blood to sustain yourself. I need magic.
Invoco te! Tara, no!
Ugh, stuck fast. Never felt an earthquake in Baldur's Gate before. What the hells? Give them 9 hells.
Whether she spoke the truth or not, well, I think I require a little more evidence before taking a fantasy at her word. To detonate the orb, you mean?
I won't fail you.
She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges. But I suppose I can be smooth enough for 2.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I'll get little rest given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try.
Looks like some sort of jar-grown life form.
That chest. I can feel its magic.
It is a strange experience. Each time anew. Like a lost soul is spelunking through the darkness that is me, only to be sacrificed on the dread altar of the heart.
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must speak with Helsik. She's the only one who can show us the way.
Help's on the way. A little pick-me-up. An essential incantation. A sovereign with no subjects. Glut won't be mourned.
Oh, a sight to nourish the soul. Now, let's sit down and nourish the stomach.
Mario!
I've not seen infernal flames like that in quite some time. Why go to Avernus when you can bring Avernus to us?
Hang in there, dearest. Mystra cannot destroy it even if she wishes to, but she can try to ensure her followers resist its temptations.
with haste.
Ah, the Drow corpse spoke of this book. Disguised by magic, it seems.
The chance to see life through your good eye as well as my own. It's been everything I hoped it would be.
An icicle through the heart would have been kinder.
So much for the law of the land. I spend most of my time trying to convince them how much fun the study of magic can be. But it'd be easier to crack a smile on an intellect devourer than some of my pupils.
Well, I've never seen sleight of tongue quite like that before.
Caveat incantato.
Mistress soothes all pain.
You almost said that without smiling.